Chapter 1. The year 1468 of the Sea Circle calendar. Approximately 50 years since the original works Luffy set sail. In the New World, within a certain expanse of ocean, the surface of the sea lay tranquil, under a clear sky. At a harbor on an unnamed island, a small sailing vessel was moored. On the ship, two men stood, one towering at 28 meters, his hair a flamboyant red, reminiscent of octopus tentacles. His physique was muscular and formidable, his visage fierce, as if emblazoned with the words, "Do not approach." This was none other than the future great pirate, the man who nearly toppled the celestial dragons, known as the sovereign of the sea's rocks, DZ Beck. Yet at this moment, Rox was merely a young lad, barely in his 20s, but he had already awakened the conqueror's haki. An aura of royalty radiated from him, compelling others to submit. Many lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. "Lorn, are you prepared? This voyage leaves no room for retreat. Our objective is to stand against the entire world." Despite his fearsome appearance, a rare gentleness graced Rock's face as he addressed the young man named Lorn. For Lorn was none other than his beloved younger brother, Lorn D. Zebek, the sole family he had in this world. "Of course, brother, I wouldn't feel secure with you venturing out alone." At that moment, the other man, standing at a similar height of 28 meters, with the same striking red hair as Rock's, but with deep-set features reminiscent of a handsome ancient Greek statue, spoke with a smile. His name was Lorn, a time traveler who had arrived in the world of One Piece 18 years prior. Little did he expect to become Rock's younger brother. Moreover, Lorn had come to learn a deeply concealed secret. The lineage of Rox. Once, Rox had been a slave to the celestial dragons. Both of their parents had also been slaves to the celestial dragons. Their parents met and fell in love in the Holy Land, eventually giving birth to both Rox and Lorn. Upon discovering this, the celestial dragons were not angered, rather, they were delighted. It was the first instance of slaves bearing children in the Holy Land. Just after Rox and Lorn were born, the celestial dragons branded them with a mark of the heavenly dragon's claw. This signified that they had determined the young Rox and Lorn would become their slaves. This sight shattered the hearts of Rox and Lorn's parents. Accepting their own fate as slaves was one thing, but they could not bear the thought of their children growing up to be enslaved by the celestial dragons. Thus, when Rox was 6 and Lorn was 4, their parents conspired to escape the Holy Land. That very night, a great fire engulfed the Holy Land. Flames spread rapidly, plunging the entire area into chaos. Their parents, intending to flee amidst the turmoil, were discovered by the celestial dragon's minions. They met a tragic fate at the hands of the celestial dragons, tortured to death. At the tender age of 6, Rox witnessed this harrowing scene, which triggered an overwhelming awakening of his conqueror's haki. And it was no ordinary conqueror's haki. In that moment, the haki awakened by Rox instilled fear even in the guards present, including CP0. Soon after, Rox escaped the Holy Land with his brother, breaking free from the clutches of the celestial dragons. Thus began the arduous journey of two forsaken youths, living by their own means, feasting on the remnants of others' meals, donning tattered garments discarded in refuse. They served plates, endured hard labor, and worked under the table, even facing wage theft by unscrupulous employers, and narrowly escaping being trafficked back into slavery. Yet through it all, the two persevered together. Now, with the timing ripe, Rox resolved to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. After all, during their childhood in the Holy Land, both Rox and Lorn had heard a phrase repeatedly: "The D-Clan is the natural enemy of the gods." This statement was often uttered by many celestial dragons, revealing their profound apprehension towards the D-Clan. Both Rox and Lorn belonged to the D-Clan. "Ha ha, you don't trust me?" Such bold words, Lorn. Upon hearing his brother's words, Rox burst into hearty laughter. Had it been anyone else, the temperamental Rox would have unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki in response. But who could blame him when the speaker was his own brother? After all, Lorn was the only family he had in this world. He was also Rock's Achilles' heel, setting sail to become a pirate, opposing the world government and the celestial dragons, was a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. "I would prefer you stay here," After all, the uncertainties of the sea are vast. Rox turned to Lorn, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Rox yearned for his brother to remain by his side, having been inseparable since childhood. The thought of parting filled Rox with a dread of tears. Yet, becoming a pirate and seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons was indeed perilous. Saying it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Rox himself held no guarantees of victory. Thus, he wished for his brother to distance himself from danger and live a long life. Better yet, stay here, marry, and have children. Give me a few nephews and nieces. In this way, our bloodline can continue. At this point, a softness glimmered in Rox's gaze. After all, he was human, flesh and blood. The image of their family living harmoniously in the Holy Land lingered in Rox's heart as a cherished memory. Time and again, he dreamed of the days spent in the Holy Land with their parents alive. Though those times were harsh, they were also sweet. But now, only the two brothers remained. While Rox could risk his life, Lorn should not have to bear such peril. Ha ha ha. Brother, do you think I'm still that little brat who could only follow in your shadow, relying on your protection? I am strong now. Sensing Rox's thoughts, Lorn smiled mysteriously. He then clenched his fist, his eyes widening. An invisible force erupted from Lorn's body. In that instant, everything around them seemed to bow in submission. The previously bustling crowds passing through the harbor now lay scattered, their eyes glazed, frothing at the mouth, and collapsed upon the ground. It seems I have yet to master this power. My apologies, dear townsfolk. Lorn gazed at the unconscious crowd, scratching his head apologetically. From childhood, Rox and Lorn had lived on this island. They had long regarded it as their homeland. The people here were kind to the two brothers. In the town, they were somewhat renowned. After all, this island housed only a small town, lacking in wealth, and certainly not a member of the world government. Thus, it frequently became a target for pirates, human traffickers, and other nefarious entities. Every few days, criminals would come to wreak havoc. Yet they were invariably chased away by the formidable Rox, sparing the townsfolk from the pirates' torment. Consequently, Rox and Lorn held a high standing in this town. It would not be an exaggeration to say their esteem surpassed even that of the town mayor. Lorn, what have you done? Upon witnessing this scene, Rox's eyes widened in shock, his tongue extended in disbelief. Was that not Conqueror's hockey? When did Lorn awaken his Conqueror's hockey? How about it, brother? Do you see me in a new light? Lorn beamed at his brother's astonished expression, thoroughly pleased. In 18 years, it was the first time he had seen his brother display such a look. Just yesterday, on Lorn's 18th birthday, the standard system for time travelers had awakened. The system bestowed upon him a beginner's gift package. This enabled Lorn to awaken all three types of hockey, the Marine 6 styles, and various martial arts skills in one go. His physical attributes, including speed, strength, and stamina, had also seen significant enhancement. Though he received these rewards all at once, they were all at the initial level, belonging to the system's lowest tier. The system categorized all abilities into 6 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, royal, and king level. Despite being merely the most basic forms of the 3 types of hockey, along with various martial arts techniques. For Lorn, this was undoubtedly a substantial enhancement, to say nothing of the fact that even the basic 3 types of hockey would suffice for Lorn to establish a foothold in these waters. Moreover, these abilities could be continuously upgraded through the system's specific methods. The system was named the Multiplicity and Prosperity System, as the saying goes. By acquiring more wives and bearing more children, various abilities will continuously flourish. When one has an abundance of wives and children, they may even gain extraordinary abilities. These so-called special abilities refer to powers beyond the realm of pirates. Ha 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 ha! Is truly befitting of my brother. Lorn. Upon witnessing Lorn awaken the Conqueror's hockey, Rox could not contain his elation. He enthusiastically patted Lorn on the shoulder, his hand trembling with excitement. Brother, my shoulder's going to break, Lorn exclaimed as he deftly dodged, his voice tinged with exasperation. His elder brother was naturally endowed with immense strength and remarkable talent. Even though Lorn's body had been enhanced by the system, he was still unable to withstand the affectionate blows of his brother. Is that not the laughter of Lord Rox? What joyous event has transpired in their household? Rox's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the entire town. Yeah, Lorn, I told you, my younger brother's talent could never be significantly inferior to mine. Now we can set sail together as brothers. No need to part ways. Rox was overwhelmed with excitement, lifting Lorn high into the air and catching him repeatedly, nearly causing Lorn to regurgitate his last meal. The Conqueror's haki is a testament to one's royal demeanor, indicative of the potential to become a king typically. Only one in a million possesses the ability to awaken it. Moreover, the Conqueror's haki is an innate gift, not something to be cultivated through practice. If one is not born with it, they're fated to be devoid of it for life. Possessing such potential clearly indicates that his younger brother is endowed with the qualities and temperament befitting a king. His brother could not possibly be inferior. The same blood runs through both of their veins. By the way, brother, do you have any plans for setting sail? The celestial dragons possess profound resources. With nearly 800 years of history, the world government surely harbors some ancient monstrosities, and opposing them will not be an easy feat. At this moment, Lorn became serious as Rox's brother. He understood his brother's character better than anyone else. This brother of his was akin to a lavishly equipped version of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Past experiences had shaped Rox into a cautious individual, one who seldom trusts others, placing his faith solely in strength. Consequently, in the original narrative, Rox met a tragic end. His excessive reliance on power led him to rally the mightiest monsters of the time and launch an assault on the celestial dragons at God Valley. However, the fragmented Rox pirates ultimately perished at God Valley. Rox himself was erased from existence by the world government. Lorn even speculated that during the battle at God Valley, Rox may have suffered betrayal from his own crew. Otherwise, with the strength of the Rox pirates, how could they have possibly been defeated by the world government if their hearts were united? There must have been treachery among his own crew. Isn't it quite simple? Let us find the most formidable monsters in this world and compel them to serve us. I refuse to believe that by gathering the strongest from across the globe, we cannot overcome the world government. Rox confidently articulated his plan, eagerly anticipating Lorn's praise. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains the foundational logic of the world. Whoever possesses the mightiest fist holds the ultimate authority. Thus, in Rox's perspective, his plan was flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities.
Brother, such a plan is utterly impractical. You are far too naive. With that, Loren shook his head, resolutely dismissing Rox's perspective. Loren, why do you say that? Rox inquired, not with anger, but with curiosity. Being his own brother, Loren's denial undoubtedly stemmed from a valid reason. Loren would never harm him. He would only ever assist him. Moreover, Rox was acutely aware of his own extreme nature and impulsive actions. He often acted without forethought. Yet Loren was different. He frequently perceived angles that escaped Rox's notice. Thus, Rox posed a question to Loren. Let us not forget, the world's strongest beings are rare and monstrous, emerging only once in a million or even 10 million. Would they willingly submit to you? Risking their lives alongside yours, Loren pinpointed the crux of the issue. Figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and John, those whom his brother deemed formidable, were indeed legendary warriors. These individuals, proud and lofty. How could they ever settle for a subordinate role? Why shouldn't they? Rox clenched his fists, producing a thunderous crack. Loren sighed that he believed in his brother Rox's capabilities, yet brute strength could only compel an opponent's temporary submission. It would never inspire a genuine willingness to serve, let alone sacrifice their lives. At a critical moment, merely refraining from betrayal would be considered a profound act of loyalty. Ha ha ha. Loren, you seem to have run out of arguments. You must heed your elder brother. It is settled. We shall find the strongest monsters in the world and compel them to join our pirate crew. We will overthrow the world government. Rox, misinterpreting Loren's sigh as surrender, pressed on. Brother, think carefully. Can sheer force truly resolve everything? If someone were to surpass you in strength and defeat you, forcing you to become their crew member, would you consent? Loren felt compelled to illustrate his point. Of course not. Rox exclaimed, growing agitated. Then, if you cannot defeat him, and he compels you to join, what will you do? Loren continued to probe. I would feign allegiance to his crew, striving to grow stronger until the opportune moment arises to usurp him. I will never accept a subordinate role, Rox replied after a moment's contemplation. Exactly, brother. If you think this way, other strong individuals will undoubtedly harbor similar thoughts. Can you guarantee they will wholeheartedly devote themselves to your cause? At a pivotal moment, refraining from betrayal would be the utmost act of loyalty, Lorn cautioned. Hearing this, Rox fell into deep contemplation. Damn it, it seems you may be right. He slapped his thigh, acknowledging the wisdom in his brother's words. A mere shift in perspective revealed the truth. How could the powerful willingly submit to subjugation? Even if he forced their submission through sheer strength, they would inevitably seek opportunities to replace him. He had overlooked this critical point. How foolish of him to make such an assumption. Yet without the might of the world's top monsters, the two brothers alone could not contend with the colossal world government. Rox was engulfed in a haze of confusion. He realized that his proud creed had been effortlessly dismantled by his brother's succinct reasoning. Really, brother, this is so unlike you. Lorn, witnessing Rox's confusion, encouraged him. But, Rox felt utterly defeated. After all, he was merely a 20-year-old youth at this time, not yet the seasoned maritime overlord he would become. Fear not, brother. I am here for you. Tell me, what is the most reliable relationship in this world? Lorn stated with unwavering confidence. It is, of course, family. Rox replied without hesitation. Anyone may betray you, but Lorn would never betray me. As your brother, I will do everything in my power to protect you, even at the cost of my life. I trust Lorn shares this sentiment. Indeed, Lorn affirmed. Crew members may betray you, allies may betray you, subordinates may betray you. Only family will never betray you. He nodded, his expression one of pride in his brother's insight. Only family will never betray you. Lorn's words echoed like thunder in Rox's ears. Brother, you speak so eloquently. How astute. Damn it. How did I not realize this before? Reflecting on this, Rox gave himself a resounding slap. The sound ringing out loudly. Lorn was right. Anyone could betray you, but only family would remain steadfast. How had he overlooked this crucial truth? He was left with but one family member in this world. Could it be that we have others? Did our parents have other children? Rox stared at Lorn, pondering hopefully. What are you thinking, brother? Our parents were executed before our eyes. Lorn shot him a warning glance. Their parents had been there since their birth, and they had witnessed their execution firsthand. How could there possibly be any siblings? Then what shall we do? Rox's brow furrowed in despair. You're foolish, brother. If we have no family, can't we create one? Lorn regarded Rox with an expression that suggested he was lacking in common sense. With two vigorous young men like us, can't we find some women and start a family? After all, we have nearly 20 years until God Valley. Plenty of time. Create? Of course, brother. Lorn observed Rox's expression, sensing an unspeakable concern. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within him. Surely not. Surely not. My brother can't have problems in that regard, can he? Or perhaps Rox is a cross-dresser, having disguised himself as a man all along? Or could it be that my brother actually prefers men? What nonsense, little brother. I am not that kind of person. Rox, sensing Lorn's thoughts, playfully slapped him on the head. Ouch, that hurt, brother, Lorn groaned, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Create children? Wouldn't that require engaging in such activities with women? How utterly tedious. I have no interest in that. Rox remarked with visible distaste. To clarify, Rox was neither a cross-dresser nor a homosexual. He simply had no interest in matters of romantic entanglement. His sole ambition was to bring down the celestial dragons. At this point, Rox seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Lorn. Little brother, although I have no interest in that area. You are here. You absolutely cannot refuse me on this matter. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. Rox, fearing Lorn might share his lack of interest in women, hastily declared. He adopted a look that suggested he would be quite displeased if Lorn refused. But brother, Lorn attempted to protest, only to be silenced by Rox's firm hand. Enough, Lorn, no more discussion. It is settled. From now on, you shall be responsible for creating our family. I shall take care of you. As for women, if you fancy someone, just tell your brother, and I will certainly help you. Rox exuded an air of unwavering confidence, for he believed that women were nothing but a source of trouble. Such troublesome matters could simply be entrusted to his younger brother. Faced with his elder brother's enthusiasm, Lorn could only reluctantly acquiesce. Thus, our objective was firmly established. Rox was brimming with excitement, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Splendid. With our goals set, we shall act without delay. Come, Lorn, let us set sail. Rox and Lorn made their way to the harbor, where an exceedingly rudimentary wooden raft awaited them. A mere raft to commence our journey. It bore a resemblance to that fellow, Luffy. Upon sighting this exceedingly simple vessel, Lorn couldn't help but smile. It seemed that those remarkable men, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world, shared a penchant for disregarding trifles. Just as the two were about to embark, a throng of young individuals suddenly emerged from the port. Each one was brimming with tears and fervor. We overheard your earlier conversation, Lord Lox, Lord Lorn. We never imagined you had such a past. How could you intend to leave without a word to us? Lord Lox, Lord Lorn, you are truly too distant. Indeed, I, too, wish to accompany you, Lord Lox and Lord Lorn. What are those celestial dragons to us? Those scoundrels. Take us along, Lord Lox, Lord Lorn. Over the years, you have driven away countless pirates and villains from our town. It is high time we contribute in return. These individuals were the youth of the island town, idolizing Lox and Lorn. Upon hearing their conversation, these young people did not cower. Instead, they found courage. After all, the reputation of the celestial dragons was far from favorable. Moreover, this town had become a lawless land precisely because it could not meet the exorbitant demands of the celestial dragons. It is worth noting that they were, in fact, victims of the celestial dragons' oppression. Had it not been for the unwavering protection of the brothers, Lox and Lorn, they would have likely been slaughtered by human traffickers and pirates long ago. In their hearts, Lox and Lorn were their totems of hope. After all, the righteous Navy had never set foot in this town. Ironically, in the eyes of these young people, Lox and Lorn represented justice far better than the Navy. Our adversaries are the celestial dragons. This journey is fraught with peril, not a mere game. Are you truly prepared? Before Lox could speak, Lorn turned to those familiar faces and declared, "What are the celestial dragons to us? For the sake of Lord Lox and Lord Lorn, let us vanquish them. Indeed, let us vanquish them." The young voices erupted in exhilaration. Excellent. Then let us follow in our footsteps. With that, Lorn exchanged a knowing glance with Lox. The brothers shared an unspoken bond. After all, Lox and Lorn had supported each other for over a decade, and they understood one another profoundly. The brothers stepped onto the small raft, which began to drift. The young individuals who had wished to follow Lox and Lorn exchanged confused glances. What does this mean? Were we not promised a place alongside you? Why have Lord Lox and Lord Lorn set off on the raft without us? To follow us, one must possess the resolve to face imminent death. Those lacking even this minimal determination are not the companions we seek. Suddenly, a voice from the drifting raft rang out. This is a test by Lord Lorn. Yes, if one cannot even muster the courage to risk their life, how can we expect to accompany Lord Lox and Lord Lorn? The individuals on the shore swiftly grasped Lord Lorn's intent. Plop, plop, plop. A number of young people resolutely leaped into the water, striving to swim towards the raft. Of course, some hesitated. In fact, the number of those retreating was considerable. This was not a calm zone. The waves were tumultuous and fierce. Many had perished in these waters before. Even those with commendable swimming skills could quickly succumb to exhaustion, leading to genuine peril. In the face of true death, the cowardice of the brave was starkly evident. Soon, some of those who had jumped into the sea began to show signs of fatigue, their breaths growing rapid. Several even plunged beneath the surface, showing no signs of resurfacing. Witnessing this scene, many on the shore gasped in shock. Thank goodness they hadn't foolishly jumped in. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. At that moment, Lox and Lorn sprang into action. I thought I was done for. I was on the verge of losing consciousness. Indeed, that was perilously close. In no time, Lox and Lorn had rescued those struggling individuals, hoisting them onto the raft. Well done, lads. You have displayed the invaluable courage and spirit worthy of risking your lives. Lorn praised the group of young people. Indeed, you are true warriors. I hereby declare that you have successfully passed the test and are officially members of the Lox pirate crew. Lox also commended these courageous young men. In the life of a pirate, possessing innate talent is essential, but having the resolve to risk one's life and the spirit to strive is equally, if not more, important. Indeed, to some extent, spirit surpasses talent. Take Trafalgar Law, who boldly proclaimed his strategy to bring down the four emperors. Although he may lack the innate qualities of a king like Don Quixote da Flamingo, Law does not tremble at the mere mention of the name Kaido. Law is not content to remain a mere warlord of the sea, but is instead driven to grow and advance. In contrast, Doflamingo, who fancies himself the cleverest of the warlords, has become complacent in his position. With the title of warlord, the Navy refrains from targeting him, and the world government regards him as a hidden hand, also sparing him from their wrath. He has become an intermediary in the underworld, establishing connections with the four emperors and becoming a vital trading partner. The four emperors would not dare to lay a finger on him. Indeed, how comfortable and easy this life is, indulging in the present comforts without striving for more. maintaining good relations with the major powers while reaping substantial rewards. What a delightful existence. After all, he is a noble descendant of the celestial dragons. Why should he toil like those commoners? This very mindset determines that Law's potential far exceeds that of the clown Doflamingo. These brave individuals, prepared to risk their lives at any moment, may currently lack strength. But their precious spirit shall ensure rapid growth, becoming a reliable force in the future. Most importantly, the almost reverent attitude these individuals hold towards Lox and Lorn makes betrayal nearly impossible. These individuals have laid the foundation for the Lox crew. Wow, what an honor. We can accompany Lord Lox and Lord Lorn. This is incredible. The rescued individuals cheered, their excitement palpable. To follow their idols brought them immense joy. How despicable. So this is the nature of the test? Then I, too, shall follow Lord Lox and Lord Lorn. Seeing those who had just been rescued by Lox and Lorn, the others on the shore could no longer contain themselves, leaping into the sea one after another. After all, should they falter, Lord Lox and Lord Lorn would certainly intervene. Yet, how could Lox and Lorn concern themselves with such cowardly wretches? Some opportunities come but once in a lifetime. Once lost, they are gone forever. Ignoring the timid, the raft sailed onward. Brother, have you made up your mind? What shall our next objective be? After setting sail, Lorn inquired of Lox. The world of pirates is vast beyond measure. This ocean is more than tenfold the expanse of the world Lorn traversed before. The encounter between pirates is indeed a rare occurrence, particularly in this era, where the number of pirates pales in comparison to the grand age of piracy that will unfold decades hence. In the original tales, figures such as Whitebeard and Roger would often meet only once in over a decade, a testament to the vastness of these seas. Presently, the Rock's pirates number only a handful. However, in terms of resources and wealth, they are woefully impoverished. Moreover, their vessel, a mere raft, is far too diminutive to support so many souls. The raft will soon buckle under their weight if they do not swiftly establish a clear objective: to seize vital supplies and a suitable ship. But of course, there is a goal, my dear brother. The closest target is Lark Island, the territory of the hungry wolf pirates. We must first capture that stronghold. A fierce glint ignited in Rock's eyes. He had been plotting this endeavor for quite some time, even acquiring a permanent pointer to the island. So, he had set his sights on the hungry wolf pirates from the outset. I have heard whispers that their captain boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, making him one of the sovereigns of these waters. It is said that their captain is a towering giant, over 4 meters tall, possessing immense strength. Any target marked by the hungry wolf pirates meets a grim fate. Upon hearing the name of the hungry wolf pirates, the newcomers instinctively quickened their breaths. In this age, pirates with bounties over 100 million are an uncommon sight. After all, Crocodile, with his bounty of 80 million, was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords. Similarly, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock was invited to join the 7 warlords at a bounty of 81 million. Now, this era predates their invitations by more than 20 years. It is no exaggeration to assert that pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are formidable enough to rival the future 7 warlords, if not surpass them. Such grand pirates can undoubtedly be regarded as lords of the sea. The hungry wolf pirates, to target a bounty of over 100 million so swiftly, truly impressive. Brother Lehen, upon hearing Rock's ambition, felt a surge of excitement. To set sights on a pirate with such a bounty right after venturing out to sea was beyond Lehen's expectations for his courageous brother. However, upon reflection, who was his brother? He was none other than the future sovereign of the seas, the man who would command the respect of countless pirate legends, the one who nearly toppled the celestial dragon's 800-year reign. Rox D. Jibek, a mere pirate with a bounty over 100 million, was hardly a concern. Lord Lehen was equally exhilarated. What on earth is going on with these brothers? Hey, have you seen the expressions on the faces of Lord Rox and Lord Lehen? Such confidence, truly impressive. They live up to their titles. The once intimidated newcomers, upon witnessing the resolute demeanor of Rox and Lehen, felt a flicker of courage ignite within them. After all, they were warriors prepared to face death at any moment. Their fear was but a temporary state. In that case, let us set sail for Lark Island. Let us commence our legend. After drifting for 3 entire days, the members of the Rock's pirates, crammed together on a small raft, were thoroughly exhausted. At last, they spotted their target, Lark Island, its shores adorned with the flag of the hungry wolf pirates. From a distance, it was apparent that this was a veritable pirate haven. The island exuded prosperity, far surpassing their impoverished homeland. No wonder the captain commanded a bounty exceeding 100 million. Even the most ordinary crew members were adorned with gold and jewels, exuding an air of grandeur. on their humble raft. The lookout from the Rocks pirates could barely contain his drool. Upon hearing his words, the other members craned their necks, straining to catch a glimpse of the island. They beheld the pirates of Lark Island, bedecked with golden chains, arm in arm with beautiful women, exuding an aura of power and opulence that was utterly captivating. The members of the Rocks pirates were left wide-eyed with astonishment. They had always lived on a desolate island where even gold was a luxury. Never having witnessed such splendor, after 3 days of cramped living on the raft, subsisting on fish caught from the sea, their bodies ached from hunger and malnutrition. In stark contrast to the hungry wolf pirates. The Rocks pirates truly resembled famished wolves. Ha ha ha, charge forth, my comrades. Annihilating the hungry wolf pirates marks the first step towards establishing the renown of the Rocks pirates. At that moment, upon witnessing the scene before him, Rocks felt a surge of exhilaration and delivered a rousing speech to uplift their spirits. After all, with such wealth and women at stake, how splendid it would be to claim them for his brothers to take as wives and bear children. Let us seize their riches and their women. Charge, valiant warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let us seize the day. Lehen was even more direct, for he had lived 2 lives and knew precisely how to maximize morale by appealing to their desires, especially those of the impoverished. Sure enough, upon hearing about wealth and women, the members of the Rocks pirates' eyes sparkled with ferocity, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Following Lord Rocks and Lord Lehen, they shouted, "Let us go forth. We too shall command great ships. We too shall dine and dress splendidly. I want women surrounding me. Let the name of the Rocks pirates resonate across the seas. Let us vanquish the hungry wolf pirates." The morale of the Rocks pirates soared to its zenith. Meanwhile, this commotion did not go unnoticed by the hungry wolf pirates on the island. Someone invading. Am I seeing this correctly? Just a small raft. A dozen individuals crammed onto a tiny raft. Who are these madmen? Are these people truly pirates? Upon catching sight of the Rocks pirates, the members of the hungry wolf pirates stood dumbfounded, only to burst into mocking laughter. After all, such a ragtag band of pirates, brimming with enthusiasm, was unlike anything they had ever seen. There was no need to inform the captain of this trivial matter. A few cannonballs would suffice to sink them. One of the pirates, appearing to be an officer, jested with the woman in his arms, too arrogant to even lift his eyelids. Him. Dealing with such a pitiful band of pirates didn't even warrant the use of cannon fire. It would be a waste. Boom. 2 cannonballs were fired towards the raft. In the next moment, the resounding blasts echoed again as the 2 cannonballs returned and scathed to the island, catching cannonballs barehanded. The members of the hungry wolf pirates were rendered speechless at the sight before them. They had just witnessed a fearsome figure with octopus-like red hair on the raft catch the cannonballs with ease and hurl them back. The force of the cannonballs thrown back by Rocks was several times more potent than that of ordinary cannon fire. The return projectile struck the harbor with devastating impact, resulting in numerous unfortunate members of the hungry wolf pirates meeting their demise in the explosion. Who the hell is that bastard? Seeing this, the officer erupted in a torrent of curses. However, before he could finish, a figure resembling a red bolt of lightning descended upon the island. Like a shadow eclipsing the sun, the fearsome, muscular red-haired figure now stood before the officer. One colossal hand enveloped the officer's head entirely. With a mere flick of his wrist, the officer's head would explode like a watermelon. Simultaneously, thud, thud, thud. As the red-haired figure landed, all the members of the hungry wolf pirates around him collapsed, their eyes rolling back, rendered unconscious. Hockey, King S. Hockey. The officer was so terrified he could hardly articulate his words. He, summon your captain to face me. Rocks grinned widely, a smile that, to the officer, resembled the visage of death itself. Brother, why are you scaring him? He is already so terrified he might wet himself. At this moment, Lorn and his companions stepped onto the island, only to find that the trousers of a certain officer had become thoroughly soaked. Exuding a most unpleasant odor, Lorn could not help but pinch his nose. His older brother was once again in pursuit of amusement. After all, Lorn knew well that with his brother Rock's mastery of observation hockey, locating the captain of the hungry wolf pirates on this island would be a trivial task. His brother relished such antics, deriving pleasure from these capers. Hey, isn't this just too exhilarating, Lorn? This is our first venture at sea. The excitement radiating from Rocks was palpable as he flexed his wrist. With a resounding bang, a crimson liquid, reminiscent of watermelon juice, splattered everywhere as the officer's head was instantaneously crushed. Ugh, how revolting. Brain matter is everywhere. I'm going to be sick. The newly recruited members of the Rocks pirates, witnessing this gruesome scene, quickly fell to their knees, unable to contain their nausea. In contrast, both Rocks and Lorn maintained their composure. displaying an air of nonchalance. The notorious brutality of the celestial dragons was widely acknowledged, having been slaves and raised in the Holy Land. The two had witnessed scenes far more gruesome than this bloodshed countless times before and had long since grown accustomed to it. The mere act of crushing a human skull was utterly mundane in their eyes, stirring not even the slightest ripple in their hearts. "Have you finished throwing up? The enemy is drawing near," Rox and Lorn said, casting amused glances at the wretched crew members. After all, when they first beheld the cruel deeds of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land, they were no better than these newcomers. Hence, they understood the crew's predicament and did not overly chastise them, instead opting to wait for them to acclimate psychologically. However, it seemed that this was the first time these individuals had encountered such a bloody spectacle, and they remained incapacitated for quite some time. "All right, Lorn, take care of them. I'm heading in," sensing the enemies drawing ever closer, even to the point of spotting the figures of the hungry wolf pirates. Rox decided it was time to move, that he could handle this group alone. After instructing Lorn, Rox vanished in an instant. "Who are you?" The red-haired figure. What a terrifying aura. Who on earth is this individual? From a distance, the members of the hungry wolf pirates gasped in astonishment. Despite having endured numerous fierce battles with other pirates, they had never encountered someone with such a fierce presence as this red-haired young man. "I am Rox. Remember this name while you still draw breath." Rox grinned menacingly, charging straight into the throng of several hundred foes as if it were an unguarded realm. Members of the hungry wolf pirates fell like leaves in a storm, their cries of agony echoing throughout the island, a cacophony that sounded as though hell itself had descended upon the earth. "My brother is truly full of vigor," Lorn mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he witnessed Rox's actions. In this age of piracy, a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million could be deemed a large crew, possessing power and influence comparable to the future 7 warlords of the sea. Yet before his brother, who had just set sail, they appeared as fragile as paper. "Which fool dares to disturb my territory, seeking death?" Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. A towering figure descended from the sky, blocking Rox's relentless advance. The captain of the hungry wolf pirates, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 137 million berries, standing around 4 meters tall, his bare torso displayed muscles akin to iron, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength. "The captain has arrived. Finally, captain of the hungry wolf, you are here. Prepare to die." "Invader!" The members of the hungry wolf pirates erupted in tears of joy at their captain's arrival. Had he arrived even a moment later, they would have been slaughtered by this red-haired monster. Finally, a capable fighter had come. Lifting his gaze to the man before him, a flicker of interest sparked in Rox's eyes. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. "You have killed so many of my crew. Die, you red-haired brat." The captain, upon surveying the sea of corpses, was consumed by rage, his fury boiling over. Suddenly, his body darkened, his towering form swelling as he transformed into a hybrid beast-man form. Half human, half beast. All who consumed Zoan-type fruits would gain 3 stages of transformation: human, half beast, and full beast. As he transformed, his head morphed into that of a wolf, and his hands became sharp claws. Clearly, he possessed the powers of the Zoan-type wolf fruit, an ability user, merely a wolf in the end. Rox scoffed at this. Many pirates and ne'er-do-wells had previously invaded his island, some even with abilities. Yet they had all been left in tatters by Rox. "Haha, little brat, you truly have a penchant for grandiosity. Die." When the captain realized he was being belittled by a mere novice, his primal instinct surged. With claws sharp enough to slice iron, he lunged at Rox's head with deadly intent. Boom! Rox merely tilted his head slightly, extending his right hand to effortlessly catch the claw strike. The clash ignited a display of Conqueror's Haki. Manifesting as sparks in the air, Rox, a formidable figure of the old pirate era with a bounty exceeding 100 million, naturally possessed Conqueror's Haki as well. "You little brat, you actually wield Conqueror's Haki?" The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed that the intensity of Rox's Haki was overwhelming his own. In terms of presence, he was completely subdued by this red-haired youth. Where did this fledgling pirate acquire such formidable Conqueror's Haki? With a whoosh, propelled by the force of his punch, Rox raised his free left hand, forming a fist. To his astonishment, it crackled with strands of Conqueror's Haki as it descended violently toward the captain's head. Clang! The captain extended his other claw to block Rox's left punch. "Newcomer, you are 100 years too early." Grasping tightly onto Rox's wrists, the captain prepared to deliver a crushing blow with a powerful wolf hammer. Something's not right. Suddenly, the captain's movements halted. He sensed something amiss. Crack! The ground beneath them began to fracture and sink. A powerful gust of wind swirled around them like an eighth-degree typhoon. Boom. The captain's pupils dilated suddenly. His internal organs were violently struck by an unknown force. Heart, kidneys, liver. Each vital organ was forced into tumult, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Splutter. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from the captain of the hungry wolf pirates. The massive wolf form dropped to one knee, raising a cloud of dust. A shadow swept past, and the captain was thrust back into his human form, appearing gravely injured and utterly disheveled. What just happened? Why is the captain spewing blood? What is going on? The members of the hungry wolf pirates looked on in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. They could not comprehend how their captain had suddenly begun to bleed. It was clear that neither party had struck the other, and yet the captain was inexplicably wounded. The newcomers of the Rocks pirates were equally perplexed, for it seemed that neither had landed a decisive blow. Yet one side was now bleeding profusely. Only Lorn understood the situation, his expression one of astonishment. If he was not mistaken, that earlier exchange had been his brother utilizing Conqueror's haki to ensnare. Thus, even after the captain had received his brother's punch, he had still suffered internal damage. To possess such mastery of Conqueror's haki so soon after setting sail, what kind of monster was his brother? Even the fated child, Straw Hat Luffy, had taken 2.5 years of hardship before mastering Conqueror's haki under the tutelage of teacher Rayleigh, yet his brother had nearly reached mastery right from the outset. Was this what they called talent? Heh, is this the caliber of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? I had initially intended to invite you aboard, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Rocks, with disdain evident on his face, remarked that he had not anticipated such a feeble opponent. He had once hoped to extend an invitation to this formidable individual, but it now seems entirely unwarranted. Go perish, Baji. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have elapsed. During this time, Rocks has relentlessly urged Lorn and Sherry to conceive a child. Moreover, he has devoted considerable effort to recruiting various essential personnel, including female ship doctors, nutritionists, chefs, and sailors, for a pirate crew to endure over time. These roles are indispensable. Rocks even went so far as to locate a doctor reputed to possess secret methods for childbirth and respectfully invited him to the island. Influenced by Lorn, Rocks has shifted from a power-centric approach to a lineage-focused strategy for building his pirate crew. He has become obsessed with expanding the Rocks family, which has inevitably placed a burden on Lorn. Meanwhile, those members who have followed Rocks and Lorn since their homeland have also been diligently training day and night to enhance their capabilities. Many have mastered the Navy's 6 styles through rigorous practice, while exceptionally talented individuals have even grasped haki under Rocks' personal tutelage. The entire Rocks pirate crew is experiencing a period of vigorous growth. Finally, on a fateful day, the Rocks pirate crew received monumental news. Sherry has successfully become pregnant. Ha, the Rocks family will have heirs. Wah! This is splendid. Everyone, prepare a feast for me. Upon receiving this news, the most elated was not Sherry or Lorn, but rather Rocks. Ha! I will have a little nephew or niece. I will have another family member. Ha! Rocks, in his ecstatic frenzy, laughed skyward, his mirth seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. In this cold, harsh world, kinship stands as the most reliable bond. Lorn is Rocks' biological brother and his sole family member. Now that his dear brother is soon to have a child, it signifies that he too will possess a charming little nephew or niece. How could Rocks not be exhilarated, observing Rocks' near-manic state? Both Lorn and Sherry were momentarily taken aback. Is everything all right with Brother Rocks? After 2 months of acquaintance, Sherry is no longer as cautious as she was at first, especially since Lorn has shown her considerable affection. Consequently, Rocks has come to regard Sherry as a sister-in-law. The members of the Rocks pirate crew also hold Sherry in high esteem as the lady of the crew, naturally, being of royal descent. Sherry is an exceptionally intelligent and emotionally astute woman. She understands that the respect she receives from the entire Rocks pirate crew is primarily due to her connection with Lorn. Should Lorn ever become indifferent towards her, her status would inevitably plummet. Thus, she must strive to serve Lorn with utmost dedication. It seems my brother is genuinely happy, Lorn mused, feeling a pang of bittersweetness as he watched his brother's elation. Despite Rocks projecting an image of fearlessness and dominance, it is merely a fade he has constructed. Lorn and Rocks fled from the Holy Land at the tender age of 6. 2 defenseless boys who had little choice but to appear ferocious to avoid being victimized. Only in Lorn's presence does Rocks reveal a softer side. Lorn alone knows that his brother was not born invincible. He too has been beaten and has shed tears. Deep down, he shares the same profound yearning for family as Whitebeard. Perhaps this is why Rox is even more excited than Lorn, who is about to become a father. Shortly after, Lorn instructed the female ship doctor to take good care of Sherry before departing the room, retreating into solitude to delve into the workings of the system the very moment Lorn learned of Sherry's pregnancy. The system's notification chimed in response. Detection of hosts impending first offspring. Commencing reward distribution. The host receives intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conquerors hockey, and advanced armament hockey. Flowing cherry. The host is granted intermediate swordsmanship and a doubling of stamina, strength, and speed. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles has increased. The host is awarded the passive skill Never Tired. The host is awarded the passive skill Goldeneye. Ding. Special reward, due to the host's first child. The host is granted one of the SSS level talents, Free Cultivation. Lastly, the host is encouraged to strive diligently and aim for a multitude of descendants to enjoy familial bliss. A stream of system notifications left Lorn momentarily dazed. Good heavens, so many rewards. It took several minutes for the notifications to cease. All 3 hockey types have been upgraded, with armament hockey soaring to advanced level, and he has comprehended Flowing Cherry. Furthermore, his other abilities have seen varying degrees of enhancement. Lorn eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Lorn gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate armament hockey, advanced, awakened Flowing Cherry, observation hockey, intermediate. Conqueror's hockey, intermediate devil fruit, none other abilities, Never Tired. Goldeneye, Free Cultivation. Upon viewing his panel, Lorn felt a wave of satisfaction. To gain such enhancements merely from procreation is exceedingly delightful. By the way, system, what do the skills Never Tired, Goldeneye, and Free Cultivation entail? Lorn began to investigate the 3 skills awarded by the system. Under the system's explanation, Lorn came to understand. Never Tired is a life skill that ensures he will never tire when it comes to creating children. Only the overworked ox dies, yet the field remains unplowed. This skill is designed to prevent Lorn from becoming that overworked ox, showcasing its humanistic approach. Golden Eye is also a life skill. Upon acquiring it, one can perceive a woman's auspiciousness for a husband. In simple terms, the higher a woman's auspiciousness index, the more unexpected surprises she can bring to Lorn. The system categorizes a woman's auspiciousness index into 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. The talents of children are classified into 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the auspiciousness of the woman, the greater the talent of the child born. A child conceived with an E-level woman will have a talent level of EB. A child conceived with a D-level woman will have a talent level of DA. Only by uniting with an S-level woman can one conceive a child with an SSS-level talent. This prevents Lorn from becoming indiscriminately enamored and fathering a horde of wastrels. It is indeed a remarkably humanistic skill. As for the child's talent, it can be shared with Lorn. This means that the higher the talent of the child born, the more Lorn will benefit. The SSS-level talent of Free Cultivation is extraordinarily remarkable. As the name suggests, it allows all of one's abilities to cultivate freely. This means Lorn need not lift a finger for his abilities to improve autonomously. Not only that, but children born with the talent of Free Cultivation will also see their various hockey abilities enhanced without any effort on their part. Detection indicates the host conqueror's hockey is cultivating autonomously. Current level, intermediate, progress, 5.2. Detection indicates the host's observation hockey is cultivating autonomously. Current level, intermediate, progress, 6.1. Detection indicates the host's armament hockey is cultivating autonomously. Current level, advanced, progress, 2.6. Detection indicates the host's swordsmanship is cultivating autonomously. Current level, intermediate, progress, 8.3. Detection indicates the host's stamina is cultivating autonomously. Current level, advanced, progress, 7.5. Detection indicates the host's strength is cultivating autonomously. Current level, advanced, progress, 7.9. Detection indicates the host's speed is cultivating autonomously. Current level, advanced, progress, 6.6. Detecting the myriad transformations occurring within him, Lorn experienced an unprecedented sense of elation. He reveled in his cultivation. This SSS-level talent was astonishingly potent, truly invincible, to gain strength while reclining in idleness. Could there be a more fortuitous circumstance in the world? It seems that from now on, he merely needs to select women with a robust husband prospering index. If he could unite with a woman of such caliber and bear gifted offspring, his power would surge exponentially. Thus, Lorn grasped the essence of the system. The more children one has, the more talents one acquires, leading to an explosive increase in strength. The adage rings true: more children, more blessings. Indeed, it does not deceive. Should he be fortunate enough to father several children with SSS-level talents, he might one day surpass even his elder brother, Rox, becoming a figure of formidable power. Moreover, these children, endowed with SSS-level talents, would themselves represent a significant force. With the bond of blood, he would have no fears of betrayal from them. Perhaps the tragedy of the Rox pirates in God Valley could have been entirely averted. History is indeed on the brink of being rewritten. With over a decade until God Valley, there should be ample time. Before long, Lorn found Rox, who at that moment wore a flushed expression, still brimming with excitement. He was engaging in hearty revelry with the core members of the Rox pirates. "Brother, I wish to discuss something with you," Lorn said as he settled beside Rox, downing a bottle of liquor in one gulp. "Ha ha ha, little brother, have you seen Sherry's pregnancy? Does she require nutrition and medical expertise? Fear not, for I have long prepared for this. The newly recruited female ship's doctor and nutritionist are both exceptionally skilled. Sherry will be absolutely fine." Rox, upon seeing Lorn, assumed he had come to discuss Sherry's condition. "Of course, I am aware of that. Brother. I wish to find a few more wives and bear more children." Lorn replied with a smile. At this, Rox froze in place. "What, brother, is there a problem?" Lorn inquired. No, not at all. You've finally come to your senses. Lorn, I was just pondering how to broach this topic with you. After all, with Sherry's pregnancy, it will be quite some time before we can have more children. I was troubled about how to convey this, and yet here you are, bringing it up yourself. Ha 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 ha. What a day this is. Good fortune seems to follow one after another. Am I dreaming? Rox slapped himself, realizing he was indeed awake, and his laughter grew even more joyful, inadvertently unleashing his conqueror's haki, stunning several crew members around him. This was the happiest day of his life. From Rox's perspective, dealing with women was an incredibly troublesome affair. That it was truly a burden for his brother, Lorn. He had not allowed Lorn a single day of happiness, instead subjecting him to a life of hardship. As such, Rox felt he was a woefully inadequate brother. Lorn had already borne so much injustice, it would be inappropriate to press him further to find more wives. Yet now, with Lorn proactively raising the request, Rox was overjoyed. Then it is settled. Tomorrow we set sail, capture any woman we encounter, Rox declared, raising his cup in exuberance. The members of the Rox pirates were equally thrilled by this news. After 2 months of arduous training, their strengths had increased significantly, yet they had not had the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Now, they would finally set sail and demonstrate the fruits of their labor. Brother, I hope you don't mean to take any woman indiscriminately, Lorn replied with an amused expression. He was not some desperate stallion, welcoming all without discretion. What if they ended up with a brood of wastrels? Oh, right. Lorn, you've reminded me, Rox exclaimed, thumping his thigh. Those worthy of you should at least be renowned beauties or princesses from powerful nations. We can't just grab any woman. Then it is decided. Tomorrow, we shall seek out the princesses from the allied nations of the world government. Rox concluded, realizing the necessity of raiding the world government territories for supplies and funds, given their recent expenditures on provisions and crew recruitment. Brother, that's not quite what I meant, Lorn chuckled, as Rox had completely misunderstood his intentions. Tomorrow, we shall head directly to the pirate black market. There are many women there, and I wish to see if there are suitable candidates. According to the system's explanation, the husband prospering index was innate. It was not simply a matter of noble birth. Lorn had no desire for the Rox pirates to expend great effort attacking the allied nations of the world government, only to return with women possessing a mere D or E husband prospering index. That would be a tremendous waste. Hence, Lorn planned to venture to a locale teeming with women. Where are women most abundant? Naturally, the black market. It is well known that female slaves are the easiest to capture and the most lucrative commodities in the realm of slavery. Consequently, the majority of slave transactions within the black market involve women. Moreover, Lorn had another idea regarding the black market, the possibility of encountering Charlotte Linlin, the woman with arguably the highest talent in the pirate world. Endowed with the terrifying ability of the iron balloon, she could effortlessly slay a giant bear by the age of 5 and injure members of the giant race, who regarded her as a demon, labeling her the natural destroyer. Given Charlotte Linlin's talents and future achievements, Lorn surmised that she undoubtedly possessed an S-level husband prospering index. The children born of her would likely have SSS-level talents. Furthermore, Charlotte Linlin was currently in her prime, a stunning beauty. In this era, few women could claim to surpass her in beauty and figure. At this moment, Linlin was akin to the future Empress, Shirahoshi, or Nico Robin. This was indeed the optimal time to seek her hand in marriage. If delayed, Charlotte Linlin might transform into a less desirable version of herself in the future. Even the most exceptional talent would not sway Lorn then. Regrettably, Charlotte Linlin was not yet famous. Her name had not appeared in the newspapers for the past 2 months. After all, Rox had only just set sail. Consequently, Lorn was unaware of Charlotte Linlin's whereabouts. However, the black market, a chaotic place rife with pirates of all stripes, was likely the most promising venue to locate this future emperor. Even if he could not find her, he might gather intelligence regarding Charlotte Linlin in the black market. Very well. Since you wish to go, we shall set sail for the pirate black market tomorrow. In response to Lorn's request, Rox has always been accommodating. He wouldn't even question Lorn's motives for venturing into the black market. If his younger brother wishes to go, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Moreover, since Lorn has voluntarily taken on the burden of interacting with women, it is the duty of this elder brother to cater to all of Lorn's needs. The following morning, the Rox pirate crew set sail. After a full day of navigation, they successfully reached the black market. From a distance, the vibrant hustle and bustle of the black market was evident. The island was teeming with people, bustling and jostling, exuding an air of opulence, a veritable scene of prosperity. However, any ordinary person witnessing such a spectacle would likely be terrified and hastily turn their ship around, for the island was predominantly inhabited by fierce pirates and outlaws. A mere disagreement could escalate into violent confrontations, leaving blood and brains strewn across the ground. It was a realm of chaos, far more tumultuous than the lawless zones of the Sabaody archipelago. This was the pirate black market. As the name suggests, the black market is an illicit marketplace. It caters to all manner of demands that cannot be publicly satisfied, including human trafficking, arms dealing, and the trade of biochemical weapons. Wait, isn't that the recently renowned Rox pirate crew? The Rox pirate crew? Is that the newcomer crew that annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirates? I've heard that they completely wiped out the Hungry Wolf pirates. Captain Rox has a bounty that has already soared to 200 million berries. Moreover, it is said that his brother Lorn possesses a bounty of 80 million berries, a debut bounty of 200 million for one, and 80 million for the other. My heavens, what is the story behind these two brothers? Furthermore, it is rumored that both brothers possess the Conqueror's Haki. My goodness, 2 individuals with Conqueror's Haki aboard a single ship. This hardly sounds like a novice pirate crew. Upon disembarking, the Rox pirate crew immediately captured the attention of several onlookers. After all, having vanquished the formidable Hungry Wolf pirates, the Rox pirate crew was basking in the limelight. In this era, a bounty of 100 million berries already marks one as a great pirate. To make such a sensational debut with a bounty of 200 million is unprecedented. Rox is indeed the first. He is undoubtedly the star of the pirate world, brimming with potential. It is even conceivable that the future dynamics of piracy might be reshaped. Who would have thought we would gain such notoriety? Truly impressive, Lord Rox and Lord Lorn. As soon as they landed, discussions about the Rox pirate crew filled the air, with the crew members unable to suppress their joy. Even Rox and Lorn wore expressions of delight. After all, they were only in their teens, at the prime of their youth. To become the center of attention right after setting sail, it was only natural for them to feel a thrill. It's merely a stroke of luck. This fellow is the most talked about newcomer, Rox. If I were to eliminate him, I would surely gain fame as well. However, some envious old pirates were quite displeased with the attention lavished upon the Rox pirate crew. A newcomer gaining such prominence made them, the seasoned pirates, feel overshadowed. Before long, a number of fierce and menacing pirates began to encircle the Rox pirate crew, including some formidable foes with bounties around 50 million. Step aside, you worthless scum. Rox's observation Haki detected the malicious intent surrounding them. Releasing his Conqueror's Haki sent a shiver through the ranks of these pirates, halting them in their tracks. It is important to note that Conqueror's Haki comes in varying levels. Having mastered the advanced form, Rox's Conqueror's Haki was undoubtedly at its pinnacle. At that moment, the pirates realized the significance of a debut bounty of 200 million berries. This was not a mere stroke of luck that could be easily explained. This individual possesses the qualifications to stand atop the pirate hierarchy. The future seas will undoubtedly be turbulent. Lord Rox, have you seen the slaves here? Each one is stunningly beautiful. Would you like to purchase a few? Lord Rox, I have an array of fine swords. Would you care to take a look? They are perfect for someone of your stature. Lord Rox, I also have some firearms. Would you like to equip your pirate crew with some? Before long, several merchants recognized Rox and Lorn. Having annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirates, it was clear that Rox had acquired considerable wealth, and thus, all the merchants began to peddle their wares with fervor. Come, let us take a look at the slaves. Soon, Rox and Lorn arrived at a specialty shop selling slaves. The variety of slaves was vast. Men, women, and others, including the long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, fur tribe, and snake people, were all available. Lord Rox, if you fancy any of these women, just let us know. The merchant's demeanor was excessively obsequious. Is there a human princess available? Rox inquired. Of course. We just received a batch of deposed princesses. The merchant's face lit up as he brought forth 5 or 6 timid women. It is well known that the price of these human princesses is not low, given their royal lineage. Their beauty and physique are top-notch. And naturally, their prices reflect that. One princess could cost 10 times that of an ordinary woman. Are these truly princesses? Rox asked skeptically, casting a glance at them. Absolutely. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. The merchant replied, adopting a sycophantic posture, fearful of offending Rox. It must be said that the appearance and physique of these princesses were indeed exceptional, suggesting their authenticity. These are not what I seek. However, Lorn shook his head, finding their fortune-bringing potential to be lacking. The best among them barely reached AC rank. There was little utility in acquiring them. As the system indicated, the ability to bring fortune is unrelated to one's background. Despite their noble lineage, these women displayed dismal fortune-bringing potential. After all, many princesses live pampered lives and often have unpleasant temperaments. It's no wonder they lack in this regard. Bring out all your female slaves for me to see. Lorn commanded with a wave of his hand. Certainly. Certainly. Hurry. The merchant, not daring to delay, quickly paraded all the female slaves in the shop, including those of other races. To Lorn's astonishment, there were hundreds of them, creating a scene reminiscent of a beauty selection. This one looks decent but lacks fortune-bringing potential. This one has excellent fortune-bringing potential, yet her looks are rather unfortunate. One by one, the women paraded before Lorn's eyes. And he continuously shook his head. Among all the women, the highest fortune-bringing potential reached only an A rank, and she was exceedingly unattractive. Lorn would not compromise himself for such trivial benefits. Even an S rank in fortune-bringing potential would not suffice if she were too unsightly. Before long, Lorn's gaze settled on a particular woman. She possessed both beauty and an appealing figure. Her flowing golden hair and large, watery eyes bore a striking resemblance to the character Stella from the movie Golden Emperor. The only drawback was her pale complexion, suggesting a frail constitution, and she was coughing incessantly. It appeared she was afflicted with a serious illness. Nonetheless, her fortune-bringing potential was an impressive S rank. This was the only S-rank woman Lorn had encountered that day. An S-rank is the highest fortune-bringing level assigned by the system. I'll take her. How much? Lorn exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, decisively choosing to purchase the woman before him. Well, the merchant's expression turned troubled at Lorn's declaration, which displeased Rox. What's the matter? My brother wants her. Do you dare refuse to sell? Rox glared menacingly at the merchant, his demeanor imposing. The merchant immediately fell to his knees in fright. No, Lord Rox. I would never dare. To be honest, this woman is afflicted with a serious illness and requires very expensive medicinal herbs for treatment. Each herb costs tens of thousands of berries. To cure such a grave illness, one would need to spend at least several million, if not tens of millions, of berries. Otherwise, the individual might not survive long enough after the purchase if an ordinary person were to take an interest in this sickly woman. The merchant would be more than pleased to make a profit. However, Rox is no ordinary individual. If he were to acquire her only to find that she would soon perish, he would be left in a precarious situation. Thus, the merchant dared not conceal any details and quickly laid everything bare. You need not concern yourself with this. I have taken a liking to this woman, so please name your price. With a grand gesture, Lorn dismissed the merchant's concerns, showing no regard for their warnings. After all, a mere sum of berries could secure an S-class woman. There is no more profitable venture in the world. If the esteemed gentleman does not mind, I shall gift her to you, the merchant said, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, as if steeling himself for the decision. After all, pricing a dying person is no simple task. What if he set the price too high and incurred Rox's wrath? Conversely, pricing it too low would mean he did not stand to gain much from the transaction. Moreover, this woman hailed from a humble background, seemingly a commoner from a poor nation. Thus, it might be wiser to extend a favor and offer her as a gift. Such influential figures are beyond the reach of a mere small trader. Very well, considering your understanding, I shall also purchase 20 maids. It was evident that those who thrived in the black market were quite astute. Upon hearing this, Rox's spirits lifted, and he promptly waved his hand, purchasing 20 female slaves. After all, with Cheryl pregnant and Lorn having found a suitable wife, professional maids were a necessity. Excellent. Lord Lorn, Lord Rox. These 20 ladies are professional servants from various noble families. Each one is priced at 100,000 berries. Is that satisfactory? The merchant's face lit up with joy as he swiftly presented the 20 capable maids. This single transaction alone would yield a profit of at least 1 million berries. A price of 100,000 berries per maid is hardly exorbitant. Once the 20 maids were secured, Rox led his pirate crew directly to the neighboring arms shop. Many of the crew members were in need of suitable weapons, making this the perfect opportunity for replenishment. Hurry up and buy your swords and guns. Today, I am treating everyone. Once this village is passed, there will be no more shop. Rox bellowed with exuberance. Captain Rox is treating us. Then I shall not hold back. Boss, wrap up that 50-berry swift blade for me. I like that Naginata. Please include that as well. Boss, I want that exquisite handgun. Boss, I'll take that sniper rifle in an instant. The members of Rox's pirate crew scrambled to equip themselves with weapons, knowing full well that Captain Rox was footing the bill. If not now, then when? Brother, why are you in such high spirits today? Lorn chuckled lightly. Hee, you've found another potential sister-in-law. How could I possibly be in a bad mood? Rox replied with a goofy grin. However, I inquired with the merchant about that slave. The cost of treating her illness is quite steep. How much do we have left? Lorn expressed concern over their finances, for maintaining a pirate crew requires considerable expenditure. Moreover, given that his brother's spending style is rather lavish, the 500 million berries acquired from the hungry wolf would likely be dwindling rapidly. Worry not, little brother. I would never let you go without money. Your only responsibility is to ensure I have several little nephews and nieces. Everything else is for me to handle, Rox reassured him. Unperturbed, once this matter is settled, it would soon be time to contemplate a significant undertaking. Brother, I must pay a visit to the information shop to see if there are any intriguing tidbits. Lorn said as he headed straight for the information shop after procuring numerous weapons from the arms dealer. In the underbelly of the black market, many figures hold dominion, some over arms, others over transportation, some over usury, and naturally, some over intelligence. Boss, I wish to inquire about a certain individual, Charlotte Linlin. Do you have any information on her whereabouts? Lorn asked directly. Upon hearing Lorn's inquiry about a woman, Rox could hardly contain his amusement. His brother truly possessed an admirable spirit of sacrifice. I am unaware. The shopkeeper shook his head, then shifted his tone. However, if the esteemed guest is genuinely interested, I could certainly make some inquiries. With that, the shopkeeper gave Lorn a knowing look. Financial compensation will be necessary. 50 million berries is required for the precise location of Charlotte Linlin. Would that suffice? Of course, that's acceptable. Rest assured, I will unearth the whereabouts of Charlotte Linlin, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, Rox exclaimed, his demeanor reflecting his affluence. The prospect of such a significant business opportunity thrilled the shopkeeper. Moreover, with Lorn and Rox's rising notoriety, there was little concern about them defaulting on payment. Despite being in the black market, reputation holds immense importance. Even if one were the king of the world, without credibility, no one would engage in business with them. After Lorn concluded his affairs, the members of Rox's pirate crew roamed the black market once more. When it came to organ trafficking and biochemical weapons, neither Rox nor Lorn found any interest, prompting the group to return to their base. Doctor, how's the condition of this young lady? Upon returning to their stronghold, Lorn immediately summoned the ship's doctor to attend to the newly acquired S-class woman of great fortune. At present, she appeared so feeble that she could scarcely speak, constantly on the brink of death. Lorn was determined not to squander the opportunity to secure such a prosperous S-class wife. The ailment was not difficult to treat. The only challenge lay in the costly medicinal materials required. The experienced ship's doctor provided a prescription. Rest assured, this is my brother's chosen woman. I shall spare no expense, even if it costs billions, to ensure her recovery. Soon, Rox dispatched crew members to procure the medicine as prescribed by the doctor, expending over 10 million berries in the process. After 2 months of treatment, the S-class woman of great fortune was finally nearing recovery. The immense kindness of Lord Lorn will never be forgotten. Feeling her health restored, the woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Stella, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lorn. Originally, she considered herself worthless, never expecting to be purchased by a pirate. Throughout these 2 months, Lorn frequently checked in on her well-being, leaving a profound impact on the woman. Not only that, but Lord Lorn also spent a considerable sum to restore her health. Were it not for him, she feared her life would have already slipped away. By the way, where are you from, and what is your name? Once the woman regained her health, Lorn eagerly inquired about her origins, lineage, and name. Given her status as an S-class woman of significant fortune, he was curious to know which renowned figure from the original story she might be. My name is Edward Mallory. and I hail from Sphinx. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Lorn's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Edward? Sphinx? Could it be? Could this woman have ties to Whitebeard? Just as Lorn and the woman were getting to know one another, in the new world, within the pirate black market, a tall, muscular man with flowing golden hair, wielding a large naginata, strode into the port with an imposing presence. This man was none other than the legendary pirate of the future, the towering figure of the pirate world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Of course, at this point, Newgate had yet to develop his signature white beard. He didn't even have a beard at all. Hey, isn't that the supernova pirate, Edward Newgate, who was just recently issued a bounty exceeding 100 million. Upon landing, the denizens of the black market instantly recognized him. If Rox is the most dazzling new star upon the seas, then Edward Newgate is undoubtedly the second most radiant supernova pirate, both debuting with bounties over 100 million. In the present day, the bounty on Newgate has soared to an astonishing 110 million berries. Is this the place? Are you certain you are not mistaken? As soon as he set foot on the island, Newgate strode directly towards the slave trading post and inquired of a nearby subordinate. Lord Newgate, I can assure you, I am not mistaken. Miss Jasmine was indeed abducted by human traffickers and brought to this very establishment. The subordinate asserted with unwavering conviction. Boom. Upon hearing such a resolute confirmation, Edward Newgate was immediately engulfed in a fiery wrath. His eyes blazed with an intense fury as his conqueror's hockey erupted forth. Shopkeeper, get out here at once, or I shall demolish your establishment this instant. Newgate slammed his naginata onto the ground with such force that it created a massive crater. The commotion startled everyone present. Meanwhile, on Larkta Island, Lord Lorn, what is the matter? Upon witnessing Lorn's striking expression, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. In nothing. Lorn quickly composed himself and continued. By the way, since you hail from Sphinx, do you happen to know someone by the name of Edward Newgate? Edward Newgate? Jasmine was taken aback upon hearing the name, pausing before replying. To be honest, my brother's name is Edward Newgate. Brother? Edward Newgate is your brother? Yes. Is he not exceptionally tall with a white crescent mustache? Exceptionally tall? A crescent mustache. That does not seem to fit Newgate at all, Jasmine replied, clearly puzzled. Ahem, I forgot. This is the old era. Whitebeard was likely still a youth back then. And where would he have gotten a mustache? Lorn said, somewhat embarrassed, having momentarily forgotten the time period they were in. Currently, Whitebeard is probably around 17 years old, roughly the same age as Luffy when he set sail. Could you describe what he looks like now? Lorn needed to ascertain whether the Edward Newgate Jasmine spoke of was indeed the Whitebeard from the original tale, but it would be rather awkward if they merely shared a name and were unrelated. I'm not entirely sure what Newgate looks like now. He rarely returns home, and I haven't seen him in several years. Our family is quite impoverished. We could hardly survive. Newgate left Sphinx when he was just 10. Occasionally sending money back home, Jasmine said, a hint of sadness in her voice. Due to the dire poverty of Sphinx, young Newgate had decided to venture out to sea to provide for his family. Bearing burdens far too heavy for one so young. Then how did you end up in a slave trading post? Not long ago, traffickers invaded Sphinx, and I was captured. After asking Jasmine a few more questions, Lorn had gleaned a fair amount of information. However, this alone was insufficient to confirm whether Jasmine was indeed Whitebeard's sister. Nevertheless, she was undoubtedly a woman of S-rank fortune. She would surely bring him considerable rewards. By the way, you need not call me Lord Lorn anymore. Address me as husband. Upon hearing this, Jasmine was left utterly speechless. What? Are you unwilling to become my wife? Lorn inquired with a light chuckle. And no, I could never be unwilling. I simply never dreamed it would come to this, Jasmine exclaimed, her surprise palpable, feeling as though she were in a dream. Initially, she had thought Lord Lorn intended to buy her as a servant, only to find herself elevated to the status of a wife. The shock was overwhelming. Sister, our duty now is to ensure the Jaibeck family is blessed with offspring. I am currently with child and need to rest for a while. From now on, I shall rely on you. At that moment, Sherry entered the room, displaying no signs of displeasure at Lorn's intention to take another wife. This was a testament to Sherry's wisdom. Yes, I will do my utmost to serve my husband well, Jasmine said, her face flushed at Sherry's words. She had not forgotten the care Lorn had shown her over these past few days. He was not only handsome and considerate, but had also spent a fortune to save her life. Now, she was to become his wife. The surprise and joy were simply too overwhelming. That very night, Lorn successfully took the first step towards becoming husband and wife with Jasmine. Soon, a week had passed. Today, Rox summoned the members of the Rox Pirates for a meeting. The primary agenda was to discuss their upcoming plunders. With the growing number of members in the Rox Pirates, expenses were skyrocketing. Continuous plundering was imperative to sustain the daily operations of the crew. Lorn, you need not attend this time. Stay on the island to care for Jasmine and Sherry. Sherry is pregnant. You must ensure she and the child are well looked after. After assigning tasks to the crew, Rox immediately set off. Understood, Lorn nodded. The world of pirates was far from tranquil. The Rox pirates had invaded numerous nations, making many enemies along the way. Over the past 2 months, this island had been attacked several times by other pirates and military forces, but they had all been repelled by Rox and Lorn. With Sherry and Jasmine on the island, it was indeed necessary for someone to remain behind to protect them. Afterward, Lorn returned to his quarters, while Rox gathered the crew at the port. Captain Rox, a ship is approaching. Just as they had finished assembling, a subordinate immediately reported that a vessel was drawing near to Larkta Island. It is a pirate ship. The members of the Rox pirates, accustomed to such occurrences, prepared for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons were aimed at the swiftly approaching pirate ship and fired. Thud, thud, thud. A wave of sword energy swept through, intercepting the cannonballs mid-air, causing them to explode. Then, on that pirate ship, a towering figure wielding a massive naginata stood at the bow, swinging it with a single stroke. Crack, crack, crack. The sword energy rippled through the air, creating fissures in the very fabric of space itself. The rifts extended from the sea all the way to the island, followed by a simultaneous earthquake and tsunami. What in the world is happening? The members of the Rox pirates were struck with terror, hastily retreating. Everyone, stand clear. Rox sensed the imminent danger and stepped forward. Boom. A fist propelled forward, infused with powerful conqueror's haki, forcefully dispelling the tsunami and tremors. This spectacle momentarily stunned the towering figure at the bow of the ship. In an instant, with blinding speed, the imposing figure surged from the sea towards Rox, his dazzling golden hair streaked through the air like a bolt of yellow lightning. Boom. You must be Rox, right? Prepare to meet your end. In the blink of an eye, the man reached Rox, raising his naginata without hesitation to strike down. Crack. Rox's eyes widened as he swiftly extended a hand to firmly catch the naginata. Boom, boom. The terrifying shockwaves swept through, shattering the ground beneath them. You are Edward Newgate. Gripping the naginata tightly with one hand, Rox instantly recognized the newcomer, the notorious pirate whose bounty had soared past 100 million. Edward Newgate, the rising star, truly worthy of a bounty of 200 million. Edward Newgate attempted to withdraw his naginata, but found it utterly immovable. Rox's strength was astonishingly great. Wasn't this fellow also a rookie pirate? Humph, daring to charge indirectly, I presume you were prepared for the consequences. Rox regarded Newgate with fierce determination in his gaze. In fact, at this moment, the disparity between Newgate and Rox was still considerable. After all, Newgate was merely 17 years old and had yet to become the world's strongest man. Although Rox was also a newcomer, his potential far surpassed that of Newgate. He was destined to be the future overlord of the seas, the man who would gather countless legendary pirates under his banner. Even if Newgate were to reach his peak in the future, he might not stand a chance against the pinnacle of Rox. Moreover, at this juncture, having already mastered the conqueror's haki, the formidable Rox found it relatively effortless to subdue the mere 17-year-old Newgate. Were it not for the unexpected arrival of Lorn, the timeline would have likely delayed their first encounter by several decades. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Rox forcefully snapped Newgate's naginata in half. At this moment, Newgate wielded only a standard naginata, lacking the legendary supreme blade, the Tsongyan Chia, that he would later possess. Such terrifying strength, Newgate felt a surge of alarm and swiftly retreated several paces to evade any further entanglement. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Rox had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that deformed Newgate's visage, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, Newgate was no pushover. After enduring Rox's brutal strike, he remained steadfast and retaliated with a fierce blow aimed at Rox's jaw. Not only that, but this devastating punch was infused with the powers of the Tremor fruit. Rox, taken aback by the resilience of this newcomer, whose bounty had only just surpassed 100 million, was sent hurtling backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Intriguing, this young lad. In mid-air, Rox regained his balance through sheer physical prowess, leaping high and preparing to unleash a descending palm strike. What manner of creature is this? Newgate, too, was astonished that his punch, empowered by the fruit's abilities, had not inflicted greater damage. His internal organs should have been ravaged by the earthquake. What is this fellow's body made of? With a powerful push off the ground, Newgate sprinted sideways with all his might, attempting to evade Rox's impending attack. Conqueror's strike. Observing Newgate evade his assault, Rox was not one to show mercy. He immediately activated his Conqueror's haki. What is happening? I clearly wasn't hit. Newgate's pupils dilated in shock as he felt a wave of pain erupt within. Forcing him to expel a large mouthful of pus and blood, boom. Despite his grievous injuries, Newgate swiftly rose to his feet, gathering a translucent energy shield around his fist. Breakthrough. With muscles taut, he swung with all his might, shattering the very air around him. This was followed by a cataclysmic quake that resonated throughout the island. The wildlife in the jungle at the island's center was thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. What is happening? Is there an invasion? At that moment, inside the room, Sherry, Molly, Lorn, and the other maids sensed that a battle was erupting on the island. Protect the ladies. I will investigate. Lorn instructed the maids before swiftly exiting the room. Although pirate incursions were not uncommon, such a tremendous disturbance was unprecedented. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed his elder brother engaged in a fierce struggle with a large man. What kind of intruder is this? To withstand his brother's might for such an extended duration is remarkable. Lorn approached a nearby subordinate to inquire. Typically, intruders were dispatched within minutes by his brother. This time, however, the commotion was audible throughout the entire island. Lord Lorn, it's Edward Newgate, one of the pirate supernovas, the subordinate quickly reported. Edward Newgate, observing the two combatants at the center of the fray. Lorn found it difficult to connect the towering figure with the flowing golden hair to the future Whitebeard. Were it not for his sheer stature. After all, Newgate appeared quite disheveled, covered in blood, and his naginata had been shattered by rocks. Furthermore, he lacked the iconic crescent-shaped mustache. He bore little resemblance to the formidable man he would eventually become. Might he be seeking out Molly? Lorn pondered. In the original tale, Whitebeard held a profound longing for family and kinship. His dreams of the sea were driven by the desire to have a family. If Molly were indeed Whitebeard's sister, this possibility could hold true. Brother, Newgate, cease this at once. Just then, Lorn intervened in the skirmish between Rox and Newgate. Lorn, what brings you here? I can handle this scoundrel on my own. Rox hastily ceased his assault upon seeing Lorn, concerned for his brother's safety. So, you are Lorn. You are the one who took my sister. Newgate seethed with rage. What have you done to her? She is gravely ill. Upon seeing Lorn, Newgate confronted him with fury. Several days prior, he had inquired with the owner of the pirate black market, discovering that the primary buyer of Molly was not Rox, but rather his brother. Lorn. You've certainly taken quite a beating, Newgate, Lorn remarked with a hint of mockery upon seeing the bloodied visage of Newgate. Such a sight would have been unimaginable in the original narrative. Enough with the banter. Where is my sister? Has she been turned into a slave? Newgate raised his fist threateningly at Lorn. Witnessing his brother being threatened, Rock's anger flared, and he was ready to dismantle Newgate piece by piece. Hold on, brother, Lorn interjected. This is the future world's strongest man, though he is still a rookie. Investing now is akin to acquiring early stocks. To take Newgate's life now would be a grave loss. Newgate, I assure you, your sister is well and has recovered. Would you like to see her? Lorn addressed Newgate with a disarming smile. Is that true? Newgate, momentarily taken aback by the revelation, struggled to process it. Indeed, it is true. If you wish to see her, I can take you. Lorn replied amiably. That's wonderful. Faced with Lorn's affable demeanor, Newgate found himself momentarily at a loss, lowering his raised fist, though he harbored some skepticism regarding Lorn's intentions. He had awakened his observation hockey and sensed a very familiar aura. Lorn, are you saying this man before us is Molly's brother? Rox too grasped the situation and relaxed his tense posture. Indeed, he is Molly's brother. Come, Newgate, I will lead you to your sister. With that, Lorn guided Newgate towards the room where Molly awaited. Soon, Lorn brought the bloodied Newgate, whose face was barely recognizable, into the room. A ghost. A ghost has come. It's a ghost. The maid shrieked in terror upon Newgate's entrance. Given that Newgate now stood nearly 6 meters tall and was covered in blood, he indeed appeared somewhat terrifying. Do not fear. He is a man, not a ghost. I have brought him to see Molly. Lorn reassured them, exasperated yet amused. Surely, this was the most harrowing sight Whitebeard would ever present. Sister, thank goodness you're alive. Upon entering the room, Newgate caught sight of his sister, Molly, and exclaimed with a voice thick with emotion. After all, nearly his entire family had perished, and Molly was his sole remaining blood relative. She was also his only family. Days prior, he had heard from townsfolk that his sister had fallen ill, her life hanging by a thread. Alarmed, Newgate hurriedly assembled his crew and returned to Sphinx at the fastest pace possible. To his dismay, he discovered that his sister had been captured by a group of traffickers and sold into slavery. In a state of panic, Newgate sought clarity at the pirate black market, only to learn from the shopkeeper that Molly had been purchased by Rock's pirate crew. Thus, he had journeyed to Route Island, culminating in the earlier confrontation. Who is your sister? Molly gazed at the bloody Newgate in shock. It is I, sister. I am Edward Newgate, he called out, desperate for recognition. Edward Newgate. Is that you, brother? Upon hearing Newgate's words, Jasmine immediately stepped forward, glancing left and right, scrutinizing him closely. After all, the last time the siblings met was several years ago. Back then, Newgate was merely in his teenage years, of average height. To her astonishment, he had grown so tall in just a few years. It truly is you, Newgate. I never expected to see you here. Woo-woo-woo. Upon confirming that the visitor was indeed Newgate, Jasmine embraced him, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Oh, sister, how wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Newgate, too, disregarded the presence of Rox, Lorn, and others. Succumbing to tears, let us leave the room for a moment. Allowing this brother and sister to reconnect, Lorn suggested, observing the emotional reunion, feeling a wave of empathy. He could deeply understand the sentiment of reuniting with the only family member in the world. Even Rox felt a genuine happiness, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners of his eyes. The bond between these siblings mirrored that of his own relationship with Lorn. Soon, Rox and Lorn took their leave, allowing the siblings a moment to weep in each other's embrace. After their emotions had settled somewhat, they began to converse. So, Lorn insisted on purchasing my sister from the black market, and then spent a considerable amount of money on her treatment, allowing her to survive. Newgate finally grasped the situation after hearing Jasmine's account. Indeed, Lord Lorn has been exceedingly kind to me. I am now his wife. Jasmine responded gently with a nod. Really? So Lorn is my brother-in-law now? Newgate was somewhat taken aback. The progression felt too rapid. He suddenly found himself with a brother-in-law. Yes, it was Lord Lorn who saved my life. Jasmine expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Lorn. Oh no. I almost. Newgate's face flushed upon realizing the implications of Jasmine's words. So that was the case. He had nearly caused a scene and almost confronted Lorn just moments ago. How embarrassing. You are still as impulsive as ever. Newgate. Thankfully, Brother Rox was here. Otherwise, you could have escalated things beyond repair. Jasmine reproached gently, acknowledging her brother's unchanged nature. What are you still doing standing there? Go apologize to your brother-in-law and Brother Rox, Jasmine asserted, invoking her authority as the elder sister. I understand, sister. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have done so, Newgate replied, hastily exiting the room. Upon stepping out, he encountered the bustling crew of the Rox pirates. After all, the earlier confrontation with Rox had been quite intense, especially with Newgate's tremor fruit abilities, which had caused considerable damage to the island structures. The crew members were currently engaged in repairing the damaged houses. Brother Lorn, Brother Rox, I sincerely apologize. This was all a misunderstanding. I acted too rashly. Newgate knelt before Lorn and Rox, earnestly expressing his regret. It's all right, young man. I can understand your feelings for family. Moreover, you are Jasmine's brother, which makes you Lorn's brother in law. In a strict sense, I could even consider myself your elder brother-in-law. Rox graciously accepted Newgate's apology and even admired his strength. At just 17 years old, being able to hold his own against Rox for such a duration bodes well for his future. Seeing Rox so magnanimously forgive his impulsive behavior made Newgate feel even more embarrassed. So, you've heard from your sister, Lorn remarked with a smile. Observing Newgate, the current Whitebeard seemed rather naive, his personality starkly different from the original portrayal. It felt rather peculiar. Indeed, I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Lorn. If it weren't for you, my sister might have succumbed to that dreadful illness. Newgate expressed his heartfelt thanks. Had Lorn not insisted on purchasing Jasmine and spent so much on her treatment, she would likely have already perished. With the life of his only relative saved, Newgate's gratitude towards Lorn flowed like an unceasing river. By the way, I am responsible for the damage to these houses. Allow me to repair them, Newgate suggested, feeling the urge to repay Lorn, albeit in a small way. No need for that. Since you've heard your sister, we are family now, are we not? Lorn gently declined Newgate's offer. Now is not the time to miss the opportunity to win him over. No, Brother Lorn, I must take responsibility for what I've caused, Newgate insisted, feeling a sense of duty to make amends. What is this? Are you treating me, your brother-in-law, as an outsider? You're ignoring my words. Lorn feigned annoyance. No. You saved my sister and married her. How could I dare treat you as an outsider, Brother Lorn? Newgate quickly waved his hands in protest, fearing a misunderstanding. After all, being married to his sister was an immense favor. Life is precious, and surviving is paramount. Still insisting on calling me Brother Lorn? Oh, right. I completely forgot. Newgate slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Brother-in-law, from now on, you are my brother-in-law, he exclaimed eagerly. Now that's more like it. Lorn nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Having gained such a valuable brother-in-law felt like an unexpected windfall, based on Lorn's understanding of Whitebeard. This was undoubtedly a significant advantage. If Whitebeard could care for a non-blood-related adopted son so fondly, he would surely treat his biological brother-in-law as family. If anything were to happen, Whitebeard would undoubtedly charge to the front lines. Was this not akin to acquiring a powerhouse without any cost? Truly, a remarkable feat for a woman with an S-level fortune-enhancing quality. So, brother-in-law, what do you think I should do? After causing such a commotion, Newgate felt somewhat sheepish and wished to contribute to the Rocks Pirates. Never mind. Go catch up with your sister. It has been years since you last met. Also, it seems your crew has suffered quite a bit from our crew. You might want to check on them, Lorn suggested with a smile. Given that Newgate's crew was still relatively inexperienced, they could not compare to the carefully selected warriors of the Rocks Pirates. This served as evidence that the trials faced when setting sail had been entirely justified. Oh right. How could I have forgotten? As Newgate suddenly recalled the state of his pirate crew, he was reminded of the urgency that had consumed him earlier. Driven by a fierce need to uncover the whereabouts of his sister, he had rushed to the island, neglecting the well-being of his crew members. Fortunately, the members of the Newgate pirate crew were hardy and managed to escape without any fatalities. In the world of pirates, as long as one did not perish on the spot, even the gravest injuries could be healed with time. Even after being struck by the conqueror's haki of the world's strongest creature, one could still bounce back to life and vigor after a few days. After a bustling afternoon, night quickly descended, and at Lorn's suggestion, a grand feast was organized by the Rocks Pirates and the Edward Pirates. After all, it was worth celebrating the acquisition of such a formidable ally. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew warm and flushed, revealing the effects of indulgence. Lorn and Newgate quickly formed a bond, delving into deep conversation over the table, sharing tales of their pasts. When Newgate learned of Lorn's harrowing experience witnessing the brutal murder of his parents at the hands of the celestial dragons during his childhood, he could no longer contain his outrage. Those despicable celestial dragons dared to treat such innocent children as slaves. They killed their own parents before their eyes. Do they even possess humanity? Newgate's fury erupted. Clearly a sensitive subject for him. Listening to Lorn's account, he felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. They are not gods. They are wretched beings, parasites, and beasts. They all deserve to die. Newgate joined in the vitriolic condemnation. The world was well aware of the celestial dragon's vile nature. Let us not forget, Newgate, that our homeland suffered such fate because we could not pay the heavenly gold, leading to our abandonment by the Navy and the world government. What justice is this? It is all a lie. Molly, too, understood that her homeland, Sphinx, devolved into lawlessness due to the lack of payment. Sister, you are right. I have always known that the true culprits behind my family's demise are not the criminals but the Navy and the world government, who regard us as mere livestock. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's intervention, you would surely have. Moved by Lorn and Molly's fervent words, Newgate's emotions surged. What do you say, Newgate? Will you join us in our quest to overthrow the celestial dragons, avenging our families and our homeland? Lorn seized the moment to extend an olive branch to Newgate. Stay with us, beside your sister and brother-in-law. Never forget how our parents met their end. The world government's fleet was nearby, yet they turned a blind eye to the murder of our parents. Molly stoked the flames of resolve beside him. I understand now, sister, brother-in-law. I initially set sail seeking a family, and now my family is right here with me. I am willing to join you both in toppling the celestial dragons. Seeing the relentless encouragement from his sister and brother-in-law, Newgate made up his mind to align himself with Lorn and Rocks. As Molly noted, when his family was brutally attacked, the Navy and the world government's fleet were within sight of Sphinx. He had cried out for help, yet was utterly ignored. From that moment on, any goodwill Newgate held for the Navy and the world government vanished. Thus, he chose to set sail at the age of 10, becoming a pirate. Excellent. To celebrate the joining of our brother Newgate, let us raise our glasses, Rocks declared, lifting his cup, prompting the others to follow suit. Cheers to the overthrow of the celestial dragons that night. The clinking of glasses did not signify the shattering of dreams, but rather the fortification of aspirations. With Newgate's addition, Lawrence resolved to forge alliances with the powerful grew ever stronger. The Rocks Pirates would not repeat the failures of the original narrative. With Newgate's presence, the potential of the Rocks Pirates surged anew. The following day, an elated Rocks led his entire crew to seize a prosperous world government-affiliated nation. Pirates are invading. The world government's allied nations swiftly detected the presence of the Rocks Pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons were fired at the Rocks Pirates. However, these weapons posed no threat to them, as they effortlessly intercepted the projectiles. Fire the arrows, soon. The allied nation organized 1,000 elite soldiers to unleash a volley of arrows from the port. In many respects, arrows proved more effective than cannons. Quake the skies, conquerors strike. Armed hockey flowed like cherry blossoms. Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate each unleashed their powers, successfully defending against the elite troops' assault. The Rocks pirates made it ashore without a hitch. Charge, lads. Let them witness the might of the Rocks pirates. Upon reaching the land, Rocks grinned wickedly, resembling a devil. The members of the Rocks pirates were eager to engage, with a bounty of 200 million. Captain Jybeck Rocks, and with a bounty of 80 million, Jybeck Lorn. As the Rocks pirates landed, the soldiers soon realized they were facing the recently prominent Rocks pirates. Yet, the D in Rocks and Lorn's names was conspicuously omitted, suggesting the world government's unease with that letter. Moreover, there was the supernova Edward Newgate with a bounty of 110 million. Upon seeing Edward Newgate, the soldiers were taken aback. When did the Rocks pirates gain another supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Pirates, halt. This is a world government-affiliated nation. Your brazen invasion will surely lead to relentless pursuit from the Navy and the world government. The commanding officer called out to the landing Rocks pirates, hoping to dissuade them. Then let them come and try to hunt me down. Rocks sneered, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, and unleashed his conqueror's hockey. A tempest of energy surged forth like a tornado, a sight to behold. Newgate, let us go. Understood. Both Lorn and Newgate echoed as they too released their conqueror's hockey. Waves of energy cascaded forth, fierce and unyielding. With the simultaneous eruption of 3 conquerors' hockey, the 1,000 soldiers stood no chance. In an instant, only a handful of resolute soldiers remained standing. Damn it. Quickly report to the world government and the Navy. Request reinforcements. Hurry, inform the king and nobles to hide. Do not let the Rocks pirates discover them. The lead commander barked, realizing the gravity of the situation. The audacity of the pirates to attack an allied nation was madness. To his shock, the enemy truly struck. The commander hastily ordered his men and then turned to flee. Not wishing to lose his life here, the lead commander thinks he can escape. How shameless. Rock scoffed disdainfully, rapidly closing the distance to the commander. What speed? The commander, not to be outdone, retaliated swiftly with a thrust of his fingers. However, the attack struck Rocks as though it had hit steel, having no effect. Die, you worthless fool, Rock sneered cruelly. With a single punch, he struck through the chest, creating a gruesome scene, witnessing the commander's effortless demise. The soldiers who had come to provide support fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of useless wretches. Brothers, charge into the city. Our goal is treasure. There is no need to waste time on the common folk. Let us plunder this nation bare. Rocks bellowed with laughter, turning to issue his commands. Having come from a humble background, both Lorn and Rocks had established a rule within the Rocks pirates that forbade them from harming ordinary civilians and the impoverished. After all, there was little to be gained from the destitute. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Should some deranged commoners foolishly obstruct the advance of the Rocks pirates, they could hardly blame Lorn and Rocks for their mercilessness. Onward, brothers. Let us ravage this nation. The Rocks pirates, along with the newly joined Edward pirates, surged into the city with fervor. Indeed, as a member of the world government, this nation was exceedingly affluent. It was clear there must be numerous treasures to be found. Upon entering the city, they were taken aback by the wealth of the world government's affiliated nation. Towering skyscrapers and broad avenues were everywhere, a stark contrast to their humble hometowns filled with rows of simple cottages and farmland. At this moment, Lorn, Rocks, and Newgate made their way directly into the royal palace. Unsurprisingly, they collided head-on with the panicked nobility fleeing the scene. I knew you aristocrats would be the first to retreat at the slightest hint of trouble. Reveal the location of your treasures at once. I might consider sparing your lives. Lorn was all too familiar with the character of these nobles, prompting their immediate rush to the palace. Quick, someone protect the king. Inside the palace, hundreds of soldiers rushed forth to defend their sovereign. Get out of my way, you worthless fools. With a single punch, Newgate sent all the soldiers attempting to protect the king reeling. Some dead, others wounded. How dare these lunatics actually come in here and fight? A few of the kingdom's warriors emerged, among them users of hockey and devil fruit powers. After all, being a member of the world government, it was only natural for this nation to possess such formidable fighters. Leave these fellows to me, little brother Newgate, Rocks announced, flashing a devilish grin as he single-handedly obstructed the advance of the kingdom's warriors. The notorious pirate, Rocks D.Zbeck, was recognized immediately. Upon realizing their opponent's strength, the warriors unleashed their full might, wielding swords, axes, and guns, all imbued with hockey. Some of the Zoan users began to transform. Yet, these feeble attempts were no more than child's play before Rocks. In the first moments of combat, lives were extinguished by Rox's hand. How could this be happening? The soldiers and the kingdom's finest warriors were powerless to halt the onslaught of these pirates. At this very moment, the king, along with his queen and children, were left trembling in fear, their faces pale, unable to utter a word. I'll give you 1 second to reveal the location of the treasure. Time's up. Lorn raised a steel blade and swiftly decapitated the king's queen. Blood gushed forth, splattering those nearby. Father, mother has been killed. The shrill cries pierced the air. How loud and bothersome. Be quiet. Newgate, with a mere wave, sent the shrieking princesses into unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. The worth of these women was minimal, a mere E or D rank. Their deaths would be of little consequence. Lorn and Newgate harbored no fondness for these nobles. And thus, their actions were devoid of mercy. I'll tell you, spurred by desperation, the king trembled as he divulged the location of the treasury and its key.at least you're sensible. I might leave you with a whole corpse, Lorn sneered, knowing full well that the moment they invaded the palace, the nobles had forfeited their lives. You scoundrel, you're not keeping your word, the king exclaimed. Infuriated, what does a promise mean to a pirate? Lorn scoffed, raising his weapon. Such audacity to attack an affiliated nation, truly arrogant pirates. Just then, a few masked men in uniforms appeared, clearly agents of the world government's secret intelligence agency. CP, reinforcements have arrived. The appearance of CP brought a flicker of hope to the faces of the king and the nobles. It seemed the exorbitant tribute had not been paid in vain. Ah, the government's lapdogs have finally arrived. Remarkable how quickly you respond. It seems the treatment for paying the heavenly gold is indeed different. Newgate could not help but mock. Rox, Lorn, and Edward Newgate, upon recognizing the three. The CP agents were drenched in cold sweat. How did these three team up? They immediately called for naval and governmental support, prioritizing the king's safe evacuation, knowing they stood no chance against the trio. The leading commander quickly devised a strategy. Newgate, deal with the dogs. Lorn chuckled darkly, summoning Newgate to engage the CP agents. You two, hold off Lorn and Newgate while we escort the king. Remember, just buy us some time. Shortly thereafter, the commander dispatched 2 CP agents while the others focused on protecting the nobles. Quick battle. We must not let a single one escape. Spear of justice. Shockwave. Lorn and Newgate exchanged knowing glances, immediately understanding each other's intentions as they faced off against a CP agent each. Iron block. Steel. Iron block. Condense. The 2 CP agents unleashed their iron blocks. With a crack, the one struck by Lorn collapsed, while the one struck by Newgate remained standing. What's going on? Both Newgate and the remaining CP agent were taken aback. Looks like you still can't quite measure up to your brother-in-law. Newgate, Lorn laughed triumphantly. Currently, Whitebeard had yet to master his conqueror's hockey, relying instead on the external impact of the Tremor fruit. However, Lorn's mastery allowed for internal damage, rendering their respective powers incomparable. You're as expected of my brother-in-law. Newgate laughed heartily, proud of his brother-in-law's strength. But I'll catch up to you soon, brother-in-law. With one more punch, Newgate finally overwhelmed the CP agent, who fell to the ground. The two quickly pursued the fleeing nobility. Your movements are far too slow, Lorn and Newgate. You nearly let these useless wretches escape. Just then, an impressive pile of captives was thrown onto Rox's shoulder. As expected of you, my brother. Rox, you truly are remarkable. Lorn and Newgate scratched their heads in embarrassment, realizing their own shortcomings compared to Rox. The Navy and world government reinforcements were already en route. Quickly, take the treasures away. I'll entertain them properly. A sinister grin spread across Rox's face. He then personally took action, dismembering the CP agents and severing their heads, which he hung high above the palace. Years ago, his parents had been discovered and captured by the CP. Naturally, their capture was followed by severe torment. As for the noble lords, Rox bore them no grudge, choosing instead to leave their corpses intact. Shortly thereafter, Lorn, accompanied by the members of the pirate crew, located the treasury based on the coordinates provided by the king. It must be said that the nations affiliated with the world government were indeed incomparable to those smaller, impoverished states. The treasury was brimming with riches, stacked as high as a small mountain. Brothers, we have achieved a resounding victory. Empty it all out, then retreat, Lorn commanded, and amidst the jubilant triumph, the treasury was plundered by the ecstatic pirates. This single haul netted them over 1 billion berries in cash, along with 2 ships laden with gold, silver, and jewels. Such wealth would sustain the Rox pirates for quite some time. Retreat, everyone. After ravaging the treasury, the entire Rox pirates crew made their escape. The operation had gone exceptionally smoothly, With only a few sustaining injuries, none had perished. This was largely due to the inclusion of Edward Newgate, which significantly bolstered the strength of the Rocks pirates. Even though Newgate was far from his prime, the destructive power of the Gura Gura Nomi combined with his conqueror's haki was already formidable. In terms of collective destruction, Lorn, at this stage, was likely overshadowed by his younger uncle. Damn it! This unruly rabble, the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the world government and the Navy, alerted to assist, were met with the gruesome sight of CP heads and the corpses of the noble lords hanging from the palace. Enraged, the reinforcements from the world government and the Navy erupted in fury. The affiliated nation of the world government had been brazenly assaulted by pirates. Moreover, the noble lords were all dead, and the dispatched CP agents had met total annihilation. What a reprehensible act this was. Upon receiving this news, in Mary Geos, within the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders gnashed their teeth. Their eyes ablaze with fury, they ordered an immediate blackout of all information. This incident must not leak. Suddenly, one of the elders, recalling something, spoke up. The assault on the affiliated nation by pirates, leading to the complete demise of the royal family, would have catastrophic repercussions. It was unprecedented. It is crucial to note that the nation attacked by the Rocks pirates was exceedingly wealthy, contributing a substantial protection fee, known as heavenly gold. If word got out that pirates had overrun a nation after paying their protection fees, panic would undoubtedly ensue in other countries. The credibility of the world government would suffer immensely. It's too late. Elder stars, many kings and nobles from various nations are sending messages, demanding the world government station troops to prevent pirate incursions. These nations were not without their own defenses. They had their own intelligence sources. It might be possible to deceive the common folk, but not those terrified nobles. Upon learning that royal blood had been spilt by pirates, they immediately called for the world government to dispatch permanent troops. Scoundrels! The 5 elders roared in impotent rage, though the world government held immense power. There were limits to their actions. If they accepted the heavenly gold without delivering on their promises, their reputation would eventually be lost. Damn it. First, calm those noble lords, then immediately inform the Navy headquarters to send a general. Within a week, the Rocks pirates must be eradicated. The ramifications of this assault on the world government's affiliated nations were dire, particularly as it had brought shame upon the world government and the Navy. After all, these nations had paid substantial protection fees, and the world government was responsible for their safety. With this incident, the world government's face was undoubtedly tarnished. The 5 elders also pressured the Navy to halt all current operations and focus on eliminating the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates were the source of this panic. Although they were newcomers, the severity of this incident warranted a ruthless response from the 5 elders. Furthermore, the bounty for the members of the Rocks pirates skyrocketed once more. Rocks bounty surged from 200 million to 430 million berries. Lorn successfully crossed the threshold of 100 million, with his bounty reaching 170 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty was elevated to 160 million berries. Following this skirmish, the prestige of the Rocks pirates soared to new heights. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the news from the world government arrived swiftly. The current fleet admiral convened a meeting immediately. The initial bounty of 200 million berries for the infamous Rocks D. Zebek had now risen to an astounding 450 million berries. His brother, the formidable Lorn, who also possessed Conqueror's haki, now had a bounty of 170 million berries. Strangely, the supernova Edward Newgate seemed to have joined the Rocks pirates and participated in this operation, earning a bounty of 160 million berries. Notably, all 3 possessed the qualities of kings and wielded Conqueror's haki. Soon, an aide displayed the profiles of the key members of the Rocks pirates on the large screen in the conference room. It was astonishing that a single pirate crew boasted 3 awakened users of Conqueror's haki. This pirate crew exhibited immense potential. If I am not mistaken, Rock's name only surfaced on the seas a few months ago. Such a rate of growth is truly alarming. Experienced naval officers felt a chill run down their spines. In just a few months at sea, a bounty of 450 million berries. The other 2, Lorn and Newgate, also exceeded a bounty of 100 million. All 3 were newcomers. This unprecedented growth rate must not be ignored. If left unchecked, the seas would surely descend into chaos. Most critically, the Rocks pirates had committed unforgivable crimes. The fleet admiral's voice resonated with authority. As pirates, they had brazenly attacked a world government-affiliated nation. Furthermore, they had slaughtered the entire royal family. The CP forces sent to assist suffered a grim fate as well. This assault plunged all affiliated nations into panic, leading them to question whether the world government could provide adequate protection. The fury from Mary Geos was palpable. In response, The 5 elders had personally decreed that we must prioritize monitoring the Rocks pirates. Raijin, this mission is entrusted to you. Ensure the complete annihilation of the Rocks pirates. Understood. At this moment, the fleet admiral turned to a tall man beside him, one of the 3 admirals, Raijin. His abilities were as formidable as his name suggested. He was the user of the Rumble fruit. Haha. Rest assured, they are merely a few fledgling pirates. Leave this operation to me, Admiral. I will certainly satisfy the expectations from Mary Geos. Raijin replied with a relaxed demeanor. After all, he was one of the world government's highest combatants, wielding the nearly invincible power of the Rumble fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that Raijin resembled the future Kazuru at this moment. He had fought in numerous battles without sustaining a single injury, at most. His clothes would get dirty. He was also a strong contender for the next fleet admiral. Very well. Observing Raijin's confidence, the fleet admiral nodded in satisfaction. Admiral, I have a few candidates I would like to recommend for this operation. At that moment, a man suddenly stood up, a current Marine major, who would later become the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Steelbone Kong. Of course, at this time, he was merely known as Kong. Kong, what is it? The fleet admiral inquired. Admiral, there has been an explosive surge of pirates at sea. I have a foreboding sense that the seas may become increasingly turbulent. Hence, our Navy urgently needs to cultivate new talent. Thus, I recommend 4 individuals: Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr. They represent the most exceptional talents among the new generation of the Navy and are poised to become the backbone of the next generation. I believe we can utilize this opportunity presented by Admiral Raylong's mission to thoroughly train them. Kong's speech indeed resonated with the naval officers present. The seas have been particularly tumultuous of late. With an influx of formidable newcomers, apart from the likes of Rox, Lorn, and Edward from the New World, there are also other newcomers entering the Grand Line from the 4 seas: Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Roger. Each of these individuals possesses remarkable strength, and within just a few months, many veteran pirates have fallen beneath their prowess. The pirate world is undergoing a frenzied transformation. The Navy must cultivate talent to keep pace with the times. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, nodded the fleet admiral, fully in agreement with Kong's assessment. Raylong, standing nearby, also nodded in acknowledgement. They had all heard of these 4 names, known as the strongest among the new generation of naval recruits. Except for Crane, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr are often heralded as monsters by many in the Navy. Although Crane may not match their combat prowess, she has demonstrated exceptional judgment and strategic acumen in several operations. Her cunning has led the Navy to unexpected victories on multiple occasions, marking her as a rare talent in leadership. In fact, her rank surpasses that of the other 3 due to her strategic capabilities. These 4 individuals are indeed deserving of robust cultivation. The CP has already begun investigating the movements of the Rocks pirates. Upon receiving this information, you must act immediately. Have you heard? Major Kong has recommended us to participate in the operation led by Admiral Raylong. Soon, the quartet of the Navy received the news, and they were all elated. At last, they could unleash their sense of justice. It is rumored that the target this time appears to be the Rocks pirates. Crane stated calmly, "This is splendid. Finally, I can let those scoundrels experience my iron fist." Carp exclaimed excitedly, rolling up his sleeves as if to flaunt his muscular physique. Carp, do not be reckless. Do you understand what the Rocks pirates signify? Sengoku cautioned. They are an exceedingly notorious pirate crew that actively assaults the world government's allied nations. I have heard that their captain, Rox, has amassed a bounty of 450 million berries in just a few months. They must not be underestimated as mere rookie pirates. Sengoku analyzed coolly. A pirate of Rox caliber, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, would pose a formidable challenge to our newcomers. We must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, Lorn and Newgate have also surpassed the 100 million mark in their bounties. No wonder this operation is personally led by Admiral Raylong. Carp, with your temperament, you must refrain from charging in recklessly. When the time comes, we must heed Admiral Raylong's orders and not act independently. Zephyr also advised his friend Carp. Hey, Carp, are you even listening? After their exchange, both turned to find Carp had already wandered off. There is no time to waste. I must intensify my training to capture these ruffians who are wreaking havoc upon the seas. Carp declared to himself, leaving Crane, Sengoku, and Zephyr in a state of confusion. Nearly the next day, CP had already gathered intelligence on the Rocks pirates' whereabouts. Consequently, Admiral Raylong promptly summoned his naval subordinates, with a formidable lineup consisting of 1 admiral, 3 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 2,000 elite soldiers. They set forth from Marineford into the New World. This time, We have encroached upon the territories of the world government's allied nations. The Navy and the world government will undoubtedly seek retribution. I believe that it won't be long before the Navy's reinforcements arrive. After having slain so many nobles and CP members, they will certainly dispatch an admiral for this operation upon returning to Larkta Island. The Rocks pirates celebrated for a day, gathering Rocks, Lorn, Newgate, and several cadre members for a meeting at an admiral. You say? How intriguing that I wonder which admiral they will send this time. Upon hearing the mention of an admiral, Rocks appeared eager, cracking his knuckles, his body resonating with explosive energy. Brother, now is not the time to confront an admiral. Sherry is pregnant, and the terrain of this island is exceedingly poor. Even if we defeat the Navy's pursuers, they will continuously send reinforcements. Lorn maintained a level of calm. It is not that Lorn doubts Rock's strength. With Rock's current capabilities, he would not be outmatched by an admiral and might even have a chance of victory, especially since Rocks has mastered the Conqueror's Haki. However, the island's geography is indeed too disadvantageous. It is flat and offers easy access for landings from all directions, making it difficult to defend. Moreover, the safety of the unborn child is paramount. After all, that child possesses SSS-level potential and must not be put at risk. You are right, brother. Let us depart. I have long been dissatisfied with this wretched island. It is time to seek a truly bountiful land. Rocks nodded, acknowledging the island's unsatisfactory terrain. Engaging the Navy here serves no purpose, especially since they can continually send reinforcements. Furthermore, the safety of the unborn child is at stake. Soon, the group reached a consensus. They would decisively abandon Larkta Island in search of an island with a more defensible terrain. Since they were leaving, they might as well leave the Navy with a parting gift. I have already contacted the pirate black market, and they will promptly deliver a large shipment of shells and weaponry. Lorn smirked mischievously. The others then displayed wicked smiles. At the port of Larkta Island in the New World, chaos ensued. What is happening? I think I've been poisoned. I can't breathe. My consciousness is fading, exclaimed a member of the Rocks pirates as they had set an ambush early that morning, waiting for the Navy to take the bait. A plethora of landmines, traps, and chemical weapons purchased from the black market ensnared the Navy, causing them to fall into disarray as soon as they landed. Many Navy personnel were caught in explosions, suffering grievous injuries. Some inhaled toxic chemicals, resulting in life-threatening reactions. This initial wave caught the Navy completely off guard, leading to a significant reduction in their ranks. Fortunately, the operation was led by Admiral Relocation, who promptly unleashed a massive lightning strike to clear the area upon discovering the ambush. However, while Relocation could neutralize the landmines and explosives, he was utterly powerless against the toxic gas. Cursed pirates, retreat. These scoundrels are despicable, Admiral Relocation exclaimed, incensed. What are those CP fools doing? Are they incompetent? As the Navy continued to suffer from the toxic gas, Admiral Relocation had no choice but to retreat from the island and call for reinforcements from headquarters. This operation was an utter failure. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates had long since vacated Larkta Island, abandoning the unremarkable territory. Damn pirates, how despicable. They set a trap. We were outwitted by a bunch of pirates. This is a disgrace. Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr, who had hoped to hone their skills, were now filled with indignation. The Navy had been ambushed by pirates, suffering significant losses without even laying eyes on their adversaries. It was utterly humiliating. Quickly, tend to the wounded. Contact headquarters for medical support. Even in their fury, the Navy could not pursue the pirates. The ambushed Navy had no choice but to swallow this bitter humiliation and hastily contact headquarters for assistance. The Rocks pirates, I, the Thunder Dragon, stand in irreconcilable opposition to you. One day, I shall personally rend your bodies into countless pieces. At this moment, after summoning the headquarters, General Thunder Dragon unleashed a terrifying Thunderbird, soaring into the heavens. After reporting the situation here, the Fleet Admiral unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke upon Thunder Dragon. He spared no effort in employing the most forceful admonitions. After all, if the Rocks pirates were to escape, the Five Elders would not take kindly to that. Ultimately, it would be the Fleet Admiral who would bear the brunt of the blame. Enveloped in a tempest of anger with no outlet, Thunder Dragon could only rage impotently at the air. The general found himself thoroughly chastised by the Admiral. It was a disaster. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. This scene left the onlookers, including Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, feeling a prickling unease at the back of their necks. The immense commotion also caught the attention of the Rocks pirates, who had already distanced themselves from Larkta Island. It appeared that the Navy had dispatched none other than Thunder Dragon, one of their three admirals. Upon witnessing the Thunderbird ascending into the sky, one member of the Rocks pirates remarked, "Oh, Thunder Dragon? Has the Rumble fruit now fallen into the hands of the current admiral? Lorn was somewhat taken aback. He had originally believed the Rumble fruit lay dormant in some corner of Sky Island. But to his surprise, it had indeed been consumed by the serving admiral. In truth, Lorn held little regard for devil fruits. Haki was the supreme force that overshadowed all. Every top-tier combatant was adept at mastering Haki. The abilities of the fruits were merely supplementary. One could possess a powerful fruit yet remain a mere weakling without Haki. However, were the opportunity to present itself, Lorn would gladly partake in the Rumble fruit. For its powers were indeed formidable. Coupled with powerful martial arts and Haki, it would render one nearly invincible. Yet, it seemed that opportunity had eluded him. What's this, brother? It appears you harbor a keen interest in the Rumble fruit. Rox said, immediately discerning his brother's thoughts. You caught me, brother, but it seems chance has slipped away that I shall focus on cultivating my Haki instead, Lorn replied with a chuckle, finding no regret in the matter. As long as he refined his Haki, he could still stand at the pinnacle of strength. Ha ha ha. Lorn, fret not. The Rumble fruit is indeed a remarkable fruit. I shall devise a means to acquire it for you. I know a thing or two about seizing devil fruits, Rox said with a self-assured smile. His years spent in the Holy Land were not in vain. There, he had come across many ancient tomes. Lorn, being too young at the time, had not comprehended their contents, but Rox, having aged sufficiently, had stealthily perused them and had seen the illustrated compendium of devil fruits. He understood that the compendium detailed the types and abilities of these fruits. Among them was a Logia-type fruit known as the dark fruit, dubbed the most malevolent ability in history. This fruit possessed the extraordinary capability to seize other devil fruits. After departing from Larkta Island, the Rox pirates set sail toward the pirate black market. Without a base of operations, they needed to seek a new stronghold. Traveling by ship was arduous, and for someone like Shelley, who had been pregnant for several months, the discomfort could lead to a miscarriage with the slightest mishap. Beyond Shelley, Lorn would undoubtedly have more wives and progeny in the future, necessitating an absolutely secure environment. Thus, the Rox pirates urgently required a suitable island, preferably one that could withstand a siege. This was where Lorn's advantages as a time traveler would come into play. As a time traveler, Lorn was well acquainted with an island that fit the bill in the New World, Wano country. The topography of Wano was remarkably unique, as the island lacked any coastline. It was entirely encircled by thundering waterfalls. To land on Wano, one would have to navigate perilous cascades. This constituted an undeniable geographical advantage. In the original tale, one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, invaded Wano with her cadre of core subordinates, only to be kicked aside by one of Kaido's top executives, one of the calamities known as King. This did not indicate that King was particularly formidable but rather underscored the challenges of accessing Wano. A single calamity-level powerhouse could defend half of a Yonko crew. This was ample evidence of Wano's natural fortifications. Such an island, capable of withstanding the might of many while being difficult to breach, was exceedingly rare, a veritable ideal stronghold for a pirate crew. Moreover, Wano harbored another resource that Lorn found immensely enticing. The island was rich in the raw materials for sea stone. An estimated 80 to 90 of the world's sea stone originated from Wano. One could assert that had Wano not closed its borders, it would have become one of the wealthiest nations allied with the world government. Solely due to its monopoly on sea stone resources, even the world government had to humble itself and negotiate with Wano through intermediaries like Don Quixote da Flamingo, should they conquer Wano. It would equate to possessing a veritable printing press for wealth and an impregnable fortress that was nearly impossible to assault. With such dual advantages combined, it was only natural for Lorn to designate Wano as the primary target for the Rox pirates. Upon sharing his thoughts with Rox, the latter immediately concurred. The reason the Rox pirates had ventured to the pirate black market was to procure one specific item, a permanent log pose for Wano. In the Grand Line, due to the complexities of magnetic fields and weather, ordinary log poses had become ineffective. To locate an island, one could only rely on two methods: the life cards of the island's inhabitants or the permanent log pose. With a clear objective, the members of the Rox pirates swiftly found a permanent log pose in the black market. It was easily acquired for 200,000 berries. The merchant selling the log pose for Wano was grinning from ear to ear. Wano had always been a closed nation, making the permanent log pose a rare commodity. Who could have anticipated that it would be purchased at a high price by the Rox pirates? Resulting in a windfall for the seller, Rox and Lorn paid little mind to this matter. Having just plundered a world government-allied nation, they were flush with funds. After securing the permanent log pose, the Rox pirates wandered about the black market once more. They first visited a slave auction house, where Lorn resumed his quest for wives. However, this time, no particularly auspicious women presented themselves. Instead, Rox purchased several maids for Shelley and Molly. Subsequently, Lorn and Edward Newgate made their way to a weapons shop. Last time, Newgate's Naginata had been snapped by Rox, and he had yet to find a suitable weapon. Soon, the two spent a staggering 3 million berries to acquire a fine Naginata crafted by the renowned K-Ka 50 times. This was among the most expensive weapons in the shop. After all, the numbers of Supreme Grade Great Swords and Great Swords of the 21 grade were exceedingly limited, with most being national treasures. Who would be willing to part with them? To obtain such weapons, one could only rely on sheer fortune. Do not worry, Newgate. You shall undoubtedly possess a Supreme Grade Greatsword, Lorn reassured him with a pat on the back. Gira, brother-in-law, I thank you for your kind words. But rest assured, even if I do not acquire a Supreme Grade Greatsword, the blade in my hand will still resonate throughout the world, Newgate replied with resounding confidence. A sword could indeed be tempered through Hakai. In fact, as the wielder's haki matured, the blade could grow stronger. Some renowned swords have become Supreme Grade Greatswords because their masters were exceptionally powerful and continuously infused their haki into the blade, allowing it to endure through the ages. This phenomenon was akin to the celestial dragons. Prior to becoming a Supreme Grade Greatsword, it was merely an ordinary sword. Ha 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 ha. My dear brother-in-law, your aspirations are commendable. The two shared hearty laughter as they exited the weapons shop. Brother, we have wrapped up our business and can now set sail. Upon locating and converging with Rox, Lorn spoke up. At that moment, Rox stood before a stall, meticulously scrutinizing the items displayed. Remarkably, he seemed oblivious to Lorn's words, an occurrence that took Lorn by surprise, as it had never happened before. Could it be that his brother had stumbled upon something extraordinary? Just as Lorn pondered this, Rox finally spoke. Shopkeeper, how much for this treasure map? The vendor immediately recognized him as the notorious pirate, Jybek Rox, whose bounty had recently surged to a staggering 450 million berries. He quickly bowed, respectfully stating, Lord Rox, if you wish to acquire the treasure map, there are a few important matters I must clarify. First, I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this map, should it prove to be a fake. Please do not hold me accountable. Furthermore, if it is genuine, there may be others vying for the treasures it depicts, and I cannot bear the responsibility should anything go awry. The vendor hastily laid out the stipulations, fearful that any unforeseen circumstances would lead to Rox directing his ire towards him. Such a formidable figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Rest assured, I understand the rules. Here, take 100. 000 berries, Rox replied dismissively, tossing the sum onto the counter before carefully placing the treasure map into his pocket. A glimmer of excitement unexpectedly crossed his face. What an intriguing item this is. Shrouded in mystery, Lorn remarked, hastening to inquire. It was rare to witness his brother so exhilarated. The last occasion had been when he learned of Sherry's pregnancy. Indeed, it is quite a remarkable find. Did you not express a desire for the thunderfruit? The treasures indicated on this map could aid you in obtaining it, Rox declared with a hint of pride. The reason was simple. The treasure map detailed the location of the dark fruit. A map that recorded the existence of the dark fruit. Even without having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, Lorn, leveraging his knowledge of his brother Rox and his own advantages as a time traveler, surmised the method by which Rox intended to seize the thunderfruit. It was none other than the infamous dark fruit, which possessed the ability to nullify all other powers. It could even absorb the essence of a devil fruit after its user's demise, attaching it to an ordinary fruit to create a new devil fruit. The trade-off was that, as a Logia-type devil fruit, the dark fruit could not manifest elemental forms and could not evade physical harm, resulting in pain and damage being doubled. However, compared to the fruit's formidable abilities, these drawbacks were not particularly lethal. Lorn, let us postpone matters concerning Wano until we secure the dark fruit, Rox decided, altering their course from seizing an island to first acquiring the fruit. After all, treasure maps were not singular. Who knew if others possessed similar ones? If someone else got there first, it would be a dilemma. Moreover, Lorn had conveyed his keen interest in the thunderfruit. With his younger brother expressing such enthusiasm, it was only right for Rox to exert his utmost efforts. Indeed, brother, that seems prudent. Wano is home to many powerful figures. We must enhance our strength before attempting to seize the island. Lorn concurred, nodding in agreement with Rox's plan. Wano had long been a secluded land, and not even Rox, Newgate, or others were privy to its current state, let alone the Navy or the world government. However, as a time traveler, Lorn was aware that Wano housed numerous formidable samurai and clans, a force not to be underestimated. It was likely that Kazuki Oden had already been born, albeit at a young age. Ultimately, The strategy of strengthening themselves before venturing to capture Wano was indeed the wisest course of action. Speaking of strengthening, after days of leisurely training, Lorn had made notable progress in his abilities. Host, Lorn gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, progress, 41.2 strength, advanced, progress, 43.9 stamina. Advanced, progress, 47.5 swordsmanship, advanced, progress, 5.95 armament hockey, advanced, awakened flowing cherry blossom, progress, 48.3 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 4.58 conquerors hockey, advanced, progress, 3.64 devil fruit. None other abilities, never tiring, golden eyes, leisurely training swordsmanship, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey had all reached advanced levels. With significant enhancements in armament hockey, strength, speed, and stamina, as well as AT this very moment, leisurely training continued to yield results, with Lorn's capabilities steadily improving, coupled with his armament hockey in the form of flowing cherry blossom. Lorn's strength was now comparable to that of Newgate. The only distinction was that Newgate possessed the tremor fruit, a devastating weapon, while Lorn lacked a powerful devil fruit. Thus, in a one-on-one confrontation, Lorn might have the upper hand. But in terms of destructive capacity, Newgate far surpassed him. Nonetheless, it mattered little. It had been at least half a month since Jasmine's recovery. With Lorn's never-tiring ability, it was likely that Jasmine's pregnancy would soon follow. He eagerly anticipated what kind of talent their child might inherit. After 2 days of sailing guided by the treasure map's markings, the Rock's pirates finally arrived at their destination. What a desolate place. Lorn, Rox, Newgate, and the others collectively lamented upon gazing at the island. The island appeared utterly barren, overgrown with weeds, and seemingly devoid of human presence. This desolate land was the ruins of the Creek Kingdom. Once a prosperous realm, however, for some absurd reason, the kingdom had met its demise. As Rox ventured deeper into the island, he recounted the history to his companions. It must be the celestial dragons who could destroy such a prosperous nation. Newgate scoffed disdainfully. A wealthy allied nation was not easily conquered. Even if great pirates targeted these allied nations, they would merely plunder for riches and would not annihilate them outright. Only the celestial dragons possessed the capacity to commit such an atrocity. You are correct, Newgate. The Creek Kingdom fell victim to the celestial dragon's wrath. The king was punished simply for failing to kneel before them immediately upon their arrival. In a fit of rage, the celestial dragons laid waste to this prosperous nation. Rox recounted with palpable familiarity. How horrifying. The celestial dragons. All for such a trivial reason. Truly unfortunate for this kingdom. The subordinates behind them murmured in disbelief. Brother, how do you know all this? Lorn inquired, filled with curiosity. The celestial dragons mentioned it themselves, Rox replied. When? I once stumbled upon a celestial dragon's diary while at the Holy Land and read it in secret. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? Well, Lorn nodded, acknowledging the sheer improbability of the situation. Thus, the group continued forward, reflecting on the grim history. After approximately half an hour of walking, they encountered a scene of crumbled walls and debris before the Rock's pirates. Amongst the ruins lay half a skeleton and unrotted corpses. Evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired not long ago. The presence of these bodies heightened Lorn's vigilance. It was clear that a violent conflict had recently occurred here, likely over the coveted fruit. Newgate stroked his chin, speculating, this must be the remnants of the Creek Kingdom's palace. According to the treasure map, the dark fruit lies beneath the palace ruins. Rox surveyed his surroundings, beginning the search for the precise location of the dark fruit. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze to the front. Simultaneously, both Law and Newgate instinctively turned to look in the same direction as Rox. Someone is coming, the three exclaimed in unison, upon seeing the corpses. Rox, Law, and Newgate immediately activated their observation hockey. Indeed, they realized that they were not the only ones seeking the dark fruit. The enemies approaching were formidable. Feeling the pressure emanating from their opponents, Newgate could not help but comment. This was the first time since setting sail that Newgate had sensed such an overwhelming sense of oppression. It seems this will be quite interesting, Law remarked eagerly. The enemy's aura was indeed powerful. Arguably the strongest Law had encountered at sea, yet he felt no fear. After all, who was his elder brother? That was the maritime overlord, Rox. What was there to fear? Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps approached, creating a suffocating atmosphere as if a great weight were descending. Gulp. Many members of the Rock's pirates swallowed hard. Prepare for battle, Rox declared, entering combat mode. Soon, the source of those footsteps appeared before the Rock's pirates. The figure stood roughly 4 meters tall, imposing, and with an upper body bare, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles. His physique was akin to iron, each inch exquisitely defined, exuding an indomitable presence. The man radiated a potent aura, his eyes sharp and piercing, like those of a hawk. Only the most resolute of wills could meet his gaze without faltering. This was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries, Stone Gator. The members of the Rocks Pirates instantly recognized the newcomer. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million was a rarity in these waters. Renowned as Stone Gator, it was well known that in this era, pirates boasting bounties over 500 million were truly exceptional. No wonder he exuded such a formidable presence. Newgate and Law were evidently aware of the name Gator. A bounty over 500 million would ring like thunder across these seas. It would be strange if they had not heard of him. Simultaneously, Gator's crew also discovered the Rocks Pirates. As the monstrous newcomer of the sea. Jybeck Rocks. I can't believe we've encountered him here. In a matter of months, he had made a name for himself on the seas, amassing a bounty of 430 million berries as a supernova. Beside him stood Law and Newgate, both capable enough to lead their own crews and ascend to supernova status. The members of the Stone Pirates gasped upon spotting the Rocks Pirates, despite being a newcomer crew. Their composition was indeed daunting, eclipsing many veteran pirate crews. This ship boasted 3 supernova-level powerhouses, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Moreover, all 3 possessed the potential of kings. Such a caliber even surpassed many established pirate crews. After all, those with royal potential rarely settled for subservience. Who could fathom why this ship harbored 3 men with conqueror's haki? It appeared that everyone had come for the same objective. Since that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter. The victor claims all, does he not? Gator's voice thundered. A sinister smile spread across Rock's face, and his aura erupted. The conqueror's haki surged forth like a tempest, sending ripples through the once tranquil island. Boom! Gator unleashed his own formidable conqueror's haki. The 2 forces clashed, and the air became charged with dizzying black and red lightning. To think that this newcomer could match Captain Gator's conqueror's haki. The members of the Stone Pirates were astonished by Rock's formidable prowess. He could stand toe-to-toe with their captain's conqueror's haki. Indeed, he was deserving of his 500 million bounty. Law was equally taken aback. The bounties of pirates in this era were undeniably genuine, devoid of any embellishment. After all, in the future, a bounty of 500 million would only represent the level of a supernova 2 years hence. Far inferior to the 7 warlords. As neither side could gain the upper hand with their conqueror's haki, Gator took the initiative. With a flourish, he activated his powers, causing a multitude of stones to converge, forming a colossal hand that came crashing down upon the Rocks Pirates. With a mighty punch infused with powerful haki, the immense stone hand was shattered by rocks. Debris rained down like a torrential downpour. A stone manipulator. Was he, the stone fruit? Rock smirked devilishly, propelling himself towards Gator. Boom, boom. Gator chuckled coldly, effortlessly molding the stones that will in an instant. Spikes of stone erupted from the ground. Targeting rocks. Is that all you've got? Rock scoffed, not bothering to evade, allowing the debris to pound against his body. Such formidable physical strength. Observing this, Gator squinted, conjuring a stone wall. But in the next moment, his eyes widened as if he had glimpsed the future. Abruptly altering his course of action and merging with the earth. Interesting. Is he capable of glimpsing a brief future? A smile crept onto Rock's lips. Remarkably, Gator could foresee events. Law noted this as well. Truly, he was a formidable figure. A pirate of the old era, having mastered top-tier observation haki to foresee the future with a mere bounty of only 500 million. What an impressive character, indeed. A monstrous newcomer whose bounty had skyrocketed to 430 million in such a short time. Gator's voice resonated from the ground, and a sharp stone spike suddenly formed beneath Rock's feet. It turned out that Gator had used his future-sensing haki to realize that the stone wall would not hinder Rocks. If he remained stationary, he would undoubtedly be injured. Hence, he had changed his course of action, merging with the earth and becoming one with the stone. Do not think that you alone possess the ability to foresee the future. Rocks retorted with a cold laugh, having already discerned Gator's next move. He stomped the ground repeatedly, appearing several dozen meters away in an instant. My brother can also foresee the future. Law was once again astounded by Rock's prowess. Just how terrifying was his elder brother's talent? It was as if he had reached the pinnacle of the seas at level 999. With a crash, Gator emerged from the earth, transforming into a towering stone giant. Boom! Rocks charged fearlessly at Gator, and the two engaged in a fierce brawl. Rocks Pirates, let us go. Law waved his hand, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. Stormfoot. Flowing Cherry. A kick infused with armament haki sent one of the opposing officers. With a bounty of 170 million berries, spiraling into unconsciousness. Careful of this guy. He's a supernova-level man. Members of the Stone Pirates warned, rallying to confront Law. Regrettably, within the ranks of the Stone Pirates, aside from their captain boasting a bounty exceeding 500 million, none of the officers had bounties over 100 million. In this era, bounties exceeding 100 million indicated a truly formidable character. To dare harm the captain's brother-in-law was nothing short of courting death. Seeing this, Newgate leaped high, brandishing the newly acquired Naginata while activating the powers of the Quake fruit. Crash, with a swift stroke. Several members of the rock pirate crew were instantaneously struck down by the destructive force of the sword and the shock fruit. Is your brother-in-law all right? Newgate inquired with concern as he landed steadily beside Ron. Are you underestimating me, Newgate? Ron replied, his tone slightly reproachful, yet his expression beaming with mirth. Having such a remarkably powerful brother-in-law feels rather splendid. Charge forward with Lord Ron, shouted Newgate, rallying the Rock's pirate crew to follow suit. Regrettably, the members of the Rock's pirate crew did not possess the same explosive talents as Ron and Newgate. In fact, they were genuine newcomers, and when faced with seasoned pirate crews, they appeared considerably inexperienced. Fortunately, with the two supernovas leading the charge, both sides found themselves evenly matched, with even the Rock's pirate crew gaining the upper hand in the fray. Who will contend with Ron and Newgate? These two are truly monstrous. How can a rookie pirate crew possess such formidable beings? Members of the Rock pirate crew cried out in despair. Indeed, the Rock pirate crew lacked any capable officers to face off against Ron and Newgate, both of whom bore bounties exceeding 100 million. Thus, the Rock pirate crew found themselves retreating in disarray. Simultaneously, their captain, Rock Gade, was struggling in a skirmish with Rocks, finding himself at a disadvantage. After all, Rocks had mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki, a skill typically reserved for the most elite warriors of the future. Although Gade boasted a bounty of 500 million, he paled in comparison to the formidable warriors of the future. He could only rely on his observation Haki to foresee Rock's movements while deftly evading his attacks using the mobility granted by the stone fruit. While it may seem that the two were evenly matched, Gade was, in truth, desperately fleeing. Were it not for the remarkable agility of the stone fruit, he would have likely succumbed to Rocks long ago. Damn it, it seems I must resort to that technique. Though it may be somewhat troublesome, sensing an impending defeat, Gade decided to make a bold move. With a crash, he transformed all objects in the vicinity into stone. This was the ability of an awakened devil fruit. Awakening the devil fruit? Ron, Newgate, be cautious. Rocks warned as he observed the activation of Gade's power as anticipated. The ground beneath Ron, Newgate, and the members of the Rock's pirate crew turned to stone, trembling ominously, leaped to the sky. With a resounding crash, Ron, Newgate, and the others sprang upward, attempting to flee. How navi? Stone dance. Gade swiftly manipulated the stone to form sharp spikes that shot skyward. Skywake. Ron unleashed a devastating kick that shattered several of the spikes before him. Seismic slash. Newgate followed suit, cleaving through the stone projectiles with precision. However, the barrage of spikes continued unabated, relentlessly targeting Ron, Newgate, and the Rock's pirate crew. The awakening of Gade's abilities had transformed the majority of the island into stone, granting him the liberty to launch an unending assault of stone spikes. Dominant strike. As Gade focused his attention on Ron and the others, Rocks grew impatient, sensing Gade's true form and launching a powerful punch. Yet, Gade had anticipated Rock's attack, using the stones to evade to a different location. You cowardly scoundrel, always fleeing. I will find your true form and obliterate you. Rocks roared in frustration. In truth, Rocks was not at his peak. As Ron had imagined, he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching his prime. Not to mention, Rock's most critical weakness, much like Ron's, was his lack of a large-scale destructive technique. Faced with Gade's awakened powers and his exceedingly evasive tactics, Rocks found himself at a loss. Ha! Come at me. Gade's sinister voice echoed from within the stones, clearly brimming with confidence. Million stone spikes. After a brief lull, hundreds of stone spikes surged toward the sky. Damn it. If I had the dark fruit, I could eliminate this scum in a minute. Rocks, feeling increasingly agitated, leapt into the air to assist Ron and Newgate in countering Gade's onslaught. To defeat Gade, they would need to exhaust his stamina. Only then would they have a chance to vanquish him. Brother, do not mind us. We can hold our ground. Go and eliminate his crew, Ron urged. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Upon hearing Ron's words, a furious yet rational Rocks responded. With a thunderous crash, Rocks descended from the sky like a meteor, landing beside the members of the Rock pirate crew. Dominant strike. With a single punch, he could incapacitate a member of the Rock pirate crew. Damn it. We must stop him. The members of the rock pirate crew attempted to engage rocks, but if they could not withstand Lorn and Newgate, how could they possibly contend with rocks? It was a one-sided slaughter. That vile rocks. How dare you assault my subordinates? You lack honor. Stone shatter. Gator recognized the dire situation, his voice sharpening with rage as he manipulated two large stones to crush rocks. However, such a feeble tactic could be easily countered by Rock's sheer physical strength. In desperation, Gator utilized the stones to form a massive hand, lifting his crew members to safety. Aha! You've revealed your weakness. A triumphant smile spread across Rock's face. The stone fruit was not of the Logia type. The user's true form must be concealed within the transformations. Now, Gator's true form was nestled within the colossal hand. Conqueror, Rocks delivered a powerful strike, severing the stone hand in two, sending it soaring into the air. This move effectively thwarted Gator's opportunity to retreat underground. It's over. Gator realized Rock's intention, but it was too late. Prepare to meet your doom. Coward. With a charged punch, Rocks unleashed his most potent attack upon the massive stone hand. Terrifying power surged forth, manifesting as a colossal shockwave, accompanied by the distinctive black lightning of Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The shockwave swept through, obliterating the stone hand in an instant. With a resounding crash, the massive stone appendage was reduced to rubble. Gator coughed up blood as his true form finally emerged, plummeting from the sky. Despite being a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, he was not so easily dispatched by a single punch from Rocks, even in his injured state. Simultaneously, with his true form wounded, his awakened powers dissipated, and the island returned to its normal state. Retreat. Retreat. Realizing that further engagement would lead to catastrophic losses, Gator made a swift decision to flee with the remaining crew members. Do you think you can escape? Gator, you've harmed so many of our crew. Brothers, pursue him. We cannot allow the Gator pirates to escape. They are cornered. Seeing this, the Rock's pirate crew was unwilling to relent and sought to chase after them. There is no need to pursue. However, at this moment, Rocks extended his hand to halt the crew members. Pursuing them would be a fruitless endeavor, leading only to mutual destruction. No matter how formidable, Gator is still a pirate with a bounty of 550 million. Should Rocks force him into a corner, the Rock's pirates would undoubtedly pay a price. After this battle, Rocks became acutely aware of his own shortcomings. The pressing matter was to locate the dark fruit. Once he acquired it, Gator would pose no threat whatsoever. Picking up the treasure map, Rocks scrutinized it intently before stepping onto a patch of land. This must be the location. He was determined to unearth it, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Rocks tapped his foot on the earth beneath him, confirming that it marked the spot indicated on the treasure map. Thus, the excavation commenced. With a command from Lorn, the crew members of the Rock's pirates sprang into action. A dozen burly men, equipped with tools they had prepared in advance, began to dig. After several minutes of relentless effort, nearly 100 meters down, they finally uncovered an unremarkable box. They found a box. Soon, the box was brought to Rocks. With a click, he opened it, revealing a devil fruit shaped like a pineapple, emanating a dim glow. Its entire surface was a deep purple, adorned with the signature spiral patterns of a devil fruit. Indeed, this was the genuine dark fruit. Without a doubt, upon seeing the fruit in his hands, Rocks couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The devil fruit encyclopedia he had glimpsed in his youth at the Holy Land had clearly depicted the appearance of the dark fruit. It was identical to the one he now held. Brother, what are you waiting for? Eat it. Lorn urged eagerly, sharing in the excitement. The grass was truly difficult to consume. After taking a bite, Rocks nearly retched but managed to swallow it down. Observing this, Lorn impatiently inquired, "How does it feel, brother? Do you sense any changes?" "Let me give it a try," Rocks replied. Extending his right hand, a S will unfolded. His hand transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke. This was the manifestation of elementalization. The dark fruit was not incapable of elementalization. Rather, its elemental form could not evade physical attacks like other Logia types. Due to its unique gravitational properties, the abilities of the dark fruit leaned towards absorbing all attacks rather than evading them, resulting in the user enduring multiple times the pain. However, for Rocks, this was not a significant flaw. Given his physical prowess, he was far stronger than the infamous Blackbeard of later generations. In fact, during his battle with Gator, the 550 million bounty pirate had failed to leave a single scar on Rocks. With a swift motion, Rocks directed his attention to a nearby boulder, which was irresistibly drawn toward him and engulfed in darkness. He then released the boulder, now reduced to mere powder. Feeling unsatisfied, Rocks plunged an entire forest on the island into darkness, reducing it to dust. Gravitational and distortion forces, gifted as he was. Rox quickly grasped the principles of the dark fruit with just a brief test. However, this ability was not what Rox valued most. Newgate, unleash the power of the trimmer fruit and strike me. Rox called out to Newgate. All right. Newgate hesitated momentarily, but complied. A transparent aura enveloped Newgate's fist as he struck at Rox. As their powers collided, an astonishing scene unfolded. Newgate's aura was absorbed by the darkness without causing any ripple. What? Newgate's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as though his abilities had been frozen in that instant of contact with Rox, rendering him completely unable to unleash his powers. Such a strange sensation was entirely new to Newgate. Indeed, this was the most terrifying ability of the dark fruit. It could nullify all powers upon contact with the user. The abilities of the opponent would become completely ineffective. This was precisely why the dark fruit held the reputation for the most malevolent ability in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Rox, perceiving Newgate's bewilderment, explained. After all, Newgate was now akin to family, and there was no need for concealment. I see. What a formidable ability indeed. Newgate nodded solemnly, hearing of such a power for the first time. That fellow Gate is truly fortunate. Had I possessed such power earlier, he would have met his demise today. But those matters are of little consequence now. He had best pray he never crosses paths with me again. Ha ha ha. Rox laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. The exuberance was palpable as Rox reveled in his newfound power. He was acutely aware of his previous lack of large-scale destructive capability. Now, with the dark fruit in his possession, that shortcoming had finally been addressed. In future encounters with powerful foes, he would no longer find himself in such dire straits. Ha ha ha, brother, congratulations. This is truly splendid, Lorn exclaimed, genuinely elated for his brother's fortune. By the way, Lorn. At that moment, Rox suddenly halted his laughter and turned to Lorn. You were quite keen on the thunder fruit, weren't you? Worry not. I shall ensure it is secured for you. Rox clenched his fist, exuding confidence. Ha ha ha, brother. I shall await your good news, Lorn replied joyously. Though the thunder fruit was currently in the possession of a marine admiral. Nonetheless, Lorn had faith in his brother, for Rox had always been a man of his word. After acquiring the dark fruit, Rox and the others saw no reason to linger on the island and promptly returned to their ship. Captain Rox, Lord Lorn, you have returned. A maid greeted them as they boarded, indicating that the ship's doctor had urgent news to relay to Captain Rox and Lord Lorn. Upon boarding, the waiting maid promptly addressed Rox and Lorn. The ship's doctor is looking for us. Could something have happened to Shirley? They both felt a surge of anxiety and curiosity at the unexpected summons. Oh, by the way, the ship's doctor mentioned that if Lord Newgate is free, he is welcome to join us as well, the maid added, seemingly recalling something. Oh, is there something for me as well? Whitebeard Newgate appeared puzzled. What could the ship's doctor want with him? Nevertheless, the three men followed the maid into the cabin. The ship of the Rox pirates was an opulent, large sailing vessel, seized from a world government-allied nation during their last raid, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. The most luxurious room in the cabin belonged to Shirley and Molly. Congratulations, Lord Lorn, congratulations, Captain Rox, and congratulations, Lord Newgate. After our examination, we have confirmed that Lady Molly is pregnant. Upon entering the room and seeing the ship's doctor, she joyfully delivered this news to Rox, Lorn, and Newgate. What? In unison, the three exclaimed. Once they processed the information, Rox, Lorn, and Newgate erupted with joy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful, truly a double blessing. I shall soon have another nephew or niece. Lorn, you have outdone yourself. Truly worthy of being my brother. Splendid, simply splendid. Rox erupted into hearty laughter, overwhelmed with joy. Today was indeed a series of splendid events. First, he had acquired the dark fruit, and now, Jasmine was pregnant. Truly a day of marvels. Rox could hardly believe his fortune. As if he had consumed a fruit of luck. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Brother-in-law, my sister is expecting. Does this not mean that I shall have another nephew? Ha ha ha. I have gained another family member. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, Newgate, was equally exhilarated, laughing boisterously. His exuberance was so intense that it triggered a minor tsunami. How terrifying. Jasmine, you have worked hard. At this moment, Lorn approached Jasmine with great delight, gently stroking her hair. The long-awaited second offspring is on the way. Besides the joy of Jasmine's pregnancy, Lorn was also eager to discover what kind of talent he would inherit this time. After all, Jasmine was an S-class fortune-bringing woman. The child would surely possess at least S-class abilities. He himself would also receive a talent of at least S-class caliber. Last time, he had gained the ability of free cultivation. It was uncertain what formidable talent awaited him this time. It was no burden. These were all expected. Jasmine blushed as she nestled in Lorn's embrace. Enough said. Jasmine, take good care of yourself. You must ensure that Miss Jasmine is well looked after, without a hint of mishap. To celebrate this wondrous day, everyone hastened to prepare a banquet. Rox first instructed the maids, then announced a grand feast for the evening. With so many good things happening, how could they not hold a banquet to celebrate? Ha ha ha. My sister is pregnant. Brother-in-law, I shall help too. Excited, Newgate promptly left the room to assist with the banquet preparations. I shall also prepare. You all take good care of Miss Sherry and Miss Jasmine. At this moment, Lorn excused himself from the room. Finding a secluded spot, the system detected that the host was about to have a second offspring. Commencing reward distribution, the host is awarded Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, and Advanced Armament Hockey. Detecting that the host already possesses Advanced Armament Hockey, the reward will be converted into Progress. Armament Hockey progress increases by 50. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed are all enhanced. Proficiency in the 6 powers of the Navy increases. Following a series of notifications, Lorn's strength was significantly bolstered. Host, Lorn gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, current progress, 94.3 strength, advanced, current progress, 97. 5 stamina, advanced, current progress, 97.9 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 81.4 armament hockey, top tier, awakening flowing sakura, progress, 0.31 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 6.82 conqueror's hockey, advanced, progress, 4.31 devil fruit, none other abilities, never fatigued. Goldeneye, free cultivation. Lorn's strength saw another considerable enhancement. The 3 types of hockey had all risen a level, while the progress in stamina, speed, and strength was nearing the pinnacle. However, these were not Lorn's primary concern. There was another system notification that held his utmost interest, rewarding the host with SS class talent, capable of negating the side effects of devil fruits. As anticipated, he had received SS class talent, just 1 level beneath the highest SSS class talent. This talent was quite straightforward. It eliminated the side effects of devil fruits. According to the system's explanation, if Lorn were to acquire the abilities of a devil fruit, he would not be detested by the sea. Nor would he become a landlubber. He would also not be restricted by sea prism stone. Moreover, this talent not only rendered devil fruits impervious to the sea but also mitigated their weaknesses. For instance, the sand fruit is vulnerable to water. A mere splash would render it ineffective. The poison fruit could cause constant diarrhea, confining its user to the restroom for hours on end, drastically reducing their combat time. With this talent, all such weaknesses would be nullified. Even the thunder fruit, which Lorn was particularly concerned about, would receive a significant upgrade. It is well known that the thunder fruit's capabilities are formidable. Yet its greatest weakness is its inability to affect insulators. However, with this talent, thunder would no longer be powerless against insulators, as the high temperatures generated by lightning could directly scorch insulators. This was a tremendous enhancement. No fear of seawater, and it could still function against insulators. If Lorn were to one day obtain the thunder fruit, he would be nearly invincible. In terms of practicality, this talent could absolutely be considered SSS class. Yet, Lorn wondered why the system had only designated it as SS class. Come. Anyone who cannot finish their drink shall incur a fine of 10,000 berries. What is left in your cup? Are you raising fish? Bring in 50 more plates of grilled fish. 50 plates. Hurry, the wine is running low. Bring in 50 more barrels. 15, 20, 15. Drink up. That evening, the Rox pirates held a grand banquet. Everyone drank merrily, and the camaraderie among them was harmonious, unlike the original Rox pirates, who harbored ulterior motives. Lorn's thoughts might indeed change the course of history and alter the outcome of the battle at God Valley. The banquet lasted only 1 day, after which Rox reassembled his crew, ready to stir up trouble once more. This time, the target was, naturally, Wano country. According to Lorn, Wano was a place of formidable natural defenses, a veritable stronghold. It was perfectly suited to serve as the Rox pirates' base. Moreover, with Sherry and Jasmine both pregnant, they needed to find an island where they could safely await their deliveries. This matter could not be delayed even for a second. Especially with Sherry, whose belly was already quite large, lingering on the sea was not advisable, and they needed to secure a stable island quickly. It was said that Wano country was an exceptionally isolated nation, having remained closed off for centuries. Even the world government and the Navy were unaware of its specific details. During the morning meeting of the Rox pirates, Rox spoke to the crew while enjoying his breakfast. I have heard that there are extraordinarily powerful warriors there. Many who have inadvertently wandered into Wano have never returned alive. Coupled with its natural fortifications, it may prove quite challenging to conquer. Newgate took a bite of his breakfast, his brow furrowed slightly. With his sister now pregnant, it was imperative to find a suitable island for her to give birth. Unfortunately, no one knew precisely how many strong individuals resided within Wano. A reckless assault could lead to significant losses. During Wano's golden age, a warrior named Ryuma had emerged. He was incredibly powerful, having defeated numerous invading pirate crews and world nobles to protect Wano, establishing its reputation as a nation not to be trifled with. Ryuma was even rumored to have slain a dragon, making him a hero of Wano. This had fostered a martial culture there, with everyone aspiring to become a warrior. Thus, Wano's military strength could very well exceed their expectations. Lorn, while indulging in his breakfast, spoke fervently. Rox, Newgate, and the other members nodded in agreement. They had also heard of the legendary dragon-slaying Ryuma. Although that was centuries ago, Wano had become synonymous with warriors. The highest ruler in Wano is referred to as the shogun, a hereditary position. The shogun holds immense authority in Wano, commanding absolute loyalty. A hasty strike would undoubtedly provoke unified resistance from the people of Wano. However, from what I understand, the leadership of Wano is not entirely united. At the very least, there are some within the upper echelons who have long sought to usurp the shogunate. Perhaps we can leverage this to achieve our goals. After finishing his breakfast, Ron wiped his mouth and spoke. Oh, Ron, is this true? Rooks, upon hearing this, was greatly excited yet maintained a degree of vigilance. It was not that he doubted his younger brother, but rather due to the dearth of intelligence concerning Wano country. With such meticulous information, where could one possibly acquire it? Could it be that those unscrupulous information brokers deceived his younger brother? I'm not entirely certain either, but we could test the waters, couldn't we? Ron smiled, reflecting that he had arrived in this time too early. At this juncture, he was indeed unfamiliar with the internal affairs of Wano country. After all, this was still at least 50 years prior to the original work. Kazuki Oden, as well as the Akazaya 9, and Kaido would likely have only just been born. However, like father, like son. Conversely, sons often mirror their fathers. Kaido was intent on usurping the position of shogun, and Ron found it hard to believe that Kaido's father harbored no such ambitions. If his father were truly a loyal and devoted retainer, it was unlikely he would sire a son like Kaido, who harbored such rebellious thoughts. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation. Whether Ron's conjectures held any truth would require verification. Brother-in-law, how shall we test the waters? Newgate, having devoured a large chicken leg, inquired curiously. It is quite simple. Although Wano country has closed its borders, the sea stone produced within must be exported. This necessitates contact with merchants from the outside world. We can disguise ourselves as merchants seeking to purchase sea stone and conduct an investigation in Wano country, Ron articulated confidently. The notion of isolation was relative, with so many people in Wano needing food and clothing. It was implausible that all contact with the outside world had ceased. At least to Ron's knowledge, Wano needed to sell sea stone to acquire belly and purchase essential supplies like food and clothing from abroad. This presented Ron and his companions with an excellent opportunity to infiltrate Wano country. Excellent. Let us proceed, Rooks exclaimed with enthusiasm, preparing to set off for Wano. Wait, brother. I will immediately contact the black market sea stone merchants. They will guide us into Wano country. We need not take many people. Just you, me, and Newgate will suffice, Ron stated as he picked up the Din Mushi and dialed the merchant's number. At this time, the underground black market lacked figures like Don Quixote da Flamingo, who served as intermediaries in the underworld. Many clandestine transactions still required face-to-face interaction between buyers and sellers. This also provided the Rocks pirates with an opportunity to enter Wano. With the esteemed reputation of the Rocks pirates backing them, the black market merchants would hardly dare to refuse. They quickly settled on a bargain price and agreed on a time for the black market merchants to lead Rooks, Ron, and Newgate into Wano. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Rooks, Ron, and Newgate donned disguises and boarded a merchant ship alongside the sea stone merchant, ready to enter Wano country. Notably, Newgate could not bring his Naginata, lest it raise suspicion among the inhabitants of Wano. Thus, the three men boarded the ship empty-handed, entering the waters of Wano. The island, renowned for its natural defenses, featured waterfalls that served as a formidable fortress. Upon catching sight of Wano, Rooks and Newgate gasped in astonishment. The terrain was perilous, with the entire island encircled by tumultuous waterfalls, which appeared to be at least 1,000 meters high. To enter Wano, one could only ascend the waterfall against its current. Not to mention traversing the waterfall itself. Without extraordinary navigational skills, it would be nearly impossible to navigate the water's patterns and enter Wano Point. One would either need to fly up or scale the 1,000-meter peaks by hand. No wonder Ron had always recommended Wano, Such waterfalls indeed posed a natural barrier, easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Everyone, please remain calm. The inhabitants of Wano will soon come to receive us. The guide for this trip reassured the merchants aboard the ship. These merchants hailed from various nations, all eager to purchase Wano's sea stone. Before long, the samurai of Wano descended from the waterfall and boarded the ship. With deft skill, the samurai directed the helmsman, seamlessly navigating the water's patterns. Utilizing the waterfall's force, the merchant ship began its rapid ascent into Wano at a steep angle of 90 degrees. Do not panic. The only way to enter Wano is by this waterfall. Our experienced navigator will ensure our safety, the guide continued to reassure the visibly anxious merchants. Upon hearing this, Rooks and Newgate exchanged satisfied smiles. Splendid. The geography of Wano is simply unparalleled. Such treacherous terrain requires only a minimal force to keep enemies at bay. It is truly the perfect sanctuary. Before long, the group reached the entrance of Wano. Under the guidance of the merchants and samurai, Rooks, Ron, and Newgate followed the merchant caravan directly into the Seastone factory. 80% of the world's sea stone is produced here in Wano. Additionally, we possess the finest craftsmen in the world. Ensuring the highest quality, the inhabitants of Wano enthusiastically introduced sea stone, causing Rooks, Ron, and Newgate to feel increasingly disinterested, nearly dozing off. The tedious introduction soon concluded. That evening, the people of Wano even reserved the most vibrant brothel in the country for the merchants' enjoyment. We shall not visit the brothel. We have come all this way to the isolated Wano. Here, take 1 million belly as a tip and show us around the country. Ron, Rooks, and Newgate directly requested the Wano guide to take them on a tour. Very well, esteemed guests, this way please. The guide, thrilled to receive the 1 million belly, diligently led Ron and his companions on a tour of Wano, completely unaware that he had unwittingly led them into a perilous whirlpool. Quietly noting the crucial geographical locations of Wano, satisfied, Ron, Rooks, and Newgate returned to their accommodations arranged by Wano. They waited until the night deepened and the city fell silent. Wano, the flower capital, was the most prosperous district in the country. Its affluence rivaled that of any wealthy member nation of the world government. Simultaneously, the flower capital also served as the residence of the ruling class. Besides the current shogun of Wano, the prominent Kurizumi clan also resided here. As the night grew late, the entire Wano had peacefully succumbed to slumber, with only the sound of cicadas filling the air. Within the residence of the Kurizumi clan, the then Lord, Kurizumi Ashiruko, who was also Kaido's father, lay sound asleep. The bedroom was enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Who goes there? Suddenly, Kurizumi Ashiruko jolted awake as if trapped in a nightmare. His face contorted with terror. He could distinctly sense an intruder in his room, an ominous presence that unsettled him. Light the lanterns. Kurizumi Ashiruko commanded his servants urgently. The oppressive darkness heightened his sense of foreboding, instilling a chilling fear of death within him. Are you the Lord of Wano, Kurizumi Ashiruko? The lanterns did not illuminate as anticipated. Instead, a dark and unfamiliar voice quietly echoed in the chamber, intensifying Kurizumi Ashiruko's fear. An assassin? Kurizumi Ashiruko exclaimed in alarm. However, before he could finish his sentence, he distinctly felt a cold touch upon his neck. Kurizumi Ashiruko, I advise you not to raise an alarm, or else. The shadowy voice dripped with malice, causing Kurizumi Ashiruko to freeze in terror, scarcely daring to breathe. Swish, at that moment, the candlelight flickered to life. It was a solitary candle, casting a feeble glow that was nonetheless sufficient for the black charcoal demon cicada to discern the surroundings of the room. There were 3 individuals in total. 2 stood approximately 3 meters tall, their hair a vibrant shade of red. The third was a giant, towering around 6 meters, with striking golden locks. The candle was firmly gripped in the hand of this 6-meter giant. The presence of all 3 was utterly imposing. After a brief silence, the black charcoal demon cicada hesitantly inquired, May I ask who you are? Jibek Lone, came the cheerful reply from Lone, who occupied the central position. The dim light rendered even Lone's exceptionally handsome face to appear devilish. Lone, are you not the renowned vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates? The voice of the black charcoal demon cicada trembled. Although Wano country was insular, it was not entirely devoid of information. Numerous merchants visiting Wano had spoken of a formidable pirate crew that had recently emerged on the seas, known as the Rocks Pirates. The captain, Rocks, bore a bounty of 430 million berries. While the vice-captain Lone's bounty also exceeded 100 million, there was another officer named Edward Newgate, whose bounty surpassed 100 million as well. Upon scrutinizing the 3 before him, the black charcoal demon cicada could match their characteristics to the notorious names. In an instant, he comprehended the identities of his visitors. Jibek Rocks, Jibek Lorn, and Edward Newgate. He realized he had drawn the attention of the Rock's pirates. Do not panic. Black charcoal demon cicada. We have not come to take your life. Lorn remarked with a faint smile, his tone calm. I have heard of your keen interest in the position of general in Wano. How fortuitous. Our Rock's pirates are quite interested in the sea stone of your land. We are willing to assist you in attaining the position of general, on the condition that once you ascend, we require 50% of the profits from your sea stone. What say you? Lorn inquired with a smile. Observing the reaction of the black charcoal demon cicada, why should I believe your words? Unsurprisingly, after a moment's contemplation, the black charcoal demon cicada was utterly skeptical of Lorn's proposition. He even suspected that Lorn might be in league with the general, Kazuki Odin, to test him. After all, the black charcoal demon cicada had previously entertained notions of rebellion. However, it seemed that Kazuki Odin had sensed his intentions but lacked any concrete evidence. Consequently, Odin had no effective means to deal with the black charcoal demon cicada. Yet, a rift had already formed between them. It was conceivable that Lorn, Rox, and the others were merely hired by Odin to probe his loyalty. Should he utter any treasonous thoughts, he would likely fall into Odin's trap. Black charcoal demon cicada, do you think I am here to negotiate with you? Lorn sneered, then clapped his hands. Newgate. Understood, brother-in-law. Whitebeard grasped the cue immediately and ignited all the lights in the bedroom with the candle he held. In an instant, the room was illuminated. Upon seeing everything clearly, the black charcoal demon cicada was rendered speechless with fear, for within the room lay all of his subordinates and servants, every person in the manor. Aside from the black charcoal demon cicada himself, was unconscious, their eyes glazed over, devoid of awareness. Observing the pallor of fear on the black charcoal demon cicada's face, Lorn displayed a satisfied smile. Like father. Like son. Indeed, he exhibited the same troublesome traits as his progenitor. Kaido. Do you understand now, black charcoal demon cicada? You are not in a position to negotiate with me. My entry into your home signifies that I could just as easily take your life. I could even annihilate the entire black charcoal clan at this very moment. What could you do about it? Lorn's tone was not heavy, yet it resonated in the ears of the black charcoal demon cicada as if uttered by a demon. How terrifying these three individuals were. They had not only evaded all watchful eyes, but had stealthily infiltrated his estate, effortlessly incapacitating everyone within its confines, just as Jibek Lorn had stated, if he so wished. The entire manor of the black charcoal demon could have been drenched in blood without anyone being the wiser. This further confirmed that Lorn, Rox, and the others were not mere agents of Kazuki Odin testing his fortitude. They possessed such formidable strength that Odin could have easily hired them to eliminate him outright rather than merely probe him. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your terms. You assist me in attaining the position of general. And upon success, I will share 50% of the profits from the sea stone of Wano with you. Once he calmed himself, the black charcoal demon cicada seemed resolute, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Ha, black charcoal demon cicada, I believe you have misunderstood something. As a punishment for your earlier refusal, I have decided to increase the share to 70%. Should you decline again, next time it will be raised to 90%. Lorn's eyes curved into crescent moons, a smile gracing his face. Very well, 70% it is, but you must ensure that Kazuki Odin does not live. Although the black charcoal demon cicada felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Lorn's demands. After all, he recognized that he had no standing to negotiate with such formidable individuals. 70% was preferable to 90%. Moreover, after witnessing the might of Rox, Lorn, and Newgate, the black charcoal demon cicada felt this was indeed an opportune moment. After all, there was already a rift between him and Kazuki Odin. If he refrained from rebellion now, Odin would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to eliminate him in the future. It would be better to strike first. Excellent, black charcoal demon cicada, I have not misjudged you. You are indeed a clever individual. I shall grant you 1 week to procure detailed intelligence on all military forces and samurai within Wano. In 1 week, we shall lead the entirety of the Rox crew to Wano. At that time, with our combined efforts, we shall surely seize the land. Should anything arise in this week, contact me using this transponder snail. As he spoke, Lorn handed a transponder snail to the black charcoal demon cicada. Understood. Rest assured, I shall fully cooperate with the Rox pirates. After accepting the transponder snail, the black charcoal demon cicada affirmed. Excellent, I await your news. Lorn smiled, and then he, along with Rox and Newgate, departed from the manor of the black charcoal demon. Lorn, do you think that fellow will truly comply? Once they exited the manor and returned to their quarters, Rox expressed some concern. Have no fear, brother. I have made all the necessary arrangements. The black charcoal demon cicada is desperate for our assistance in his rebellion, Lorn replied confidently. Would the black charcoal clan pass up such an opportunity for rebellion? Unless the celestial dragons suddenly decided to repent and no longer referred to themselves as world nobles. To be on the safe side, Lorn had previously made a covert visit to the general's residence, leaving a note to warn Kazuki Odin that the black charcoal demon cicada was scheming treachery. At that point, even if the black charcoal demon cicada wished to refrain from rebellion, he would be compelled to act. For Odin would undoubtedly seek a reason to eliminate both him and the entire black charcoal clan. Once Lorn had expressed this, Rock ceased to harbor any doubts. The three departed from Wano and returned to the Rock's pirates. Brother-in-law, we are about to launch an assault on Wano. My sister is also pregnant. This must succeed. During dinner one evening, Newgate approached Lorn, scratching his head with a hint of shyness. After all, this was Newgate's first time seeking guidance from someone. The previous occasion when Lorn had demonstrated the armed color of flowery cherry blossoms had left a lasting impression on Newgate. In truth, with Whitebeard's innate talent, he could have deciphered it on his own. However, with the impending assault on Wano, and in consideration of his sister, Jasmine, he sought a suitable location for her to safely carry the child. Thus, Newgate decided to hasten his mastery of flowery cherry blossoms and approached Lorn for instruction. Ha ha ha, Newgate, are you certain you wish to seek my guidance? To his astonishment, Whitebeard sought counsel from him regarding the nuances of hockey, leaving Ron in a state of disbelief. This was the legendary Whitebeard, the future strongest man in the world, coming to him for advice on hockey matters. Of course, this was all part of his plan to successfully seize Wano. Upon noticing Ron's mischievous grin, Newgate assumed that Ron was reluctant to teach him. Little did he know, Ron was secretly elated. In the future, he could boast that he personally mentored the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Teaching you is certainly no issue, but you must first address me as master, Ron said with a sly smile. Having Whitebeard acknowledge him as a master would be an immense source of pride. Let us not go that far. I'll figure it out myself, Whitebeard retorted, proud as ever, unwilling to concede to such a title. While he could tolerate calling Ron his brother, the designation of master held a significantly different connotation. Surely you can at least refer to me as your teacher, Ron suggested, as Whitebeard prepared to depart. Ron quickly took a step back, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity for boasting slip away. Very well, Ron-sensei, please enlighten me on the principles of flowing cherry, Newgate said, after a moment's contemplation, ultimately deciding to seek Ron's guidance. Your attitude is commendable. As your teacher, I shall impart this knowledge to you, Ron replied, adopting an authoritative demeanor as he explained the mechanics of flowing cherry to Whitebeard. True to his reputation as the future strongest man, Whitebeard grasped the concept with remarkable swiftness, immediately able to execute flowing cherry, albeit with a lack of finesse that would require only a brief period of practice to perfect. 2 days swiftly passed. The other members of the Rock's pirates, including Rox himself, were diligently training for their impending conquest of Wano. Meanwhile, Ron lounged on the deck, basking in the sun, content to cultivate his strength at leisure without exerting unnecessary effort. Golalalala, brother-in-law, I have mastered flowing cherry, Newgate proclaimed, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. I can even imbue it into my sword strikes. I have surpassed you now, brother-in-law. Ron could not help but admire Whitebeard's prodigious talent. Mastering flowing cherry in just 2 days and being able to enhance his sword strikes was indeed remarkable. Is that so? After only a few days, you wish to spar with your brother-in-law? Ron replied with a chuckle, having grown considerably stronger himself since Jasmine's pregnancy. Although he was uncertain of his current capabilities, this was the perfect opportunity to test his strength against his brother-in-law. Newgate. As they prepared to engage in a friendly spar, the phone bug at Ron's waist suddenly began to ring. Lord Ron, the moment he answered, the phone bug mimicked a dramatically fearful expression. Oh, Kurazumi Semimaru. Have you gathered intelligence from Wano? Ron inquired upon recognizing the voice. Yes. But Koyuki Sukiyaki seems to have caught wind of my treachery and is mustering an army to march on the mansion. Kurazumi Semimaru stammered, fear evident in his voice. Can you please have the Rock's pirates come to Wano early? I fear I won't last until the appointed time. My entire family may perish. Little did he know, it was Ron's machinations that led to Koyuki Sukiyaki's awareness of his rebellion. Truly pathetic, Kurazumi Semimaru, Ron sighed. The phone bug vividly conveyed Semimaru's panic, and Ron imagined he was so frightened that he might have wet himself. How many troops has Koyuki Sukiyaki gathered? Ron asked. The population of Wano is around 300,000, and Sukiyaki has rallied approximately 30,000 warriors, Semimaru replied, trembling. I only command about 3,000 men. Lord Ron, when will you arrive? They are about to reach our doorstep. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly, Ron replied with a cold smirk, hanging up the call and immediately summoning Rox and the other members. Are we starting so soon? Rox inquired, excitement evident in his demeanor. Indeed, we have received word from Kurazumi Semimaru. The rebellion has commenced, Ron confirmed, then addressed the members of the Rox pirates. All hands on deck. We set sail for Wano immediately. Ron issued the captain's order, and Rox showed no objection, even indifferent to relinquishing the captaincy to his brother. Ron himself was not particularly concerned about the title. To seize Wano, the Rox pirates anchored in the nearby waters. Within half an hour, they reached the waterfall of Wano. Quake. Newgate raised his fist, enveloped in the aura of the quake fruit, with a single punch. The space shattered, triggering a massive tsunami. Seizing the momentum of the tsunami, they surged into Wano. This was the method by which the Rox pirates would land in Wano, simple and brutal, in the next moment. The tsunami roared, waves soaring thousands of meters into the sky. Charge, Rox pirates. We will take Wano. Rox bellowed, raising his arm high as their vessel surged upward with the wave. Meanwhile, within Wano, thud, 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 the heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the flower capital. At this moment, Koike Sukiyaki led his 30,000 troops to the doorstep of Kurazumi Semimaru's mansion. Kurazumi Semimaru, surrender now, and I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, I shall eradicate your entire clan. Koike Sukiyaki, draped in a general's cloak, called out to Semimaru with authority. Inside the mansion, the Kurazumi family, led by Kurazumi Semimaru, was in a state of panic. Kurazumi Mushin, Kurazumi Semimaru, and the 4-year-old Kurazumi Orochi, along with Semimaru's loyal subordinates. We're in a frenzy, Lord Semimaru, if it comes to it. We must fight them. If we can slay Koike Sukiyaki, the rest are of no consequence. Kurazumi Semimaru, the first warrior of the Kurazumi clan and a user of the barrier fruit, boldly suggested, emboldened by his confidence in his abilities, one must not act rashly. Koike Sukiyaki has gathered powerful allies such as Shimatsuki and Amatsuki, along with many skilled samurai that we cannot face them head-on. Kurazumi Mushin, a younger user of the mimic fruit, cautioned. With just the Kurazumi family, they stood no chance against Koike Sukiyaki. If they could have rebelled successfully, they would have done so long ago. Father, I'm scared. The young Kurazumi Orochi whimpered, overwhelmed by the situation. Curse it. What do we do now? Koike Sukiyaki will soon lead his army through our gates. Kurazumi Semimaru snapped, frustration evident in his voice. Kurazumi Mushin fell silent. Realizing there was nothing more to say, the army was at their doorstep, and there was nothing she could do. As a mimic fruit user, she lacked the strength to single-handedly turn the tide. Unlike the original tale, Koike Sukiyaki was not in a state of decline, but was in the prime of his life. Damn it. Where are those scoundrels from the Rox pirates? Kurazumi Semimaru lamented, his anxiety mounting. He had not anticipated that Koike Sukiyaki would act so swiftly, exploiting his plans for rebellion. Just when he needed the Rox pirates the most, they had yet to arrive. Time was running out, and surrender seemed like the only option. After a moment of contemplation, Black Charcoal Oni Cicada ultimately faltered. After all, just moments ago, Kazuki Sukiyaki had stated that if he surrendered, he might be spared if he truly allowed Kazuki Sukiyaki to take action. It would mean doom for his entire family. Oni Cicada, you must not trust Kazuki Sukiyaki's words. Rebellion is a grave sin that warrants the extermination of 9 clans. How could he possibly spare your life? Black Charcoal Cicada Maru immediately interjected. To plot treason is a heinous crime, and if one chooses to embark upon such a path, one must follow through to the end. Surrendering halfway is akin to seeking death. Enough, Cicada Maru, my mind is made up. I shall surrender, Black Charcoal Oni Cicada replied solemnly. Was he not aware that rebellion is a crime punishable by the annihilation of his entire lineage? Yet, with the enemy's forces closing in and the sheer might of Wano country, the Black Charcoal family could hardly contend against it. Fighting would undoubtedly lead to death. What if, by some chance, Kazuki Sukiyaki experienced a change of heart? As for the Rox pirates, not a single figure had appeared thus far. Black Charcoal Oni Cicada's mind was already filled with grievances directed at the Rox pirates, even cursing his ancestors in the process, had they not invited him to conspire against the state. He would not have found himself in such dire straits. With a loud bang, the gates of the daimyo's residence were kicked open, as Black Charcoal Oni Cicada stepped out, just as he was preparing to surrender. In the next moment, a tremendous shadow suddenly loomed over the skies of Flower Capital, casting a pall over the scene. All the warriors present, including Kazuki Sukiyaki and Black Charcoal Oni Cicada, found themselves gazing upwards in unison. Waves, surging with a thunderous force, raced towards Flower Capital. What is this? What in the world? Is it a tsunami? Upon realizing it was indeed a tsunami, everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. How could there be a tsunami in Wano country? The ocean lies beneath 1,000 meters in Wano. The tsunami roared forth, threatening to engulf the entire Flower Capital, destroy Namukawa, Magic Cut, Bloodied Scythe. Although the red scabbards had yet to be born, Wano country still boasted numerous formidable warriors. These warriors swiftly drew their swords, unleashing streams of swordlight that sliced through the air, attempting to mitigate the tsunami's force. Nevertheless, their abilities were not sufficient to match those of an emperor. At best, they could be likened to high-ranking officers among the 4 emperors. Thus, they could only diminish the tsunami's power by half. The remaining surge of the tsunami, however, would swiftly claim at least half of Kazuki Sukiyaki's 30,000 troops. Once the tumult of the tsunami subsided, a pirate ship appeared rather abruptly within the inner sanctum of Flower Capital, leaving both Kazuki Sukiyaki and Black Charcoal Oni Cicada's forces in stunned silence. What in the world is this? Is that a pirate ship? Why is a pirate ship appearing in Flower Capital? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to this incongruous vessel. It was the Rocks Pirates. Immediately, some among Wano's populace recognized the flag that adorned the ship, unmistakably belonging to the infamous Rocks Pirates. Rocks Pirates? Is this the very captain with a bounty exceeding 400 million? What brings them to Wano country? The warriors of Wano began to stir restlessly. Clearly, even in isolation, some had heard of the Rocks Pirates. They were filled with curiosity regarding how the Rocks Pirates had suddenly appeared on Wano's shores. Could it be that they were swept in by the tsunami? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. Splendid work. You've just wiped out at least half of the enemy's forces. At that moment, the voices of Lorn, Rocks, and others aboard the pirate ship rang out. Have they arrived? Black Charcoal Oni Cicada stared in bewilderment at the pirate ship before him. Now he was certain that the Rocks Pirates had indeed come. However, what he had not anticipated was that the Rocks Pirates would ride in on the tide of a tsunami. What manner of madness is this? Did the Rocks Pirates truly consist of a band of lunatics? Black Charcoal Oni Cicada suddenly felt regret for allying with the Rocks Pirates. Brothers, charge, drive these intruders out of Wano. Rocks proclaimed with fervor, rallying the morale of the pirate crew to its zenith. Charge, onward. Though the Rocks Pirates numbered only in the hundreds, each was a carefully selected warrior. They resolutely advanced towards the vast army of Wano. Oh, intruders! How dare they invade a land that has remained untouched for centuries? This is a death wish. The forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki were initially taken aback. Only upon witnessing the members of the Rocks Pirates launching an assault did they grasp the situation. This band of pirates had come to invade Wano. A mere 100 dared to charge at an army of 10,000. What an absurdity! With drawn swords gleaming like silver, the warriors and soldiers of Wano charged at the Rocks Pirates. Observing this, Lorn leaped to the edge of the pirate ship, gazing down at the dark mass of Wano's forces below, a breathtaking sight. This marked Lorn's first encounter with an opposing army exceeding 10,000 since setting sail. What a pity. In the realm of pirates, sheer numbers have always been insufficient. It's our turn to strike, brother, Whitebeard, Lorn declared. Beside him, Whitebeard and Rocks nodded, also leaping to the edge of the ship to stand alongside Lorn. In an instant, the three unleashed their conqueror's haki. A tempest swirled around them, akin to a tornado. An invisible force radiated outward from the trio, expanding ever further. This energy enveloped the entirety of Flower Capital. In the blink of an eye, those Wano warriors touched by this conqueror's haki fell like dominoes, their eyes glazing over, frothing at the mouth, collapsing one after another, not only the warriors but also the residents. Citizens, engagous of Flower Capital, succumbed to this overwhelming power, fainting where they stood. In a mere 30 seconds, under the combined release of the three conquerors, the once formidable army of 15,000 was reduced to a mere 5,000. What is this? What manner of pirates are these? Over 10,000 have fallen. The warriors of Wano were utterly astonished. Though they had isolated themselves, they were aware of the existence of conquerors' haki in this world. Yet, to witness it incapacitate an army of 10,000 in one fell swoop was beyond their wildest imagination. They could hardly believe that such a small number had achieved this feat. Truly, Wano is a martial nation, after all. They had expected only 100 to remain standing. It seems they had underestimated the situation. Witnessing this, Lorn, Rocks, and Whitebeard exchanged surprised glances. It appeared that Wano's forces were indeed unlike those of ordinary world government allied nations. Setting aside the strength of these warriors, their almost fanatical loyalty made them particularly resilient against conquerors' haki. Considering how Jin Huang had survived being ensnared by conquerors' haki, it was clear that this scene was not entirely outrageous. Moreover, Lorn, Whitebeard, and even Rocks had yet to reach their peak potential. Simultaneously, the members of the Rocks Pirates who had launched their charge had already clashed with Kazuki Sukiyaki's forces. The Rocks Pirates found themselves at a disadvantage in an instant. After all, facing overwhelming numbers in a martial nation was hardly surprising. Damn it, the forces of Wano are completely different from those of the world government. The members of the Rocks Pirates found themselves encircled by dozens of Wano warriors. Unable to break free. In this moment of peril, one cried out, "Dark water!" A deep, resonant voice echoed, and beneath the feet of the samurai from Wano, a dark, fluid substance suddenly appeared. What on earth is this? Is this some sort of sorcery conjured by these pirates? The samurai of Wano exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Although some among them possessed the powers of devil fruits, they were unaware of the true nature of such abilities, mistaking them instead for witchcraft. However, these distinctions were of little consequence now. With a sudden rush, the samurai of Wano were engulfed by the darkness. Mere seconds later, they were released, but they were left utterly exhausted, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. Captain Rocks. Witnessing their salvation, several members of the Rocks Pirates gazed at Rocks with starry-eyed admiration. "Charge ahead. Our target is the General of Wano." Kazuki Oden. With a grand gesture, Rocks pointed directly at the striking figure of Kazuki Oden, who sat prominently upon his steed. Bolstered by their captain's encouragement, the members of the Rocks Pirates pressed forward with renewed courage. "Giruruer, fear not, brothers, charge alongside me." Meanwhile, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, wielded the powers of the Tremor fruit to shield the members of the Rocks Pirates as they surged forward. With the addition of both Whitebeard and Rocks to the fray, the previously beleaguered Rocks Pirates began to encroach upon the defenses of Kazuki Oden's forces. Samurai casualties mounted, and the Rocks Pirates drew ever closer to Kazuki Oden himself. "Kurazumi Kichiku, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and bring your men into action." At that moment, Lorn addressed the immobile Kurazumi Kichiku, who stood like a steadfast pillar. "Oh, right." Kurazumi Kichiku, having shifted from despair to fervor, momentarily lost his bearings. But upon Lorn's urging, he finally regained his composure. "Follow the Rocks Pirates, warriors of the Kurazumi clan. Charge, slay Kazuki Oden, seize the position of general, and claim Wano for ourselves. If we win this battle, Wano shall belong to the Kurazumi clan from this day forth." With a fierce roar, Kurazumi Kichiku brandished his katana. Rallying the Kurazumi clan, he led the likes of Kurazumi Mushi and Kurazumi Shamaru, along with 3,000 samurai, into battle against Kazuki Oden. Go father. Father is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the 4-year-old Kurazumi Orochi, already unpleasant to behold and sporting a snot bubble, waved a toy windmill from a safe distance, cheering for the Kurazumi clan. With such poise at such a tender age, it was clear that this family was destined to be treacherous. "Lord Kichiku, allow me to take the forefront." With Kurazumi Kimu, a user of the shield fruit, as the vanguard, the Kurazumi clan entered the battlefield. Under the formidable protection of the shield fruit, they tore through the ranks of Kazuki Oden's forces like a knife slicing through cloth, creating a massive breach in the defenses. With the influx of reinforcements, the alliance between the Rocks Pirates and the Kurazumi clan swiftly began to dismantle the forces of Kazuki Oden. The cries of countless samurai filled the air, blood spraying as though it were free. Severed limbs, dismembered bodies, and heads rolled across the ground. The flower capital descended into chaos. "Damn it! Protect the general. We cannot allow these scoundrels to prevail." In this dire moment, a group of over 10 warriors known as the Onawabanshu appeared on the battlefield. Composed of ninjas and samurai, they represented a formidable force not to be underestimated. Kawanami Shatter, Frosty Slash, Kappa Fury, ninja techniques unleashed in unison, their combined might surge forth, blocking the advance of the Rocks Pirates and the Kurazumi clan. Each of these warriors possessed strength akin to that of high-ranking officials within the Wano court, with a few even surpassing that level. Their appearance, albeit a slight hindrance, was far from enough to deter the Rocks Pirates. Conqueror's Strike. A blow infused with Conqueror's Haki sent one member of the Onawabanshu flying, leaving him bloodied and battered, likely with shattered insides. His demise seemed imminent. Cursed pirates, in outrage. Another Onawabanshu member charged at Rocks, only to be caught and sent sprawling by a swift slap. His katana snapped in two. In an instant, 2 members of the Onawabanshu were felled by Rocks. A breach had been opened by Captain Rocks. Charged through here, like a small gap in a dam being breached by a flood, the momentum surged. With just 2 members of the Onawabanshu down, a chain reaction ensued. The warriors standing before Kazuki Oden dwindled in number. The Rocks Pirates and Kurazumi clan now stood merely a few dozen meters from Kazuki Oden. "Damn it, Your Excellency, the General, you must leave at once." Sensing the grave situation, several of Kazuki Oden's trusted aides rushed to counsel him. But I cannot abandon these samurai. Kazuki Oden's expression was grim. He had never expected Kurazumi Kichiku to conspire with pirates to rebel, resulting in such heavy casualties among the warriors of Wano. Gazing upon the fallen heroes, his heart bled. Damnable pirates! Why have you invaded Wano? We have never provoked you. In an outburst of fury, Kazuki Oden directed his ire at Lorn, who had yet to join the fray. If looks could kill, Lorn would have perished dozens of times over. The innocent suffer for the guilty. Weakness itself is a crime. Wano occupies a land rich in resources and strategic significance, naturally drawing the covetous eyes of the strong. Even if I do not act now, decades hence this place would still be targeted by Kaido. The outcome would remain unchanged. Lorn, uninterested in banter with Kazuki Oden, joined the battle. Almost immediately, several samurai fell to his might. Their fates uncertain. In terms of strength, Lorn now stood as a high-ranking official of the Wano court, bolstered by the flowing cherry blossoms, capable of contending with even the top officials. Damn it. Kazuki Oden was deeply wounded by Lorn's contemptuous demeanor. How dare he belittle Wano? With a swift motion, Kazuki Oden drew his katana, intent on confronting the band of villains. Your Excellency, you must not act recklessly. As the ruler of a nation, you cannot fall into enemy hands. If captured by the Kurazumi clan, your life would be in grave peril. His aides implored, tears in their eyes. At this point, you still wish to flee? Kazuki Oden, I have you now. Meanwhile, Kurazumi Kamamaru, utilizing his shield fruit abilities, swiftly tore through the defensive lines of Kazuki Oden's forces, leading a contingent of Kurazumi warriors right to Kazuki Oden himself. Most of Kazuki Oden's troops had been occupied with the formidable rocks, Lorn, and Newgate, leaving Kamamaru with a considerably weakened defense. General, retreat quickly. I will hold them off. Several aides drew their katanas, positioning themselves in front of Kurazumi Kamamaru. What do you think you are? Get out of my way. Shield charge. Heightened Senmaru erupted into a cacophony of laughter, conjuring a malleable, transparent barrier. Like a rampaging bull, he barreled through the ranks of the general's guards, scattering them aside. The barrier fruit, lacking the advanced mastery of haki akin to that of a flowing cherry, proved formidable to breach. Even those of lesser strength, upon consuming it, could wield a terrifying defensive prowess. Success. Kazuki Sukiyaki, the Heightened clan shall emerge victorious. Heightened Senmaru's grin twisted into a sinister leer as he reached out, intent on dragging Kazuki Sukiyaki down from his steed. At that pivotal moment, a voice boomed across the battlefield. How dare the Heightened clan ally with pirates to invade Wano? Do they truly believe our land is devoid of defenders? A towering figure materialized before Heightened Senmaru, his physique imposing, his upper body bare. His hair resembling blue flames, a striking visage. Armed with a razor-sharp katana and donning sunglasses, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. This was none other than Wano's underworld overlord, Hanazono Higor. In the original tale, he would be the one to impart the flowing cherry haki to Luffy decades hence. In his prime, Hanazono Higor stood tall and formidable, revered as the most esteemed leader of Wano's underworld, even admired by many samurai of the land. Heightened Senmaru, you wretched beast, daring to conspire with outsiders in treachery. You are deserving of death. Hanazono Higor unleashed a terrifying aura, bringing his katana crashing down. Defensive barrier. Heightened Senmaru activated his shield, successfully parrying the strike from Hanazono Higor. You think you can breach my barrier? Heightened Senmaru sneered at his adversary. Humph. Hanazono Higor scoffed disdainfully, his anger igniting as his presence intensified. The blade in his hand glimmered, enveloped by a thick layer of haki. Hanazono Ikiden, wrathful radiance. With a single stroke, a formidable wave of sword energy, infused with flowing cherry haki, surged toward Heightened Senmaru like a wild stallion. A mere slash. Barrier sphere. Heightened Senmaru dismissed the attack, conjuring another barrier in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Alas, Hanazono Higor's might was not to be underestimated. His mastery of haki had reached the level of flowing cherry, a skill he would later impart to the illustrious monkey D. Luffy. With his full strength unleashed, he was a force that Heightened Senmaru could not hope to withstand. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Heightened Senmaru's seemingly invincible shield splintered. How's this possible? Heightened Senmaru's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first instance someone had managed to breach his barrier. Slash. Hanazono Higor's blade arced gracefully through the air. No. Heightened Senmaru's pupils constricted as he sensed the approach of death, scrambling to erect another barrier. But the edge of Hanazono Higor's sword was already perilously close to his head. The blade swept past with brutal precision, blood spraying forth like mist. Heightened Senmaru's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at Hanazono Higor. 2 seconds later, his body fell rigidly to the earth. Senmaru has been slain. How could this be? The death of Heightened Senmaru sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Heightened clan. Heightened Senmaru was heralded as the foremost warrior of the Heightened family. His defeat at the hands of an enemy commander was a devastating blow to the morale of the clan. Ha ha ha, it seems they are nothing but a rabble. Hanazono Hygor chuckled heartily, charging into the Heightened clan's ranks with his sword drawn. Boss Hygor, we stand with you. Charge. Let these pirates and the Heightened clan pay for their insolence. Those foolish enough to invade Wano shall witness the might of the samurai. Hanazono Hygor's followers numbered in the hundreds. While not a vast army, many among them were formidable fighters, with some rivaling the legendary red scabbards of the future. This elite force surged into the ranks of the Heightened warriors, like lions among sheep, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The cries of despair echoed as within mere minutes, hundreds of Heightened warriors fell. The line that had been perilously close to Kazuki Sukiyaki was now in retreat, rapidly demoralized. Damn it. Rocks and Law, get your acts together. If you don't intervene soon, the Heightened clan will be annihilated. Seeing this unfolding disaster, Heightened Kitchen could no longer contain his anger toward Rocks and Law. He realized that they had not exerted their full strength in this battle, particularly Rocks. With Rock's ability to decimate the Yontama guards in an instant, he could easily break through the blockade of warriors. Yet, he had been holding back, leaving Heightened Kitchen with a sense of being duped. You little scoundrel. How dare you address Rocks and Law so casually? At that moment, neither Rocks nor Law spoke, but Whitebeard suddenly appeared before Heightened Kitchen, his gaze piercing and unfriendly. At this stage, Whitebeard was not yet the composed figure of the future. As a young man barely in his 20s. He could not tolerate disrespect toward his brother-in-law and uncle. Towering at 6 meters tall, his presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Under Whitebeard's scrutiny, Heightened Kitchen felt a chill run down his spine. And his bravado waned as he timidly uttered, "When will Lord Rocks make his move? If he does not act soon, the Heightened clan will be wiped out." Heightened Kitchen, ever adaptable, quickly shifted his demeanor. "What's the rush?" Law interjected, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached Heightened Kitchen. He then exchanged a knowing glance with his brother Rocks. The two shared an unspoken connection, and Rocks instantly grasped Law's intent. "What do you intend to do?" Heightened Kitchen was utterly baffled by the cryptic exchange between Law and Rocks. Dark water. Utilizing his power, Rocks deftly absorbed the corpse of Heightened Senmaru into the darkness. "What do you intend to do with Senmaru's body?" Heightened Kitchen grew anxious. For the Heightened warriors were still being slaughtered by Hanazono Hygor's gang. Yet, Rocks and Law offered no response. 2 minutes elapsed before Heightened Senmaru's body was released. What? Nothing happened. Upon seeing Senmaru's corpse again, Heightened Kitchen was left bewildered. The body had undergone no transformation whatsoever. What, then, was the purpose of this 2-minute delay? During that time, more Heightened warriors had fallen. Ha ha ha. We've got it. Law. Rocks chuckled lightly, revealing a devil fruit in his hand. Lord Senmaru. Witnessing this scene, the Heightened warriors felt as if they had encountered a ghost. Intimidated by Hanazono Hygor alone. Brothers, charge. Eradicate the traitorous Heightened clan and drive the invading pirates from our land. What is this? Heightened Kitchen's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the devil fruit in Rock's grasp. Although he did not know it by name, he understood that it was this peculiar fruit that had granted Heightened Senmaru his extraordinary powers. Rocks has seized Senmaru's abilities. Brother, keep it. This fruit possesses quite the remarkable capability. Ron chuckled softly, remarking that while the upper limit of the barrier fruit was not particularly high, its lower limit was impressively elevated. Even an individual of feeble strength could contend with formidable foes after consuming the barrier fruit. Ron even contemplated that it might be a splendid choice to reserve it for his future offspring. Alternatively, it could serve as a commendable reward for the valiant members of the Rocks Pirates. Nodding in agreement, Rocks carefully enclosed the fruit in a box. The crew then surveyed the battlefield at that moment. The members of the Rocks Pirates had retreated from the fray, as ordered by their captain. The battle was now predominantly between the samurai of the Kurazumi clan and the remnants of Kazuki Oden's forces, alongside the gang led by Hanazono Garo, without the interference of the Rocks Pirates. The Kurazumi clan was being subjected to a one-sided massacre. How long must we wait to engage? Kurazumi Onamara lamented, his voice tinged with despair, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Rocks Pirates. With the Kurazumi clan's ranks dwindling to less than half of their original 3,000 warriors, it appeared imminent that they would face a rout. Thus, Ron and Rocks decided it was time to act. The primary objective of the Rocks Pirates had always been to seize Wano. Rather than to exploit the profits of Seastone. It is essential to recognize that the unified strength of Wano was quite formidable. Ron's strategy, was to conspire with the Korizumi clan to eradicate the forces of General Kazuki Oden and several other prominent daimyos. Ultimately, they would expel the Korizumi clan from Wano. To achieve this, mutual attrition was necessary. Hence, the Rocks pirates had been biding their time at the onset of the conflict. Once both parties had sufficiently weakened each other, they would unleash their full might. After all, the samurai of Wano, regardless of their affiliation with the Korizumi or Kazuki clans, needed to be expelled entirely. The sentiment was clear: those not of our kind will have different intentions. The samurai were riddled with traitors and spies, while the Korizumi clan was rife with treachery. They could not be permitted to remain in Wano, nor could they be trusted as allies. The Rocks pirates must monopolize Wano. Onward, brave warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let us demonstrate to the samurai of Wano what the term pirate truly signifies. Rocks bellowed, raising his arm in a rallying cry, and soon, hundreds of the Rocks pirates rejoined the battle. Dark water, quake sky, the stormy feet of Lorn, Rocks, and Newgate led to an instantaneous reversal of the tide. What is happening? The forces of Kazuki Oden were astonished by the sudden surge in strength of the Rocks pirates. Had they been holding back their full power all along, under the leadership of Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate, they found themselves utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the Rocks pirates. It appeared that the greatest threat was not the Korizumi clan after all, but rather the Rocks pirates themselves. Hanazono Garo sensed the shift. With the Korizumi clan's meager strength, how could they even contemplate rebellion? It seemed they had allied with formidable foes. Boys, let us turn our focus on the pirates, Hanazono Garo declared, drawing his katana and leading his gang members to confront the Rocks pirates. This fellow is mine. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Rocks realized that the most formidable fighter on the opposing side was indeed Hanazono Garo. He had refrained from exerting his full strength thus far, and it was time to indulge in the thrill of battle. As Hanazono Garo charged forward, Rocks surged ahead to meet him. Meanwhile, Lorn and Newgate faced off against the strongest samurai among the gang. Excluding Hanazono Goro. One sword style, Anger of the Blossoms. With a flourish of his blade, Hanazono Goro launched a dazzling attack infused with haki, aiming for Rocks. Is that all you've got, Rocks? Having sensed the true strength of Hanazono Garo through his observation haki, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With a swift motion, he enveloped his hand in haki and firmly grasped Hanazono Goro's katana, holding it fast. One more strike. Hanazono Goro attempted to withdraw his katana for another attack, only to find himself unable to do so due to Rock's overwhelming strength. How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief behind his sunglasses. Conqueror's strike. Rocks grinned menacingly, using his free hand to unleash a devastating punch. The terrifying black lightning flickered and crackled around Rock's right fist, as if ready to explode. This attack was clearly imbued with Conqueror's haki. Hanazono Garo immediately relinquished his katana, rolling away in a desperate attempt to evade Rock's onslaught. Yet, the terror of Conqueror's haki was undeniable. Even as he narrowly avoided Rock's fist, he still suffered grievous harm. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was sent flying hundreds of meters, finally crashing into a building and remaining motionless. His fate uncertain. Garo. He was defeated in a single blow. The gang members, witnessing their revered leader subdued so effortlessly, began to question their very existence. The man who had just dispatched Korizumi Shamura in an instant had now been vanquished in a single strike. Truly, the Rocks pirates were a force to be reckoned with. Observing from the sidelines, Korizumi Shamura could not suppress a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that aligning with the Rocks pirates had been a wise decision. After this battle, the title of general in Wano would surely change hands. Hey, what are you looking at? Armament haki, flowing cherry blossom. The downfall of Goro triggered a chain reaction akin to the events of the Marineford War. Seizing the moment, Ron launched a lethal strike. His armament haki enveloped attack, landing squarely on the heart of an opposing samurai warrior of considerable rank within the gang, rendering him lifeless. His eyes glazed over. Newgate, too, achieved a similar outcome. How could this be? The three most powerful fighters, all at once. The remaining gang members sensed an impending disaster. You have no time to worry about others, samurai. Rock's voice thundered from above. Look up. The samurai collectively raised their gazes, swords at the ready. Conqueror's wrath. King. Rocks descended from the heavens, channeling his power into a cataclysmic punch. The shockwave generated by his fist expanded like a blade of wind, enveloping an entire area. The ground erupted in a dazzling display of black fireworks, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Once the shockwave subsided, a vast expanse of cleared ground emerged on the battlefield, leading directly to General Kazuki Oden. At that moment, there was no one standing before him. A splendid opportunity. Ron seized the moment, leaping forward to confront Kazuki Oden. General, flee quickly. Just then, Several samurai leaped forth to shield Kazuki Oden from Ron's advance. "Do not obstruct me, brother-in-law. Step aside." At that moment, Newgate took his chance and charged in, with a mighty sweep of his massive scythe, bolstered by his innate strength and the power of the quake fruit. The samurai stood no chance against his onslaught, being sent flying. Just in time, I am not someone to be trifled with. As Ron approached, Kazuki Oden drew his sword, filled with a fierce hatred for the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi clan after witnessing the slaughter of so many samurai from Wano. "Oh, is that the Amano Habakiri?" Ron's eyes brightened at the sight of Kazuki Oden's blade. Having attained advanced swordsmanship, he lacked only a worthy weapon. Though not one of the supreme blades, Amano Habakiri was still among the 21 great swords, famed for its ability to cleave the very sky. Moreover, it was forged by the renowned swordsmith, Kazuki Oden himself. "Villain, perish!" Kazuki Oden shouted, furiously swinging his blade, unleashing a straightforward yet formidable wave of sword energy. Armament Haki, hardening. With nearly unparalleled mastery of the armament Haki, Lorn enveloped his arm in a formidable aura. A mere lift of his hand effortlessly nullified the slashing attack from Kazuki Oden. How could this be? Kazuki Oden's expression stiffened as he unleashed a flurry of sword energy. "It seems your talents have been squandered on the art of forging. Such a precious blade is being wielded by a mediocre swordsman like you. Do you not hear the blade weeping?" Lorn approached Kazuki Oden with a smile, dismissing the sword energy as mere scratches, hardly worth avoiding. "Damn it. Protect the general." The surrounding gangsters and samurai hurried to shield their leader. "I dare anyone to step forward and meet their demise." Newgate brandished his massive naginata behind Lorn, his towering figure and terrifying presence causing many samurai to hesitate. He exuded an aura reminiscent of Zhang Yida's commanding shout that once repelled Cao Cao's forces at Chang'an Bridge. Meanwhile, Lorn swiftly disarmed and captured Kazuki Oden with ease. "Kazuki Oden has been apprehended. Who dares to move?" Lorn gracefully utilized Moonwalk to hover above the battlefield, one hand gripping Kazuki Oden, the other holding the Tenjin Suji blade against Oden's throat, declaring to the entire battlefield. In the next moment, all eyes turned skyward. Success. Kinemon, Momonosuke, and the members of the Kurazumi clan, including the mere 4-year-old Kurazumi Orochi, wore expressions of smug satisfaction. General, in stark contrast, Kazuki Oden's subordinates and the gangsters under Hanzo the Flower paused, their faces pale as ash. "All samurai, drop your weapons and withdraw from Wano. I will spare Kazuki Oden. Otherwise." Lorn's Tenjin Suji had already drawn a conspicuous cut across Oden's neck. Do not harm the general. "We are willing to leave Wano. Whatever you ask of us, we shall comply." The samurai dared not resist further, preparing to heed Lorn's commands. In their eyes, the general's life was of paramount importance. They would never joke about his life. Soon, the samurai relinquished their cherished swords, casting them to the ground, and began their retreat from Flower City. "Very well, brother." At that moment, Lorn exchanged a meaningful glance with Rox. "Understood, brother." A wicked smile crept across Rox's lips as he grasped his brother's intent. Allowing these formidable samurai to depart unscathed would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Seizing the opportunity while their fighting spirit waned, they would eliminate them in one fell swoop. Rox activated his ability, placing one hand upon the ground. Instantly, the entire terrain of Flower City transformed into a viscous black fluid. "What is this? Is this yet another of Rox's abilities?" The retreating samurai felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing the darkness. However, Rox offered them no time to react. Dark abyss. With a thunderous roar, the dark fluid unleashed an overwhelming gravitational pull. The terrifying force drew the samurai directly into the abyss below. Not only the samurai, but the gravitational force was so powerful that it consumed trees, buildings, and forests alike. It was as if an insatiable beast was greedily devouring everything it could engulf. Moments later, the materials consumed by the darkness, buildings, samurai, trees, and all, were expelled. Yet this time, they emerged like lifeless husks, devoid of vitality. Witnessing this scene, Kurazumi Kinemon, Kurazumi Momonosuke, and the Kurazumi clan members, even the young Kurazumi Orochi, stood frozen in shock. Is this what pirates are? Hadn't they already surrendered? How could they resort to extermination? The ruthless methods of the Rocks pirates instilled a profound sense of dread within the Kurazumi clan. "Scoundrels! Beasts! Why must you strike at them?" They had laid down their weapons. They were complying with your order to withdraw from Wano. Why inflict such brutality, leaving no path for survival? What is the reason behind this? Captured Kazuki Oden wept profusely, nearly grinding his teeth in anguish as he confronted Lorn. Kazuki Oden, this is the reality of this world. Survival of the fittest, where the weak lack even the right to choose life or death. Lorn's tone was devoid of emotion, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake. Even Newgate maintained a stoic expression, Finding no fault in the unfolding events, the strength and numbers of these samurai were significant. To allow them to leave Wano freely would invite vengeance upon their return, while Lorn and Newgate were not inherently cruel and had even agreed to spare civilians from harm. Such principles were only applicable under normal circumstances. Now that this group from Wano stood in the way of the Rocks pirates, anyone, regardless of status or rank, would be ruthlessly trampled beneath the iron heel of the Rocks pirates. This was a responsibility to the Rocks pirates and to the future of their loved ones. Though bloodied and brutal, this was the truth of the world. The current era is not the whimsical age of Luffy the Straw Hat Pirates. In an instant, silence enveloped Flower City. The 30,000 troops led by Kazuki Oden had been utterly annihilated. Korizumi Kinemon, lead the way. Aside from Flower City, Wano should also have 5 other locations: White Dance, Lingho, Tofu Bowl, 9 Miles, and Heim. You are more familiar with Wano's terrain than I. Immediately take your men and accompany us to cleanse all individuals from these 5 locations. Having completed this task, Lorn, without a moment's pause, addressed Korizumi Kinemon. There are likely many people in the other regions. They must all be eradicated. Understood. I will arrange it at once. Having witnessed the true nature of the Rocks pirates, Korizumi Kinemon no longer dared to voice his grievances in Lorn's presence. With 30,000 eliminated, the mere 3,000 members of the Korizumi clan had no choice but to bow their heads in submission. By the way, Kazuki Oden has outlived his usefulness. I leave him to you, to dispose of as you see fit. Lorn casually tossed Kazuki Oden to Korizumi Kinemon. The 30,000 samurai of Wano were nearly all dead. Kazuki Oden, a general in name only, posed no threat to the greater scheme. A week passed. Under the guidance of the Korizumi clan, the Rocks pirates thoroughly cleansed all 6 regions of Wano from top to bottom. The samurai had all been mobilized by Kazuki Oden to confront the Korizumi clan. Thus, the majority of other regions are comprised of the frail, the elderly, and women and children. These utterly defenseless individuals have all been exiled from Wano country. Unable to stir even the slightest ripple. As for the remaining men, including young boys, they have all been dealt with on the spot. To eradicate the roots of the problem, it is better to act decisively. After cleaning up the aftermath of Wano country, Lorn and Rocks commenced the final purge of the Korizumi clan. For someone like Korizumi Orochi, who had previously betrayed his master, Lorn and Rocks could not possibly allow such a person to remain at their side. Kazuki Oden had suffered greatly at the hands of Korizumi Orochi before ultimately being slain. The cruelty shown towards their former lord was something Lorn and Rocks could not abide. Furthermore, as a traveler from another world, Lorn was well aware that Korizumi Orochi's son, Korizumi Kaido, mirrored his father's malevolent nature. Betrayal was a common occurrence for this family, ingrained in their very essence. It could be assumed that if Korizumi Kaido were to have a son, he too would be adept at treachery. Now that the war had concluded, all samurai of Wano country had been expelled. Only a meager 2,000 warriors of the Korizumi clan and the Rocks pirates remained in Wano. What do you mean? Upon witnessing the Rocks pirates reveal their fangs towards the Korizumi clan, Korizumi Orochi wore a look of utter disbelief. Korizumi Orochi, do you truly believe I would trust someone who has already betrayed their master? Lorn advanced slowly towards the Korizumi clan, his tone laced with disdain. Although Korizumi Orochi had indeed contributed to the Rocks pirates' occupation of Wano, Lorn found such acts of treachery utterly disgraceful. Lorn, stop wasting your breath. Eliminate these worthless scoundrels, Rocks interjected, his patience wearing thin. Directly engaging in combat was the only solution. Thus, in less than a day, the Rocks pirates eradicated the Korizumi clan at the cost of several dozen injuries but without any fatalities. At long last, the vast expanse of Wano country was left solely in the hands of the Rocks pirates. Cheers, they exclaimed, celebrating their conquest of Wano country. This place is truly magnificent, with this island. We shall no longer have to worry about any foolish intruders attempting to launch surprise attacks. Now, Sherry and Marjorie can rest easy during their pregnancies. On the very night after the annihilation of the Korizumi clan, the Rocks pirates commenced a long-awaited feast. This time, the banquet would not conclude hastily as it had after the acquisition of the dark fruit. Brother, I believe we can designate this day as the Rocks Pirates' Day of celebration. From now on, every year on this day, we shall hold a victory celebration to commemorate the great triumph of the Rocks pirates. During the banquet, Lorn, slightly intoxicated and brimming with excitement, proposed this to Rocks. After all, with the occupation of Wano country, the greatest burden on Lorn's mind had been lifted. With such a formidable island like Wano, both Sherry and Marjorie could enjoy their pregnancies without worry. Furthermore, with Wano's abundant resources of sea prism stone, the Rocks pirates had secured a seemingly endless source of wealth, firmly establishing their footing in the pirate world. Indeed, Lorn, you are absolutely right. The name Victory Celebration is splendid. From now on, we shall hold a feast every year on this day to commemorate the monumental victory of the Rox pirates, Rox exclaimed, raising a large cup of wine and downing it in one go. Nodding repeatedly, glorious, a victory celebration, how delightful. Newgate's face was flushed, clearly enjoying himself as well. Everyone, rise and raise your cups. I hereby declare that from this day forward, it shall be the annual victory celebration of the Rox pirates. Enjoy to your heart's content, Rox proclaimed, urging everyone to stand and drink. Reveling in the joyous atmosphere, the feast continued for 7 days and nights, only concluding when every member of the Rox pirates had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. How long until Miss Sherry gives birth? After the banquet, Lorn sought out the ship's doctor for her insight. In Lorn's estimation, Sherry was likely to deliver her first child soon, approximately 3 to 4 months. Lord Lorn, the ship's doctor replied respectfully, make sure to take good care of Miss Sherry and Marjorie. The natural environment of Wano is exceptionally beautiful. Take Miss Sherry out for strolls to help her relax. Lorn instructed kindly. After the task is complete, there will be ample rewards. The exquisite natural beauty of Wano was unparalleled, with landscapes reminiscent of a paradise rather than the desolation wrought by Kaido in later years. Forests, lakes, grasslands, everything was present. Lorn even contemplated constructing a grand garden for his wives to unwind in. After all, mental well-being is crucial for a healthy pregnancy. Remaining cooped up indoors would undoubtedly be detrimental to the unborn child. With such thoughts in mind, Lorn approached Rox to share his ideas, only to find Rox appeared somewhat troubled. Brother, why the long face? Is there something on your mind? Lorn inquired, intrigued. They had finally conquered Wano, and one would expect him to be in high spirits. Upon seeing Lorn, Rox quickly replied, Lorn, I have realized that the Rox pirates are severely understaffed. Many resources in Wano require development, much of which involves arduous labor. Just the Sea Prism Stone factory in Udon requires at least a few thousand workers to maximize output. It seems we need to find a way to expand the ranks of the Rox pirates and recruit more crew members. You're absolutely right, brother. I share the same sentiment. Lorn nodded in agreement. The current crew of the Rox pirates was indeed too few, aside from the few trusted individuals selected by Rox and Lorn when they first set sail, and the 200 crew members brought in by Edward Newgate. The total number of crew members was barely over 300. For a crew that had conquered Wano and aimed to overthrow the world government, 300 was far too little. As Rox noted, just the Sea Prism Stone factory in Udon required at least 3,000 workers. Moreover, Wano was vast, with many resources still waiting to be developed beyond Udon. Even 3,000 would not suffice. It was high time for the Rox pirates to recruit a substantial number of new crew members. Brother, since you agree, I will head to the pirate black market to post a recruitment notice for the Rox pirates. Rox declared, picking up a transponder snail to contact the underground overlord. Wait, brother, what Wano needs most right now is not pirates, but workers. If we recruit pirates, they will undoubtedly be unwilling to engage in such laborious tasks. Lorn interrupted, halting Rox. He recalled that in the original storyline, Kaido utilized prisoners or death row inmates to work in Udon, rather than relying on the members of his pirate crew. This indicated that the work in Udon was indeed grueling. Recruiting a group of pirates only to have them toil in factories would be akin to recruiting a group of elite graduates and making them perform menial tasks, even if they were recruited. Many would likely flee. It is essential to remember that these pirates are not as docile as elite students. They could very well cause trouble. So what shall we do now? Rox lowered the transponder snail after hearing Lorn's reasoning. It made sense that recruiting a group of pirates only to have them work in factories was rather unreasonable. I've got it. Brother, I know just who we should bring to Wano. After a moment's thought, Lorn slapped his thigh and broke into a grin. Who is it, brother? Rox inquired, genuinely curious. The fishmen from Fishman Island. Lorn beamed. Fishmen? Yes, fishmen. They possess immense strength, with natural abilities 10 times that of ordinary humans. What would be grueling work for humans would be effortless for the fishmen. Most importantly, the fishmen have long been overlooked by the world government and discriminated against by the global aristocracy, relegated to a life beneath the sea. In truth, they yearn to reside on land. Basking in the sunlight, however, they lack both the courage and the opportunity to do so. Presently, the Rox pirates can offer the fishmen a splendid chance to live on the surface, under the sun. And I believe they will not decline this offer. Lorn felt a sense of satisfaction with his idea. The fishmen could not only work in factories but also develop other resources. In fact, these fishmen could drop their factory jobs and immediately engage in combat. They are not only a valuable addition to our fighting power but can also serve as laborers. There is truly no more suitable choice than the fishmen. You make a compelling point, Lorn. So, When shall we depart? Why, immediately. Lorn prepared to set off at once. Now that they have Wano country, they need not fear pirate incursions in their daily lives. Neptune of Fishman Island has been acquainted with me. I trust he will readily accept this proposal. Upon hearing that Lorn intended to visit Fishman Island, Newgate also prepared to accompany him. He had a friendship with Neptune and was quite familiar with the situation on Fishman Island. Oh, Newgate, you have a connection with Neptune as well? Lorn inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, in the original work, Whitebeard and Neptune shared a deep bond. However, Newgate is only around 20 years old now, and Neptune is likely about the same age. Did they truly establish a friendship at such a young age? Gulalala, don't underestimate me, brother-in-law. I set sail at the age of 10. It has almost been a decade now. In terms of seafaring experience, I am indeed your senior. Newgate chuckled. That's a fair point. Lorn nodded. In terms of maritime experience, Newgate truly surpasses both himself and Brother Rox. Hopefully, this venture will proceed smoothly. Rox silently agreed. The trio arrived at the 9-layered waterfall of Wano country, the sole entrance and exit to the entire land. There is only this route into Wano. I have stationed my most trusted individuals to guard it. Let us set sail. This marked the first time all three of the Rox pirates' main forces left their base together. Underscoring the advantages of occupying Wano country, the three formidable powers could venture out with confidence, enabling the Rox pirates to develop rapidly. They boarded a small vessel, and utilizing the powers of the Quake fruit, Newgate summoned a tsunami, propelling them away from Wano country. After approximately 2 days of sailing, Rox, Lorn, and Newgate first made their way to the Sabaody archipelago for coating. Although our ship is small, the coating process will take at least 2 days. Let us stay in the Sabaody archipelago during this time. Ahem, by the way, Lorn, you should find a new wife. Rox coughed a couple of times and addressed Lorn. After all, both Jasmine and Shelley are pregnant. To carry on the Jaibeck family legacy, it is imperative to seek a new wife promptly. Ahem, then let us visit a slave trading establishment. Lorn agreed that it was indeed time to find a new partner. Newgate had no objections either. This is the world of pirates, not the real world. It is entirely normal for men to have multiple wives. That is the legendary pirate Jaibeck Rox. Alongside him are his brother Jaibeck Lorn and Edward Newgate. How could these three appear in the Sabaody archipelago? Quickly, stay away from them. As soon as the trio entered the slave auction venue, they were recognized by the aristocrats of the Sabaody archipelago. They wrinkled their noses in disdain and hurried to the other side, attempting to distance themselves from Rox, Lorn, and Newgate. What a tiresome bunch of aristocrats. Should we not just eliminate them? Rox said with a hint of irritation. Let it be, brother. The Navy headquarters is quite nearby, and our purpose here is not to cause trouble. Let us remain low-key. Lorn intervened, though he too found these aristocrats irksome. However, the primary goal of their visit was to establish relations with Fishman Island. As for the ordinary aristocrats, such trash is not worth the Rox pirates' attention. Only the celestial dragons, the world aristocrats, would warrant our intervention, soon. The auction commenced. An hour passed without anything of interest to the Rox pirates emerging. Esteemed guests, we have finally arrived at the grand finale item of the auction. Please keep your eyes peeled and do not miss out. As the music played, the lights dimmed, shrouding the entire auction venue in darkness. When the lights illuminated once more, a collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. On stage, a number of fish tanks had appeared, each containing stunning female fishmen. How intriguing! A smile crept across Lorn's face as he surveyed the beautiful female fishmen. For among them was a long-awaited S-rank wife material. Oh, brother, have you found someone of interest? Rox, sensing Lorn's smile, instantly understood his brother had identified a prospective new partner. Yes, indeed. There is a woman who would make a suitable wife. Lorn suddenly stood, raising 2 fingers. 200 million. I will take all the fishmen on stage. The audacious bid of 200 million caused the aristocrats present to abandon any thoughts of competing. In this era, fishmen are not as rare as in the original work. Though they are expensive, female fishmen typically fetch no more than 23 million berries. This sum for the 6 fishmen was undoubtedly exorbitant. However, Lorn was utterly unconcerned. Having seized Wano country, money was merely a number for the Rox pirates. Once they tapped into Wano's sea stone resources, it could potentially become the wealthiest island in the world. With no competition, Lorn effortlessly acquired all 6 female fishmen. The fishmen he purchased trembled and feared. Do not worry. I will not harm you. I will return you to Fishman Island. Until then, you may enjoy the amusement park in the Sabaody archipelago. Lorn spoke gently to the female fishmen. An amusement park. Really? Upon hearing Lorn's words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. It is well known that amusement parks are a natural obsession for fishmen. In the original work, Even a brutal fisherman like Arlong constructed a venue called Fishman Paradise. This demonstrates that even in the eyes of male fishmen with wicked hearts, an amusement park holds a sacred status. Let alone for these kind-hearted female fishmen. Indeed, it is true. Lorn replied with a smile, causing the female fishmen to gaze at him with hearts in their eyes. Soon, Lorn fulfilled his promise, taking the female fishmen to enjoy themselves thoroughly at the amusement park. During their time together, Lorn also got to know the female fishman with S-rank wife material, who introduced herself as Summer, possessing a cascade of blue hair. This reminded Lorn of the fortune teller Shirahoshi from the original work. As for their appearance, it goes without saying that female fishmen are almost all stunning beauties, with figures that are simply enchanting. Otherwise, they would not command such high prices. Brother, the coding is complete. It is time to set sail. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Rox found Lorn at the amusement park. Well then, esteemed fishwomen, our journey comes to an end. Let us depart. I shall take you to Fishman Island. So soon. I wanted to spend more time with Lord Lorn. The delightful moments always seem to end too quickly. Lord Lorn, will I be able to visit you again? This has been the most wonderful day of my life. I finally rode the roller coaster of my dreams. The mermaids expressed a profound sense of regret intertwined with beauty, with many even harboring feelings for Lorn. After all, Lorn was the first man who had played with them, saved them, and he was remarkably handsome. These attributes combined had enchanted the mermaids. Even Summer found herself drawn to Lorn. Fear not, I shall often join you in merriment henceforth. Lorn said with a smile. After all, the merfolk were soon to relocate to Wano country, so the passage of a day or two mattered little. Before long, Rox, Lorn, and Newgate journeyed together to Fishman Island. Situated at depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, good heavens, who is that? Am I not mistaken? Is it Lord Newgate? One exclaimed. No, it appears to be that notorious pirate, Jaibeck Rox, with a bounty of 400 million. And beside him stands Jaibeck Lorn, whose bounty of 170 million exceeds even that of Lord Newgate. They speculated, what business do they have on Fishman Island? Regardless, we must promptly inform His Majesty. In the deep sea, several hundred nautical miles away, a lookout station monitored the approach of Rox and Lorn's vessel. But as soon as the ship entered their field of observation, the fishmen soldiers immediately contacted the ministers of Fishman Island, who subsequently reported the news to King Neptune. At just over 20 years of age, Neptune had inherited the throne early due to the untimely death of the previous king. What? Jaibeck Rox, Jaibeck Lorn, and Newgate are coming to Fishman Island. While Newgate may be expected, what could Rox and Lorn possibly want here? Neptune pondered, both curious and apprehensive. The reputations of the two brothers were far from favorable. Their massacre of a royal family from a world government member state had become common knowledge across the globe. Your Majesty, regardless of their intentions, neither Rox nor Lorn are individuals we can afford to offend. The Left Minister, a catfish fishman, hastily advised. You speak wisely, Left Minister. Let us prepare at once. I shall personally extend my greetings and ascertain their purpose on Fishman Island. Neptune, aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly led the left and right ministers to the entrance of Fishman Island to await the visitors. One should not strike a smiling face. By offering the highest standards of hospitality, they will find it difficult to find fault. He reasoned. Soon, they beheld the figures of Rox, Lorn, and Newgate. Newgate, it has been far too long. Lord Rox and Lord Lorn, having traveled such a distance, we have prepared a sumptuous banquet in your honor. Please grace us with your presence. Neptune welcomed, first addressing Newgate before hastily extending his greetings to Rox and Lorn. Golalalala, Neptune, it is a heartfelt gesture that you, now a king, have personally come to greet us, Newgate replied warmly, reminiscing with an old friend. I never expected these merfolk to be so considerate, Rox mused, noting the crown atop Neptune's head and the multitude of attendants. Realizing this was indeed the highest form of reception. It appears Fishman Island seeks to extend goodwill towards us. This should bode well, Lorn thought, sharing a light-hearted smile. Observing the smiles of Lorn and Rox, Neptune, and the ministers of Fishman Island felt a sense of relief wash over them. By the way, Neptune, is it permissible for me to bring these ladies along to the banquet? Lorn inquired, intending to introduce the mermaids to the evening's festivities. Of course, Neptune replied, but instantly grew cautious at the sight of so many mermaids. Could it be that Rox and Lorn had ulterior motives regarding the mermaids? After all, they were highly sought after, often the targets of unscrupulous elements who trafficked them for profit. However, Neptune dared not to speculate recklessly and instead led Lorn and his entourage toward the royal palace, where the fishman chefs had prepared an extravagant feast. Neptune, I shall not waste words. The purpose of our visit to Fishman Island is of utmost importance, Lorn stated directly as the banquet commenced. Please, Lord Lorn, do continue, Neptune urged. All ears. It is quite simple. I wish for you to lead the entirety of Fishman Island to join the Rocks Pirates. In exchange, I can assure you that your people shall live on land, basking in sunlight. What say you, Neptune? Upon hearing this proposition, Neptune's considerable fishman form visibly trembled. Not only he, but the left and right ministers stood frozen, as if carved from stone. Lorn's suggestion was nothing short of explosive, akin to a nuclear bomb detonating within their minds, leaving the inhabitants of Fishman Island momentarily speechless. What? After what felt like an eternity, Neptune stammered, struggling to articulate a single word. If the entirety of Fishman Island were to join the Rocks Pirates, would they not all become pirates? To be branded as pirates would invite relentless pursuit from the Navy and the world government, forcing them to live in constant fear for their lives. Furthermore, Fishman Island was a member of the world government. Such an unprecedented alignment with a pirate crew could provoke catastrophic consequences. Neptune, are you afraid of inciting the wrath of the world government? Newgate, as an old friend, quickly discerned Neptune's inner turmoil. As a member of the world government, joining a pirate crew would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Knowing the nature of the world government, they would likely mobilize a campaign of unprecedented scale, potentially surpassing even their most fearsome operations. Yes, we are a member of the world government, and joining a pirate crew seems ill-advised. Neptune cautiously echoed Newgate's sentiment, choosing his words with utmost care, wary of displeasing either Rocks or Lorn. Though the fishmen could not afford to offend the world government, they also could not afford to cross the Rocks Pirates. So you claim that Fishman Island is a member of the world government? What a grand jest, Neptune, Lorn replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You pay hefty tribute each year. Yet the Navy and the world government have shown little regard for your plight. I have yet to encounter a member of the world government that constantly suffers attacks from pirates and human traffickers. In fact, it seems that the number of fishmen slaves and merry geos in the auction houses has only increased over the years. Hearing Lorn's words, Neptune felt a chill creep down his spine. The truth of Lorn's observation struck like a dagger, revealing the harsh realities faced by Fishman Island. Each word was steeped in the bitter truth, particularly the last, which pierced deeply into the hearts of Neptune and his ministers. But, Neptune began, yet Lorn's words had already cast a long shadow over his thoughts. Are you worried that your people will live in fear if they join the Rocks Pirates? You need not concern yourself with that. Lorn reassured him. You may not yet be aware, but the Rocks Pirates have already taken Wano country. We can certainly allocate a portion of land for the residents of Fishman Island to inhabit. Newgate has an astute understanding of Neptune and swiftly perceives his concerns. As the sovereign of a nation, Neptune bears the responsibility for his people, should his subjects all turn into pirates, living a life where danger lurks at every corner. Neptune's reign would surely meet its end. Wano country. Upon hearing this, both Neptune and his ministers were instantly intrigued. Although Wano has long remained isolated, this very policy has rendered it quite renowned. Its ability to remain unscathed while opting out of the world government is largely due to its unique geographical advantages. It is an island that even the world government and Navy cannot breach. Often referred to as a natural fortress, Neptune and his ministers had heard of this and felt a deep sense of envy. Is it truly so? Newgate. Upon hearing Newgate's declaration, Neptune appeared visibly swayed. Gulalala, do you still doubt me, Neptune? I assure you, based on our long-standing friendship, it is undeniably true. Given Wano's terrain, even if the world government and Navy were to exert their utmost efforts, they would never be able to conquer it. The residents of Fishman Island shall never have to endure a life riddled with the constant threat of death like that of pirates. Conversely, in Wano, they would be far safer than dwelling in this lightless abyss of Fishman Island. At least in Wano, those pirates and human traffickers cannot infiltrate. Have your people not always yearned to live on land, basking in the sunlight? Trust me, Neptune, this is indeed a golden opportunity. Newgate laughed heartily, patting his chest in assurance. His words had evidently stirred Neptune's interest. After all, paying substantial sums to the world government annually has only resulted in an increasing number of fishmen slaves in the auction markets in Mariewa, who would not harbor grievances under such circumstances. Yet, Fishman Island is too weak to voice them. Should the Rocks Pirates truly seize Wano and permit fishmen to reside there, it would undoubtedly be a 100-fold improvement over their current lives in the abyss. If that is the case, it would indeed be an enticing prospect for us fishmen. However, Lord Lorn, if I may be so bold, one must acknowledge that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. The generous conditions you propose must surely entail some reciprocation on our part. As a king, Neptune is acutely aware that he is neither a relative of Rox nor an old acquaintance of Lorn. Such fortuitous circumstances could hardly befall him without a price. Collaborating with astute individuals is indeed a comfortable endeavor. I require your fishmen to diligently fulfill any tasks assigned by the Rox pirates. And during times of war, Fishman warriors must fight alongside them. Furthermore, the tribute paid to the world government shall henceforth be directed to the Rox pirates. In exchange, we can allocate a portion of Wano's land for the fishmen to inhabit. You need not concern yourself with the safety of your people within Wano, Lorn articulated confidently. If those are the conditions, they do seem rather appealing. Neptune pondered carefully, recognizing the allure of Lorn's proposal. After all, the tribute known as heavenly gold must be paid regardless, and paying it to the world government yields nothing for Fishman Island. Handing it over to the Rox pirates would not only ensure the safety of fishmen but also grant them the chance to live on land. To dwell on land and bask in sunlight is a dream cherished by all fishmen. Wano's unique geography would undoubtedly guarantee their safety. It seems to be a risk-free venture. Neptune then glanced at his trusted ministers, who appeared to share his sentiments. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, the Rox pirates are merely a band of pirates. Can one truly trust pirates? However, a mass migration of Fishman Island would surely incite the ire of the world government. If Lord Lorn would not mind, I have several sisters who could be offered to you or Lord Rox as wives or concubines. Neptune proposed to Lorn and Rox. After all, Fishman Island is venturing into foreign territory. Placing all their fortunes and lives in jeopardy is far too risky. They must forge a strong bond with the Rox pirates. How to establish such a bond? Quite simply, through marriage. Just as Neptune finished his thought, Rox suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising with palpable excitement. Ha! Neptune, do you take us for untrustworthy scoundrels like the world government? Let me assure you, the Rox pirates will honor every commitment made to you. Do not conflate us with that pack of beasts. Rox exclaimed passionately. His overwhelming presence filled the room, causing the luxurious crystal chandelier to tremble precariously from the ceiling, and fissures to appear in the floor beneath. Rox discerned the underlying implication in Neptune's words. It stemmed from a fear that the Rox pirates would act like the world government, accepting payment without delivering on their promises. This incensed Rox greatly. While he acknowledges that pirates are not paragons of virtue and that he bears blood on his hands, comparing the world government to the Rox pirates is indeed an affront to their integrity. Rox's sudden outburst transformed the previously harmonious atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Lord Rox, please, calm your fury. The fishmen, including Neptune, the left and right ministers, dared not utter a word. A pirate with a bounty of 400 million could not be easily placated. Ha ha ha, my brother, do not be so agitated. It's quite all right. It's quite all right. My brother is simply that kind of person. Do not take offense, Lorn interjected, placing a reassuring hand on Rox's shoulder before addressing the others. Neptune, I have already set my sights on a female fishman to be my wife. That would be Sherry. As he spoke, Lorn gestured towards Sherry, who stood nearby. Lord Lorn, Sherry exclaimed, caught off guard by the sudden attention. The realization that she had been chosen by such a prominent figure filled her with both surprise and delight, while other female fishmen cast envious glances her way. Since Lord Lorn has already made his choice, we shall refrain from further discussion. We are willing to accompany the Rox pirates to Wano. From this day forth, Fishman Island officially aligns itself with the Rox pirates. Neptune recognized that he could no longer hesitate. He had already displeased Rox, and had Lorn not intervened, he might have made a grave mistake today. Excellent, Neptune, you have made a wise choice. Newgate immediately gave a thumbs up, with the assistance of the fishmen. Wano would surely flourish. Furthermore, with the fishmen's innate affinity for water, having fishmen warriors guarding Wano's sole entrance, the 9-mile waterfall, would yield exceptional results. Thus, I shall grant you 1 week to organize all the fishmen and depart from Fishman Island for Wano. Upon hearing Neptune's consent, Rox's demeanor visibly softened as he spoke. Very well, we shall now dispatch individuals to inform the citizens of this decision. Neptune, not daring to delay, promptly instructed his subordinates to announce the matter to the residents of Fishman Island. I will attend to this immediately. The catfish fishman, the left minister, bowed and swiftly exited the hall to convey the news to the people. Hold on, Neptune, we have agreed to all the conditions you requested. Fishman Island should also demonstrate its sincerity and sever ties with the world government. At that moment, Lorn also stood up to speak. Lord Lorn, please instruct us on what we need to do. Upon hearing this, Neptune immediately comprehended that Ron intended to test Fishman Island. This was akin to a so-called oath of loyalty, signifying a complete severance from the world government, since he had already pledged allegiance to the Rox pirates. There was no room for hesitation. Regardless of what was demanded of him, he had to acquiesce this time. Excellent. Ron remarked, appreciating Neptune's resolute demeanor. The nearest island to Fishman Island was the Shabandi archipelago above. All pirate vessels wishing to enter the New World must coat their ships at the Shabandi archipelago before proceeding to Fishman Island. This archipelago was rife with aristocrats, many of whom had purchased numerous fishman slaves. Let us give them a surprise. A faint smile graced Ron's lips. Are we to create a ruckus at the Shabandi archipelago? Neptune stood frozen, taken aback. What? Are you feeling burdened? Ron casually remarked. The Shabandi archipelago was notorious for its illicit activities. Did Neptune truly believe that all the aristocrats who could reach the archipelago were virtuous individuals? The conduct of some aristocrats was scarcely better than that of the celestial dragons. As world aristocrats. The celestial dragons inspired many ordinary nobles to emulate their behavior to flaunt their own nobility, purchasing slaves, abusing them, oppressing citizens, and treating the impoverished as refuse. Many nobles were hardly distinguishable from the celestial dragons. Save for the absence of a vice-admiral to back them up, rendering them less audacious to their core, they were all cut from the same cloth, among the 200 member states of the world government. There were certainly benevolent rulers and noble souls. However, any noble who would venture to the Shabandi archipelago to purchase slaves could be counted among the same ilk. All right, I understand. Neptune acknowledged Ron's implication. He could dispatch some fishmen who had once been slaves. These fishmen harbored deep-seated animosity towards humans. Sending them would undoubtedly ensure the successful execution of this oath. Suddenly, a panic-stricken minister's a catfish fishman, burst into the hall. Having just gone out to inform the citizens about the relocation. In his haste, he knocked over several precious decorations within the grand hall. What is the matter that has you in such a frenzy? Is someone unwilling? Neptune's expression soured. It's grave, Your Majesty. The celestial dragons have come to Fishman Island. They are currently causing a ruckus in Mermaid Cove, capturing our citizens left and right. Minister's wig gasped, struggling to catch his breath. What? Neptune's face paled at this news. How could those wretched celestial dragons arrive at such a time? It was a dire predicament. The celestial dragons have come. What a stroke of luck. Ron and Rox shared a sinister smile. Their reactions were starkly contrasting to Neptune's and the Fishmen's sheer panic. The ultimate goal of the Rox pirates was none other than the celestial dragons. Until now, they had been preoccupied with solidifying their footing and had not yet sought out the celestial dragons. Who would have thought they would encounter them here? Truly, timing could not have been better. Celestial dragons? How intriguing. Even Whitebeard rarely displayed such a devious smile. Unlike the original story, Whitebeard now had a sister, a brother-in-law, and a soon-to-be-born nephew or niece. His aspirations had shifted from merely desiring a family to protecting one and expanding his clan, ensuring that those responsible for the tragedies in his homeland would pay the price they deserved. Neptune. Ron cast a sidelong glance at Neptune, his smile instilling fear in the hearts of the fishmen present. Now is the perfect opportunity for Fishman Island to demonstrate its sincerity. Was he truly suggesting an attack on the celestial dragons? Neptune's massive frame visibly trembled. These were bona fide world aristocrats. Should they strike, the world government would undoubtedly dispatch formidable admirals. Nevertheless, all right, Lord Ron, I understand. As a sovereign. Neptune grasped the notion that one cannot reap the sweetness of sugarcane from both ends. Having resolved to ally with the Rox pirates, he needed to muster the resolve to risk everything. Even if it meant confronting the world aristocrats, he would not hesitate. Immediately notify the royal guard to accompany me to Mermaid Cove. Meanwhile, at Fishman Island, in Mermaid Cove, where the merfolk resided, the tranquility of this underwater paradise was abruptly disrupted by unexpected visitors. What is that? How could a ship appear here? Is that a vessel of the world government? I can't be mistaken. On the deck, it appeared that celestial dragons were present. Why are the celestial dragons here? What could they possibly want? I can't shake this ominous premonition. Panic erupted among the merfolk as they exchanged incredulous glances. The cause of their distress was clear. A ship bearing the flag of the world government had docked, and aboard were the celestial dragons. Oh my, look at all those merfolk. Is this place heaven? A celestial dragon, adorned in a glass helmet and astronaut attire, with a plump physique and stubby limbs resembling a grotesque figure, appeared. Upon seeing the multitude of merfolk, this celestial dragon immediately burst into an ecstatic frenzy. Quickly, capture as many merfolk as possible. They are all free for the taking. I want beautiful mermaids, and my father desires strong mermen, while my mother wishes for young mermaids. Did you hear that, CP0? Guards, hurry and capture them. The more, the better. A hefty reward awaits. The celestial dragon issued commands to his attendants. Yes, Your Excellency. The guards, clad in black suits and sunglasses, along with the masked CP0 agents in pristine white suits, swiftly obeyed the orders and commenced their capture. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire, cannon blasts, and cries of desperation echoed chaotically. Run. They are attacking our citizens. Are we not a member nation of the world government? How could this be? My fiancée has been taken. Who will save her? If she is sent to marry Geos as a slave, it will be catastrophic. My young daughter has also been captured. I will not stand idly by. The desperate cries filled Mermaid Cove as fishmen scattered in all directions. Some, whose families had been seized, attempted to resist but were ruthlessly slain by the CP0 and the Celestial Dragon-S guards. How delightful. This is so entertaining. The Celestial Dragons reveled in the unfolding chaos, as though they had consumed a potent stimulant. Their arrogance knew no bounds, capturing citizens within their territory without a shred of respect. Brothers, let us fight back. Young male fishmen, filled with youthful vigor, sought to arm themselves. Leading them was a male fishman clad in red, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, brimming with impulsive courage. Do not, under any circumstances, attack the Celestial Dragons. The Navy will dispatch admirals. If that happens, Fishman Island could be obliterated. An older fishman desperately obstructed the youths. The Celestial Dragons were not to be trifled with. Even the Royal Guard would not dare confront them. How can we simply stand by and let them run rampant? This is indeed our own territory. Why? What is the reason for this? The young mermen, gritting their teeth, knelt helplessly on the ground, tears of sorrow streaming down their faces. Why can these world nobles act with such impunity? Fortunately, this is the deep sea, the domain of the mermen. While they may not dare to confront the Celestial Dragons, they can at least seek refuge. After a brief moment of chaos, most of the mermen hid among the rocks and corals, scarcely daring to breathe. In the vast expanse of the personal merman bay, not a single mermaid could be seen above the surface. Report to Lord Isramani. 4 young mermaids and 2 strong mermen were captured in this operation. A man in a black suit reported to the Celestial Dragon. Is that all? The Celestial Dragon's nose dripped with disdain, his expression sour. Yes. The man in the black suit hesitated before cautiously adding, due to fierce resistance from the mermen during the capture. 22 mermaids and 37 mermen were severely injured, and 85 mermen lost their lives. Do you think we should capture those who were severely injured? What purpose would it serve to capture the injured? It would simply be a waste of medicine. Forget it. Inform the king here to send a few to me directly. The Celestial Dragon waved his hand dismissively, opting for the easier route. Yes, the man in the black suit nodded respectfully, truly intending to request some mermen from Neptune, and no matter how absurd the demand, anything proposed by a Celestial Dragon would be fulfilled, for they were the gods of this world. Just as the man in the black suit prepared to contact Neptune via snail phone, the entire merman base suddenly dimmed. Looking up, they were astonished to see a magnificent ship, pulled by a dozen swift sea beasts, appearing above the merman bay. It is the Royal Guard. Many mermen hiding among the reefs immediately recognized the vessel. Who dares to intrude above my head? How annoying. The Celestial Dragon, visibly displeased, picked up a jewel-encrusted pistol, ready to pull the trigger. Lord Isramani, it seems to be King Neptune's ship, remarked the man in the black suit. Oh, the king of this place. Call him down and have him send a few mermen to me. The Celestial Dragon casually picked his nose and flicked it aside. Neptune, Lord Isramani is here. Come forth and pay your respects. The man in the black suit shouted towards the massive ship in the sky. Having followed the Celestial Dragon closely, the guard showed no regard for the king of the world government's allied nation, boldly calling out Neptune's name. Soon, the enormous ship slowly descended to the ground. Neptune, accompanied by the left and right ministers and numerous royal guards, stepped down, upon witnessing the many injured mermen and the corpses. Their expressions turned grave. Meanwhile, the members of CP0 and the guards displayed signs of anger, for it seemed Neptune and his entourage had no intention of bowing to the Celestial Dragons. Could it be that today's transgressions had gone too far? Humph. No matter how excessive the actions, they must endure. The Celestial Dragons are the gods who created this world. How dare Neptune not kneel before them? Before the Celestial Dragon could speak, a man in a black suit questioned condescendingly. Kneel? Neptune scoffed, swiftly moving to confront the man in black. You come to Fishman Island, slaughter my people, and expect me to kneel? Die. In a shocking turn of events, Neptune drew a beautifully carved trident and plunged it directly into the skull of the man in black. With a squelch, the head was shattered like a watermelon, and the man fell dead on the spot. My dear merman, the Celestial Dragons have always regarded us as inferior beings, suppressing us to live in this lightless abyss. They have captured our kin, dragging them to marry Awa as slaves. What have we gained from our repeated forbearance? They refuse to even allow us to live on land. Today they dare to come here with great fanfare to kill us. This is intolerable. Brave warriors of Fishman Island, seize your weapons and resist. From now on, our fate will be determined by ourselves. After slaying the man in black, Neptune raised his weapon high and delivered a passionate speech. Instantly, the mermen hiding in the shadows were taken aback. Is this truly their kind-hearted king, Neptune? Why has he suddenly changed and decided to confront the celestial dragons? Yet, despite their momentary shock, the mermen soon emerged from the shadows. If their king was willing to take a stand, they had no reason to hide. Kill them, they cried out, seeking vengeance for their fallen kin. My son was slain by them. I will kill them with my own hands. My brother, my father, they have also been murdered by them. My sister, my daughter, they perished in the chaos. The residents of Fishman Island, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, surged forth, each seething with rage, creating an intimidating scene. What is happening, Neptune? Have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to confront the celestial dragons? Do you wish to sever ties with the world government? The CP0 members, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, could hardly comprehend that the usually submissive Fishman Island would dare rise against the celestial dragons. Severing ties? That sounds too harsh. We have merely realized some truths. The world government has never regarded us as their own. Since that is the case, we shall look to others for support. From now on, the residents of Fishman Island shall ally with the Rocks pirates, brave warriors of Fishman Island. Eliminate these intruders, Neptune coldly declared. Brandishing his trident as he engaged in battle with the CP0 members, the elite royal guards also sprang into action, resulting in a fierce clash. Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this name, CP0 members understood the gravity of the situation. No wonder Neptune had the audacity to act so boldly. Damn it. The mermen have allied with the Rocks pirates. Quickly relay this information to the world government and the Navy. Summon the admirals immediately. Ensure the safe passage of Lord Isramani to the ship, and we will hold the line here. Several CP0 members demonstrated their proficiency as agents, quickly formulating a response once they grasped the situation. Lord Isramani, this place is dangerous. Please follow us immediately. Several men in black suits attempted to drag the corpulent figure of Lord Isramani towards the ship. Fools, why are you running? What is there to fear from these inferior beings? With so many mermen rushing in, it is the perfect opportunity to capture a few. The foolishness of Isramani was evident, as he failed to comprehend the dire circumstances. Stop dragging me. Catch those mermen. You idiots. Bang. 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 In a fit of rage, Lord Isramani shockingly aimed his gun at the men in black. Instantly, several of them collapsed into pools of blood. Even when the celestial dragons engaged in such absurd behavior, several men in black suits promptly stepped in to take over the corpulent figure of the celestial dragon. These individuals had long been brainwashed. Even if they were to be killed by the celestial dragons, they would merely attribute the fault to themselves. Soon, these guards escorted the celestial dragon aboard the ship. Hurry up, set sail and leave this place, commanded one of the black-suited guards. Yet, the ship remained motionless. What is happening? The guards instinctively looked around and soon discovered that, unbeknownst to them, the slaves, shipwrights, and crew members, including the servants, cooks, and helmsmen, had all collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed over. Hehehe. How amusing it is that the celestial dragons are such dim-witted creatures. Brother-in-law, big brother-in-law, how do you suppose they have managed to rule this world? At that moment, a deep, unfamiliar voice resonated from the deck. What is this? The black-suited guards trembled in place as they turned to follow the sound. Jybeck Rocks, Jybeck Lorn, and Edward Newgate, the three core powerhouses of the Rocks pirates. When did you arrive? The guards felt their legs quaking in fear, even without unleashing their conqueror's haki. The mere presence of these three formidable figures was enough to instill terror in these insignificant pawns. Dogs of the celestial dragons, perish. Without a hint of hesitation, Rocks and Lorn charged towards the dozen or so members of the celestial dragons guard. Eye in their eyes, these lackeys were as contemptible as the celestial dragons themselves. Protect Lord Isramani. Even as death loomed, the lackeys did not forget their duty to safeguard the celestial dragons. Fear not, in the near future, this pig shall reunite with you in hell, Rock sneered, delivering a blow that caved in one guard's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. You lackeys shall experience the agony endured by my parents in their final moments. Rocks had no intention of killing them outright. That would be too merciful. He intended to make them truly feel what hell was like. Older brother, you are being too gentle to you know what the most painful nerve in the human body is? It is the nerve endings in the fingertips. This area has the highest concentration of nerve endings. Even a gentle prick with a needle will make one feel as if engulfed in flames. Lorn revealed a devilish smile, producing a 1-inch steel needle from who knows where. Seizing one of the black-suited men, Lorn aimed and fiercely drove the needle into the tip of his finger. The entire needle vanished into the man's fingertip. A shrill, distorted scream erupted, reverberating throughout the fisherman's harbor. Brother-in-law, you truly are. Newgate felt a chill run down his spine at this scene. The pain of such an experience was beyond his imagination. One could be certain that this agony was indeed excruciating. Oh, little brother, is there more of this method? Upon hearing that gut-wrenching scream, Rox followed suit, gathering numerous 1-inch steel needles. These instruments were far too easy to find aboard the Celestial Dragon ship, after all. The Celestial Dragons were masters of torture and torment. In an instant, several black-suited men unleashed horrific screams in unison. The intense pain sent them rolling on the ground, nearly fainting. At last, it is your turn, swine. After torturing and ultimately killing the dozen or so black-suited men, Rox and Lorn gradually advanced towards the Celestial Dragons. Lowly peasants, do not come any closer. At that moment, witnessing the slaughter of his guards, the Celestial Dragon finally realized he was in grave danger. He instinctively raised his gun, attempting to threaten Rox and Lorn. With a thud, Rox delivered a heavy kick, sending the gun flying from the Celestial Dragon's hand while simultaneously shattering the hand itself. The Celestial Dragon's hand bent at a gruesome 90-degree angle, a sight most horrifying to behold. The Celestial Dragon erupted into a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, simultaneously soiling himself. The white space suit now marred by visible stains. An overwhelming stench filled the air. Truly, a creature more loathsome than pigs or dogs, Lorn remarked disdainfully. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. The Celestial Dragon retreated in terror. Rest assured, we shall not grant you the mercy of an easy death. Rox and Lorn exchanged sinister smiles as they approached the Celestial Dragon. Meanwhile, at Mermaid, the Holy Land, what did you say? The expressions of the 5 elders in the Hall of Authority were so dark they seemed ready to drip with water. They had just received intelligence from CP0 regarding developments from Fishman Island. The fishmen have allied with the Rox pirates and are now attacking the Celestial Dragons. Upon receiving this news, the 5 elders were nearly rendered speechless. Could it be that those fishmen, who were so docile they wouldn't dare retaliate even if defecated upon, have the audacity to strike against the Celestial Dragons? Are you jesting? Even if you gave them 500 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Were it not for the direct report from CP0, the 5 elders would have suspected this to be a falsehood. Once again, the Rox pirates, the last time they heard a rumor of the Navy dispatching admirals to encircle them. The outcome had been a failure. Now, yet another incident of this magnitude has arisen. These brigands have been at sea for merely a few months, yet each event they instigate grows more outrageous than the last. Now they dare to set their sights on a member state of the world government. Several elders exuded an overwhelming aura, shattering the floor and windows of the Hall of Authority, the Celestial Dragons. As the world's nobility, were absolutely not to be desecrated. Moreover, it was unconscionable for a member state of the world government to conspire with pirates. Should they succeed, where would the world government's dignity remain? The previous failure to eliminate the Rox pirates had already tarnished the government's reputation. Should they allow this situation to escalate, it would be catastrophic. Immediately dispatch the Navy's admirals, if necessary. Destroy Fishman Island as well. At Navy headquarters, Marineford. Summon all 3 admirals to my office at once. The Marine Admiral's face was ashen upon receiving the news. Report, Admiral, only Admiral Leilong remains at headquarters. The other 2 are currently out. Then summon Leilong to me. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Leilong arrived at the Admiral's office. Leilong, urgent mission. You are to take a team to Fishman Island immediately. The Rox pirates and Fishman Island have allied and are currently attacking the Celestial Dragons. The Marine Admiral succinctly conveyed the intelligence to Leilong. Once again, the Rox pirates, Leilong's teeth clenched at the mention of their name. Rest assured, Admiral, I will not allow them to escape this time. The humiliation of allowing the Rox pirates to evade him was still fresh in his mind. Now, with such a catastrophic scenario unfolding again, if only he had eliminated the Rox pirates last time, today's chaos would not have transpired. Should he let them escape once more, he would be unable to hold his head high before the Celestial Dragons in Mermaid. Leilong, remember, the primary objective this time is to rescue the Celestial Dragons. If they are already dead, then there is no reason for Fishman Island to exist. The Admiral's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. Should Neptune truly conspire with the pirates to slay the Celestial Dragons, then Fishman Island must follow suit into oblivion. If the fishmen truly allied with the pirates, their demise would be well-deserved. Regarding this matter, the Dragon King harbored no objections. Although the inhabitants of Fishman Island had committed no transgressions, the collusion between those civilians and the pirates constituted a different narrative with a decisive motion. The Dragon King retrieved a golden din mushy from his pocket, an exclusive communication device for the Demon Slayer Order, accessible only to those of admiral rank. Soon, the orders were disseminated, and the vice admirals at headquarters began to assemble rapidly. In a brief span, 10 vice admirals and 15 warships had gathered on one of the vessels. Hundreds of soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting the issuance of commands. Among them were Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane. What urgency could provoke such a response? Had the Demon Slayer Order been activated? Where were they to be dispatched? The four engaged in hushed discussions. The target of this operation was Fishman Island, where the fishmen had allied with the Rocks pirates against the Celestial Dragons. Everyone, take heed. The primary objective was to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Should any Celestial Dragon perish, Fishman Island would undoubtedly share their fate. The Vice Admiral approached the soldiers with an impassive demeanor, delivering his orders. The moment the command was issued, a wave of astonishment rippled through the ranks. What? The fishmen had attacked the Celestial Dragons? Surely not. Was Fishman Island to face annihilation as well? Was this truly just? The civilians must be innocent, right? Some young, idealistic soldiers voiced their concerns. How could the fishmen align with pirates? Was Fishman Island not a member of the world government? Upon hearing such orders, Carp was equally perplexed. I never anticipated this day would arrive so soon, Sengoku remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Oh, Sengoku, what leads you to such a conclusion? Carp inquired. At that moment, Crane interjected, Carp, are you truly so naive? As a member of the world government, Fishman Island has consistently paid its dues, yet the government has never cared for its welfare. The number of fishmen slaves in the Holy Land has proliferated, and the price for trafficked fishmen slaves has soared. Their aspirations for a life on land have been repeatedly denied. If I were in their position, I too would rebel. I simply did not foresee their alliance with pirates. Crane's perspective was remarkably profound. Zephyr nodded in agreement, acknowledging the injustices faced by Fishman Island. Indeed, the world government has treated the fishmen with egregious neglect. But why target the innocent fishmen, even if the Celestial Dragons were to perish? The culprits should be identified and dealt with accordingly. How can we harm the innocent? Carp clenched his fists, feeling a righteous indignation. Enough chatter, soldiers. Obedience is the essence of a soldier's duty. Should I hear another word, you will be expelled from the ranks at once. Just then, the voice of the Vice Admiral rang out, cold and unfeeling. Though in his youth he had aspired to uphold justice, years of military service had numbed him to such ideals. The notion of justice was mere pretense, a fade to deceive the masses. The Navy ultimately served the Celestial Dragons. In an instant, the soldiers fell silent. Even Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane ceased their exchanges. Soon, the forces were assembled, with Admiral Dragon King at the helm, ready to set sail for Fishman Island. What are we waiting for? Depart at once, Dragon King commanded, perceiving the warship's stagnant state. Report, Admiral Dragon King, the warships have yet to be coded. A communication officer stammered. What? How could such a basic error occur? Dragon King bellowed, grasping the soldier by the collar. Report, it is due to the Navy's habitual absence in providing reinforcements to Fishman Island. Consequently, not a single coded warship was prepared. After all, no one anticipated the usually docile fishmen would rise against the Celestial Dragons. The communication officer sheepishly scratched his head. How infuriating. Dragon King released his grip, striving to maintain his composure. The Navy had indeed neglected the plight of Fishman Island, leading to this lack of preparedness. Now, they could only await the swift completion of the coding. One could only hope that the Celestial Dragons would not meet their demise too soon. How long will the coding take? Even if we summon every craftsman, it will require at least 12 hours. 12 hours. Absolutely unacceptable. You have 6 hours to complete the coding. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, at Fishman Island, CP0 had been decisively dealt with by the furious fishmen. The Celestial Dragon's escort had been annihilated by Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate, leaving only one Celestial Dragon remaining. At that moment, the Celestial Dragon, Isramani Saint, was in a wretched state, bloodied and battered. His glass helmet lay shattered, and his spacesuit was drenched in blood. With severed limbs, he resembled a grotesque marionette. I will have the Navy Admiral kill you. Eliminate all of you. The feeble Isramani Saint continued to threaten, despite his dire condition. Soon, he found himself bound tightly and displayed in the central square of Gillincade, prominently visible to all. Damn it, Celestial Dragon. Look at his pitiful state. Truly gratifying. In the Gillincade Square, the entire populace of Fishman Island had gathered, hundreds of thousands, bustling and exuberant. They gazed upwards at the tormented Celestial Dragon with uncontainable excitement. Who would have imagined that the world's aristocracy would face such a day? Silence, everyone. King Neptune has a few words to share. The voice of ministers echoed through the square, instantly silencing the crowd. I trust you all are aware that today, we have taken action against the world aristocrats, the celestial dragons. The reason is simple. The celestial dragons have enslaved us for hundreds of years. And countless fishmen have perished in the Holy Land. For 800 years until today, we fishmen have lived beneath the waves. Neptune's voice resonated throughout the square, moving many fishmen to tears. After all, they had endured a life of oppression for far too long. However, from this day forth, everything will change. Henceforth, we fishmen shall venture onto the land, where there is abundant sunlight, fresh air, and vast expanses of territory. No longer will anyone dare to capture our kin. The holy land of the celestial dragons will never again witness a fishman slave. We shall embark on a new life, a life we have long dreamed of. As he spoke, Neptune's emotions surged, and tears streamed down his face. Allowing fishmen to live on land had been his dream as a king, and he never expected it to come to fruition so soon. Upon witnessing Neptune's tears, the fishmen could not restrain themselves and began to weep as well. Could it truly be possible to live on land? Some of the younger fishmen gazed on with hopeful expressions. Soon, Neptune regained his composure and continued, of course, all of this is not without reason. Today, we dare to defy the celestial dragons, all thanks to them. They are the benefactors of Fishman Island. They are the heroes of Fishman Island. Neptune's voice was filled with fervor, broadcasting his message to every corner of Fishman Island. Fellow residents, allow me to introduce you with great honor. They are Lord Lorn, Lord Rox, and Lord Newgate. It is because of them that we, Fishman Island, dared to act against the celestial dragons today. From this moment on, we fishmen shall bid farewell to our past and embrace a radiant future. Rejoice, my fellow compatriots, Neptune spoke with a smile. Turning his massive frame to the side, before the crowd stood the formidable trio of Rox, Law, and Whitebeard. Roar. I know, they are the Rox pirates. Without them, even with 100,000 lives, we wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the celestial dragons. After all, attacking the celestial dragons would undoubtedly provoke the Navy admirals. The Navy admirals are not something we can contend with here in Fishman Island. Moreover, they have granted us fishmen some land and assured our safety. In return, we merely pay the celestial gold to the world government and assist them with tasks. Those tasks are far too laborious for humans, but for us, endowed with tenfold strength, they are mere child's play. Wonderful. Lord Law, Lord Rox, Lord Whitebeard, you truly are benevolent souls. The fishmen began to cheer and applaud, their voices nearly shattering the enormous bubble enveloping Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen are well aware of the capabilities of Neptune and the Royal Guard. Without the backing of powerful allies, they would never dare to act against the celestial dragons. It is precisely due to the presence of the Rox pirates that Fishman Island can stand tall today. Avoiding tragedy. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would have unleashed a massacre here. In that moment, the admiration of the fishmen residents for Rox, Law, and Whitebeard surged like an unstoppable tide. I swear. I will train diligently and join the Rox pirates. I want to be a part of the Rox pirates. Me too. I wish to follow Lord Law, Lord Rox, and Lord Whitebeard. I want to. Some of the younger fishmen have already made joining the Rox pirates their fervent dream. Witnessing this scene, Law and the others exchanged satisfied smiles, especially Rox, who had not anticipated that his brother's suggestion would yield such remarkable results. It appears these fishmen now regard the Rox pirates as their aspiration. The Rox pirates are about to gain a devoted new cadre of members. Who would have thought the effect would be so unexpectedly good? Brother, it's all thanks to you, remarked Rox to Law. With the support of the fishmen, Wano will flourish. All of this is owed to the celestial dragons, my brother. Law chuckled back at Rox. Without the celestial dragon's sudden intrusion, how could such an outcome have been achieved? Indeed, one must admit that these foolish pigs can sometimes prove quite useful, nodded Rox. Now, my fellow compatriots, this is not the time for celebration. Once we strike the celestial dragons, the Navy will undoubtedly dispatch admirals. We must leave Fishman Island immediately and head to Wano. Meanwhile, Neptune continued his address. Acting upon Law's suggestion, Neptune had already dispatched fishmen to monitor the movements of the Navy headquarters in Mariehua. After all, the world government and the Navy headquarters cannot remain indifferent when the celestial dragons are attacked. These fishmen, monitoring underwater, are nearly undetectable, due to the Navy's long neglect of Fishman Island. Their warships have yet to be coded. However, although the Navy is preparing to send admirals, the coding process requires some time. This provides the perfect opportunity for the fishmen residents to escape Fishman Island. Just then, a panicked minister of the left, a catfish fishman, rushed over with a look of impending doom. What is it, minister? Neptune inquired. The Navy's warships have arrived, and one of the three admirals, the Thunder Dragon, is aboard, Nanny. Upon hearing this news, Neptune nearly lost his balance in shock. Wasn't it stated that the Navy's coding process takes at least 6 hours? Neptune's tone began to grow anxious. The Fishman dispatched to monitor had reported that the coding would take at least 6 hours. This led Neptune to believe they had ample time to escape. The Fishman stationed ahead reported that originally there were several warships needing coding. However, it seems the Thunder Dragon is exceedingly concerned for the safety of the celestial dragons. Thus, only one fully coded warship has arrived ahead of the others. Perhaps more reinforcements from the Navy will follow shortly. The Minister of the Left hurriedly relayed the information received from the front lines to Neptune. The Thunder Dragon is overly worried about the safety of the celestial dragons. Therefore, he led the advance team with only one coded ship. Damn that admiral, the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Unable to contain his anger, Neptune cursed before addressing the crowd. Fellow compatriots, please hasten your steps. The Navy Admiral has already arrived at Fishman Island. His voice resonated throughout Fishman Island via the loudspeaker. Nanny, the Admiral has arrived. Run. Upon hearing this, the fishmen hurriedly prepared to flee. An admiral is not someone they can withstand. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away in the deep sea, a coded warship had already arrived. Who would have thought there would be an ambush here? How tedious. Do you truly think you fishmen can obstruct me? On the deck of the warship, the tall figure of Admiral Thunder Dragon, draped in a justice cloak, activated his observation hockey in the depths of the sea. Though the Thunder Fruit is powerful, one cannot become an admiral solely based on that ability. Mastery of hockey, formidable martial arts, and the combination of top-tier fruit abilities is the reason admirals are hailed as the Navy's supreme combat force. The Thunder Dragon's observation hockey swiftly detected the fishmen lurking around the dark reefs and corals surrounding Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen would not sit idly by awaiting the Navy's arrival. The moment they decided to strike at the celestial dragons, Neptune, acting on Law's suggestion, had arranged for some battle-hardened fishmen to lie in ambush around Fishman Island. Upon sighting the warships, they were instructed to attack immediately without waiting for further orders. In these deep waters, as long as they can shatter the warship's coating, even an admiral would meet their end here. Swish, swish, swish. Following orders, several fishermen warriors lying in ambush beneath the surface launched their assault upon sighting the warship, unleashing a barrage of projectiles from the reefs, corals, and other hiding spots. In an instant, a tide of missiles surged towards the warship from all directions. Most of these projectiles were arrows and bolts, aimed not to inflict casualties but rather to pierce through the coating. Despite being in the deep sea, where water pressure is immense, the speed of these arrows and bolts remained astonishingly swift. After all, this is the realm of the fishmen. Their an ambush. Quickly take down those arrows and bolts. If the coating is breached, we're doomed, the commander aboard the warship exclaimed in agitation. In this deep sea, without the coating, even an admiral would struggle to progress. Soon, some soldiers raised their rifles, preparing to shoot down the incoming arrows. No, don't shoot. The Navy officer responsible for navigation immediately halted the soldiers' actions. To recklessly attack from within the coated area would mean that before the enemy's arrows could breach the coating, our own would do so first. What shall we do then? Are we to simply watch as these arrows come flying at us? We'll sink. The Navy soldiers, faced with the imminent threat of the arrows, felt helpless and terrified. If the coating were to break in this 10,000-meter deep sea, every soul aboard would meet a watery grave. Let me send them flying. I'll join you, Garp. Just then, Garp and Zephyr, both without fruit abilities, followed Admiral Thunder Dragon as part of the advance team, preparing to dive into the deep sea to intercept the incoming projectiles. Be careful, Garp. Zephyr, the already fruit-empowered Sangoku and Tsuru could only offer their concerns. In the sea, their fruit abilities would be rendered ineffective. This new batch of recruits is full of vigor, but allow me to handle this. At that moment, the mighty Raiden intervened to halt Carp and Zephyr. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Unlike Enel, who required striking the drum on his back to unleash his abilities, the Admiral Raiden had mastered the powers of the Thunder Fruit to an extraordinary degree. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a terrifying Thunderbird that spread across the ocean. Although the powers of the Devil Fruit would typically falter upon contact with seawater, the formidable abilities emanating from Admiral Raiden would not dissipate quickly. Even when faced with the sea, the dreadful electricity, utilizing the conductivity of the water, surged forth in all directions. In an instant, the arrows and crossbow bolts shot by the fishmen were all struck down by the lightning. Moreover, the range of the lightning expanded to cover dozens of nautical miles. Crackling and sizzling, the depths of the ocean were illuminated with a dazzling display of lightning. Seconds later, the brilliance faded. The fishmen warriors, along with the floating sea creatures and other beings, were left with blank stares, their fates uncertain. Truly, Admiral Ryden was formidable. It was remarkable that the powers of the devil fruit could even function within the ocean. After all, he was the pinnacle of strength at our Navy headquarters. It was only natural for him to achieve such feats. The Rock's pirates would surely be captured this time. Following Ryden's display, the morale of the Navy surged immensely. How impressive. Truly, Admiral Ryden is magnificent. So admirable, Admiral Ryden. Beside them, Zifa, Sengoku, and Tsuru gazed at Ryden with deep admiration. The admirals of the Navy are indeed striking. One day, I shall surpass Admiral Ryden. Carp, meanwhile, clenched his fists with determination. From the very first day he joined the Navy, alongside Zifa and Sengoku. Their goal had been to become admirals, full speed ahead. I can already sense the presence of the celestial dragons. Though faint, the celestial dragons are still alive. Ryden's observation hockey, combined with the thunder fruit, allowed him to sense a great distance. He immediately detected the presence of Saint Isramani, which filled him with joy. As an admiral, Ryden was a devoted supporter of the world government. His sense of justice mirrored that of the future Green Bull, believing the celestial dragons to be paramount. All other nations that did not align with the world government were deemed inferior. This belief was the primary reason he ascended to the rank of admiral and was a strong candidate for the next fleet admiral. Boom, boom, boom. The warships increased their power and swiftly entered Fishman Island. The fishmen began to scatter in all directions. The celestial dragons were at Cove Square. Upon disembarking from the warships, the Navy maintained their formation and commenced their advance into the heart of Fishman Island. Towards Cove Square. There he is, Saint Isramani. Upon reaching Cove Square, the Navy immediately spotted the barely conscious Saint Isramani. After all, the celestial dragon was bound and displayed in the most prominent spot in the square, making it hard not to notice. My goodness, how could the celestial dragon be subjected to such torment? His limbs are broken, his face is bloodied. It is truly horrifying. The sight of the celestial dragon's suffering shocked the Navy soldiers. It was their first time witnessing the once glorious and untouchable celestial dragons reduced to such a state. It was far worse than the plight of slaves in the Holy Land. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Carp chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the celestial dragon's beating. Tsuru quickly tugged at Carp's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from such comments. The Navy is here. That is the Admiral Ryden. Quickly, retreat. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. The Navy was promptly spotted by the fishmen. Upon seeing the admiral, the fishmen hastened their retreat. The celestial dragons acted with impunity only because they were backed by the admirals. What people feared was not the celestial dragons, but the admirals. Despicable fishmen, Valrock's pirates. How dare they inflict such torment upon the celestial dragons? Witnessing the plight of the celestial dragon, Ryden was filled with rage. It must be understood that the celestial dragons are the gods of this world. They are the descendants of the creators. Without the celestial dragons, there would be no world government. Such treatment of the progeny of the creators cannot be forgiven. Unforgivable. Ryden summoned forth 60 million volts. Enraged, Ryden raised his hand to conjure a dragon of lightning with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Thunder roared, and the sound of the dragon echoed as electricity rampaged throughout Cove Square. In the next moment, Ryden swung his arm, and the colossal dragon surged towards the fishmen who were in orderly retreat. Wait, Admiral Ryden, shouldn't we verify who attacked the celestial dragon? Surely we shouldn't unleash our wrath upon innocent civilians. Is this really the right course of action? Upon witnessing Admiral Ryden's direct assault on the ordinary fishmen, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Tsuru, and some of the new recruits were utterly astonished, their worldview shattered. How could he strike at the innocent? Shouldn't we at least confirm who the true assailant of the celestial dragons was before exacting punishment on the guilty? They are being targeted. We're doomed. I'm going to die. Please take care of my children. Help my parents and sister. Damn it, I haven't even begun to enjoy life on land, basking in the sun, and now I face death. That cursed admiral. The fishmen targeted by Ryden expressed their despair in their final words. Once marked by an admiral, escape was impossible. All that awaited them was death. Just at this critical moment, boom, the relentless, unyielding dragon of lightning seemed to crash into an invisible wall. After two anguished roars, the lightning dragon vanished without a trace. The top-tier combatants immediately recognized that it was the power of the devil fruit colliding with the advanced hockey of armament, forming a protective armor. In the next instant, Rox, Lorn, and Newgate appeared before the fishmen. Master Rox, Master Lorn, and Master Newgate. They've come to our rescue. We almost thought we were done for. What a close call. We thought we would perish here. The fishmen, having narrowly escaped death, looked up at Rox, Lorn, and Newgate with tears of gratitude. Not just the fishmen, but even Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Suru, and some genuinely righteous Navy soldiers breathed sighs of relief. Thank goodness they were stopped. Otherwise, Admiral Raiden's strike would have resulted in the deaths of thousands of fishmen. The Navy would bear a heavy burden of sin. Quickly, leave this to us. Lorn waved to the fishmen with a smile. Then turned to face the Navy. How ironic it is that an admiral would directly assault innocent civilians. Is this what justice is? Lorn's tone dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Even the Rock's pirates would not typically target ordinary civilians. What a farce of justice. It is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons, Rock scoffed. Unfortunately, all our plans have gone awry. After all, we did not anticipate that the enemy would behave like a rabid dog. Newgate also felt a profound disappointment. Moments ago, Lorn, Rox, and Newgate had devised a plan surrounding the celestial dragons, expecting the Navy to rush to their aid. They had anticipated catching them off guard. Who would have thought that Raiden would furiously strike at ordinary civilians instead? One could only say it was utterly astonishing. What do these lowly pirates know? The celestial dragons are the descendants of the creators, beings of divine stature. To defame the divine is to pay the price. After being ridiculed by Lorn and Rox, the Thunder Dragon exhibited no signs of anger. To him, fulfilling his duties as an admiral was a matter of loyalty, and he felt no shame in it. With such thoughts, he ought not to aspire to the rank of admiral. Rather, he should aim to be a knight of the gods. Oh, I forgot. You could never become a knight of the gods, for your inferior lineage renders you unworthy. Realizing that the Thunder Dragon was unlike any ordinary admiral, Lorn intensified his mocking. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, how eloquent you are. Indeed, if you cannot become a knight of the gods, then you must settle for being the lapdog of the celestial dragons, a mere admiral. Upon hearing Lorn's words, Rox burst into laughter. The two brothers, once slaves, were well aware of the existence of the Knights of the Gods. As the name suggests, the Knights are an organization directly under the celestial dragons. Their uniqueness lies in the fact that each of the 9 members must hail from pure celestial dragon blood. Beyond that, no matter how powerful or devoted one may be to the celestial dragons, they could never attain membership in the Knights. Inferior pirates, last time you managed to escape by mere luck. This time, it shall not happen again. Die. As expected, upon hearing Lorn's words, the Thunder Dragon erupted in fury. Those words pierced his heart like a sharp blade. After all, being a celestial dragon is to embody greatness. Yet in the eyes of his masters, the celestial dragons, the so-called admirals, are nothing but lowly workers, beggars before the world government. Wishing to join the Knights of the Gods, to uphold the honor of the divine? Your inferior lineage condemns you. An admiral is simply not worthy. 100 million volts of divine retribution. In his rage, the Thunder Dragon unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning, crashing down from the heavens, aimed directly at Rox, Lorn, and Newgate. Witnessing this, Rox's spirit surged, and he leapt high into the air with a powerful push from his legs. Dominant strike. Raising his right fist, crimson lightning surged around Rox as he charged fearlessly toward the descending column of thunder. The moment his fist collided with the lightning, it was as if a hot knife had sliced through tofu. The thunder column was cleaved open in a massive gash by the force of Rox's punch. Before Rox, an invisible barrier of Crimson Conqueror's hockey formed. The torrential downpour of lightning was effortlessly repelled, as if it had met an umbrella. The Conqueror's hockey continued to radiate, and after a tense few seconds, the colossal lightning column was dispersed with a single strike. Truly remarkable, Master Rox has withstood the might of an admiral. The citizens of Fishman Island erupted in jubilant cheers. Neptune also let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, choosing to follow Rox's pirate crew was the right decision. How can this be? The Thunder Dragon's attack was actually blocked. Even a pirate with a bounty of 400 million should not be capable of such a feat. The naval soldiers on the other side were left in disbelief, particularly some of the more experienced soldiers, who had executed numerous missions alongside the Thunder Dragon. A pirate with a bounty of 400 million is undeniably a formidable figure in these waters. Yet such a pirate would be no match for an admiral in direct confrontation. Typically, only those with bounties of at least 1 billion or more could contend with an admiral. For a pirate like Rox, with a mere bounty of 400 million, to withstand the full force of the Thunder Dragon's attack is unprecedented. Thus, one conclusion can be drawn. Rox Jibek's bounty has been grossly underestimated. His true strength far exceeds 400 million berries. It seems the rumors of him defeating the 500 million bounty pirate, Gator, are indeed true. Upon witnessing this scene, the Thunder Dragon regained his composure, no longer clouded by rage. Recently, the Navy had heard rumors that Rox had defeated the notorious pirate Gator, whose bounty exceeded 500 million. However, due to the unverifiable nature of this claim, the Navy had not raised Rox's bounty. Now it appeared that the rumors might indeed hold weight. It turns out this fellow truly defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million, given that he could directly withstand the Thunder Dragon's attack. The rumors seem increasingly credible. The Navy personnel were taken aback by the Thunder Dragon's words. Initially, they believed their opponent to be merely a 400 million bounty pirate, an easy target. Now it seemed the difficulty of the task may well exceed their expectations. So the rumors were indeed true. Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru were all equally astonished. Before them stood Rox, appearing no older than 20, yet possessing such extraordinary strength. The four of them seemed a distant cry from his prowess. Does Gade, that kind of scum, deserve a bounty of 500 million? Your Navy's bounties are rather inflated, don't you think? Or perhaps, if even a wretch like Gade warrants a 500 million bounty, your Navy is simply incompetent? Upon hearing the Thunder Dragon's words, Rox scoffed. This was not mere arrogance. The battle against Gade had left a lasting, distasteful impression on Rox. The opponent had relied solely on the abilities of the stone fruit to contend with him. Throughout the fight, Rox had emerged unscathed. Regrettably, at that time, he lacked the means for widespread destruction, allowing Gade to escape. Now, having consumed the dark fruit, Rox would not merely annihilate Gade. Defeating him within 5 minutes would pose no challenge. So arrogant. How dare a pirate exhibit such audacity? Outrageous. The Navy was incensed by Rox's hubris. Am I mistaken? Facing the enraged Navy, Rox grinned. So pirates are merely a bunch of boastful braggarts. Defeating a scoundrel like Gade seems to have inflated your ego quite a bit. Hasn't it? In this moment, the Thunder Dragon maintained a considerable level of composure, retorting to Rox. While Gade may hold a bounty of 500 million, he is utterly insignificant before an admiral. Interesting. The admiral mocked, found amusement in Rox's defiance, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. At this moment, Rox was filled with excitement, his body trembling slightly from exhilaration. An admiral. This was the first truly formidable opponent he had encountered since setting sail. What with the hungry wolf, Gade, the nations allied with the world government, in the land of Wano, none could compare to the strength of the adversary before him. He could finally unleash his full power and test his mettle. Brothers, Newgate, you two stand back for now. I shall take him on. Rox stepped forward, positioning himself between Lorn and Newgate. At this stage, neither Lorn nor Newgate stood a chance against an admiral, big brother. Lorn and Newgate observed Rox's silhouette before instinctively stepping back. Though Lorn and Newgate held confidence in their abilities, they were not so arrogant as to believe they could contend with an admiral at this moment, despite the unfolding narrative of the Pirate King. With one formidable figure after another emerging, and seemingly novel settings unfurling, it appeared that the admirals, reliant on their devil fruit powers, were losing their luster. Nevertheless, admirals are still the highest combat power of the Navy. When facing an emperor-level adversary, they may not always emerge victorious, but at the very least, a fierce battle would ensue. Against foes beneath the emperor's caliber, admirals possess ample confidence in their triumph. The principle that all beneath the emperor are but ants remains valid. Brother, do exercise caution, Lorn advised. Ha, rest assured, Lorn, until I witness the birth of my little nephew, I shan't perish here. Besides, did you not express a desire for the thunder fruit, as an older brother? I have an obligation to assist you in fulfilling your dreams. Rox laughed heartily, exuding an air of confidence. Ha, Rox, you truly are audacious. I have been in the Navy for over 20 years, and I have encountered countless audacious newcomers like you who fear neither heaven nor earth. I advise you three to team up. Otherwise, I fear you shall not endure for more than 5 minutes. As for your so-called little nephew, once I deal with you, I shall also take care of your brother and the crew. I will ensure you all reunite in the underworld. Rox, do not forget to thank me when the time comes. Ha. Upon hearing Rox's words, Thunder Dragon erupted into boisterous laughter. In his eyes, Rox, a mere braggart, would be rather easy to handle. Thunder Dragon, I strongly advise you not to mention my little nephew. Otherwise, your demise shall be most tragic. At Thunder Dragon's retort, Rox bellowed in rage, his form suddenly surging forth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before Thunder Dragon. So swift, even a formidable marine admiral like Thunder Dragon could not react in time to Rox's speed. Rox extended his hand and grasped Thunder Dragon's head. A terrifying aura of conqueror's haki radiated outward, the crimson waves resembling blooming flowers, exuding an air of death. Boom. Die. Haki burst, utilizing armament haki to seize Thunder Dragon's head. He prevented him from elemental transformation. Just like the moment when Garp captured Aokiji in the original work, Rox hurled Thunder Dragon into the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, granting Thunder Dragon no time to respond. Crash, crash. The tremendous impact shattered the ground, and Thunder Dragon was sent plummeting deep beneath the earth. Mr. Thunder Dragon, how could this be? To think that Mr. Thunder Dragon was sent crashing underground. Are you all right? Mr. Thunder Dragon? Witnessing this scene, the Marines were filled with profound concern, calling out toward the gaping hole in the floor. It was the first time they had seen an admiral caught off guard by a pirate. What are you worried about? Soon enough, you shall join him down there. Rox turned his gaze towards the Marines, grinning like a devil from the depths of hell. Curse it. Merely being stared at by Rox made the Marine soldiers involuntarily step back. The pressure emanating from him was utterly terrifying. As Marines, we must not retreat. Let us not forget that we have reinforcements. We must hold on until they arrive. Even if we perish here, we must delay. Just then, Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa stepped forward, confronting Rox directly. Are you mere recruits without any ranks? What commendable courage. Observing the trio's empty shoulders, Rox remarked with a hint of admiration. At that moment. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a dazzling display of lightning. The initial sound of faint electrical currents soon escalated into a thunderous roar, 100 million volts of lightning. With a deafening crash, a massive bolt of lightning surged forth from the depths of the earth. As it shattered the ground beneath Rox, the terrifying lightning engulfed him entirely. The colossal lightning column unleashed a torrent of fearsome energy, rendering Rox's figure obscured from view. This was Thunder Dragon, after all. Mr. Thunder Dragon, wonderful. You are unharmed. As the lightning poured forth, Thunder Dragon's towering form re-emerged before the onlookers. Upon seeing the familiar figure, the Marines transitioned from despair to joy. Who would have thought he would sustain injuries? I had come here with such a pleasant demeanor. Thunder Dragon felt a liquid flowing from the wound on his head. He touched the blood on his forehead and sighed deeply. The amount of blood loss was significant. It seemed his injuries were quite serious. After serving as an admiral for so many years, it was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries. To think that Admiral Thunder Dragon was injured. This was the first time I had seen Mr. Thunder Dragon bleed. The Marines, too, noticed Thunder Dragon's injuries and grew solemn. Brother. Meanwhile, witnessing Rox engulfed by lightning, Lorn and Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Crash. Soon, the lightning dissipated, revealing Rox before everyone. His clothing was slightly charred, and blackened wounds marred his exposed skin. Clearly, that last strike had taken a toll on Rox as well. Truly, the strength of an admiral is formidable. Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, he experienced the sensations of pain and injury. It seemed that Marine admirals possessed genuine skill, not merely titles. Brother, are you all right? Upon seeing Rox injured, Lorn inquired with concern. Just now, Brother could have utilized the power of the dark fruit to absorb the attack. Although the dark fruit cannot evade assaults, with Brother's prowess, he should not have bled. However, Brother did not do so. Instead, he braced the blow with his physical body. What does this signify? Understanding Rox well, Lorn comprehended the implications. Brother did not wish to prematurely reveal his fruit powers, lest Thunder Dragon become wary. After all, the Navy was unaware of Rox acquiring the dark fruit. Even the Navy regarded the defeat of Kaido as mere rumor. Do not worry, Lorn, I am perfectly fine. Sensing his brother's concern, Rox turned to Lorn with a smile. To think he only sustained a light injury, what manner of monster is this? That was Thunder Dragon's 100 million volts. The Marines were astonished to see Rox endure Thunder Dragon's surprise attack and emerge with merely a minor injury. The Marines knew all too well the formidable power of the Thunder Fruit, a top-tier ability within the Logia category. A bounty slightly over 400 million was indeed far too low. It appears this will be an intriguing battle. Thunder Dragon, too, smiled at this turn of events. Who would have imagined that this pirate with a bounty just over 400 million possessed such strength? Today, he must demonstrate his true capabilities. You all go rescue the celestial dragons. I will handle things here. After rescuing the celestial dragons, leave swiftly, as far away as possible, or else I shall be unable to unleash my full power. Thunder Dragon glanced at the Marines beside him, issuing his orders. The presence of the celestial dragons indeed hindered Thunder Dragon's performance. If the celestial dragons were absent, Thunder Dragon's strength could potentially obliterate Fishman Island along with its inhabitants. The Thunder Fruit is that domineering. Understood. The remaining Marines nodded and immediately sprang into action. Accompanying Thunder Dragon were approximately 400 Marines, aside from logistical and medical personnel. Around 300 of these Marines possessed combat capabilities. All 300 soldiers were elite, including Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane, who surpassed regular Marines by a considerable margin. Lorn, Whitebeard. I will handle the Marine admirals. We must ensure the celestial dragons do not escape before the fishmen withdraw. Rox conveyed his instructions to Lorn and Whitebeard. Rest assured, brother, big brother, leave this to me and my brother-in-law. We will manage without fail. Whitebeard and Lorn drew their weapons. Whitebeard wielded a large naginata, while Lorn brandished the Tenyu Hikizan, one of the famed swords from Wano country. As soon as they finished speaking, boom, boom, crackle, Rox and Thunder Dragon commenced their fierce confrontation. Terrifying haki and extraordinary fruit abilities clashed, sending sparks flying through the air. The shockwaves from their battle caused the very ground of the Jelongkode Square to tremble violently. The ground cracked open, and debris began to rise. When these rising fragments encountered the emanating shockwaves from their clash, they were pulverized into dust. The ferocious shockwaves swept across the square, flattening all structures in their path. This serves as undeniable evidence of a battle among supreme warriors. Charge forth. Rescue the celestial dragons and annihilate the Rox pirates. At the very moment when Rox and the Thunder Dragon engaged in their fierce duel, a voice rang out, prompting hundreds of Navy soldiers to spring into action. If I cannot deal with the Admiral, do you really think I cannot handle you? Observing the Navy soldiers launching their assault on the celestial dragons, Lorn spoke slowly. He cast a quick glance at the system panel. Host, Lorn gender, male age, 18 speed, top tier. Current progress, 1.34 strength, top tier. Current progress, 1.53 stamina, top tier. Current progress, 1.97 swordsmanship, advanced. Current progress, 97.4 armament haki, top tier. Awakened flowing cherry, progress, 2.31 observation haki, advanced. Progress, 44.54 conqueror's haki, advanced. Progress, 23.98 devil fruit. None other abilities, never fatigued. Golden eyes, unfettered training, devil fruit with no side effects. After days of uninterrupted training, Lorn's dimensional attributes of strength, speed, and stamina had finally ascended to the top tier. His armament haki had also reached the pinnacle. Only a slight margin remained for his swordsmanship to attain the highest rank. With such a remarkable leap in abilities, Lorn's power had undoubtedly reached new heights. He was likely positioned among the upper echelons of the Emperor's cadre. Newgate, let us strike together. Let us dispatch them all at once. Brother-in-law. After exchanging a knowing glance with Newgate, the two felt an unspoken connection. With a whoosh, the two unleashed their conqueror's haki simultaneously. The invisible shockwave transformed into a fierce wind, sweeping towards the advancing Navy. Be cautious. Lorn Jibek, Edward Newgate. These two are also worth over $1 billion in bounties. A commander leading the charge alerted his soldiers upon spotting Lorn and Newgate. However, before he could finish his warning, he was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force of their conqueror's haki. In the instant that the Navy commander collapsed, thud after thud echoed as the soldiers, engulfed by Lorn and Newgate's haki, fell like a line of dominoes. Mere seconds later, only 4 Navy soldiers remained standing. Indeed, these 4 were Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru. In an instant, it was just the 4 of us. Truly, they are pirates with bounties exceeding $1 billion. I had been eager to clash with them before. It seems I have my chance now. After exchanging glances filled with battle intent, Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Tsuru were resolute in their determination. Although the enemy was formidable, they were not to be underestimated. Despite being new recruits among the 4, only Tsuru lagged slightly. The other 3 possessed strength akin to that of a commander or even a colonel. Tsuru at the very least had the power of a major. Oh, a few still stand. And they are new recruits. Newgate couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. It was quite normal for someone to withstand the impact of Conqueror's haki, but to see 4 newcomers standing firm was unexpected. It seemed there were indeed many talented newcomers within the Navy. TSK for fresh buds. Lorn observed the 4 naval pillars that had appeared in the original story, feeling a peculiar urge to smile. After all, when they first made their entrance, these 4 were well into their later years. Now, however, they appeared strikingly youthful, almost unrecognizable compared to their original portrayals, especially Carp, who now seemed to be of the same age as Whitebeard. Merely in his late teens, resembling the youthful Luffy far too closely, which amused Lorn. Sengoku, Zifa, Tsuru, it appears we have been underestimated. The youthful Carp was now fixated on Lorn and Newgate, clenching his fist with a resounding crack of his knuckles. Let us go, everyone. We must not allow the pirates to belittle justice. Zifa echoed Carp's sentiments, feeling a twinge of irritation at being looked down upon. Little did they know they were facing 2 notorious pirates with bounties over $1 billion. Carp, Zifa, be on your guard. Sengoku remained remarkably calm. Our objective is singular, to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The strategical Tsuru spoke in a measured tone. No sooner had she finished her words than the four sprang into action. "I've heard that Newgate is a devil fruit user. I shall take him on," Sengoku declared, his body radiating golden light. With a flash resembling the Buddha of his later years, Sengoku's form expanded dramatically, embodying the title of the Buddha of War. However, at this moment, Sengoku was far from his peak. His mastery of the fruit was still in its infancy. In his Buddha form, he stood merely a few meters tall. "Oh, a Zoan-type user?" Newgate's eyes glinted with a spark of combativeness as he gripped his Naginata, ready for a fierce battle. He was a Zoan type, even a mythical beast type. "Newgate, do not let your guard down." Lorn felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't anticipated Sengoku being a user of the devil fruit at this early point in the timeline. "Gulalala, this is perfect. It has been far too long since I've had a good fight." Newgate appeared exhilaratingly eager, charging forward with his Naginata. With a powerful leap, he descended with a slashing motion, his momentum akin to a forceful cleave. Boom! Sengoku was no pushover either. In his Buddha form, he clasped his hands together, exerting all his strength to catch Newgate's strike. Crack! The ground beneath Sengoku's feet splintered as his legs sank deep into the earth. Perhaps at his peak, Sengoku could have fought Whitebeard to a standstill. But in this phase of his career, Newgate, who had been at sea for nearly a decade, had the upper hand. He actually caught that. "Heh, how about this move, Quake Break?" Newgate's eyes widened as he grinned, unleashing the power of his devil fruit. The tip of his blade shimmered with a transparent glow. "What?" Sengoku's eyes widened in alarm as the dangerous aura registered within his observation haki. "Be careful." Sengoku, at that critical moment, the young Tsuru rushed forward. "Newgate, be cautious. Do not let that woman touch you. She is also a user of the devil fruit." Lorn shouted a warning to Newgate. At this moment, Tsuru appeared remarkably youthful. In terms of beauty, she rivaled the military flowers of later generations like Tina, Peach Rabbit, or Dasky. However, in such dire circumstances, Lorn had no time to appreciate her beauty. If Sengoku was already a devil fruit user, it was highly probable that Tsuru was as well. Though they were new recruits, they should not be underestimated. I understand. Hearing Lorn's warning, Newgate swiftly withdrew his Naginata, evading Tsuru's advance. Now was not the time for Sengoku to show off. This was an over 160 million bounty supernova, and he was not yet a match for him. "We must join forces," Tsuru encouraged Sengoku. "I understand." Sengoku nodded, his calm demeanor always steering him away from bravado. Meanwhile, Lorn Jibek, "You hardly have time to warn others," Carp bellowed, muscles rippling as he propelled himself forward like a projectile. Carp's speed was akin to that of a human cannonball, a gust of wind that brought him before Lorn in the blink of an eye. Fist bone impact. A visible sphere of energy formed around his fist. Carp was not a devil fruit user. This was the shockwave generated by his overwhelming haki and strength. "You are mistaken. I have all the time in the world." "Carp." Lorn smiled slightly, sidestepping just enough to let Carp's fist sail past. In the present day, Lorn's observation haki has ascended to an advanced level. The recently recruited Carp, whose attack style is rather straightforward, was effortlessly discerned by Lorn. "Nanny?" Carp exclaimed, his eyes widening in embarrassment as he swung a wild punch, only to crash into a building before finally halting. "What are you doing, Carp? This is not new recruit training." Zephyr shouted from the sidelines, his voice laced with concern. "Now it's my turn," Lorn declared, drawing his blade, Tianyu Yuzhan, and dashing towards the wreckage caused by Carp's collision. Not a chance. In the next instant, a figure flashed before Lorn. Zephyr, with his arms cloaked in armament haki, presented a dark, unyielding barrier. Sparks flew as Zephyr intercepted Lorn's strike. At this moment, Zephyr had yet to earn the title of Black Arm, yet he had deptly employed such combat techniques. "Interesting," Lorn chuckled, raising his weapon once more. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as Zephyr continuously parried Lorn's slashes, generating intense sparks and shockwaves. Damn, such formidable haki. After exchanging blows over a dozen times, Zephyr sensed his armament haki depleting at an alarming rate. Lorn's haki was overwhelmingly powerful. Each time he absorbed a strike, a significant portion of Zephyr's own haki was consumed. At this rate, he would soon be left with nothing. With a final clash, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. The armament haki enveloping Zephyr's arm was shattered. Truly, this was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. "I am not currently equipped to handle such a foe," Zephyr thought, hastily employing the Six Powers technique to create distance of several meters. His emotions a tangled web of complexity. "Younger Zephyr, I shall eliminate you here." Lorn showed no mercy. Among the 4 Navy recruits present today, 3 were destined to evolve into formidable figures of the Admiral level. and at the very least, Crane would become a potential rear admiral. More importantly, as members of the Navy, these four would undoubtedly become significant obstacles for the Rock's pirates in their quest to topple the world government. Thus, removing them here was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Even the elimination of a single individual would remove a considerable hindrance for the Rock's pirates in the future. With a swift motion, Lorn executed a flourish with his blade, unleashing a strike that sliced through the air towards Zephyr. Damn it, I can't evade. Zephyr's observation haki immediately detected an overwhelming sense of danger. However, having exhausted too much haki and stamina, his body was overly fatigued, leaving him unable to evade the impending attack. Get out of the way, Zephyr. At that critical moment, Carp finally rose from the rubble. Steel block. Carp instantly appeared before Zephyr, adopting a firm stance. His muscles tensed as he activated his iron block technique. Bang! The sword aura collided against Carp's chest, producing a crisp sound. The tremendous force seemed to penetrate Carp's very being. He was sent staggering back several dozen meters, landing on one knee as he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Carp, are you all right? Zephyr inquired anxiously, fully aware of Lorn's strength after their encounter. The haki and power were beyond what he could withstand at present, though Carp was slightly stronger than him. Enduring Lorn's slash directly would surely take its toll. I am fine, Zephyr, Carp replied, surprisingly smiling despite the situation. It is indeed a pleasure to encounter a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million today. If I do not capture him, countless innocent lives at sea will surely suffer sleepless nights. Thus, I shall not retreat, even at the cost of my life. Carp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spirit ignited once more. Enough talk. Strength is justice. Come on, Carp. Upon hearing Carp's declaration, Lorn felt a surge of respect. Though their paths diverged, he could not help but admire such a formidable adversary. At the very least, Carp was 100 times better than those hypocritical Navy admirals. Hiya! Both Lorn and Carp charged at one another simultaneously. Boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Carp's fists collided with Lorn's body, while Lorn's blade struck against Carp, neither willing to yield an inch. After a series of exchanges, both combatants were eventually sent flying. However, Lorn quickly regained his footing. Despite numerous wounds, his breathing remained steady, indicating no severe injuries. Carp, on the other hand, struggled to stand, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his mouth, forehead, and nostrils. Though Carp was hailed as a monster among the recruits, facing someone who possessed the strength of a top-tier cadre of the Emperor was still beyond his limits. Can you still stand? Lorn remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. He had not held back during their last exchange, treating Carp as a genuine adversary. Lorn had unleashed his full strength, utilizing the complete potential of his top-tier armament haki. Carp should have been severely injured by now. Humph, justice will not falter, Carp stammered, clearly at his wits' end. It seems you have yet to grasp the meaning of strength as justice, Carp, but it matters little. This will be the final strike. Lorn's observation haki sensed Carp's energy waning. The next move would surely be decisive. Damn it, Carp, don't push yourself, Zephyr cried, tears streaming down his face. He too was in a dire state, having exhausted his haki, requiring time to recuperate. Stop joking around, Zephyr. I am a Navy officer. How could I fall here? Carp barked defiantly, staring at Lorn with a resolve that suggested he was prepared to die. If I kill you here, perhaps the seas will undergo a monumental transformation. Lorn regarded Carp with intrigue. If he were to truly end Carp's life here, the future of the seas would be devoid of many significant figures. Not to mention, the absence of Dragon and Luffy, two individuals with immense influence on the world, would alter countless destinies. The Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Pirates, among other large organizations, would vanish without a trace. However, such matters were not Lorn's concern. His focus lay solely on the prosperity of the Jaibeck family and how to bring down the celestial dragons of Mariehua. If you weren't my enemy, I would genuinely wish to share a drink with you. Alas, it is not to be. So, farewell, Carp. Lorn raised Tianyu Yuzhan, enveloping it in haki, and slashed towards Carp. Crane, something seems amiss over there with Carp. Damn it. Sengoku, engaged in battle with Whitebeard, sensed danger looming near Carp and Crane. Worry etched on his face. In that moment, he found himself distracted. Hey, how can you still worry about another battle while trying to stop me? Enough is enough, Navy recruits. Whitebeard grinned, raising his blade. The combination of his armament haki and the Quake Fruit's powers unleashed a torrent of sword energy that felt as if it could cleave through a warship. Not good. Sensing impending doom, Sengoku and Crane swiftly raised their hands in defense. Yet, they were still sent hurtling away by the ferocious sword energy. Regaining their footing, both found blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. And at that moment, Lorn's words echoed. Farewell, Carp. Lorn raised the heavenly feather slash and aimed to strike at Carp. Crack, crack. At a critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Carp. A Navy-issued saber intercepted Lorn's heavenly feather slash. Reinforcements have arrived. Carp, Vice Admiral Cly, they are here. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zephyr, standing nearby, exclaimed with glistening eyes. Indeed, the arrival was none other than an elite Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters. Splendid. You made it just in time. I truly appreciate your efforts, Zephyr. Carp. I apologize for the delay in my arrival. If anything were to happen to you, I would be a sinner in the Navy. Vice Admiral Cly spoke with genuine remorse. Zephyr, Carp, these are the promising seeds the Navy has nurtured. They are the future of the Navy and must not come to harm. Zephyr, quickly take Carp away for treatment. Leave this to me. Vice Admiral Cly positioned himself to block Lorn and turned to Zephyr. Understood, although Zephyr had lost some of his imposing presence, he still had enough strength left. He hurriedly seized the opportunity to carry Carp away to his safe location. You shall not escape. Seeing this, Lorn swiftly withdrew the heavenly feather slash, intent on delivering a finishing blow. Underestimating the Navy's Vice Admiral, are we, Lorn Jibek? Vice Admiral Cly scoffed coldly, brandishing his saber to firmly obstruct Lorn's path. Currently, Lorn's strength was merely at the mid-tier level among the top cadres of the royal crew, still some distance from the true rank of the royal level. In the original narrative, whether it be the 3 calamities or the 4 commanders, or the captains under Whitebeard, the disparity in strength between these top cadres of the royal crew and the royal level was indeed vast. The only individuals capable of contending with the royal level were true vice-captains of the royal crew, such as Ben Beckman or Rayleigh, or top lieutenants like Marco. Lorn, at present, only possessed mid-tier strength among the top cadres of the royal crew, against the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He naturally had the capability to fight, but to determine a victor would require a fierce struggle. As for bypassing the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters to eliminate Carp and Zephyr, Lorn was still far from achieving such a feat. Is this the protagonist's halo? Lorn was not angered by this. Rather, he spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. After all, he had not held back but had exerted his utmost effort, leaving no room for regret. Moreover, perhaps this is the manifestation of the protagonist's halo of the yet-to-be-born Luffy. After all, if he were to eliminate Carp here, Luffy would undoubtedly never come to exist in this world. Lord Lorn, watch out for the Navy behind you. At that moment, the fleeing fishmen suddenly alerted Lorn. Spearlion. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Lorn. Iron block. Realizing the danger, Lorn immediately activated his iron block to block the surprise attack from behind. Following this, Lorn quickly stomped the ground dozens of times, widening the distance between himself and the assailant. Damn, he actually managed to escape, the attacking Navy major exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was also facing complications. He had been ambushed by Navy reinforcements and had to extricate himself from the battle with Sengoku and Tsuru. Brother, the Navy's reinforcements are increasing. Whitebeard retreated to Lorn's side, expressing his concerns. Indeed, observing the continuously arriving Navy forces at the Geelong Code Square, Lorn felt a sense of foreboding. The Navy's numbers were growing, and it was likely they would not hold out much longer. After all, the Rock's pirates were still merely seedlings, utterly incapable of confronting the Navy headquarters head-on. Continuing the fight like this would be detrimental to them. Whitebeard was acutely aware of the current situation. I understand. How is the retreat of the fishmen going, Neptune? Lorn turned to Neptune inquiringly. Almost done. Lord Lorn, Neptune replied promptly. The fishmen's advantage was now evident. After all, in the depths of the sea, they could swim directly to the New World without the need for ships. This eliminated a series of cumbersome preparations, allowing for an astonishingly swift retreat. The fishmen simply utilized their racial advantage to swim away. Very well, let us commence preparations for retreat. Lorn nodded. Since all the fishmen had already retreated, there was no need for his group to remain. To retreat successfully, they first needed to secure the celestial dragon in their grasp. Lorn immediately glanced at the celestial dragon still bound in the square. With the celestial dragon in hand, the Navy would dare not act too recklessly. Just like now, with the battle between Leilong and Rox, Leilong was at a complete disadvantage, his body marred with wounds of various sizes. In contrast, without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, Rox maintained the upper hand. This was because Leilong could not unleash his full potential, fearing the impact on the celestial dragon. After all, the celestial dragon was on the brink of death. If caught in the conflict between Rox and Leilong, it would be an inevitable demise. Thus, Leilong was hampered by his concerns, unwilling to fight with full force. Rox, conversely, grew more formidable as the battle progressed, establishing a situation where Rox attacked while Leilong defended. Have reinforcements finally arrived? We must spare no effort to rescue the celestial dragon. Lei Long, sensing the arrival of Navy reinforcements, urgently commanded. Until the celestial dragon was saved, he could not unleash his full power. This feeling was utterly stifling. Admiral Lei Long, the newly arrived reinforcements were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Admiral Lei Long. They had assumed that Admiral Lei Long had already dealt with the Rock's pirates in one fell swoop. Little did they expect him to be embroiled in a fierce battle, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. It was the first time the Navy had witnessed Admiral Lei Long in such a position. All hands, heed my command. Rescue the celestial dragon with all our might. Despite their brief surprise, the Navy quickly sprang into action. At this moment, 2 Navy warships arrived, led by Vice Admiral Cly and another Vice Admiral. Along with 800 elite soldiers, under the leadership of the 2 Vice Admirals, the Navy forces launched a rescue operation for the celestial dragon. They must not be allowed to take the celestial dragon away. Understood, brother. Lorn and Newgate immediately rushed toward the celestial dragon. Cly, there are only 2 enemies. Let us work together to obstruct them. If we can stop them, everything will be fine. The other Vice Admiral spoke to Vice Admiral Cly. Cly nodded, and the 2 faced off against Newgate and Lorn. As long as they could hold off these 2, rescuing the celestial dragon would be a straightforward task. Shatter, Flowing Sakura, Moonslash. Lorn and Newgate unleashed their great blades and heavenly feather slash respectively. Crack, crack. The 2 Vice Admirals immediately intercepted them, halting their advance. Damn Vice Admirals. Although it was likely that the Vice Admirals would be unable to defeat Lorn and Newgate in a real fight. Delaying them was still within their capabilities. Faced with the 2 Vice Admirals, Lorn and Newgate found themselves unable to break through. They could only watch helplessly as the remaining Navy soldiers surged toward the celestial dragon. If the celestial dragon fell into the Navy's hands, the situation would indeed become dire. Once the celestial dragon is rescued, you are all doomed. Indeed, by then, Admiral Lei Long would no longer hold back. The Rock's pirates would fall alongside this Fishman Island. Vice Admiral Cly and the other Vice Admiral spoke in solemn tones, as if victory were within their grasp. Prince Neptune, it is now our turn to take action. Indeed, we agreed to face this together from the beginning. At this very moment, the residents of Fishman Island had all been dispersed. Neptune and the Royal Guard glanced at the scene before them and resolved to remain and assist the Rock's pirates. After all, it had been agreed that in times of battle, the Fishmen were duty-bound to fight alongside the Rock's pirates. Today, Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate were aiding Fishman Island in holding back the admirals of the Navy. Granting the Fishmen ample time to retreat. It was time to repay the favor. The king commanded, Royal Guard, drive these hounds of the world government out of Fishman Island. Neptune raised his trident and bellowed. Oh, splendid. Be gone, Navy. The dogs of the celestial dragon shall not save them. Brothers, let us expel these Navy forces. The families had already left Fishman Island, preparing to embark on a new life. The valiant warriors of the Royal Guard, now unburdened by worries, surged forth valiantly against the Navy. The strength of the Fishmen was considerably greater than that of ordinary humans, roughly tenfold. Moreover, the members of the Royal Guard were even more formidable than the average fishman. With their numbers exceeding 2,000, they swiftly gained the upper hand against the Navy. Lord Lorn, Lord Newgate, I shall assist you. Meanwhile, Neptune, propelling his massive form, lifted his trident and joined the battle alongside Lorn, Newgate, and 2 rear admirals. Fishman martial arts, ocean current whirlpool. Utilizing his immense physique, Neptune swiftly conjured a colossal whirlpool, spinning at an astonishing rate. Those ensnared within this vortex faced certain death or severe injury. Danger. Rear Admiral Clay and another rear admiral sensed impending doom and promptly employed the Navy's 6 styles to evade Neptune's ambush. What an opportunity. With 2 rear admirals out of the way, Lorn seized the moment to escape the battlefield, racing towards the celestial dragons. Damn it. Stop him. Rear Admiral Clay lunged forward, prepared to strike Lorn. Yet, he was obstructed by Newgate. In a moment of desperation, Rear Admiral Clay stomped the ground repeatedly, pursuing Lorn. Your opponent is me, Neptune, wielding his trident, precisely targeted Rear Admiral Clay's figure and struck fiercely, blocking his path. Have you thought this through, Neptune? Are you truly prepared to oppose the Navy and the world government? Rear Admiral Clay threatened, his expression as cold as frost, astonished that Neptune would stand beside pirates. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy, you should know better than I. We certainly do not wish to confront the world government, but they have incessantly opposed Fishman Island. The number of slaves in the Holy Land has grown, and the black market is flooded with fishmen, yet your Navy has always turned a blind eye. Today, The celestial dragons came to my Fishman Island to abduct our people, slaughtering hundreds of my kin. Since you show no mercy, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Die. Navy. The more Neptune spoke, the angrier he became, raising his trident to stab at Rear Admiral Clay's head, as though piercing a watermelon. Damn it. Realizing his guilt, Rear Admiral Clay fell silent, evading Neptune's trident, and attempted to pursue Lorn once more, only to be blocked by Neptune's massive form, that he did not even think of escaping. Neptune and Rear Admiral Clay clashed fiercely. Well done, Neptune, Lorn remarked with satisfaction, perceiving the unfolding events with his advanced observation hockey. Simultaneously, Lorn swiftly made his way to the location of the celestial dragons. Just then, the air behind celestial dragon Isramani suddenly stirred. An invisible force opened a large door in the air. From within the door, a figure shot out, seizing Isramani and dashing back inside. The newcomer was one of the members of CP9, a user of the door fruit. Note, this is not Bruno from the original timeline. Esteemed readers may understand this as a former or even earlier member of CP9. CP9 had intervened. The celestial dragon was saved. The Navy personnel observed this scene with delight. Once the celestial dragon was rescued, they could engage in battle without restraint, trying to escape. I've had my eye on you, Rat. Under Lorn's advanced observation hockey, CP9's movements could not remain concealed. As long as the hockey was sufficiently powerful, it could nullify the abilities of the devil fruit. Although Lorn's observation hockey was merely advanced, it was more than adequate against the likes of CP9. Lorn had been waiting for this lurking CP9 to reveal itself. Flowing Sakura, rending sky, Lorn focused his energy and unleashed a flying slash from a distance. The power of this strike was tremendous, capable of cleaving steel and iron. Damn it, as the celestial dragon was suspended in midair, the CP9 agent found it impossible to fully unleash his abilities. Iron block, shatter. In a moment of panic, CP9 immediately shielded the celestial dragon with his body, activating iron block. Swish. The slash pierced through CP9's body. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, the CP9 agent could no longer hold on, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness in mid-air. Moonwalk. Lorn swiftly propelled himself through the air, firmly grasping the celestial dragon in one hand. The celestial dragon is in my grasp. Who dares to make a move? Lorn maintained his position in the sky, pressing his blade against Isramani's neck, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. As expected, the moment his words fell, the Navy forces froze as if petrified, halting their actions. Damn it! The celestial dragon is in danger. Even Admiral Rhydon faltered upon hearing Lorn's declaration. Hey, are you daydreaming? What an opportunity! Rox grinned wickedly, knowing he could not let such a chance slip away. Hey, are you daydreaming? Overlord. Overwhelming rupture. Keenly sensing this perfect opportunity, Rox grinned malevolently, his right fist soaring forth like a cannonball. The crimson aura of Conqueror's hockey stirred a tempest, accompanied by the vivid crimson lightnings, symbolizing a vibrant death. Damn it. This is bad. Boom. With a mighty punch, Rhydon barely managed to evade Rox's strike by a hair's breadth, shifting his position slightly, but it was still too late. Rox's fist descended like a hammer driving a nail, forcefully crashing into Rhydon's left shoulder. Had Rhydon not reacted swiftly, that punch would have struck his heart. Blood erupted forth like a fountain. Admiral Rhydon. Is Mr. Rhydon all right? The Navy personnel suddenly realized that Admiral Rhydon had been pierced. Moreover, he had failed to evade using elementalization, bleeding profusely. It was evident that this blow had inflicted serious injury. Damn it. Attempting to elementalize away, Rhydon found himself trapped by Rox's hockey, unable to break free. It is over. Die, Rhydon. Rox cackled maniacally, his body radiating an aura of terror. The Conqueror's hockey began to envelop his right fist. Not only that, but within this Conqueror's hockey, Rox infused the destructive power of armament hockey. Flowing Sakura. Once Rox unleashed his hockey, there was no doubt that the ensnared Rhydon would be defeated. The worst outcome could very well be that his internal organs would be shattered by the hockey, resulting in instant death. You madman. Rhydon's pupils dilated, a sense of impending doom washing over him. If he did not act decisively, he would truly perish. ZZZ, true to his nature as an admiral of the Navy. Rhydon resolutely severed his own right arm, finally freeing himself from Rox's grasp. A flash of lightning flickered, and Rhydon reappeared several dozen meters away. At this moment, Rhydon's left shoulder and entire arm had been lost. The freshly severed arm twitched on the ground, still alive. Rhydon was a fierce character. Even after severing an arm, he remained silent, fixated intently on Rox. Mr. Rhydon actually severed his own arm. What on earth is happening? How did it come to this? The naval forces have been thoroughly frightened. A fleet admiral was dispatched to capture a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, only to have his arm severed in battle. This operation has completely surpassed the expectations of all the Navy personnel present. It appears that the celestial dragons are quite useful indeed. Who would have thought that capturing a celestial dragon would unexpectedly aid my brother in severing one of Raiden's arms? Remarked Lorn with a certain amusement. Utterly ridiculous, Raiden lamented inwardly, regretting his excessive concern for the celestial dragons, which had led him to this passive predicament. Ha! What is there to regret? The Navy admirals are nothing more than the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. When their master is harmed, it is only natural that the dogs become anxious, mocked Rox, as if he could see through Raiden's thoughts. Return the celestial dragon to me. At this juncture, Raiden had come to a resolution. Directing his focus squarely on Lorn, the celestial dragon must be rescued by his own hands. As for Rox, he would have to be set aside for now, even if Rox wreaked havoc upon the Navy. Raiden could no longer concern himself with 0.2 vials of poison. One must be chosen. If Raiden were to choose between the Navy and the celestial dragon, he would undoubtedly select the latter. Otherwise, he would not have lost an arm due to his excessive concern for the celestial dragon. You desire the celestial dragon, do you? Very well, here it is. Without hesitation, Lorn tossed the Isramani saint into the sky. Nanny? Raiden was taken aback by Lorn's unexpected action and instinctively transformed into lightning, soaring into the air to catch the Isramani saint securely in his grasp. Immediately, the skies above Fishman Island erupted with a thunderous roar capable of shattering eardrums. Damn it, you beast. Are you toying with me? The celestial dragon is dead. Furious, Raiden glared at Lorn with bloodshot eyes, brimming with murderous intent, wishing to flay Lorn alive. Indeed, at that moment, the celestial dragon had ceased to breathe. A lifeless corpse. Ha ha ha, sacrificing an arm for a dead man. Truly the loyal hound, Lorn scoffed, unfazed by Raiden's glare. The tremendous force of the strike he had delivered to CP9 had not only penetrated their bodies, but had also pierced through the celestial dragons. Naturally, the already frail celestial dragon had succumbed to death. Upon catching the celestial dragon, Lorn had immediately realized it was lifeless, but had instinctively feigned a charade against the Navy. Who would have thought that such an accidental game would be so entertaining? The celestial dragon is dead. Does that not imply a failure of the mission? The Navy personnel present grasped the situation upon hearing Raiden's words. Now they understood why Lorn had thrown the Isramani saint without a second thought. It was a corpse. Given this development, the secondary mission must be executed. Completely obliterate Fishman Island and the Rox pirates. At this moment, Raiden was teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. After all, the celestial dragon was the deity he revered. With the celestial dragon killed before him, how could he ever show his face to the celestial dragons and the Gorosei in the Holy Land again? He had proven himself utterly unworthy as a naval admiral. Even the position of fleet admiral might soon need to be filled by another. As a result of these compounding factors, Raiden's pupils began to redden, his body trembling with rage. An aura of ominous black energy enveloped him, exuding an air of brutality and foreboding. It could be said that Raiden now resembled a rabid dog on the verge of attack. With a resounding rumble, the already shattered Gelong Kaod Plaza was soon inundated with hundreds of crashing lightning bolts. Raiden had completely lost his temper. With the celestial dragon gone, he was prepared to unleash a massacre. The relentless lightning descended like a torrential rain, enveloping Gelong Kaod Plaza in a tempest of electrical fury. At this point, Raiden was beyond caring. He commenced indiscriminate bombardment. His targets were the Fishman Royal Guard and the Rox pirates. Should any Navy personnel stray too close to the enemy, Raiden would not hesitate to strike them down as well. There could be no escape for any Fishman or Rox pirates member. Even if it meant sacrificing some of his own Navy, it mattered not. War inevitably entails sacrifices. This was Raiden's current mindset. In an instant, numerous members of the Royal Guard, and even some Navy personnel, fell victim to the lightning strikes, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of their fate. Mr. Raiden, please wait. There are still Navy personnel engaged in battle with the Fishmen. Many have already been struck by your lightning. Please allow them to retreat before proceeding. Raiden's actions left the Navy in shock. They could hardly believe the scene unfolding before them. To combat the Fishmen, he would resort to bombarding his own forces. Had Admiral Raiden truly lost all sense of reason? In response to the Navy's pleas, Raiden chose a different method of reply. Thundering bolts descended from the heavens, striking down the Navy personnel who had just spoken. In the aftermath of the lightning, those Navy personnel lay charred, sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Run. Admiral Raiden has lost his temper. Evacuate Fishman Island immediately. Leave the rest to Admiral Raiden. As a longtime subordinate of Admiral Raiden, Vice Admiral Clay understood that his superior had completely lost control, that he swiftly began organizing the remaining Navy personnel to flee Fishman Island. Newgate, Neptune, we must depart. Here, my brother cannot unleash his full potential. Witnessing this turn of events, Lorn made a swift decision to retreat, recognizing that beneath the Sovereign, all were but ants. Even the highest-ranking members of the Sovereign's faction would not withstand a few strikes from a wrathful Sovereign-level powerhouse. Whether it was Kaido knocking out the 5 emperors with a single swing, or Queen confronting Charlotte Linlin, or even the top-level commanders facing the bloodthirsty Akainu, all served to prove this point. Lord Lorn, is this truly wise? Neptune hesitated. After all, they were dealing with a naval admiral who had lost all reason. Can Lord Rox really handle this alone? Fear not, Neptune, having chosen to ally with the Rox pirates. One must trust in the captain's strength, Lorn replied with a sunny smile. Rox has yet to reveal his trump card. He is currently battling Raiden, relying solely on his haki and martial prowess. With the celestial dragon dead, Raiden is unrestrained. What follows will surely be a fierce clash. The battle of sovereigns may very well lay waste to Fishman Island. It is best we depart swiftly and allow my brother to exert himself fully. Lorn, Newgate, Neptune, and the Royal Guard prepared to leave, planning to escape. Raiden, his eyes now a furious crimson, would not permit Lorn and his group to depart. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward them. Hey, are you truly so dismissive of me? Rox interjected, swiftly positioning himself to block Raiden. Get out of my way, you scoundrel, Raiden bellowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of lightning power. His remaining left arm morphed into a sharp bolt of lightning, flashing with blue energy as it hurtled toward Rox like a dragon emerging from its lair. With a swift motion, Rox extended his arm, enveloped in haki, to intercept Raiden's electric strike. However, the energy and heat released from the explosion left a bloody gash upon him. How brazen of you, even without an arm, Rox scoffed, seizing Raiden with his remaining arm and forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom. Raiden was sent crashing deep into the earth. Now is the time. Lorn, leave this to me, Rox urged Lorn and the others. I understand, brother. Lorn prepared to depart with Newgate and Neptune. Zzz. The ground erupted with roaring lightning, and suddenly, the earth before Lorn, Newgate, and Neptune shattered. Raiden emerged from the depths, awakened as the god of thunder, and the next moment, lightning surged spectacularly before Lorn and the others. Raiden's form expanded dramatically, his height skyrocketing from around 3 meters to several dozen meters. Moreover, this colossal figure resembled the fabled god of thunder. Enveloped in crackling lightning, with even its hair taking the form of electric arcs, the entire being exuded an aura akin to a massive generator, radiating violent bolts of electricity. This was the ultimate manifestation of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder God, this is. The Thunder Dragon realized too late. How fortunate to have retreated early, at this very moment. The Navy personnel who had successfully withdrawn from Geelong Code Square had boarded their armored warships and arrived at the outer perimeter of Fishman Island, where they gazed in awe. Above the entirety of Fishman Island, bolts of lightning, each several dozen meters in diameter, continuously descended with alarming speed. Each bolt resembled a nuclear weapon, leaving all the Navy personnel in sheer astonishment. The Thunder Dragon, filled with rage, suddenly conjured a spherical bolt of lightning in his hand. 500 million volts. Thunder God. The instant the lightning sphere detached from the Thunder Dragon's grasp, it began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sphere expanded to a size capable of engulfing an entire town. With a crackling speed, the lightning sphere surged towards Lox and the others, poised to consume them. Ha! Perish, Lox's pirate crew and the scum of Fishman Island. No one can survive this strike. The Thunder Dragon laughed heartily, as if victory were already assured. Dark water. Just then, Lox's voice resonated ominously. Suddenly, a peculiar darkness materialized out of thin air. Initially a minuscule singularity, it expanded like ink dispersing in water, rapidly growing to an unfathomable scale, resembling a gaping abyss. As the 500 million volt Thunder God made contact with this dark void, it was as if it had touched the gateway to another dimension. In an instant, it was consumed by that black hole, vanishing without a trace or ripple. The immense power of the Thunder God, capable of obliterating a town in an instant, had silently dissipated. How could this be? Are you also a wielder of power? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the Thunder Dragon's eyes widened in shock, and he involuntarily staggered back several steps. His Thunder God had been effortlessly countered, vanished without a sound, leaving no destruction in its wake. Such eerie dark power could only be wielded by a user of abilities. Lox is actually one of them. This means he hadn't fought at full strength from the very beginning. How foolish of me to realize this only now. Is it too late? Prepare to meet your demise, Thunder Dragon. Locks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile wicked, reminiscent of a devil emerging from the depths of hell. To withstand 500 million volts, even with double damage, would be impossible for Locks without sustaining injury. However, for Locks' inherently formidable physique, such damage was merely a trifling matter. Whoosh! In a flash, Locks surged forward, arriving beside the Thunder Dragon, his right fist imbued with the powers of the dark fruit. Swish! The moment Locks made contact, the Thunder Dragon's Thunder God form abruptly vanished, revealing his original appearance. How can this be? Why can't I use my powers? The Thunder Dragon was utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if his rumble fruit powers had been completely drained, unable to manifest. Is your ability capable of nullifying fruit powers? The Thunder Dragon speculated, staring at the eerie dark energy enveloping Locks' right fist. Clap. Locks offered no answer. Instead, he delivered a powerful blow, infused with Conqueror's Haki, to the Thunder Dragon's neck. Whoosh! The Thunder Dragon was sent flying, crashing into several buildings before finally halting. Damn it. My neck feels like it's broken. Rising once more, the Thunder Dragon gingerly touched his neck. A sense of dread creeping in. No sooner had he thought this than Locks appeared beside him as if teleporting. Slap, slap, slap. The barrage of strikes continued, yet the Thunder Dragon was no pushover. As a naval admiral, the highest combat strength of the Navy, he possessed not only fruit abilities but also an unfathomable reserve of stamina and formidable dual haki. Even his martial arts could not lag behind. They had to reach a top-tier level. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon managed to parry Locks' relentless punches with remarkable agility. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce contest of haki and martial prowess. Without the enhancement of his fruit abilities, the Thunder Dragon stood no chance against Locks in a pure physical confrontation. Moreover, he was now left with but one hand. In merely a few minutes, the Thunder Dragon's face was bloodied, and numerous ribs had been fractured. It seems your ability resembles sea stone. Upon contact, it can suppress other devil fruit users' powers. However, your ability is not without significant drawbacks. Though you can nullify my powers, you must still make contact with me. The two had already distanced themselves by several dozen meters, breathing heavily, bloodied, with broken ribs. The Thunder Dragon was barely able to stand yet had managed to glean the essence of Locks' powers during their recent clash. After all, having served as an admiral for so many years, he had encountered numerous notorious pirates. Such combat intelligence and experience were not to be underestimated. So what? You are now at your limits. I have stated it before. Today, you shall die. And I must claim your rumble fruit. Locks regarded the Thunder Dragon with a playful glint in his eye. His Kenbunchika Haki detected that the Thunder Dragon's stamina was waning, and his vitality had begun to diminish. Today, he would undoubtedly kill him and seize his fruit. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Locks, do you truly believe you can achieve that? The Thunder Dragon laughed maniacally before continuing. I have discerned your abilities. Your power has a significant flaw. Even if your darkness can absorb my lightning, my lightning does not simply vanish. It will still inflict damage upon you. You cannot evade physical harm like other Logia users. After articulating these words, the Thunder Dragon's expression shifted suddenly as if he had resolved himself. Let me reflect on your history. From the moment you set sail and defeated the hungry wolf pirates, to your aggressive incursions into world government allied nations, and now your alliance with Fishman Island, killing the celestial dragons and bringing shame to the world government. I must admit, Locks, your pirate crew, though not yet large, possesses terrifying potential. In merely a few months since setting sail, you have grown to this extent. If I were to continue to ignore you as before, in time, you would undoubtedly cause unimaginable calamities for the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Navy. Thus, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall take you down with me. Zzz. With those words, the Thunder Dragon's body crackled with lightning as if a caged dragon had broken free, flashing wildly and striking out in all directions. The radiance of the lightning was so brilliant that it was nearly blinding. Fruit awakening, thunder welcomes. With a thunderous roar, rumblings echoed, and in an instant, the ground, buildings, streets, palaces, and forests of Fishman Island transformed into a tempest of swirling lightning. It was as if one were standing on a bizarre extraterrestrial planet. As far as the eye could see, all matter had morphed into dancing bolts of electricity. Fishman Island had seemingly transformed into a vast ocean of wild lightning. The cacophony of thunder was so deafening it threatened to rupture eardrums. The roaring lightning surged forth from the sea, generating bubble after bubble, as if it were molten lava, creating an overwhelming spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. Had the entire landscape of Fishman Island been altered? Is this the manifestation of awakening? Is this the might of an admiral? Upon witnessing this scene, Neptune stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Even in its weakened state, the Thunder Dragon still possessed the power to obliterate all of Fishman Island. My heavens, look! What on earth is that? Such a magnificent sight. It is truly unbelievable. Is Mr. Thunder Dragon preparing to completely annihilate Fishman Island? Meanwhile, the naval forces surrounding Fishman Island were wide-eyed and murmuring in disbelief. Before their gaze lay the beautiful Fishman Island, now transformed into a spectacle of flashing lightning. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Admiral Thunder Dragon's awakening power. Furthermore, a colossal sphere of terrifying lightning, forged from pure electric energy, loomed ominously in the sky above Fishman Island. Its sheer size rivaled that of the island itself. The sphere was gradually descending, and once it touched down, it would obliterate Fishman Island entirely. Was Admiral Thunder Dragon reckless enough to risk his life? At a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, should Fishman Island be destroyed, he too would be caught in the devastation. What on earth was happening? Some sailors clutched their heads in anguish, utterly bewildered by the turmoil occurring within Fishman Island. Was it truly necessary for Mr. Thunder Dragon to resort to such extremes? Vice Admiral Clay, who had followed Thunder Dragon for a considerable time, was equally astonished, murmuring in disbelief that it was the first time he had witnessed Thunder Dragon pushed to such a desperate state. The impending impact of the lightning sphere promised to raise Fishman Island to the ground, in this abyssal depth, devoid of Fishman Island as a refuge. Even Admiral Thunder Dragon would find himself without a grave. Had the Rocks pirates forced Thunder Dragon to this point, where his life was the price for their eradication? Beside them, Sengoku and Tsuru, two strategic geniuses, discerned the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in shock. Admiral Thunder Dragon was prepared to perish alongside the Rocks pirates. At that very moment, within Fishman Island, chaos reigned as the skies became a tempest of lightning. Above, a lightning sphere, comparable in size to Fishman Island itself, descended ominously. Should it land, the island would be instantly reduced to rubble. This man was truly a madman. At a depth of 10,000 meters, if Fishman Island sank, he too would perish. It seemed he intended to take us all down with him. Newgate declared, gripping his massive blade with unwavering resolve, his demeanor remarkably calm even in such dire circumstances. Truly, he was destined to become the world's strongest man. What shall we do, Lord Lorn, Lord Newgate? If this continues, we are all doomed. Fishman Island will indeed sink. Neptune's panic was palpable. At merely 20 years of age, he was still quite young and inexperienced, having never encountered such life-and-death struggles before, rendering him unable to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Neptune, why are you panicking? In such circumstances, despair serves no purpose. The reality is as it stands. All we can do is accept it with composure. Moreover, we must have faith in my brother, Lorn reassured, sheathing his blade. Breathing steadily, his expression tranquil as if he were amidst a garden of flowers rather than a tempest of lightning. Lord Lorn. Perhaps Lorn's words provided Neptune with clarity. He ceased his frantic demeanor, instead finding calmness within. Have you come to realize the futility of resistance? Observing Lorn, Newgate, and Neptune remain unperturbed, Thunder Dragon erupted into triumphant laughter. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are wise. Relish your final moments in life. Join me in a burial beneath these waves. With his remaining arm, Thunder Dragon forcefully gestured downward. The descending lightning sphere accelerated, swiftly approaching Fishman Island. The first to succumb to the onslaught was the highest edifice of the island, the royal residence, Ryugu Palace. Constructed from grand coral reefs, shells, and other precious materials, the opulent Ryugu Palace crumbled as if made of paper upon contact with the lightning sphere. Next fell the hard-shell prison tower. Situated at a slightly lower elevation than Ryugu Palace, these seemingly indestructible structures collapsed as if they were mere paper upon the sphere's touch. Soon, the lightning sphere descended upon the plaza where Lorn, Rocks, and others stood. Dark cavern. Seeing the impending disaster, Rocks shouted decisively, activating his devil fruit ability. From behind him, an enigmatic dark mist spiraled upward, taking on a tornado shape. As the darkness ascended, the lightning sphere plummeted. In no time, the darkness collided with the descending lightning sphere, crackling and sizzling, as anticipated. Upon contact with the darkness, the lightning sphere was drawn in as though a planet were succumbing to a black hole. The point of contact began to absorb the sphere, causing its size to shrink at an observable rate. What was this strange darkness? Something felt amiss. At this moment, the naval forces surrounding Fishman Island also took note of the ominous black mist. It was undeniably eerie. A sense of foreboding began to stir within the hearts of many sailors. Rocks, Even if you can absorb my lightning, you will still endure multiplied damage. Thunder Dragon remained unfazed. Brimming with confidence, he had long since discerned Rock's vulnerabilities. As expected, when the sphere had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size, blood began to flow from Rock's mouth, after all. The dark fruit differed from other Logia types in that it could not completely negate damage. Meanwhile, the darkness continued to relentlessly consume the lightning sphere as it was devoured. Rock suffered continual injuries. With a final contraction, when the sphere had shrunk to half its initial size, blood began to seep from Rock's nose, eyes, and ears. The sound of bones fracturing echoed within him. Enduring the mightiest attack from an admiral, compounded by the dark fruit's properties, was akin to sustaining the brunt of two admirals' strongest moves. Ultimately, when the lightning sphere was reduced to 1/3 of its size, Rox could no longer bear the strain. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground while kneeling on one knee, his imposing aura began to wane. How amusing to witness the struggles of one on the brink of death. Thunder Dragon had completely unshackled himself. As long as he could take down the Rocks pirates and Fishman Island with him, sacrificing his life would be worthwhile. Die. Don't make me laugh, fool. The celestial dragons are not all dead yet. And I have yet to meet my unborn nephew or niece. How could I possibly perish in a place like this? Perhaps recalling his unfulfilled dreams or the thought of his yet-to-be-born kin reignited Rock's fading resolve. He pressed his palm firmly against the ground, rising from his kneeling position, standing tall once again. Simultaneously, the darkness devoured the lightning sphere with increasing speed. Within mere minutes, the lightning sphere, comparable in size to Fishman Island, was entirely consumed by the dark mist, and Rox, though bloodied, stood resolute, his spirit undiminished. How could this be? Witnessing this, Thunder Dragon stood frozen, his smile faltering. Soon, that rigid expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Yes, terror, the kind that struck fear even into the hearts of naval admirals. No, this cannot be. Having endured the full brunt of the lightning sphere, suffering multiplied damage, how could he still be alive? Thunder Dragon roared in a frenzied disbelief. He had exhausted all his strength with the previous awakening technique. The power capable of annihilating a town, or even an island, failed to eliminate the Rock's pirates. Thunder Dragon could not reconcile this, yet the scene before him forced him to confront the truth. His desperate resolve to go down in flames together had not succeeded in vanquishing his foes. Did this not imply that such a formidable pirate crew would continue to grow? I told you. Thunder Dragon. I will not perish in this place. Today, the only one destined to die is you. Rock sneered, the blood that had begun to dry on his features rendering him more fearsome than the Grim Reaper itself. Thus, prepare to meet your end, Thunder Dragon. Rock surged forward, vanishing in an instant to stand before Thunder Dragon. At this moment, the formidable Relocation, having exhausted all his strength, found his body completely rigid. Faced with the actions of Rox, Relocation was rendered incapable of any response, merely standing there wide-eyed as his pupils constricted. Overlord's dominance. Rox gathered his right fist, its hue a vivid crimson reminiscent of blood, and struck fiercely towards Relocation's heart. Overlord's dominance. Rox coalesced his hockey-wrapped fist and launched it violently at Relocation's heart. You wretched creature. Relocation yearned to resist, yet he was powerless, only able to witness Rock's fist hurtling towards his chest. Boom. A single punch pierced through his chest. A mist of blood erupting forth. A round, fleshy object fell to the ground with a thud. It was a heart. The naval code of justice behind him was tattered, leaving only the character intact. While the punctured was precisely where his heart had been struck, before he could utter any final words, Relocation breathed his last. In his final moments, his eyes bulged, mouth agape, his body frozen in a posture of retaliation, appearing as if he could not find peace in death. After all, the Sound Thunder Fruit possessed a remarkable ability, the capacity to electrocute one's own heart. Regrettably, Rox had severed Relocation's heart, leaving him no chance to revive himself as Enel did in the original tale. Thud. Several seconds after Rock's blow, Relocation remained in the posture of resistance, his eyes wide, before he fell heavily to the ground. Is he truly dead? Witnessing this scene, Neptune spoke in disbelief. The Admiral Relocation, one of the three greatest admirals of the naval headquarters, a figure who instilled fear in countless hearts, had been slain by Rox. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Surely, he must be dead. Newgate's observation hockey swept across the scene, confirming that Relocation was indeed devoid of breath. Brother, how are you holding up? Lorn rushed to Rox's side, assessing his injuries. I'm fine. Rox deliberately lowered his voice, anxious that Lorn might detect something amiss. Yet, in the next moment, Rox could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed into Lorn's embrace. Brother, you're hurt so gravely. Lorn's expression was one of profound complexity. He was acutely aware of Rock's resilience. Throughout his life, his brother rarely sustained injuries, impervious to blades and axes, his physique rivaling that of Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon. Even after plummeting from a height of several dozen meters in his youth, he had recuperated within a day. The fact that Rox could not withstand the ordeal and fainted illustrated the immense damage Reilong had inflicted upon him. After all, the dark fruit's inherent trait was to double the damage suffered by its user, enduring a single breath from an admiral-level opponent's awakened ultimate move, while also bearing the doubled burden. Compounded with the destructive power of the Sound Thunder fruit, one of the most formidable among the natural-type fruits, had taken its toll on even Rox. It was worth noting that his brother had only been at sea for a few months. Truly a supernova, the fact that he remained alive could only suggest that he possessed a protagonist's halo, albeit not as potent as the likes of Luffy in later generations. We must retreat swiftly. Fishman Island is perilously close to the naval headquarters. I fear reinforcements may arrive, Newgate advised. The ships are prepared for you all. Please follow me. Neptune nodded, and Lorn, carrying Rox, led the group in their return. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Fishman Island, several armored warships bore witness to the gravity of the situation. Rear Admiral Clay, Zifa, Sangoku, and Crane exchanged troubled glances, their expressions laden with anxiety. What on earth transpired at Fishman Island? Why does it still stand? That colossal thunderball should have obliterated it. What was that ominous darkness just now? I have an unsettling premonition. The fate of Admiral Reilong weighed heavily upon them. Damn it. We are utterly in the dark. Soon, a flurry of inquiries erupted among the naval forces, all deeply concerned about what had transpired within Fishman Island. Why had the massive thunderbolt, capable of annihilating the island, failed to do so? And what of that eerie darkness? Most importantly, what was the current status of Admiral Reilong? All these questions gnawed at the hearts of those present. What should we do now? Rear Admiral Clay, Sangoku, his head and body wrapped in thick bandages, approached Clay for guidance. With Admiral Reilong absent, Rear Admiral Clay was naturally the highest-ranking officer present. For now, we must consult the headquarters and await reinforcements. Clay replied with a grim smile. The situation was too peculiar. He dared not advance recklessly, aware that they were in the depths of the ocean, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. His own safety mattered little, but the futures of Sengoku, Zifa, Carp, and Crane could not be jeopardized. After nearly an hour of anxious waiting, 10 armored warships finally made their delayed appearance, led by several elite rear admirals. The Navy re-entered Fishman Island. By this time, the island lay in ruins. The Ryugu Palace, the Hard Shell Tower, and the Prison Tower had been reduced to rubble. Only a few places, such as the Giant Cod Square and Fishman Harbor, remained intact. Upon entering Giant Cod Square, the Navy was immediately stunned. They had discovered the lifeless body of Admiral Reilong. Reilong? No, it cannot be. At the sight of Reilong's corpse, many naval personnel widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own sanity. Yet upon seeing the tattered naval coat and the features of the corpse, they confirmed the tragic truth. The deceased was indeed Admiral Reilong. In the immediate aftermath of this confirmation, the new recruits could no longer bear the weight of grief and collapsed to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Several rear admirals, too, succumbed to their sorrow, shedding silent tears. Many of these admirals had been personally promoted by Reilong. The suddenness of this tragedy was unfathomable. What was supposed to be a simple operation against a rookie pirate crew had turned into a heartbreaking farewell to Admiral Reilong. Cursed be my weakness. If only I had been stronger, perhaps I could have saved the celestial dragon sooner, and maybe Admiral Reilong. Sangoku and Zifa were filled with profound regret, kneeling and pounding the ground as they wept in anguish. The memories of the battle replayed in their minds. Had they been just a bit stronger, they might have rescued the celestial dragon from Lorn and Newgate, potentially preventing Admiral Reilong from being distracted and suffering a grievous injury at the hands of Rox. Had both arms remained intact, perhaps the fate of Admiral Reilong would have been different. Even the usually composed Crane found herself instinctively covering her mouth, leaning against a broken stone as her body trembled uncontrollably with grief. Tears fell silently down her cheeks. The news of Admiral Reilong's death sent shockwaves through the Navy, the world government, and indeed the entire globe. When this news reached the naval headquarters, the sitting fleet admiral could hardly believe his ears. Reilong, dead. In the naval headquarters at Marineford, the fleet admiral stammered in disbelief. Despite his elevated position and countless trials faced, this man, now over 50 years old, trembled at the news of Admiral Reilong's demise. Is it true? On the other end of the din mushy, General Clay fought to suppress his tears, striving to make his voice sound less tremulous. Yet, The expression and accompanying sobs of the Din Din Mushi conveyed the profound sorrow felt by the fleet admiral. This vice admiral, who had long partnered with Admiral Ride-On, was burdened with immeasurable grief in this moment. It was not only General Clay who felt this way. At this very moment, tears streamed down the face of the fleet admiral. Unbidden. After all, Ride-On was the successor he had most fervently supported to become the next fleet admiral, the very admiral he had personally elevated to such rank. The fact that he had fallen in battle against the Rocks pirates was utterly unforeseen and shocking. No one had anticipated that this seemingly straightforward mission would lead to the demise of Admiral Ride-On. It must be noted that the Rocks pirates were merely a rookie crew that had only set sail a few months prior. They must pay for this. The Rocks pirates would have to face the consequences. The eyes of the fleet admiral were now brimming with murderous intent. He immediately summoned the two other admirals on duty back to headquarters. Furthermore, all senior officers of the Navy at the rank of Vice Admiral and above were instructed to cease their current tasks and convene an urgent meeting. Simultaneously, intelligence regarding the battle at Fishman Island was promptly relayed to Mermaid. Upon receiving the news, the 5 elders of the Gorosei were left stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Ride-On was dead, slain in the confrontation with the Rocks pirates. After receiving confirmation, the 5 elders felt a deep sense of disbelief, accompanied by a looming threat. The death of Ride-On did not evoke any sorrow among the 5 elders. In the eyes of the world government, particularly these high-ranking celestial dragons, the Navy was merely the face of their authority. An admiral, despite his remarkable prowess, ultimately hailed from a commoner background. Being of commoner origin, he was destined to never garner the attention of the world government, especially from the celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, he was akin to a rather useful dog, obedient and capable of inflicting pain. The death of such an individual hardly warranted grief from the Gorosei. Their only reaction upon hearing this news was that the Rocks pirates posed an immense danger. Captain Rox D. Zebek had a bounty of 430 million berries. The second-in-command, his brother, Roan D. Zebek, had a bounty of 170 million berries. Additionally, the third-in-command, Edward Newgate, had a bounty of 160 million berries among the Rocks pirates. These were the only 3 individuals with bounties. Judging by their bounties, they hardly seemed like men capable of defeating an admiral, let alone killing one. The distinction between killing and defeating was a significant one. Considering Ride-On's strength and the speed conferred by the Rumble fruit, taking his life was no simple task. Yet, since Ride-On had perished in this battle, it implied that the world government and the Navy had grossly underestimated this rookie pirate crew. Alternatively, this newly emerged crew, having only set sail for a few months, had developed at an alarming rate. Regardless of the scenario, the Gorosei felt a creeping unease. Such rapid growth would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the world government and the celestial dragons in the future. By the way, what was the status of Azurmani? Having ventured into the depths of the ocean at Fishman Island and lost an admiral, he ought to have been rescued by now. At that moment, one of the Gorosei inquired of the CP agent who had called in with the report. The objective of this admiral's mission had primarily been to rescue a celestial dragon. An admiral could be trained anew if lost. However, should a celestial dragon perish, the ensuing chaos from their family seeking retribution would truly be a matter of concern for the Gorosei. Report to the Gorosei. Azurmani Saint has been confirmed dead. The CP agent hesitated for a long moment before daring to reveal this news. What? As expected, the moment the words left his mouth, the expression on the Din Din Mushi was on the verge of shattering. The Gorosei member on the call appeared nearly twisted in agony. A celestial dragon had died as well. It was one thing to lose an admiral, but to fail to protect a celestial dragon was utterly unacceptable. The Navy was truly a pack of incompetents. One of the Gorosei, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed a curse. They certainly knew how to stir up trouble, those Rocks pirates, in just a few short months. The bounty for their captain had surged to 430 million, with the first mate and other officers surpassing 100 million. This was a growth rate far more terrifying than that of other pirate crews. Now, they had not only slain an admiral but also a celestial dragon. Such a potentially formidable pirate crew warranted far greater attention. What news from the Navy? If memory serves, Ride-On was indeed personally promoted by the fleet admiral. The Gorosei set aside their previous discussions and began deliberating the situation concerning the Rocks pirates. Recognizing the urgent need to take the matter seriously, report to the Gorosei. Azurmani Saint's father is extremely incensed and demands an explanation from the Gorosei. Report to the Gorosei. The Knights of God have also received news of Azurmani Saint's death and expressed their deep regret, seeking an explanation for his family. A series of reports swiftly reached the Gorosei in their chamber of authority. Even the Knights of God were aware of this. This was truly troublesome. Upon hearing this news, the Gorosei felt a headache coming on. The family of Azurumani Saint was one matter, but since the Knights of God were also informed, an explanation was now imperative. In terms of hierarchy, the Gorosei were technically above the Knights of God. They represented the undisputed highest authority in the world. The rulers of the world government. To put it in perspective, if M was the emperor, the Gorosei functioned as the cabinet, primarily handling external affairs and governing the world government. Meanwhile, the Knights of God served as M's direct entourage, managing internal matters concerning the celestial dragons. Akin to eunuchs, with roles similar to that of the Ministry of Rights. In terms of official rank, the Ministry of Rights was far inferior to the cabinet. However, in terms of their relationship with the emperor, the Ministry of Rights held a far closer connection. The Knights of God, composed entirely of celestial dragons, had a relationship with him that was far more intimate than that of the Gorosei. Thus, even though the Gorosei's official status greatly surpassed that of the Knights of God, they had to heed their words. After all, in a certain sense, the Knights of God's pronouncements represented M's will, just as the actions of the Ministry of Rights embodied the Emperor's intentions. Given that the Knights of God had made such a statement, regardless of whether M was aware of the incident, the Gorosei were obliged to provide an explanation. Therefore, the matter concerning Fishman Island could no longer be concealed. They must immediately inform the world and announce the bounties of the three individuals. Promptly notify the fleet admiral to mobilize all available forces. The Rock's pirates must be eradicated this time. Report to the Gorosei. The fleet admiral has been informed. He is extremely incensed and is currently recalling the other two admirals from their duties, while also convening numerous senior officers of the Navy above the rank of vice admiral for an urgent meeting. The Navy reported that they were preparing to orchestrate a large-scale cleansing operation, hoping to thoroughly eliminate the Rock's pirates and avenge Admiral Rydon. Soon, the plans from Navy headquarters were relayed to the Holy Land. Upon receiving the report, the Gorosei appeared quite satisfied. This aligned perfectly with their own thoughts. Even before they had signaled, the fleet admiral had already arrived at this conclusion. After all, the appointment of the fleet admiral must receive guidance from the Gorosei themselves. Typically, a fleet admiral is promoted from the ranks of admirals. If one does not take the protection of the world government and the celestial dragons as their mission, no matter how capable they may be, the Gorosei would never allow them to ascend to the position of fleet admiral. If admirals were the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, then the fleet admiral was merely a high-ranking version of that dog. Inform the fleet admiral that this operation has the full support of the world government. Moreover, it is imperative to deploy at least 2, if not 3, formidable admirals. The Rock's pirates must be eradicated. At the very least, we must eliminate Rock's, Law, and Newgate. A day later, the exploits of the Rock's pirates were unveiled to the entire world. Fishman Island was disqualified. Stripped of its status as a member of the world government, the Rock's pirates incorporated the Fishmen. King Neptune of Fishman Island betrayed the world government, with the notorious Fishman now carrying a bounty of 230 million berries. Admiral Red Dragon met his demise, and the celestial dragon Azurumani was slain. All the blame lay squarely on the Rock's pirates. The captain, Rox D.Zebek, bore a staggering bounty of 2.285 billion berries, the second in command. Law D.Zebek had a bounty of 465 million berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, possessed a bounty of 450 million berries. A series of sensational headlines left the world in utter shock. The death of Admiral Red Dragon, the assassination of a celestial dragon, and the incorporation of Fishman Island by a pirate crew, each of these events would have sufficed to astound the world. Yet, they all transpired on the same day at the hands of the same pirate crew. One of the 3 admirals lay dead, and nearly 1 million residents of Fishman Island, including around 100,000 Fishman warriors, joined the ranks of the Rock's pirates. These 2 occurrences were monumental enough to alter the global landscape. Posterity would refer to this battle that reshaped the world as the War of Fishman Island. In an instant, the name of the Rock's pirates resounded throughout the globe, unparalleled in its notoriety. Captain Rox D.Zebek ascended to the status of a top-tier pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, standing shoulder to shoulder with other elite pirates of the seas. Consequently, Law's bounty surged nearly threefold to reach 465 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty also successfully surpassed 400 million berries. A single ship now boasted 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 400 million berries, coupled with 100,000 Fishman soldiers whose strength surpassed that of ordinary humans tenfold. The Rock's pirates had undeniably cemented their status as a colossal pirate crew. At this juncture in the pirate world, the title of the 4 emperors had yet to circulate. Otherwise, with the configuration of the Rock's pirates, they would undoubtedly have secured a place among them, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, aboard a sailing vessel, the second in command of the Roger pirates, with a bounty of 137 million berries. The mere 19-year-old Rayleigh reclined on a deck chair, a fine bottle of wine in hand, basking in the sunlight and relishing the rare moment of leisure. A seagull happened to fly by overhead. Carrying a newspaper. Oh, is there a new newspaper? Rayleigh flicked a coin into the air, and moments later, a copy of today's newspaper descended. Upon grasping the paper, Rayleigh cast a cursory glance before his body froze in place. Rendered speechless for an extended period. Hey, Rayleigh, what happened? Why are you standing there like a statue? Have you drunk yourself silly? The third in command, Jabba, donned in sunglasses, and also just 19, with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, noticed Rayleigh's unusual demeanor and teased him. However, Rayleigh remained unresponsive, maintaining his rigid posture. What on earth is going on? Jabba approached Rayleigh, unceremoniously snatching the newspaper from his grasp. In the next moment, Jabba too became immobile, like a statue struck dumb. Hey, what are you two playing at? Jabba, Rayleigh. Finally, the abnormal behavior of the two subordinates caught the attention of their captain, Roger. Now around 20 years of age, Roger had yet to grow his signature black beard. His bounty had also surpassed 300 million, making him one of the highest bountied supernovas on the seas, second only to rocks. The news today was simply two. Rayleigh and Jabba simultaneously turned to Roger, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the news in today's paper was explosively shocking. So shocking that they began to question the authenticity of the newspaper. It was merely a newspaper. What's the fuss? Roger chuckled softly as he took the paper from Jabba. Upon reading the newspaper, the future Pirate King's mouth dropped into an exaggerated O shape as drool dribbled from his nose while his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Nanny. At that moment, this scene was not only unfolding aboard the Roger pirate ship. Throughout the Grand Line, anyone who paid attention to the news was left utterly astounded by today's paper. My goodness. They actually incorporated Fishman Island? How terrifying. The Rock's pirates. They set sail merely 2 months before us, yet they have left us in the dust. A bounty of 2.285 billion. Their officers also boast bounties of 400 million, simultaneously killing an admiral and a celestial dragon. Could it be that exaggerated? It's truly astonishing. In an instant, the reputation of the Rock's pirates spread like wildfire across the globe, contemporaneous supernovas of the seas, such as Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and others, as well as some long-established notorious pirates, upon seeing today's newspaper, wore expressions of shock akin to that of Roger, killing an admiral, assassinating a celestial dragon, and incorporating Fishman Island. Each of these acts had the power to reshape the world. A supernova pirate crew that had only set sail for a few months managed to accomplish all 3 feats simultaneously? In an instant, the Rock's pirates emerged as the most dazzling pirate crew across the seas. Their brilliance had eclipsed all other supernovas and even the long-established top pirate crews. The Rock's pirates had made history. Consequently, they became the most feared pirate crew in the eyes of countless ordinary citizens. The moniker of the most nefarious pirate crew began to circulate across the seas, 3 days after the War of Fishman Island. In the New World, Wano country, under clear skies. In the flower capital, within the shogun's residence, this had become the domain of the Rock's pirates. On a bed crafted from the finest wood and adorned with intricate golden trimmings, Rocks finally regained consciousness. In a pirate world where one could easily bounce back the day after surviving, Rocks, with his extraordinary physique, had remained in a coma for a full 3 days before awakening. One could only imagine how arduous the victory in that fierce battle had been. Brother, you're finally awake. Upon seeing Rocks open his eyes, Law, Newgate, along with Shirey and Molly, rushed over with concern. The first gaze of the awakened Rocks fell upon Law, followed by Shirey, Molly, and Newgate. Thank goodness, Law, you're all safe. I truly traversed the gates of death. Rocks couldn't help but express his relief, had it not been for the unfulfilled dreams and the child yet to be born. Rocks might not have mustered the strength to endure. Nevertheless, experiencing such a life-and-death battle inevitably leads to profound transformation. Indeed, reflecting on that day feels like a dream, Newgate remarked, still astonished by the events of that day. Ship's doctor, quickly check on my brother. Law promptly instructed the ship's doctor to conduct a comprehensive examination of Rocks. However, Rocks did not wait for the doctor to begin. He simply rose from the bed. He then tore off the thick bandages that wrapped around his body, as well as those covering his head and legs, discarding them all. Brother, what are you doing? Law said, both amused and exasperated. Wearing these things is too bothersome. Law, rest assured, I feel absolutely splendid. Bring on another admiral. I fear no one. Rox suddenly threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar, exuberantly gesticulating like a great gorilla, filled with exhilaration. After the near-fatal battle with Red Dragon, Rox was acutely aware that his strength had ascended to new heights. Moreover, his younger brother-in-law, Newgate, and the rest of the family were all unscathed. The Rox pirates had achieved a monumental victory. His strength had soared, and his family remained unharmed. There could be no greater joy than this. All right, I get it. Stop jumping around, brother, or your wounds might split open. No way, I must jump. I'm just too excited. It seems I am at a loss with you. Seeing my old brother so lively, I feel reassured about the likes of Lorn, Newgate, and Jolly. Once Rox has vented his emotions, he suddenly turns to Lorn. By the way, Lorn, have you arranged for the residents of Fishman Island? Yes, I have made the arrangements. I have allocated the areas of Jioli, Shime, Lingho, and Baiwu for the residents of Fishman Island to reside in. They can build their homes and plan the land according to their preferences. The remaining flower capital will be reserved for us, the Rox pirates. Of course, both sides are interconnected. The fishmen can freely enter and exit the flower capital, and the Rox pirates can also freely enter the areas inhabited by the fishmen. Furthermore, the Rabbit Bowl factory has commenced operations, just as we initially envisioned. The labor at the Rabbit Bowl factory is hardly a burden for the residents of Fishman Island. The production of sea stone has even doubled compared to when we were with Wano, and soon, a steady stream of wealth will flow in. The 100,000 warriors from Fishman Island have also joined us, bringing our Rox pirates' manpower to a whopping 100,000. Additionally, I have ensured that the entrance to the only Jili waterfall in Wano is guarded by our elite fishmen, with the racial advantages of the fishmen. Even the mightiest of foes would struggle to breach Wano. As Lorn spoke, he found himself becoming increasingly animated. That battle at Fishman Island has truly been a windfall for the Rox pirates. The treasures we have acquired are simply overwhelming. Not only have we garnered the support of all the residents of Fishman Island, but we have also directly gained 100,000 fishmen soldiers. It is important to note that these soldiers are utterly devoted to the Rox pirates, unwavering in their loyalty. After all, the Rox pirates saved numerous residents of Fishman Island from the clutches of the marine admirals during the battle. Moreover, we assisted the fishmen in successfully migrating to the land, allowing them to bask in the sunlight. Just these 2 points alone would be sufficient for the fishmen to pledge their unwavering loyalty to the Rox pirates. Most importantly, the Rox pirates have granted the fishmen the respect they deserve. They are treated as equals, not as slaves to be abused or as outcasts to be discriminated against, but as true partners. This kind of respect is far more precious to the fishmen than sunlight or land. This is precisely why the Rox pirates have earned the steadfast allegiance of the soldiers from Fishman Island. Even many young fishmen have vowed to train diligently, viewing entry into the Rox pirates as their ultimate dream. Ha. That is simply splendid, Lorn. Upon hearing this, Rox erupted into another fit of exuberant laughter. With so many devoted members now on our side, we have taken a significant step closer to realizing our dreams. By the way, what about our bounty? After accomplishing so much, it must have increased. Right? Rox is still quite concerned about his bounty. After all, a bounty is akin to a pirate's face. Take a look for yourself. Lorn tossed a newspaper to Rox. The bounty has risen to 2 billion. Ha! This is fantastic. I am now a man with a bounty of 2.2 billion. Upon seeing the headline on the newspaper, Rox broke into another boisterous laugh, his wounds momentarily forgotten. Honestly, brother, if only you would listen and not act recklessly. Lorn could no longer stand by and pressed down on Rox, prompting the ship's doctor to rush over to bandage him up. Once the bandaging was complete, Rox's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Lorn. By the way, brother, I remember something exceedingly important. What is it? It is quite rare to see my old brother emphasize something so earnestly, and Lorn paused, intrigued. As a pirate crew that has achieved such a momentous victory, how could we not have a banquet? Let us hasten to organize a grand celebration. You shall do no such thing. Lorn attempted to restrain Rox, knowing full well that his brother had yet to fully recover. Moreover, Lorn was acutely aware that this battle had resulted in the death of a marine admiral and a celestial dragon. Neither the marine headquarters nor the world government would let this matter rest. They would undoubtedly launch a full-scale war against the Rox pirates. The magnitude of this conflict could rival that of the Marineford War in the original tale. Now is not the time for a banquet. We must remain vigilant against the counterattack from the marine headquarters in the world government. Just as Lorn was lost in his thoughts, Rox interjected, brother, your speed cannot match mine. Ignoring Lorn's concerns, Rox deftly sidestepped him and swiftly dashed out of the room. Newgate, come with me to catch him. We must stop him. Lorn urgently called for Whitebeard to join him in pursuing Rox. Understood, brother-in-law. Newgate nodded and sped ahead. However, it was all too late. Before Lorn and Newgate could catch up, Rox eagerly pulled out a din-din mushy and shouted to all of Wano, members of the Rox pirates and residents of Fishman Island, to celebrate our great victory, I hereby declare the commencement of a banquet. Rox's voice rapidly echoed across all of Wano. A banquet is to be held. Lord Rox has awakened. Wonderful. I have been waiting for this banquet for so long. Finally, it is here. After a battle, it feels incomplete not to have a feast. Indeed, I have been looking forward to this for ages. Fantastic. Let us head to the flower capital and revel to our heart's content. The sooner we go, the better, lest we find no seats available. Upon hearing the announcement of the banquet, the fishmen and members of the Rox pirates all put down their work in unison and hurried towards the most prosperous area of Wano, the flower capital. In an instant, nearly 1 million residents from Fishman Island flooded into the flower capital, causing a massive bottleneck. Truly, since the people are so enthusiastic, let us proceed with the banquet. Witnessing such fervor, Lorn found himself yielding to the idea, as deep down, he was quite eager for the celebration. As pirates, to not have a banquet after achieving a significant victory in battle would feel utterly incomplete. As for the counterattack from the Marine headquarters and the world government, let them come. They will surely regret it. Wow, Lord Lorn, Lord Rox, Lord Newgate, the heroes of Fishman Island. So magnificent. Lord Lorn, Lord Rox, Lord Newgate. The moment Rox, Lorn, and Newgate made their appearance, they were met with a tidal wave of cheers from the residents of Fishman Island. The volume was so immense that it felt as though it might shatter eardrums. The eyes of the mermaid sparkled with hearts. Everyone, let us celebrate in Wano. Let us rejoice in our magnificent victory. I hereby declare the banquet to begin. With a single command, the grand feast commenced. Fireworks, barbecued delicacies, fine wines, beautiful maidens, music, and dance enveloped the flower capital in a sea of revelry. People sang and danced, reveling in joy. The banquet continued for a full 3 days and nights, showing no signs of ending. By the way, Lorn, do you know what day it is today? A tipsy Rox suddenly approached Lorn, draping an arm around his shoulder and speaking mysteriously. What day? Lorn, feeling a bit lightheaded himself, blushed. You don't remember? Today is your birthday, you fool. Rox playfully thumped Lorn on the head. Oh, is it? I had completely forgotten it was my birthday. Lorn laughed heartily, blissfully unaware of the significance of the day. Lorn had never known the joy of a birthday. After all, from the moment of his birth, he had never celebrated a single one. The Holy Land was even more desolate. There, his family lived as slaves, making it impossible to observe such a day. After fleeing from the Holy Land, poverty consumed him, leaving him preoccupied with the struggle for daily sustenance, further rendering the notion of a birthday utterly unattainable. Over time, Lorn had completely forgotten his own birthday. With a cough, he reflected, from childhood to adulthood, my elder brother has never allowed me to enjoy a good life, now that we have finally embarked on a righteous path. It is only fitting that you make amends. As he spoke, a glimmer of tears unexpectedly sparkled in Rox's eyes. His younger brother had endured far too much suffering. Why should such a moment of joy be overshadowed by such deep-seated grievances? Yet, Lorn appeared nonchalant. Little brother, I remember you mentioned wanting the thunder fruit last time. Since today is your birthday, as your most respected and beloved elder brother, it is my duty to fulfill this wish. With that, Rox broke into a beaming smile, delighted at the prospect of surprising Lorn on his birthday. Suddenly, he produced a spiral-patterned devil fruit from seemingly nowhere, placing it before Lorn. What is this? The thunder fruit. Lorn's eyes widened in astonishment as he instantly recognized the fruit, having seen it documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia of the Holy Land. The thunder fruit, in terms of destructive power, ranks among the top 3 in the natural category. Perhaps only slightly weaker than the magma fruit. When it comes to speed, it is second only to the future Admiral Kizur's light fruit. No other natural fruit boasts greater swiftness than the thunder fruit. As for aesthetics, the thunder fruit is undeniably one of the most striking devil fruits, capable of summoning lightning from the heavens with a mere gesture, and in a fit of fury, it could unleash a deluge of thunder. With a large hammer in hand, it could rival the legendary figure of Thor. Strength might be transient, but style is everlasting. Moreover, the thunder fruit possesses an almost immortal ability, as long as the heart remains unbroken. One can rely on its powerful electrical currents to rejuvenate and return to full vitality. Its formidable capabilities elevate the thunder fruit to one of the most formidable devil fruits within the natural category. Of course, the thunder fruit is not without its weaknesses. Aside from Monkey D. Luffy's protagonist aura, the thunder fruit cannot affect insulators and is vulnerable to seawater. these are indeed its critical weaknesses, particularly its inability to affect insulators is a fatal flaw. Otherwise, Enel, despite his shortcomings in the original narrative, would not have been bested by Luffy, who lacked haki. However, Lorn possesses the innate talent to nullify these weaknesses. It can be said that in Lorn's hands, the Thunderfruit could unleash powers far more terrifying than those of Admiral Kizaru. What do you think? Lorn, are you satisfied with this birthday gift? Your elder brother certainly knows how to deliver. Observing Lorn's dazed expression, Rox felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Finally, he had fulfilled his younger brother's wish. This feeling of achievement surpassed even the exhilaration of defeating Kizaru. Well, I shan't be polite then, Lorn declared, promptly devouring the Thunderfruit without hesitation. In truth, he had hesitated over whether to consume the Thunderfruit. After all, one could only eat one devil fruit. Consuming a second without a special body structure would lead to self-destruction. It is important to remember that in the latter stages of One Piece, the natural category had fallen behind, with the most potent fruits being the Zoan type, particularly the mythical Zoan. Whether it was Kaido's fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form or Sengoku's human fruit in its Buddha form, or even the yet undiscovered bat fruit of the mythical Zoan variety, each bore greater capabilities and potential than the Thunder fruit, especially Luffy's human fruit in the mythical Zoan form of Nika, the sun god, which shone with such prestige that it rendered other fruits pale by comparison. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lorn resolved to consume the Thunder fruit. Firstly, his current strength was not particularly formidable. Merely at the top tier of the Imperial faction, given that he had killed an admiral and a celestial dragon, the world government and the Navy would surely respond with actions against the Rox pirates. This impending battle could surpass even the terrifying scale of the Fishman Island War. He urgently needed to grow stronger. Consuming the Thunder fruit would undoubtedly result in exponential growth in his strength, potentially elevating him to the level of a king or even a quasi-king. Secondly, the Thunder fruit could compensate for Lorn's most significant deficiency, large-scale destructive capability. In summary, at this stage, the Thunder fruit was undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Lorn. What if he encountered even better devil fruits in the future? Quite simple. He just needed to find a few S-rank women and strive to bear several SSS-rank gifted children. Perhaps he could attain the dual or even triple fruit ability. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. What will come will come. Hesitating and second-guessing is not the way of a pirate. Why fear? Just eat it. This tastes awful. Lorn felt as if he were consuming excrement, instinctively wanting to expel it, yet he persevered and swallowed it down. As soon as it was ingested, Lorn felt a marvelous transformation occurring within his body. It was as if an indescribable energy was surging, radiating and dancing throughout every corner of his being. This extraordinary energy seemed to communicate and merge with every cell in his body. Lorn felt a warm and comforting sensation, so much so that he involuntarily closed his eyes to fully immerse himself in this wondrous experience. Hey, Lorn, have you felt any changes since eating it? Rox inquired curiously, noticing Lorn's blissful state. Sister-in-law, summon some lightning for us to see. Newgate, who was nearly intoxicated, had regained his senses and eagerly urged. I understand, Lorn replied, opening his eyes, which now sparkled with intensity. Then, with a flick of his finger, he elegantly pointed upwards, invoking 3,000 thunderbolts. In an instant, zzz. The sky above Wano erupted with countless bolts of lightning, illuminating the night as if it were day. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon immediately captivated both the reveling members of the Rox pirates and the residents of Fishman Island. Millions in flower capitals simultaneously gazed skyward. Suddenly, crackle, countless bolts of lightning, as if imbued with consciousness, cascaded from the sky. In midair, these bolts intertwined and exploded like fireworks, dazzlingly illuminating the night sky. What beautiful fireworks! Is the lightning celebrating with us? How splendid! Haha. Living on land is truly wonderful. Indeed, I never imagined such a day would come. Long live the Rox pirates. Long live Lord Lorn, Lord Rox, and Lord Newgate. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, the million-strong populace of Fishman Island erupted in heartfelt admiration, deepening their gratitude towards the Rox pirates. Amidst the cheers, the lightning fireworks seemed to respond to the call. With a flick of his dexterous finger, Lorn commanded the lightning fireworks to explode, and the scattered lightning did not fade but instead danced in the air, ultimately spelling out in electric brilliance the words, "Long live the Rox pirates." In that moment, the atmosphere of the celebration reached its zenith. Amidst the jubilant cheers, everyone raised their cups in joyous revelry, laughter echoing throughout Wano. Meanwhile, beneath Wano, an inconspicuous small boat cautiously approached, moving with utmost care on the boat's deck. Several men adorned with peculiar masks, of various statures, meticulously observed their surroundings. Among them, a tall man dressed in a white suit. Evidently the leader raised his right hand, communicating through a snail phone bound to his wrist. Clearly, this was an intelligence agency of the world government, CP. These CP agents were continuously transmitting information back to the Navy headquarters in the Holy Land of Mermaid. Reporting to the Five Elders, we have detected the movements of the Rocks pirates. They are currently in Wano, or perhaps this place can no longer be referred to as Wano. The Rocks pirates have successfully seized control of this island. However, they are currently engaged in a grand feast, leaving their defenses alarmingly weak. Should we initiate a surprise attack from the Navy headquarters? Please advise, at the Holy Land, Mermaid. The Five Elders' expressions grew even graver upon receiving news from CP that the Rocks pirates had occupied Wano country. They were well aware that Wano was a treasure trove. Yet, due to its long-standing isolation, the world government possessed incomplete intelligence regarding Wano. They only knew of the strong warriors rumored to inhabit the land and had thus refrained from taking any action. Little did they expect that the Rocks pirates would conquer it, that Wano's terrain was notoriously treacherous, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. If indeed the Rocks pirates had taken control, the challenge of eradicating them would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. Are you certain their defenses are lax? The Five Elders inquired once more out of caution. Report to the Five Elders. Observations indicate that the inhabitants of Wano are attending the banquet and have let their guard down. This is undoubtedly the most opportune moment. CP responded with conviction. Very well. Immediately informed the Navy headquarters to launch a surprise assault. Upon confirmation, the Five Elders promptly issued the command. The challenging terrain of Wano necessitated that they strike while the Rocks pirates remained unaware. This was indeed a prime opportunity. Otherwise, should the Rocks pirates notice the impending attack, it would become exceedingly difficult for the Navy to penetrate Wano. In fact, breaching Wano would demand a tremendous cost. After all, the geography of Wano was impeccably fortified, with only a single waterfall serving as an entrance. This time, they must decisively annihilate the Rocks pirates. However, just as the Five Elders concluded their orders, the situation took a sudden turn. No, that cannot be right. What in the world is that? A terrified voice from CP erupted through the transponder snail. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed. The sound of reverberating thunder reached even the Five Elders in Mermaid. Nearly shattering their eardrums, the thunderous noise persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. CP. What transpired over there? What is going on? The Five Elders sensed something amiss and urgently inquired through the transponder snail. Beep beep beep. However, the only response was the incessant busy signal from the other end. They promptly attempted to redial, but no one answered. Has something happened? The Five Elders furiously hung up the transponder snail. CP would never dare to ignore a call from them. The occurrence of such a situation could only imply one thing. CP had likely revealed their whereabouts and been silenced by the Rocks pirates. Moreover, the ominous thunderous sounds from the transponder snail instilled even greater dread within the Five Elders. They were all too familiar with that sound. Could it be? Had the Rocks pirates acquired the Thunder Dragon's powers? A foreboding sensation surged wildly within the Five Elders. Simultaneously, at the banquet in Wano, in the flower capital. Brother, what happened? Rocks asked curiously as he observed Ron directing a bolt of lightning towards the only entrance to Wano. The Kiri Falls. Brother, are you not aware? The Thunderfruit has another remarkable application. When combined with observation hockey, it can expand the range of perception to an astonishing degree. Now, my observation hockey, paired with the Thunderfruit, encompasses the entirety of Wano. Every action and word of everyone here is under my scrutiny. Ron chuckled lightly, explaining to Rocks. I see. So there was indeed a spy. Rocks immediately grasped the situation. It was highly probable that CP, the world government's watchdog, had come to gather intelligence on the Rocks pirates, especially after the assassination of a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon. Indeed, but the dog has already been dealt with. Ron smiled as he raised a towering goblet, downing it in one go. What are you two talking about? Brother-in-law, uncle? Whitebeard inquired, looking perplexed at Ron and Rocks. Ha ha ha. Never mind that. Newgate, come, drink up. At Marine headquarters. Mermaid. In the largest conference room of the Navy headquarters. The Fleet Admiral, 2 admirals, a Vice Admiral candidate, and 16 Rear Admirals had all gathered. The Navy stood poised and ready for action. Everyone awaited the command from the Five Elders, the highest authority in the world. Once the order was given, aside from the Fleet Admiral who needed to remain at headquarters, the other high-ranking officers, including the admirals, would depart from Marine headquarters at the swiftest pace to launch the most significant surprise assault in Navy history against the Rocks pirates. Soon, the transponder snail rang, and the Fleet Admiral answered the call. The admirals and the vice admiral candidate were solemn expressions. The rear admiral swallowed nervously, a palpable tension in the air. Damn it. Has the operation been cancelled? Shortly, the Navy officers noticed the fleet admiral's deeply frustrated demeanor. That frustration soon transformed into a look of astonishment, culminating in sheer disbelief. Minutes later, the transponder snail finally hung up. What happened? Admiral, a formidable rear admiral inquired as he approached the fleet admiral the moment he hung up. The surprise attack has been temporarily cancelled. The CP operatives we dispatched for surveillance have been entirely wiped out. The Rocks pirates have taken control of Wano, the fleet admiral replied, somewhat agitated. Wano, you say? They had heard it was a place of formidable defenses, easy to guard yet challenging to conquer. Indeed, the entire island has but one entrance, a rapidly flowing waterfall point. One must traverse the waterfall to reach Wano. However, with the fishmen now allied with the Rocks pirates, their expertise in aquatic combat will make it exceedingly difficult for us to gain entry. To their astonishment, the Rocks pirates had stealthily conquered Wano. Upon hearing this, the Navy officers furrowed their brows in worry. Possessing geographical advantages, coupled with the fishmen's inherent combat prowess, if they could not execute a surprise assault, they would have to resort to a full frontal attack, which would entail a significant toll for the Navy. Furthermore, the five elders had indicated that the Rocks pirates had likely acquired the Thunder Dragon's abilities. The subsequent words from the fleet admiral sent shockwaves through the conference room. Leaving the high-ranking officers in utter disbelief, the Rocks pirates have likely obtained the Thunder Dragon's powers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two admirals, the vice admiral candidate, and all 16 rear admirals erupted into chaos. Among them was a newly promoted rear admiral, Kong. What? The Thunder Dragon's powers have been seized by the Rocks pirates. Is that true? How did they manage that? My goodness. Does this mean we will soon face the terrifying powers of the Thunder Dragon? Admiral, is this genuine? They could hardly believe their ears. As members of the Navy, none understood the fearsome nature of the Thunder Fruit better than they did. The thought of such a dreadful power falling into enemy hands sent shivers down the spines of some rear admirals. Without the Thunder Fruit, the Rocks pirates had already slain Admiral Thunder Dragon. Now, with the Thunder Fruit in their possession, the Rocks pirates were undoubtedly far stronger than they had been during their time at Fishman Island. In conclusion, due to the obliteration of CP and the subsequent lack of detailed intelligence on the Rocks pirates, the surprise assault was temporarily called off. However, while the surprise attack was cancelled, they would not abandon their efforts to eliminate the Rocks pirates. I have already communicated with the five elders. Since a surprise assault is unfeasible, we shall resort to a full frontal attack. A month of intensive training for all personnel has been mandated, during which no one is permitted to undertake external duties. The Ministry of Science and Technology will utilize this month to assist us in urgently manufacturing a batch of specialized weaponry. Let us not forget, while the Thunder Fruit is indeed formidable, its vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. By targeting these weaknesses, the threat posed by the Thunder Fruit can be significantly mitigated, even to the extent of approaching zero. In summary, our confrontation with the Rocks pirates must result in victory. Defeat is not an option. After all, this is a conflict known across the globe. As the champions of justice, we must uphold the reputation of the Navy and the world government. The Admiral, with hands firmly planted on the conference table, delivered an impassioned address. Indeed, it is common knowledge that following the battle at Fishman Island, which resulted in the loss of a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon, the Navy headquarters and the world government would not simply let this matter rest. A fierce battle between the Rocks pirates and the Navy, along with the world government, is inevitable. Consequently, nations, pirates, and various factions from the underworld across the world are closely monitoring the movements of both parties. This impending clash, without exaggeration, will determine the fate of the entire world. The Admiral's words ignited a fervor among the high-ranking officers in the conference room. He was correct, despite the immense power of the Thunder Fruit. Its weaknesses are indeed conspicuous. We are the Navy, and there is nothing to fear. The Rocks pirates achieved a resounding victory at Fishman Island, resulting in the death of Admiral Raijin, and the Navy's reputation has plummeted to its nadir. This time, we must restore our military prestige. The Rocks pirates should brace themselves for their demise. The morale of the vice admirals and admirals at Navy headquarters was fervently ignited. Soon, the news spread from the conference room that the Navy would mobilize at least 2/3 of its forces, leaving only 1/3 to maintain a presence at headquarters. The announcement was posted in the Bay Area of Navy headquarters, drawing the attention of nearly all soldiers stationed there. Among them were the Navy's four prodigies, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Suru. At this moment, Sengoku, Zifa, Suru, and Carp had fully recovered, appearing vibrant and full of life. Furthermore, although they were still considered newcomers, their exceptional performance during the Fishman Island battle had elevated their ranks significantly. The highest ranked among them was none other than Carp, who had sustained the most severe injuries in that battle, having been promoted multiple ranks to the position of lieutenant. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru also ascended several ranks, attaining the status of second lieutenant. The surprise cancellation of the raid operation indicated that CP had been compromised. However, it was utterly shocking to learn that Admiral Rajan's abilities had been seized by the Rock's pirates. This is truly outrageous. Upon receiving the news from Navy headquarters, the four were momentarily taken aback. The announcement clearly stated that the Navy might have to confront the threat of the Thunderfruit. All naval personnel were advised to prepare psychologically and implement special defenses. With only a month at our disposal, there is no time to squander. I refuse to witness a repeat of the tragedy at Fishman Island. With this thought, Carp did not exchange pleasantries with the other three, but immediately turned and departed the square, heading to the Navy headquarters training grounds for rigorous training. Observing Carp's retreating figure, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru hurriedly followed suit. They all understood that had their strength been slightly greater during the Fishman Island battle, enabling them to defeat Raijin and Newgate, such tragedy might have been averted. This time, they would not allow a repeat of the Fishman Island disaster. Training must be relentless. Even the slightest increase in strength could tip the scales of victory on the battlefield. The month swiftly passed. During this period, the sea remained unusually calm. The entire Navy engaged in emergency training, delegating troublesome law enforcement issues to the branch bases, with headquarters refraining from deploying any personnel for missions. The resolve and determination of the Navy headquarters to confront the Rock's pirates was unwavering. Interestingly, the Rock's pirates also refrained from causing any disturbances during this month. This was partly due to Sherry nearing her delivery and requiring attentive care. Moreover, the Rock's pirates were acutely aware that a fierce confrontation with the Navy was on the horizon. They were diligently reinforcing the defenses and security of Wano country. The 100,000 fishmen soldiers engaged in ceaseless training day and night. Of course, throughout this month, the world government remained undeterred, dispatching CP agents in hopes of gathering more intelligence on Wano, only to be decisively thwarted by the Rock's pirates. The Rock's pirates also sent some fishmen to infiltrate the harbor of Marineford in search of intelligence, but were likewise uncovered by the Navy headquarters. Both sides engaged in several covert skirmishes, all resulting in failure. Everyone awaits the arrival of the final showdown. Naturally, during this month, Lorn was not idle either. Sherry and Molly were both pregnant, and Lorn had welcomed his third wife. The Mermaid Sherry.it must be said that the experience of different races feels distinctly different, almost exhilarating. I wonder if there will be other S-rank women from different races in the future. Lorn felt as though he was veering further down a peculiar path. My husband, I feel a stirring in my belly. One morning, Sherry awoke abruptly, sensing a kick to her abdomen. Is it true, Sherry? I'll immediately summon the ship's doctor for a checkup. Upon hearing this, Lorn was overjoyed, rushing out of the room without even putting on his shoes to call for the ship's doctor. Hard work pays off. Sherry is indeed showing signs. I wonder what kind of talent this will bring me. Congratulations, Lord Lorn. Miss Sherry is also pregnant. Shortly thereafter, under the thorough examination of the ship's doctor, it was confirmed that Sherry was indeed expecting. Fantastic. Lorn felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Almost immediately, he heard a series of system prompts in his mind, detecting that the host is about to have a third offspring. Commencing reward distribution. Rewarding host with advanced observation hockey progress. 50. Advanced conquerors hockey progress. 30. Top-tier armament hockey progress. 10. Host swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed have been enhanced. Proficiency in the 6 forms of the Navy has increased. Rewarding host with SS-level talent. Future side observation hockey. A cascade of system prompts resonated in Lorn's ears, each note harmonious and melodious. At last, the third talent has arrived, and unexpectedly. It is the future side observation hockey. This is an exceptionally practical ability. The relationship between future side observation hockey and regular observation hockey is akin to that of flowing cherry and armament hack.it is an advanced application of observation hockey. Only those who have trained observation hockey to its pinnacle can potentially gain the ability to foresee the future, albeit briefly. Unlike ordinary observation hockey, which merely anticipates an enemy's next move, future side observation hockey allows for a clear vision of certain future events. This means that the enemy's subsequent actions are fully within one's control. One can even foresee the next words the enemy will utter. In actual combat, the ability to foresee the future is undoubtedly an SS-level capability. After receiving the delightful news of Sherry's pregnancy, Lorn immediately sought out Rox and Newgate to share this joyous tidbit. Soon, he spotted rocks in Newgate in a clear area. Throughout this month, Whitebeard had also been proactive, seeking instruction from rocks on the techniques of hockey. After all, Newgate had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He was not yet sufficient to contend with a Marine admiral single-handedly, while he might delay the encounter for a time. Engaging in a protracted battle against an Emperor-level powerhouse would almost certainly lead to his defeat, since a fierce battle between the Rocks pirates and the Navy, along with the world government, was unavoidable. It was imperative to swiftly enhance one's strength. The avenues for rapidly boosting strength were straightforward. Either engage in a life-and-death struggle to force out one's full potential or seek a suitable mentor for instruction. Finding a life-and-death battle would not be easy in the short term. However, a suitable teacher was right before his eyes, Rocks, with the ability to single-handedly eliminate a Marine admiral. Who could possibly be a better teacher than him? Rocks, of course, was delighted that Newgate sought his counsel. After all, Newgate had become like family. Thus, over the course of the month, Rocks devoted himself wholeheartedly to imparting all the techniques of Conqueror's hockey to Newgate. In terms of teaching prowess, Rocks was on par with the renowned teacher Rayleigh of later times, personally demonstrating each technique and providing hands-on instruction. He generously shared all the intricacies, uncertainties, and key points of mastery, leaving no stone unturned. His teaching precision was leagues beyond that of any mediocre instructor. Of course, the quality of the teacher is one aspect, but the student's innate talent is even more crucial. If one lacked talent, even if Rocks meticulously broke down the techniques and spoon-fed them, a fool would remain a fool. Yet, who was Newgate? He was the strongest man in the world from the original narrative. A legendary pirate capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Pirate King. In the aftermath of Roger's demise, he was universally recognized as the king who surpassed the throne of the Pirate King. Newgate's talent was, in essence, on par with Roger's, belonging to the elite echelon of the most extraordinary individuals. Monkey D. Luffy could learn flowing Sakura, Conqueror's hockey, and Fruit Awakening in rapid succession, advancing 3 levels in a short time. The degree of absurdity was utterly staggering. There was no reason for Whitebeard to struggle with mastering Conqueror's hockey, especially given the ample time he had, an entire month. After this intensive month of training, Newgate had essentially mastered the technique of Conqueror's hockey, achieving a terrifying increase in power, even a qualitative transformation. Particularly, mastering Conqueror's hockey significantly amplified Newgate's destructive capabilities. At this point, Newgate had essentially crossed the threshold into the realm of the Emperor-level powerhouses. However, it was merely a threshold. Those beneath the Emperor are but ants. To truly ascend to the status of an Emperor-level powerhouse, one must be devoid of weaknesses in every aspect, whether it be stamina, strength, speed, or the 3 types of hockey. All must be cultivated to the pinnacle. Consider Whitebeard in his prime. Even in slumber, he could prevent ambushes. Newgate, my brother, let me share some good news with you. Upon seeing Newgate and Rocks, Lorn cheerfully greeted them. Gulalalala, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Just in time, let me demonstrate my newly mastered Conqueror's hockey. As soon as Newgate caught sight of Lorn, he eagerly brandished his large naginata, eager to showcase the results of his month-long training. The aura of Conqueror's hockey whipped up a tempest around him, his striking golden hair dancing wildly in the winds. The blade of the naginata crackled with black lightning from Conqueror's hockey. The black lightning flickered with reckless abandon, enough to send weaker souls quaking in fear. With a flourish, Newgate swung his weapon towards Lorn. Newgate truly found himself at a loss against Lorn. Lorn chuckled lightly, having fully sensed Newgate's imminent action through his observation hockey. Before Newgate could deliver his strike, Lorn had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing behind Newgate. As Lorn landed behind him, Newgate finally unleashed his naginata. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey surged forth like a ferocious tiger. The sword's aura tore through the air, like a tiger charging forward. Even areas untouched by the sword's aura were left in disarray from the chaotic impact of Conqueror's hockey. This exemplified the most formidable aspect of Conqueror's hockey, its ability to strike from a distance. What may seem like mere distant striking capability is, in reality, a deeper manifestation, as the energy density of Conqueror's hockey far surpasses that of armament hockey. The compressed, high-density Conqueror's hockey envelopes a fist or weapon and is then unleashed in one breath. Its potency is exponentially greater than that of armament hockey, if armament hockey can be likened to internal energy. Then Conqueror's hockey is a transcendence of that energy, several times more formidable. Well done, Newgate. You've grasped Conqueror's hockey so quickly. At that moment, Lorn's voice rang out. But you still need more practice, Newgate. I've been standing here for a second already. Lorn yawned, appearing behind Newgate with his sword, the tin feather blade, drawn. Lightning crackled along the blade's edge. In a true battle, you would have already been injured. As he spoke, Lorn's tin feather blade was pointed directly at Newgate's waist. Just as Lorn indicated, had this been a real confrontation, the blade would have pierced Newgate's vital spot. When did you? Newgate was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Lorn's speed, having not realized he had approached from behind. So, Newgate, have you conceded? After all, I am your brother-in-law. How could I allow myself to lose to you? Lorn's lips curled into a playful smile, his tone laced with teasing. Indeed, brother-in-law remains true to form, Newgate sighed. Conceding defeat. Although he had learned Conqueror's Haki, significantly escalating his destructive power, he had spent the entire month focused solely on that. His training in observation and armament Haki had undoubtedly fallen behind. To truly evolve into an Emperor-level powerhouse, he needed to cultivate all three Haki types, as well as speed, stamina, and strength to their utmost levels. Newgate had initially intended to surprise Lorn. However, the speed afforded by Lorn's devil fruit was indeed impressive. I suspect Lorn evaded due to his fruit's abilities. Newgate mused, it's not merely a matter of speed. Newgate, before your blade even swung, Lorn had already anticipated your next move, Rox explained from the side, revealing the earlier mystery. So, my brother-in-law sensed my intent in advance. Newgate rubbed his chin, reflecting on the recent events. Not merely sensed. He foresaw it. He entirely predicted your movements and knew you would act that way, allowing him to evade beforehand. After elucidating this, Rox turned to Lorn, his voice brimming with astonishment. Lorn, your observation Haki has improved remarkably. Have you already mastered the ability to foresee the future? No doubt about it. My brother just completely saw through Newgate's future actions. That's why he appeared behind him before Newgate even swung his blade. This is undoubtedly the foresight granted by observation Haki. Rox himself possessed such abilities and was acutely aware of the advantages this elite level of observation Haki could confer in battle. His brother was growing increasingly powerful, and it filled him with joy. Indeed, brother, I can now glimpse brief fragments of the future. Lorn nodded in acknowledgement. So, that's how it is. Is this the effect of observation Haki? It seems I must also dedicate time to honing my observation Haki, Newgate realized. Clearly, relying solely on Conqueror's Haki was far from sufficient. All three Haki types required enhancement. Thus, Newgate prepared to train in observation Haki right then and there. Wait, Newgate, brother, I came here to share some good news. Lorn quickly revealed the purpose of his visit. Yari is pregnant, and I'm going to have a third child. Both men were astonished and overjoyed at Lorn's announcement. Really? Lorn, brother-in-law, they exclaimed in unison. Although Summer and Newgate shared no blood relation, Newgate had long regarded Lorn as family. Despite the lack of blood ties, Newgate felt as though he was about to gain another nephew. Of course it's true, Lorn affirmed. Fantastic. Ha 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 ha. Gulalala. This is simply wonderful. Newgate and Rox laughed heartily, their joy echoing through the air.it. Must be said, Lorn was truly capable. In just about a month, he had ensured a hit rate of perfect accuracy, a veritable sharpshooter. By the way, Lorn, how long until Sherry gives birth? Approximately a month or so. It seems the day is not far off. I truly look forward to it. Rox and Whitebeard were both filled with immense anticipation for the imminent arrival of the newborn. What on earth were the Navy and the world government scheming? Their sluggishness was exasperating. I was growing increasingly impatient waiting for their strike. Surely, they wouldn't choose to attack at the moment of Shirley's delivery. Would they? The mere thought troubled Whitebeard as he considered this possibility. The Navy and the world government were known for their cunning. If they intended to launch an assault during Shirley's childbirth, it would spell trouble. However, it was unlikely they were aware of Shirley's precise due date, especially since we had dispatched all CP agents sent by the Navy and the world government. Perhaps they were concocting some other nefarious plot, mused Lorn, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Regardless of their schemes, they were destined for ruin. Rock's gaze suddenly turned fierce. The world government and the Navy sought revenge for the celestial dragons. These were our adversaries. Anyone daring to invade Wano would undoubtedly pay a blood price. Captain Rox, Lord Lorn, and Lord Whitebeard, we have been searching for you. At that moment, several male fishmen rushed in, breathless. These fishmen were members of the Royal Guard, originally tasked with intelligence work while in Fishman Island. This time, Lorn had assigned them to resume their old duties and monitor the Navy headquarters. Has something transpired at the Navy? Lorn inquired upon seeing the fishmen. Indeed, the Navy headquarters has begun to assemble. The fishmen gasped, clearly having rushed to deliver the news. How many have they mobilized? Rox asked. We're unsure of the specifics, as the Navy's security is exceptionally tight. Our operatives are detected the moment they approach, making it impossible to gather more accurate intelligence. All we know is that the Navy will deploy at least 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, and over a dozen mid-ranking officers, along with nearly 40 warships. As for the soldiers, they will likely mobilize at least 50,000. The Fishman relayed all the information he had gathered. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Inform the Fishman Guard to enhance patrols in the coming days. Not only around Wano's Ninely Falls, but also within a radius of dozens of nautical miles outside Wano. Should they spot the Navy, they are to report immediately, Lorn commanded after contemplating the situation. I understand, Lord Lorn. Rest assured, with our Fishman Guard present, the Navy will never breach the defenses of Ninely Falls and enter Wano, the Fishman pledged. Truly reliable, Lorn smiled, commending them. The loyalty of Fishman Island indeed alleviated many burdens for the Rock's pirates. Brother, we should also prepare for the impending arrival of the world government and the Navy, and prepare a grand welcome for them. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Bay Square was teeming with people. 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with 16 elite vice admirals and 5 giant vice admirals, plus 60,000 soldiers, had all gathered, ready for action aboard nearly 40 warships, in the crescent-shaped Bay Square of Marineford. Tens of thousands of elite Navy personnel assembled. The presence of 2 admirals and an admiral candidate was awe-inspiring, complemented by 16 elite vice admirals and 5 giant vice admirals, forming an almost unparalleled assembly of strength. It was truly breathtaking. This atmosphere is overwhelming. One officer remarked, "It's my first time witnessing so many high-ranking vice admirals and admirals gathered in one place. Indeed, vice admirals are usually out on duty." Another added, "The square was filled with 6,000 elite sailors from around the world, all astounded by the sheer magnitude of the Navy's assembly. How terrifying. An admiral candidate, 2 admirals, and so many elite vice admirals. This may be the first time in Navy history that such a formidable gathering of high-ranking officers has convened. All this, merely to launch a long-range assault on a pirate crew. This is undoubtedly the largest and most astonishing campaign in Navy history. Regardless, this war will determine the fate of the world." At that moment, the fleet admiral stood on the observation deck of the Navy building, which symbolized justice, prominently surveying the entire Bay Square of Marineford. From this vantage point, one could overlook the entire assembly. Likewise, from any position in the Bay Square, one could easily spot the observation deck. At this moment, the fleet admiral held a din mushy. His resonant voice poised to resonate throughout Marineford. "Ladies and gentlemen, the town beneath our feet, Marineford, is the center of the world. Our presence here at this world's epicenter carries profound significance. We stand guard here to ensure that the weak need not lose sleep over the fear of losing their loved ones. This is our duty. Navy personnel, do not forget, behind us stands justice. The significance of this war is self-evident. In this battle, we the Navy will demonstrate to the world that evil can never triumph over justice. Justice will prevail." The fleet admiral cast his gaze over the multitude of sailors, delivering a stirring speech. In the next moment, the fleet admiral is right. Justice will prevail. A simple 4-character mantra ignited the initial dreams that had inspired the sailors to join the Navy. The mantra of justice will prevail echoed throughout the Bay Square of Marineford. "Set sail for Wano," the fleet admiral bellowed, and the sailors began to mobilize. In an instant, the 2 admirals, the admiral candidate, and all the elite vice admirals boarded the warships. The sailors began transporting crates of supplies onto the vessels. Boom, boom, the warship engines roared to life, ready for departure. Just at this critical moment, a sudden commotion arose within the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, alongside the fleet admiral, several figures appeared. This unexpected sight caused the perceptive admirals, the admiral candidate, and the vice admirals to halt and turn their attention to the fleet admiral. The other sailors, noticing the sudden pause of the admirals and vice admirals, followed their gaze towards the fleet admiral. Next to the fleet admiral stood CP0. What were they doing here? The Navy personnel quickly recognized the individuals clad in white suits and peculiar masks as CP0. Known as the strongest shield under the celestial dragons of Mariewa, CP0, what brings you to Navy headquarters? Upon their arrival, the fleet admiral turned to CP0, his voice cold and filled with wariness. While they were both servants of the celestial dragons, the fleet admiral harbored a sense of justice for the people in his heart, which contrasted sharply with CP0's unwavering allegiance to the celestial dragons. Of course, CP0 had little regard for the Navy's hypocritical justice. The 2 factions held mutual disdain for one another. The Navy's morale is high, is it not? This campaign against the Rock's pirates signifies something. I trust the fleet admiral is well aware, the leader of CP0 remarked. A hint of levity in his voice, though his tone remained deceptively cordial. Speak plainly, the fleet admiral replied, slightly irritated yet compelled to suppress his displeasure and respond amicably. After all, CP0's presence likely represented the will of the highest echelons of the world government. Very well, the fleet admiral understood that for the sake of the government's credibility, this war could only end in victory, not defeat. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, command of this war will be entrusted to us. The leader of CP0's friendly tone belied the chilling implications of his words. What did you just say? The naval marshal clenched his fist tightly, radiating an overwhelming aura, his eyes bloodshot as if he were on the verge of striking the CP0 agent before him. He was all too familiar with the brazen conduct of these lackeys of the celestial dragons. CP0, a fearsome organization capable of annihilating a nation at the mere whim of the celestial dragons. Their modus operandi is to pursue their goals at any cost. The Rock's pirates had already established a stronghold in Wano, a fortress difficult to breach. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if they were truly allowed to command this war. They would undoubtedly urge the Navy to charge recklessly into battle at the cost of countless lives. The casualties among the Navy would likely surpass anything one could anticipate. Navy Marshal, you have no right to refuse. This is a direct order from the Gorosei. Should you have any objections, you may communicate them directly to the Gorosei. With that, CP0's tone hardened, and their leader nonchalantly produced a transponder snail, placing it before the naval marshal. How infuriating! Gazing at the transponder snail linked to the Gorosei, the naval marshal hesitated briefly before relinquishing his resistance. After all, the Navy is merely an agency of the world government. Although he appeared to be the highest authority within the Navy, basking in glory, in the presence of the supreme power of the Gorosei, he was but a slightly larger insect compared to a mere ant. Thus, as the naval marshal, I must lead by example and participate in this war. While I may not dare to express my dissatisfaction directly to the Gorosei via the transponder snail, I have resolved to partake in this conflict. The presence of an additional admiral would expedite the conclusion of the battle, potentially minimizing the Navy's losses. This, I suppose, is my way of contributing to the Navy to the best of my abilities. Oh, is that so? If you were to leave this place, the strength of Marineford would become alarmingly tenuous. CP0 stroked their chin, contemplating the implications of the naval marshal joining the fray. After a moment of reflection, CP0 concluded they lacked the authority to decide this matter and subsequently reported the news to the Gorosei. Once the call was concluded, CP0 looked up at the naval marshal, a hint of a smile visible beneath the mask. Excellent, the Gorosei have granted your request. Thus, the operation commences. Attention everyone, listen closely. The battle plan has been altered. The naval marshal will join us in combat. Furthermore, the Gorosei have authorized us to command this war entirely. All Navy personnel, prepare to set sail for Wano immediately. CP0 seized the transponder snail, a device exclusive to the naval marshal, and issued the command amidst the incredulous gazes of the Navy. The command of this war has been handed over to CP0. The marshal is to accompany us. Wouldn't that leave Marineford alarmingly vulnerable? What on earth is going on? The lower-ranking soldiers were utterly baffled by the sudden and drastic alteration of the previously established battle strategy. Enough chatter. Move out. In contrast, the admirals and high-ranking officers remained composed, directing the stunned soldiers to commence their actions. They were no strangers to such occurrences. Whenever CP0 intervenes, matters invariably become complicated. Yet the Navy had no recourse. After all, CP0 is the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Even the naval marshal must yield in their presence. As soldiers, it is their duty to execute orders. Though some within the Navy looked down upon CP0's actions, the situation had reached a point where compliance was the only option. Boom, boom. At last, following this trivial interlude, the naval marshal was compelled to join the battle. With the situation thus, the military strength mobilized by the Navy was nothing short of terrifying, the naval marshal personally leading the charge, accompanied by 2 admirals and a vice admiral, brought their collective prowess to a staggering 4 top-tier commanders, at a time when the Rock's pirates had yet to fully coalesce. It was likely that only the Navy could muster such a formidable array of power upon the seas of this era. 45 warships had already set sail from Marineford, heading towards Wano. Meanwhile, within hours of the Navy's departure, the entire world became aware of their movements. Given the sheer scale of the operation, the Navy could not possibly conceal their tracks. It was far more effective to march boldly towards Wano, demonstrating the Navy's unwavering resolve to prevail. Has the Navy set sail? Even the naval marshal is involved. My heavens, what a formidable scale this is. The Navy is truly going all out. Indeed, as soon as the Navy mobilized, the global populace began to buzz with anticipation. The turmoil and impact wrought by the Rock's pirates had been nothing short of catastrophic. They had aggressively attacked allied nations of the world government, directly annexed Fishman Island, slain admirals, and murdered celestial dragons. These heinous acts were unprecedented in the eyes of the public, until the Rock's pirates are dealt with. Countless citizens will remain restless at sea. Bartender, pour me a drink. If I don't indulge today, I may never have the chance again. Yes, today must be a day of revelry. Within the taverns, drunken patrons began to contemplate the impending apocalypse. Dear God, please bless us and this world. The Navy must secure victory. Countless nuns and priests fervently prayed. The populace watched silently as this monumental clash approached, while the ever-watchful pirates were equally attentive to the unfolding events. With the Navy on the move, an overwhelmingly formidable force, the fate of the Rock's pirates seemed dire. Who could say for certain? They were a crew known for defying the odds time and again. Yet, even the most miraculous of crews would find it difficult to withstand the full might of the Navy. Regardless of who emerges victorious from this war, the world will undoubtedly be reshaped once more. Ha ha ha, come forth, let the war rage even fiercer. One could only wonder what treasures might remain after the collapse of the Rock's pirates. How tantalizing, in an instant. Numerous pirates across the seas turned their gaze towards the impending century-defining battle. Roger, Shiki, John, Silveraxe, Wang Zhi, and other supernovas of this era, alongside many renowned pirates like Kaido, awaited in silence. Once this grand conflict concludes, the chaotic age will surely commence. A day slipped by in the New World. In Wano, the Rock's pirates had laid an intricate trap, eagerly awaiting the Navy's arrival. 100,000 elite fishmen stood ready for battle, fiercely guarding the sole entrance to Wano, the 9-layer waterfall. Furthermore, around the 9-layer waterfall, the Rock's pirates had invested heavily in establishing at least hundreds of artillery installations. The sheer number of cannon emplacements was enough to instill fear in any onlooker. The firepower of Wano's cannons rivaled that of the Navy's headquarters at Marineford. Since subjugating the fishmen populace, Wano's production of sea prism stone had surged. As the monopoly holder of 90% of the world's sea prism stone resources, even with increased production, prices remained high, like a money-printing machine. The current wealth of the Rock's pirates rivaled that of any allied nation of the world government. The immense fortune was utilized by Lorn and Rocks to bolster Wano's military might. First, the weapons and armor of the Fishman warriors were entirely replaced. Next, they procured various sophisticated cannons, biochemical weapons, and terrifying advanced technology. When the time comes, they will undoubtedly deliver a grand surprise to the Navy. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 9-layer waterfall in Wano, Rocks, Whitebeard, Neptune, and the Fishman soldiers, along with members of the Rock's pirates, stood at the edge of their territory, awaiting the Navy's arrival. They soon spotted the fleet of Navy ships. Before long, atop Wano's tall lookout tower, a Fishman soldier on watch called out loudly enough for all at the 9-layer waterfall to hear. A total of 45 warships, according to the intelligence gathered the day before. There are a total of 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, and 16 elite vice-admirals from the headquarters, along with 5 giant vice-admirals and tens of thousands of naval soldiers. Upon sighting the Navy, the lookout fishmen immediately began to assess the enemy's strength. Although there were slight discrepancies compared to the intelligence relayed the previous day, it was understandable. As long as there were no inconsistencies at the admiral level, it would suffice. However, the lookout fishman's voice suddenly faltered. What was happening? Neptune's eyes narrowed, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. No, that's not right. Even the naval fleet's marshal has mobilized on the warship. CP0 is also present. The lookout fishman exclaimed in astonishment. To think the Navy has truly gone all out. Even the fleet admiral has come personally. How could this be? Doesn't that mean they possess at least 4 admiral-level powers? Neptune stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Such feelings from Neptune are entirely understandable. For fishmen, there is an innate and profound fear of admirals, as any offense against the celestial dragons would invoke the wrath of a Navy admiral. Thus, whenever fishmen are captured by the celestial dragons, they dare not resist, fearing the retaliation of an admiral. Now, with 4 admiral-level powers mobilized at once, it is perfectly normal for Neptune to be terrified. Rest assured, Neptune, we hold an absolute advantage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate remained unchanged. Rather, they grew increasingly excited. Let us commence, brave warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let us deliver a grand gift to the Navy. Rocks declared with a sinister grin, raising his hands to announce the commencement of war. War has begun. With Rox's command, The members of the Rocks Pirates raised their arms in fervent cheers. The war had commenced. Guh la la la, foolish Navy, taste this. Tremor see. In an instant, Newgate stepped forward, firmly grounding himself in a solid stance, his hands tightening suddenly. His bulging muscles resembled towering peaks. Exuding a sensation of immense strength, as Newgate's aura surged. A chaotic wind swirled around him, causing his golden hair to dance wildly. In the next moment, a translucent energy shield materialized around his fists. Newgate is about to unleash his power. Let the Navy savor this. Ha ha! The Navy is doomed. At this moment, the members of the Rocks Pirates, along with the soldiers of Fishman Island, wore expressions of triumph. Even without foresight from the observation hockey, they understood what was about to transpire upon witnessing Newgate's familiar stance. Hoo-ha! Newgate took a deep breath, channeling all his strength, and with a mighty swing, he struck outward, as if he were smashing against the very air. Boom! In that instant when his fists made contact, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Suddenly, crackling sounds akin to glass shattering filled everyone's ears. It was as if the intangible air, like a glass wall, was struck by Newgate's fists, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, the air, nay, the very fabric of space, fractured. Crack, crack, crack. The currents in the air accelerated abruptly, and the fissures began to spread rapidly. Following a brief moment of silence, rumble, rumble. From afar, the sea seemed to resonate with a cacophony of uproar. The Navy widened their eyes, still unaware of what was transpiring. All hands, remain vigilant. Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 450 million berries. He is the wielder of the tremor fruit, capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis. At that moment, a vice admiral who had previously faced Newgate suddenly recalled something. His eyes bulged wide, bloodshot and frantic, as he bellowed to the entire naval fleet. No sooner had he spoken than, rumble, rumble, the earth-shattering sound, akin to thunder, grew ever closer. What is that? Is it a mountain? How could there be mountains in this sea? The Navy was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to them, two towering peaks had inexplicably emerged from the ocean. No, those are not mountains. They are tsunamis. Soon, a keen-eyed Navy sailor recognized that the two massive formations in the distance were not mountains at all, but colossal tsunamis rising hundreds of meters high. In an instant, tens of thousands of naval soldiers stared in horror at the gigantic tsunamis. Should these waves crash down, it would spell instant doom for the 45 warships. All hands, defensive positions. At this moment, the members of CP-0 were also visibly shaken beneath their masks. Faced with this towering wave, CP-0 was utterly incapable of issuing any effective orders, resorting only to the hollow command of total defense. How on earth are we supposed to defend against this? Upon hearing this seemingly futile directive, the Navy was left collectively bewildered. Of course, they understood the need for defense, but how were they to implement it? Humph. Everyone, follow orders, advance, do not fear. Black Hawk, White Horse, the tsunami is entrusted to you. At that moment, the fleet admiral, unable to tolerate CP-0's ineptitude any longer, disregarded their dignity and directly commanded. Understood. Acknowledged. The two individuals named by the fleet admiral nodded in unison. These two were none other than the other admirals of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk and White Horse. The man known as Black Hawk stood at an impressive 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of intimidation. With horrifying sword scars adorning his face and body, he is universally recognized as the world's greatest swordsman, wielding one of the 12 supreme grade swords, the Demon Slayer. The other, resembling a future figure known as Kizaru, exuded a languid demeanor as the Admiral Whitehorse. Whoosh, the seemingly lethargic Whitehorse, despite his demeanor, possessed a formidable presence as a Navy admiral. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, utilizing the moonwalk to hover midair. Arms extended, sluggish X-sword, the Admiral Whitehorse unleashed a series of pale purple beams from the tips of his fingers. A miraculous scene unfolded. The colossal tsunami struck by the beams from Admiral Whitehorse suddenly slowed to a crawl, appearing almost as if it were suspended in midair. To be precise, it wasn't truly halted. It simply moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, looking as though it were frozen, not requiring much effort. I can only hold it for a minute. Black Hawk. After all was said and done, Admiral Whitehorse swiftly landed and stretched lazily, addressing Admiral Black Hawk. Can't you hold it a bit longer, Whitehorse? Black Hawk replied, somewhat exasperated. That would be quite tiring. Whitehorse sighed, as if his stamina had been entirely drained. Understood. Leave it to me. Black Hawk nodded, drawing the supreme grade sword, Demon Slayer, from his waist. The moment Black Hawk unsheathed his blade, all the naval swordsmen present held their breath, not daring to blink. After all, the world's strongest swordsman was about to strike, slash through. As Black Hawk twirled his wrist and swung his sword, what appeared to be an unremarkable strike unleashed a torrent of terrifying sword energy. The immense blade of energy extended hundreds of meters, cutting through the air as if it could sever a mountain in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the sword energy effortlessly cleaved through the two tsunami peaks created by Newgate. Splash! The water transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading downward in an instant. We are saved. Watching the two tsunami peaks dissipate into rain, the naval soldiers wore expressions of relief and survival. Heh, I never anticipated that a mere wave of tsunami could sweep you away. Navy, the tsunami was merely a feint. The true assault lies beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene, Rox's grin deepened. It would be impossible for a tsunami alone to destroy the Navy's warships. The Rox pirates had long since laid a trap beneath the ocean. Snap! Rox snapped his fingers, and the fishmen understood immediately. In the next moment, the underwater assault was officially launched. Fishmen, charge! Rox deftly snapped his fingers, and instantly, the fishmen, who had been lying in wait hundreds of meters beneath the sea, sprang into action. A formidable legion of 1,000 fishmen warriors emerged, each wielding a specially crafted spear. These weapons had been procured a month prior by the Rox pirates from the pirate black market. Infused with the technological advancements of the Germa family, the spearheads contained an extraordinarily unique explosive mechanism. Upon piercing a target, they would trigger a violent explosion. Such weapons were particularly adept at dismantling naval vessels and large ships. Indeed, in the next moment, a thunderous rumble echoed through the depths as thousands of fishmen warriors ascended with remarkable speed to the location of the warships, taking advantage of the distracted admirals, who were preoccupied with the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard. These fishmen warriors thrust their spears with great force towards the ship's engines. A series of muffled thuds resonated from the ocean floor, akin to firecrackers detonating underwater. What on earth is happening? Are sea kings colliding with us? That cannot be. Our warships are reinforced with sea prism stone technology, impervious to such assaults. The Navy, initially indifferent to the muffled sounds from below, soon found themselves startled as, with a sudden crack, one warship spiraled out of control, spinning in place. With another ominous thud, the ship's engine exploded, leading it to sink. Damn it. This is bad. Quickly, rescue the devil fruit users. Thousands of Navy soldiers plummeted into the depths alongside the sinking vessel. Some soldiers desperately called for help, as among them were many with special abilities. Encountering the sea would spell doom for them. Yet, just as their cries echoed, the next moment revealed the fishmen lurking below. Those Navy personnel who had plunged into the sea were met with the sight of thousands of fishmen lying in ambush. Before he could utter another word, he was swiftly pierced by a hidden fishman's spear, meeting his demise on the spot. Following that, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, reminiscent of fireworks, as 1, 2, 3, 4, and ultimately 20 warships, like the first, were instantaneously obliterated. The Navy had deployed a total of 45 ships, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them had succumbed to the depths. Close to 20,000 Navy soldiers found themselves submerged in the waters. However, before long, these Navy soldiers began to surface once more. Thank goodness we had the advanced equipment from the tech department. Indeed, it's thanks to these innovations. Otherwise, we would have drowned. The resurfacing Navy personnel expressed their relief and gratitude. The Navy's decision to launch an assault on the Rox pirates a month later was not without reason. Over that month, the Naval Tech Department had integrated numerous insulating materials into their gear, specifically designed to counter the thunder fruit. Little did they know how fortuitously these preparations would come into play. It seems they have come well prepared, my dear brother. Observing this scene, Rox felt a slight shift in his demeanor, realizing the Navy was indeed formidable. But it shall amount to naught. Lorn, with a subtle smile, reassured himself, for his abilities disregarded any weaknesses. Even the likes of Monkey D. Luffy would be rendered ineffective. Charge. Annihilate the Navy. The valiant warriors of Fishman Island rallied to guard their territory and protect the Rox pirates. Simultaneously, at the first signs of Navy personnel hitting the water, even more fishmen revealed themselves from the depths. An overwhelming multitude of fishmen, their numbers exceeding 30,000, engaged fiercely with the Navy in the underwater battlefield. While described as a fierce battle, it was, in truth, a one-sided massacre. The fishmen, inherently 10 times stronger than ordinary humans, found themselves at home in the ocean, their natural domain. What could the Navy possibly use to contend with the fishmen? Some Navy rear admirals, captains, and even colonels managed to evade the fishmen's grasp through their mastery of the 6 styles. utilizing moonwalk to ascend above the fray. Yet, the ordinary soldiers, those of lower ranks or lacking strength, as well as several devil fruit users, were far less fortunate. In an instant, tens of thousands of Navy personnel faced a grievous slaughter. Their losses mounting significantly. The ocean was soon stained crimson with blood. How infuriating. The tsunami conjured by Newgate has completely diverted our attention. I never anticipated the fishmen would lie in wait so far from Wano. The Navy fleet admiral furrowed his brow, lamenting the situation. I never expected the Rocks pirates would have the fishmen warriors lying in ambush at such a distance. The Navy has underestimated the threat. The heinous fishmen were beyond intervention. In that moment, the admirals, along with the admiral candidates, and even the fleet admiral himself found themselves at a loss. It was not that they were incapable of dealing with the fishmen. Rather, the sheer concentration of tens of thousands of combatants in such a confined space rendered it impossible to distinguish friend from foe, thus they dared not strike. The destructive might of an admiral could easily lead to more Navy casualties than fishmen. This predicament rendered the admirals powerless to act. Damn the Navy. What are you doing? Quickly eliminate these fishmen. The CP0 agents unleashed their frustrations, berating the Navy admirals for their ineffectiveness. In the short span of time, 5 additional warships had met their demise. Most critically, the vessel they were to board showed signs of sinking as well. Faced with CP0's ire, the Navy admirals and fleet admiral chose to disregard the accusations. They could not prioritize the lives of ordinary Navy personnel over confronting the fishmen. After all, they were not CP. A bunch of useless fools. If you refuse to take action, I shall intervene personally. Seeing the Navy admirals and fleet admiral paralyzed by inaction, the leader of CP0 resolved to take matters into his own hands. 6 Styles. Galefoot. 6 Styles. Shave. This CP0 squad leader possessed strength rivaling that of the highest-ranking members of the Marines. With each Galefoot strike, he created colossal shockwaves exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Without hesitation, he unleashed the attacks into the sea, instantly staining vast stretches of ocean red. In the aftermath, numerous corpses floated to the surface, revealing that the Navy had suffered far greater losses than the fishmen. CP0, you scoundrel! Upon witnessing this calamity, the fleet admiral felt a surge of urgency, grabbing the CP0 leader by the collar, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Just those 2 strikes had claimed the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of Navy personnel. Dying at the hands of an enemy was one thing, but perishing at the hands of CP0 felt unbearably unjust. Due to your Navy's incompetence, we are now at a disadvantage against mere fishmen. Do not forget, this is a war against the Rocks pirates. This conflict must end in victory, not defeat. You understand this better than I do. If this battle does not decisively eliminate the Rocks pirates, the 5 elders will not overlook your failure, and your tenure as fleet admiral will surely come to an end. Prepare to face a military tribunal and judgment. Despite being gripped by the fleet admiral, the CP0 leader maintained a tone of derision, his masked visage betraying his disdain. These pathetic Navy fools cannot even contend with the utterly worthless fishmen. With the strength of a Navy admiral, one would suffice to handle this throng of fishmen warriors. Yet here you are, too afraid to act. I shall take matters into my own hands. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, I will report the situation to the 5 elders, ensuring this group of useless Navy personnel receives their due reckoning. The fleet admiral's fist was raised, yet he hesitated to strike at CP0. For the CP0 leader spoke the truth. Should this war indeed end in defeat, the 5 elders would not let it slide. In that eventuality, the fleet admiral himself might find his position jeopardized. After enduring for so many years, finally attaining the rank of fleet admiral, only to be ousted before he could even settle in. Observe your own ineptitude, Admiral. If you wish to retain your position, swiftly eliminate the fishmen here and charge towards Wano. Do not forget, I am the supreme commander of this war, Admiral. The tone of CP0, relishing in your evident disdain for me yet feeling powerless to eliminate me, was palpable. The sight of the Admiral raising his fist but hesitating to strike was almost enough to evoke a laugh from CP0. Indeed, the words of the Gorsi rang true. The Navy is nothing but a collection of incompetent fools. Damn it. After a brief internal struggle, the Admiral released his grip on CP0's collar. He then leapt gracefully to the side of Admiral Black Hawk. Let us act, Black Hawk, and swiftly eradicate these fishmen. The Admiral's voice was resolute and commanding. Is that truly so, Admiral? Of course it is. Act immediately. The Admiral pressed once more. Upon hearing this, Black Hawk's eyes widened in disbelief. The Navy had already lost 30 warships, with over 30,000 men plunged into the sea. Though the casualties were grievous, at least 20,000 still resisted the fishmen's onslaught with valor. Should a formidable admiral intervene now, the losses for the Navy would be catastrophic. His reputation as the world's foremost swordsman was not merely a title bestowed upon him. What else can we do? Shall we simply wait here? Let us not forget, this is war. Our objective is to utterly vanquish the Rocks pirates. Failure is not an option. Upholding justice may sometimes require bloodshed and sacrifice. This is an unavoidable truth that you, as an admiral, should comprehend. The admiral's tone grew even more resolute. In truth, he himself did not entirely believe this rationale. Yet it slipped from his lips. After all, throughout his tenure as admiral, he had committed numerous unspeakable acts on behalf of the Gorozi. It is worth noting that every time the Navy enacted a demon-slaying order, an island would vanish. As for the number of civilians and innocents on that island, the admiral had long ceased to ponder that question. Reflection would only lead to hesitation. Indecision is the hallmark of weakness. This was how the admiral rationalized his actions, and though it was shameless, it proved effective. Understood. Black Hawk nodded. As an admiral and a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons, he certainly grasped the admiral's reasoning. However, to turn against his own kin was indeed a daunting dilemma. Clang. After a moment of hesitation, the sharp sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Black Hawk unsheathed one of the supreme blades, the Black Blade, and with a powerful push of his legs, he soared high into the air. He then swung his sword down towards the sea. This simple motion had been practiced countless times. The dense haki once again enveloped the blade, which had already been tempered to an extraordinary black hue, now seemingly deepened in darkness. Whoosh! A torrent of blue sword energy surged forth, aimed at the chaotic battlefield below, where fishmen and Navy personnel clashed. The diameter of this sword energy extended for thousands of meters, a force so overwhelming it felt as if it could flatten a mountain in an instant. Should this sword strike true, it would undoubtedly claim the lives of nearly 10,000 fishmen warriors. Of course, the cost would be that several thousand Navy personnel would meet the same fate. Mr. Black Hawk, what are you doing? There are still so many Navy personnel down there. How many lives will be lost with this strike? Why must you take such action against us, Mr. Black Hawk? Observing this scene, the rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy remained silent, their expressions calm. Yet, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and other lower-ranking officers, as well as ordinary soldiers battling the fishmen at sea, were filled with confusion and shock. The involvement of an admiral in such a chaotic battlefield would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic losses. While many fishmen would perish, the Navy would also suffer significant casualties. An admiral was actually taking action? Did they not fear the repercussions for the Navy? Such an unforeseen turn of events. Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, the fishmen also looked up and were equally astonished to see Admiral Black Hawk taking action. They had never anticipated that an admiral would dare to strike in such a situation. Gulalala, the Navy truly is a band of madmen. They are willing to turn against their own kind? How amusing. It seems the Navy is merely a collection of hypocritical just individuals, simultaneously, standing at the edge of Wano, Newgate, Neptune, and Rocks exchanged glances, unable to suppress their derision. Though they considered themselves pirates, entirely devoid of any association with justice, they would never resort to such madness against their own comrades. The unwritten law among pirates is never to attack one sown. In the eyes of these lawless pirates, any attack on a fellow comrade is an unforgivable crime. Yet the Navy so easily tramples upon such principles. It is laughable. What a surprise. The Navy has always been this way. Lorn's expression remained eerily calm. As a transmigrator, he found the Navy's actions entirely predictable. Given that such events had occurred frequently in the original story, the Justice Island demon-slaying operation, where Vice Admiral Spider openly fired upon ordinary soldiers, Akaina's ruthless execution of civilians on evacuation boats during the O'Hara incident, and the theatrical release of Red, where the Navy attacked civilians while the red-haired pirates protected them. Such farcical dramas continued to unfold, ultimately revealing that the Navy is merely a lapdog of the world government. However, we cannot idly watch as our subordinates are slaughtered. Such actions will surely lead to a loss of morale. It is time to intervene. Brother, in that moment, Lorn leaped into action, poised to strike. Whoosh! Lorn jumped from the cliffs of Wano, transforming into a bolt of lightning. After a dazzling display of thunder and lightning, Lorn appeared beneath Admiral Black Hawk. His speed was so remarkable that the majority of Navy officers present barely registered his arrival. Lord Lorn has arrived. Upon seeing this figure, the previously despondent fishmen suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Oh, it was you who acquired the thunder fruit. Cursed Rocks pirates. Upon witnessing the burst of lightning and the figure that emerged, The Admiral, along with Black Hawk and the White Horse, all bore expressions of grave concern. Undoubtedly, only the power of the Thunder Fruit could facilitate such rapid travel from Wano to these distant waters. The sight of this Thunder Fruit inevitably reminded them of their former comrade, Admiral Raijin. This power, once belonging to the Navy, now lay in the hands of pirates. A monumental blunder. Whoosh! Lorn offered no words. Instead, he unsheathed the heavenly feather blade, surrounded by surging lightning, radiating brilliance. Dense haki darkened the blade of the heavenly feather, which he then unleashed with furious intensity. The crackling of electricity echoed as Lorn surged forward. A tempest swirling around him. In the next moment, Lorn fearlessly charged towards the world's foremost swordsman, Black Hawk, to confront his strike. Crackle. The clash of lightning-infused haki met Black Hawk's legendary strike, halting it in its tracks. Then, perish! Lorn roared, muscles in his right arm swelling with tremendous power. His wrist twisted, harmonizing with the raging lightning, the two forces colliding and creating a sonic boom. Sparks flew as metallic flashes erupted in midair. The clash enduring for a full half-minute. Ultimately, Lorn succeeded in neutralizing the legendary strike of the world's greatest swordsman. This fellow actually withstood Black Hawk's strike. That was the legendary strike of the world's greatest swordsman. Damn it, it seems he has grown significantly since the battle at Fishman Island. Witnessing this scene, many Navy officers were left momentarily stunned, especially Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, who had previously faced Lorn in battle. The encounter at Fishman Island had occurred merely over a month ago. At that time, Lorn's bounty barely exceeded 100 million, and his strength was far from rivaling that of an admiral. Yet now, he had effortlessly neutralized Admiral Black Hawk's strike. The sheer leap in strength left Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane utterly embarrassed. Although they have undergone intense training for an entire month, their strength has been rapidly increasing. However, the impression that Ron imparts to them suggests that the gap in power between both sides has not only failed to diminish, but has, in fact, continued to widen. The second in command of the Rocks Pirates, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 465 million, Ron Jibek. What a despicable scoundrel! Not only are Carp and Sengoku shocked, but even the Fleet Admiral, Black Hawk Admiral, and White Horse Admiral are equally astounded. To be able to effortlessly neutralize the strike of the world's greatest swordsman, Ron's prowess is undoubtedly several times greater than it was during the Fishman Island incident. This is all thanks to the Thunder Fruit bestowed upon you by the Navy. At that moment, Ron cast a sweeping glance over Carp, Sengoku, Black Hawk, White Horse, and the Fleet Admiral below, and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. With the Thunder Fruit's enhancement, his strength has undoubtedly stepped 1 foot into the threshold of a Yonko-level powerhouse. The very fact that he could steadfastly withstand the strike of the world's greatest swordsman, Black Hawk Admiral, serves as the best testament. Don't get too cocky, you scoundrel of the Rocks Pirates. You shall perish. Ron's words infuriated Black Hawk Admiral. In an instant, Black Hawk Admiral leapt forth like a cannonball, arriving before Ron in the blink of an eye. With the supreme blade, the Demon Slayer, in his hand, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a beautiful yet deadly blue blade aura. Ron showed no fear, raising the heavenly feather slash to engage in a fierce battle with Black Hawk Admiral. Clang! The sound of clashing metal resonated through the air. Haki, lightning, raging winds, sword energy, shockwaves. The clash between the two was akin to the release of magnificent fireworks. Every time the Demon Slayer met the heavenly feather slash, it would erupt in terrifying shockwaves that swept everything around them. That guy Ron has truly grown to a level where he can contend with an admiral of the Navy. Below, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and the others stood in stunned silence. Remarkably, in just a month's time, he has grown to such an extent. White Horse, go assist Black Hawk and bring this to a swift conclusion. The Fleet Admiral immediately commanded the other admiral. Whitehorse.it is imperative to resolve this quickly, without delay. Since Ron has chosen to strike first, the Navy must not let this golden opportunity slip away. It is indeed a rather underhanded tactic, but it is undeniably an effective means to secure victory. The languid White Horse deliberately elongated his tone, speaking with an air of calm and comfort, as if this were not a battlefield but rather his living room. Although it would undoubtedly draw criticism for two admirals to take on a pirate with a mere bounty of 400 million, as long as they achieve victory, all disgrace can be washed away. This is the true essence of justice prevailing. Only the victor embodies justice. Sluggish X line. In the next moment, White Horse extended his right hand, with his index fingers swiftly shooting forth a laser-like purplish beam. Reminiscent of the future Yellow Ape's lasers, however, unlike Yellow Ape's lasers, the beam shot by Whitehorse bore no destructive power, but instead inflicted a sluggish effect, that is the ability of the slow fruit. Any target struck would find their movement slowed by dozens, even hundreds of times, appearing as though they were frozen in place. It is easy to imagine that in a conflict among admirals, if one side's movements were to suddenly slow, victory or defeat could be determined in an instant. You shall not harm my brother-in-law, you scoundrel of the Navy. At that moment, a giant figure suddenly burst forth from the sky. Wielding a massive naginata, gracefully gliding through the air like the wind, his voice resonated like a thunderous bell, powerful and clear, echoing across the battlefield. The newcomer is none other than the third-in-command of the Rocks Pirates. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 450 million, Edward Newgate. Newgate's eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of red brilliance, his gaze intense and revitalized. Raising the naginata high, a fierce wind surged around him. The very tip of the weapon enveloped in a thick, intimidating conqueror's haki, striking fear into all. Scoundrel of the Navy, you shall not harm my brother-in-law. Newgate descended from the sky, his golden hair billowing. As he swung the naginata downwards with the might of a mountain, targeting Whitehorse Admiral. Danger! The previously languid expression of Whitehorse Admiral suddenly shifted, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. His previously relaxed posture instantly stiffening. Just moments ago, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, his formidable observation haki immediately detected the perilous aura approaching him at great speed. The notorious pirate, Edward Newgate. With a bounty exceeding 400 million, boom. In the next moment, Whitehorse Admiral retracted the fruit ability he intended to unleash, propelling himself to the side with great force. Whoosh, Newgate's massive blade cleaved downwards, directly slicing the ship beneath Whitehorse Admiral in two, the cut appearing as smooth and polished as a mirror. Not only that, but the technique Newgate had just employed was a high-level application of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki coating. Beyond merely enhancing power, Conqueror's Haki coating can inflict damage on an opponent without physical contact. Thus, while it appeared that Whitehorse Admiral had evaded Newgate's attack, a horrifying bloodstain still marred his pristine Navy cloak. Whitehorse Admiral, has Mr. Whitehorse been injured? What on earth is happening? This situation is incomprehensible. He clearly dodged the attack. So how is he wounded? Is this the effect of Conqueror's Haki coating? Whitehorse Admiral glanced at his wound. The fierce haki still lingering along the cut, deepening it further. His tone no longer retained its languid quality, he was now utterly serious. Conqueror's Haki coating is an exceptionally advanced technique, representing the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. It is widely acknowledged that Conqueror's Haki is a rare ability, possessed by only one in a million, akin to a person's innate charisma. The initial purpose of Conqueror's Haki is to intimidate, primarily to clear out the rabble. Against experts, it holds little to no effect. In a one-on-one duel between masters, Conqueror's Haki often appears rather redundant, far less useful than armament Haki, but that is merely the surface. Upon the vast seas, there exist individuals endowed with unparalleled innate talents. Through countless battles and relentless training, these exceptional individuals have grasped the true power of Conqueror's Haki, enabling them to coat their fists, blades, or various weapons with it. The explosive power unleashed is exponentially greater than that of armament Haki. If Conqueror's Haki merely demonstrates one's potential to become a king, then Conqueror's Haki coating signifies the formal entry into the path of kingship. What astounds Whitehorse Admiral is that Conqueror's Haki coating is typically a technique reserved for the most elite powerhouses of the sea. He has faced numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Yet few possess the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki coating. Edward Newgate, this supernova who had a bounty of just over 100 million shortly before the Fishman Island battle, has, in merely a month, learned to use Conqueror's Haki coating. Is this fellow's talent truly that terrifying? Whitehorse Admiral, prepare to meet your demise. Newgate flashed a crescent moon smile, and with a chuckle, he brandished his naginata, entering into a fierce clash with Whitehorse Admiral on the already damaged ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naginata, vibrations, sluggish beams, and Haki continuously intertwined, as the ship succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the two powerful figures, ultimately sinking beneath the waves. However, for Yonka-level powerhouses, this was hardly an obstacle. Both combatants were masters of martial arts, utilizing moonwalk to engage in aerial combat, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Newgate could actually hold his ground against Whitehorse Admiral. This fellow, like Ron, has indeed grown significantly. Damn it. Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane felt a profound sense of shock once more. Just a month ago, Newgate could barely hold his own against Sengoku and Crane, yet now he can contend with an admiral. Such a rate of growth is nothing short of monstrous. It seems that I must take matters into my own hands. The fleet admiral's expression darkened to an extreme, as if he could squeeze water from his countenance. Ron and Newgate, both of whom had bounties barely exceeding 100 million just a month ago, now possess the strength to battle against admiral-level powerhouses. This rate of growth and potential instills a deep-seated fear within the fleet admiral's heart if we do not eradicate the Rocks pirates here. Who knows what monstrous entity this pirate crew will grow into in the future? We must annihilate them completely. By Ma, hold him off. I shall intervene. The Marine Admiral bellowed with fury, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his powerful, muscular arms, ready to engage in the battle between Whitebeard and Admiral by Ma. Ha ha ha. Admiral of the Marines, your opponent is me. No sooner had the Admiral spoken than a deep voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. The next moment, crash, an unbounded darkness suddenly descended, resembling a monster from the world of Cthulhu, enveloping the warship upon which the Marine Admiral stood. What is this? Upon witnessing this darkness, the Marine Admiral aboard the ship, along with several CP0 members and a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, immediately employed the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk to escape into the air, trying to flee. Is it that easy? At this very moment, unbeknownst to them, Rocks had successfully descended onto the deck of the warship. Behind him, a sinister black smoke rose, morphing in the air into shapes reminiscent of demonic claws, fiercely lunging toward the fleeing crowd above. Damn it! Quickly, stop Rocks. Realizing the situation, several CP0 members were terrified and frantically employed moonwalk to escape, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Let me block him. Faced with the scene, the Marine Rear Admiral's expression hardened, as if he had made a resolute decision, halting his moonwalk in midair and drawing his Marine sword, aiming to put an end to this eerie darkness. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the Marine Rear Admiral was engulfed by Rock's darkness. After battling Marine Admiral Leilong, Rock's power had subtly begun to surpass that of a typical Emperor-level powerhouse. A mere Rear Admiral stood no chance but to be obliterated. Crash! The Rear Admiral who attempted to obstruct Rocks was instantly devoured by the darkness. Mere seconds later, the Rear Admiral re-emerged from the depths of Rock's darkness. However, upon his return, his eyes were glazed over, covered in blood, and he fell straight into the sea, his fate uncertain. Rear Admiral Ryan was actually killed in an instant. What on earth is happening? Did the Rear Admiral possess no strength to resist? Just how terrifying is this Rocks fellow? Witnessing Rear Admiral Ryan's inability to muster even a semblance of resistance, the Marines present were left dumbfounded. That was indeed an elite Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. In terms of power, an elite Rear Admiral would at least be capable of putting up a fight. After all, any individual appointed as a Rear Admiral must be proficient in observation hockey, armament hockey, and skilled in the Marine 6 styles. According to intelligence from Chapter 1087, the bounty placed on Marine Rear Admirals by the Cross Guild is 1 billion berries, roughly equivalent to the top ranks of the Emperor's crew, the 3 calamities, the 4 stars, and the division captains, though they may fall somewhat short of the second-in-command of the Emperor's crew. Yet, to be instantaneously annihilated? Is this the true worth of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 285 billion berries? Even the elite Rear Admirals of the headquarters are no match. Damn you, Rocks. Not only the Marines, but the Admiral's heart also sank at this sight. The Marines had lost yet another reliable comrade. Of course, aside from the Admiral, several CP0 members were in a panic, leaping skyward as if they had seen a ghost, utilizing moonwalk in a desperate attempt to escape the clutches of Rock's darkness. Hee, the celestial dragon's lapdog shall not escape. Rocks, standing upon the deck, revealed a sinister grin, his eyes filled with malice. There are dogs present, so let us first deal with the dogs. Swish, with conscious control over his dark powers. The demonic claws immediately abandoned their pursuit of the Marine Admiral and instead charged toward the CP0 members. What the hell? Why is it coming for us? The Admiral is the greatest threat here. This madman is insane. Seeing the darkness abandon its pursuit of the Marine Admiral to focus solely on them, the enraged CP0 members could not help but curse vehemently. Yet, no matter how they railed, they could not alter the fact that the dark power was closing in on them. Hee, how amusing. The Marine Admiral, sensing Rock's intention, shifted his strategy, utilizing moonwalk to hover in midair, arms crossed, adopting a stance of passive observation. These pesky flies known as CP0 are exceedingly bothersome. Why not let Rox eliminate these annoying pests? Damn it. Marine Admiral, what are you doing? Hurry and stop that vile pirate. If I die, the 5 elders will not spare you worthless Marines. The CP0 members also noticed the Marine Admiral's passive demeanor and could not help but unleash a torrent of curses upon him. Hee hee, how amusing indeed. Rox too perceived that the Marine Admiral seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Clearly dissatisfied with this group of CP0, desiring to use his hand to eliminate them. In that case, Rox was more than willing to be the instrument of death. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The eerie black smoke continued to close in on CP0. Now mere inches away, at this moment, Rox's body also weaved through the black smoke, swiftly arriving before the CP0 members. Damn filthy pirate, gale foot, artillery, finger gun, flying bullet, 6 styles, lotus. The CP0 members realized that the Marine Admiral would not come to their aid, leaving them to fend for themselves. Thus, they launched a counterattack against Rox. Celestial Dragon's lapdogs, perish, allowing these attacks to rain upon him. Rox's body felt as though it were infused with steel after enduring the assaults from these powerful foes. He stood unwavering like a rock, his surface unmarred, merely emitting smoke. Crash, crash. With a swift motion, Rox seized the heads of 2 CP0 members, lifting them as one would a pair of chicks. The remaining 3 CP0 members were ensnared by Rox's dark powers. In the blink of an eye, Rox had captured all 5 CP0 members. Die? Without uttering any superfluous words, Rox tightened his grip. Crack, crack. The heads of the 2 CP0 members caught in Rox's grasp exploded like watermelons. A mist of blood erupting and scattering, creating an extremely gruesome scene that was quite unsettling. Well done. The Marine Admiral inwardly praised the display, recalling all the previous frustrations had he not been the Marine Admiral. These despicable CP0 members would have been dispatched long ago. You bastard Marine Admiral. If I survive, I will surely report your crimes to the 5 elders, witnessing the effortless slaughter of his companions. The 3 surviving CP0 members could not contain their furious tirades against the Marine Admiral. With the strength of the Marine Admiral, he could undoubtedly have stopped Rox, yet he chose to stand by and watch. It was evident that he was using Rox's hands to eliminate them. Hee hee, do you think you can escape alive? Ridiculous. The Marine Admiral finally relished the moment, responding mockingly, true to the Admiral's expectations. Rox swiftly dealt out fatal blows to the remaining 3 CP0 members, executing them with explosive headshots, bisecting them, and tearing them limb from limb. These CP0 members, having committed countless atrocities alongside the Celestial Dragons, met their demise in such a clean and efficient manner, which was a mercy for them. The Marines are not entirely useless after all. After effortlessly eliminating the 5 CP0 members without interference, Rox hovered in midair, gazing toward the Marine Admiral in the distance. Hee hee, now it is time for us to settle our score. Rox, in this battle, the Marines shall undoubtedly eradicate your Rox pirates. The Marine Admiral, at this moment, had completely stripped off his coat and justice cape, exposing his bare upper body, though he had surpassed 50 years of age. With a touch of gray at his temples, his physique remained at its peak. The muscle definition on his body was as perfect as if sculpted from stone, each bulging muscle harboring immense power. The then-serving Marine Admiral was a master of physical combat. Having nearly perfected his physical techniques, he possessed the pinnacle of strength in these waters, which is precisely why he had risen above the ranks of Marine Admirals to become the Admiral. Ha ha ha. Then let us see what you can do. Rox laughed heartily, brimming with eagerness. Since his battle with Lei Long, he had felt his strength breaking through to even higher levels. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his skills against the Marine Admiral. A mere pirate, so audacious. Come and take my life. The Naval Admiral, unable to suppress the fury swelling within him upon seeing the brazen visage of Rox, bent his legs at a sharp angle and propelled himself into the air with tremendous force, soaring towards Rox like a human cannonball. His right fist, unbeknownst to anyone, had coalesced a visible, terrifying stream of air around it, not merely air, but a swirling tempest of ominous black lightning that crackled and raged with unrestrained ferocity. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, a power only the mightiest could wield. Conqueror's Haki, it's entangled. Rox recognized the significance of this moment, understanding that this was a technique mastered only by the elite among the seas. The ensuing battle promised to be intriguing. With the rare opportunity to confront a master of martial arts, Rox resolved not to employ the powers of his dark fruit, but instead gathered the full might of Conqueror's Haki into his own fist. His clenched fist erupted with a series of explosive sounds, and he lunged forward without hesitation. As their fists approached, An orb of energy, the size of a sphere, materialized between them. This was a unique ability of Conqueror's Haki, capable of unleashing power without direct contact. The energy sphere was a testament to that. In the next moment, a violent whirlwind surged around them, generating pulse-like waves of terrifying energy. The force of these waves was so immense that it churned the ocean beneath their feet, raising waves hundreds of meters high, reminiscent of a tsunami summoned by the tremor fruit. However, this was no tsunami but merely a spectacle born from the clash of their formidable wills and might. The sheer magnitude of their confrontation was such that even the several battleships in the vicinity, still afloat, were relentlessly pushed back by the terrifying waves, retreating hundreds of meters. The naval officers aboard clung desperately to anything they could grasp to shield themselves from being swept away. Below, the sea was a tumultuous chaos, with countless fishmen and naval personnel being tossed about by the monstrous waves. This was the power of a battle between sovereign-level warriors. Every strike and maneuver was sufficient to alter the surrounding landscape dramatically. Boom, boom. The two combatants remained locked in a stalemate in the sky for at least 10 minutes. Suddenly, the energy sphere hovering between them detonated, creating a catastrophic shockwave that radiated outward. Quickly, flee from their battle. Do not get caught in the fray. If you do, it will surely mean your demise. Both the Navy and Rock's pirate crew members scrambled to escape the tumult of the clash. Once the energy sphere had exploded, the two figures reappeared before the onlookers. Though the admiral bore no visible wounds, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. In stark contrast, Rock stood unscathed, only a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead, his breathing far more measured than that of the admiral. The outcome of their exchange was unmistakably clear. The admiral had fallen to a disadvantage. What on earth was happening here? Just how formidable was Rock's? Witnessing this, the faces of the Navy personnel were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a specter, although neither had sustained injuries from the preceding blow. The reactions of both the admiral and Rock's indicated that the admiral had indeed lost the upper hand. It is essential to remember that the admiral had risen through the ranks from admiral to his current position. While there may not be a stark disparity in strength between an admiral and a vice-admiral, it stands to reason that the admiral would possess a slight edge over contemporaries in rank. Do not underestimate this minor difference. For top-tier warriors, even a slight gap can lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite the vice-admirals being lauded as the Navy's highest combat power, the true apex of strength resided with the admiral. However, it was rare for the admiral to leave the Navy headquarters and engage personally. Only in extraordinary circumstances such as this would he take to the battlefield himself. Truly, the esteemed Rox is no less than remarkable. The admiral is but a mere shadow. Brothers, charge. Annihilate the Navy. Let the name of the Rox pirates echo throughout the world. This scene invigorated all members of the Rox pirates present. Although there had been no decisive victor between Rox and the admiral, each action of these top-tier warriors was under scrutiny. The previous exchange was enough to diminish the morale of the Navy while propelling that of the Rox pirates to new heights. In an instant, the fishmen resumed their frenzied assault against the Navy, seizing the upper hand. Furthermore, the admiral had been caught off guard. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the two battling Navy admirals, Black Hawk and White Horse. They were equally astonished by Rock's prowess, astonished that he could gain the upper hand against the admiral. Hey, it seems you were momentarily distracted. 3,000 Thunderblades, seizing the moment of distraction from Admiral Black Hawk. Lorn immediately capitalized on the opportunity, enveloping his weapon with the power of lightning. With the aid of the top-tier armament Haki, Lorn's blade sliced across Black Hawk's left chest. Oh no, Black Hawk thought, attempting to raise his weapon to block Lorn's strike, but it was too late. The blade fell, leaving a terrifying gash across Black Hawk's left chest. Meanwhile, Gulalala, White Horse, thinking he could afford to be distracted, faced the wrath of Newgate, who seized the fleeting opportunity. His Naginata was raised high, infused with Conqueror's Haki. With a swift cut, he inflicted a deep wound upon White Horse's right flank. Black Hawk was injured? This was the first time he had been harmed. After all, he was the world's foremost swordsman. Even White Horse had sustained an injury. The admiral had fallen to a disadvantage, and both admirals had been injured consecutively. The grim tidings sent the Navy personnel into a deep despair. The consecutive injuries to two admirals plunged the Navy into a profound hopelessness. They had initially anticipated a swift and effortless victory, bolstered by their overwhelming numbers. With two high-ranking admirals, a reserve admiral, 16 elite vice-admirals, and tens of thousands of Navy personnel aboard numerous warships, the Navy headquarters had committed all its available forces. Even the Admiral himself had personally joined the fray. In terms of strength, the Rock's pirates were still far from matching the Navy headquarters. Yet, they found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, with the Navy suffering heavy casualties. The chasm between expectation and reality was staggering, leading to a severe dip in Navy morale and sowing seeds of doubt regarding their chances of victory. Valiant warriors of justice, do not panic. Justice shall never falter. The Rock's pirates are but a rabble. Follow me and charge. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned to see another formidable figure from the Navy headquarters, the Reserve Admiral, Wang Zhi. Due to the limited number of admiral positions, which were already filled, Wang Zhi could only act under the title of Reserve Admiral, though his strength was not quite on par with a true admiral. It was still formidable. If one were to compare the current three admirals to the legendary trio from the original story, Wang Zhi would be akin to the character Green Bull in terms of strength. While undeniably at the admiral level, he lacked the overwhelming presence of his peers. Nonetheless, even so, his power still resided within the realm of sovereign-level strength, not far inferior to that of genuine sovereign warriors. For those warriors below the sovereign level, they still possess an overwhelming advantage. Even the cowardly Green Bull in the original narrative, when confronted by the two top-tier executives, Quinn and Jean, emerged victorious with ease. This exemplifies the truth of the matter. Moreover, we have Mr. Golden Serpent on our side. Indeed, while the Rock's pirates only boast 3 major executives, we are fortunate to have the Vice Admiral candidate, Mr. Golden Serpent. We still harbor hope for victory. As expected, upon seeing the Vice Admiral candidate Golden Serpent, the eyes of the Navy personnel reignited with a fierce blaze, the flame of justice. After all, the elite warriors of the Rock's pirates consist of only 3, Lorn, Rox, and Whitebeard. Currently, these 3 are occupied by the Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse Admiral, leaving the others as a mere rabble. Furthermore, behind Golden Serpent stands a line of elite Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters. The strength of these Vice Admirals varies, with the strongest matching the top executives of the sovereign level, while the weakest still possess the strength of a captain within the sovereign ranks. Combined, they form a formidable force. Let us annihilate the Rock's pirates. Charge with me. The Vice Admiral candidate Golden Serpent roared, leading the charge towards the members of the Rock's pirates. Fishmen warriors, valiant members of the Rock's pirates, prepare for battle. Simultaneously, Neptune once again led nearly 10,000 fishmen warriors, alongside the members of the Rock's pirates, to fight together against the Vice Admiral candidate, just mere fishmen, a race that has betrayed the world government. A scornful glint flickered in the eyes of Admiral Golden Serpent. Indeed, the strength of fishmen is tenfold that of ordinary humans, but that is only in comparison to typical humans. What difference does it make to the sovereign-level warriors, who are thousands of times more powerful than regular humans? I shall take you down first. The most notorious fishman, Neptune. At this moment, Neptune bore the title of the most notorious fishman from the world government. After all, as a king, he led his kin in defying the world government to join the pirates, inciting their utmost ire. Now, the opportunity to eliminate him has arrived. Oceanic vortex. Neptune raised his trident, stirring the sea into a frenzy, as colossal waves surged towards the Vice Admiral candidate Golden Serpent. Boom! Golden Serpent merely unleashed his haki, dispersing the waves conjured by Neptune. The disparity is infuriatingly vast. Neptune's strength is not weak, yet it pales in comparison before a sovereign-level warrior. Die, Neptune! Golden Serpent cackled menacingly as he charged at Neptune at a critical moment. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared beside Neptune, blocking the attack of the Vice Admiral candidate Golden Serpent. It was the user of the barrier fruit. After the battle in Wano, the barrier fruit was claimed by Rox and subsequently awarded to a member of the Rock's pirates. While the barrier fruit may lack offensive power, its defensive capability is astonishingly formidable. In the original work, even the peak version of Kazuki Oden found the abilities of the barrier fruit troublesome. It is worth noting that although Kazuki Oden may have been a fool in some respects, his strength was undeniable. After all, he was the man who left a psychological scar on Kaido, and at his peak, Kazuki Oden was undoubtedly a sovereign-level warrior. Damn pirates! I was just a breath away from taking down the most notorious fishman. Neptune, realizing that he could have slain Neptune, only to be thwarted by an insignificant nobody, the Vice Admiral candidate Golden Serpent was exceedingly displeased. Ha! I am a member of the Rock's pirates. This member of the Rock's pirates is named Dar. who shouted fiercely, displaying remarkable courage. This is the benefit of the selection process that Rox and Lorn implemented when they set sail from their homeland. The chosen ones are filled with valor, never yielding even in the face of a vice admiral candidate. Nameless vermin. Perish. The vice admiral candidate Golden Serpent launched another fierce assault. Barrier defense. Dar resolutely blocked the vice admiral candidate Golden Serpent. As his abilities in hockey failed to breach Dar's barrier, Neptune, you go elsewhere. I'll hold this one off. While deploying his barrier, Dar turned to Neptune and spoke. It is known that although the Rox pirates possess a geographical advantage, they still cannot match the hard strength of the Navy. While this vice admiral candidate has been stalled by me, there are still 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters. Their combined efforts should not be underestimated. If Neptune departs, it can alleviate some pressure on the Rox pirates. I understand. You must be careful, Dar. This is a vice admiral candidate. Neptune nodded, grabbing his trident and engaging in battle with a top vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Charge. Annihilate the Rox pirates. Justice shall not falter. Exterminate the Navy. The Rox pirates shall triumph. Protect our homeland. This is a hard-won opportunity to live on land. We must withstand the Navy's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Rox pirates and the Navy clashed, engaging in an intense battle. Under the leadership of the 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters, the Navy showcased their diverse abilities. Various forms of long-range artillery, sword energy, spear thrusts, gale kicks, and martial arts were unleashed upon the sea. Some of the Navy's ability users also utilized moonwalk to take to the air, maximizing their advantages. A dazzling array of abilities rained down upon the sea's surface. The fishmen endeavored to exploit their home field advantage, hoping to draw the Navy into underwater combat. Yet, despite the fishmen's advantage in maritime warfare, when faced with the Navy's vice admirals and the likes of Carp and Zephyr, even submerged, the fishmen could only passively endure the onslaught. At this moment, the fishman race lacks the prowess of later figures like Tiger and Jinbe. The decline of the Rox pirates gradually became apparent. After all, the mid-tier executives represented a weakness for the Rox pirates. Although the pirate crew is vast, well-equipped, and imposing, it suffers from the absence of mid-tier executives with bounties exceeding 100 million. While the top-tier combatants include Rox, Lorn, and Whitebeard, the Navy has mobilized even the admiral. To withstand the Navy's admiral, 2 admirals, and a vice admiral candidate, the strength of the Rox pirates is already among the top pirate crews in the seas. It seems this approach is no longer viable. Lorn's observation hockey sensed the subtle shift in the battlefield's dynamics. After all, Lorn's thunder fruit greatly enhances his observation hockey, allowing him to perceive the evolving situation on the battlefield. Currently, the circumstances appear unfavorable for the Rox pirates. Under the Navy's assault, the Rox pirates have begun to exhibit signs of fatigue. Originally, the Rox pirates leveraged their geographical and racial advantages to eliminate a significant portion of the Navy's living force. At least 10,000 elite Navy personnel have perished at the hands of the Rox pirates. However, the Navy's strength is exceptionally robust, boasting numerous sovereign-level warriors, alongside 16 elite vice admirals and dozens of rear admirals. Additionally, figures like Carp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane possess strength equivalent to that of rear admirals. The Rox pirates currently lack mid-tier executives to contend with the Navy's vice admirals and rear admirals. Most crucially, the intelligence received from the fishmen initially indicated that the Navy would only deploy 2 admirals and a vice admiral candidate. With 3 sovereign-level warriors, the Rox pirates could manage. But who could have predicted that the Navy's admiral would personally intervene? Consequently, the Navy headquarters has deployed 4 sovereign-level warriors. It is essential to recognize that sovereign-level warriors are extraordinarily formidable existences. Regardless of numerical superiority, they render all advantages meaningless on the battlefield. 1 sovereign-level warrior is sufficient to equal 100,000 troops or more. The Rox pirates have managed to withstand this onslaught, thanks to Lorn's acquisition of the barrier fruit. Otherwise, they would already be in a state of collapse. You fool, it seems you were distracted, Lorn Jiebeck. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters admiral, the world's #1 swordsman Black Hawk, also noticed Lorn's apparent distraction. Without hesitation, he raised his famed blade and struck towards Lorn. Swoosh. Lorn's observation hockey accurately captured the intentions of Black Hawk, allowing him to elementalize in advance and transform into a bolt of lightning, appearing several dozen meters away to evade the slash. Truly a troublesome adversary. Black Hawk, visibly displeased, scoffed. The bounty on this individual was merely 465 million. Yet his strength far surpassed that figure for the time being. He found himself at a complete loss against his opponent. Continuing this battle is futile. Seizing the opportunity, Lorn cast a glance at the battlefield, his eyes revealing deep concern. His brother Rox had the upper hand in the fight against the Marine Admiral. Yet a clear victor remained elusive for the moment. Meanwhile, on the other front, Newgate and Admiral Whitehorse were evenly matched, and determining a winner would likely take 3 days and nights, or perhaps even longer. However, Darl, who had consumed the barrier fruit, was struggling against the Marine Admiral candidate, Golden Serpent. Under the relentless assault of Golden Serpent, Darl could only defend, unable to mount an offense, and his barrier was beginning to weaken. After all, maintaining such abilities required the stamina of the user, and battling an Admiral candidate like this had already pushed Darl to his limits. Furthermore, a multitude of fishmen warriors led by Neptune was engaged in combat against the remnants of the Marine forces, spearheaded by 16 elite Marine vice-admirals. Although the casualties on the Rox pirate side were not yet substantial, a sense of despair was becoming apparent. Should this protracted battle continue, the situation for the Rox pirates would only worsen. Especially concerning the Admiral candidate, Golden Serpent. Once Darl's stamina was depleted and he could no longer withstand Golden Serpent, the intervention of that Emperor-level powerhouse would undoubtedly lead to a swift escalation of casualties for the Rox pirates, creating an irretrievable defeat. Are you afraid, Lorn? But it's too late. After your Rox pirates have committed such heinous crimes as slaying the Thunder Dragon and the Celestial Dragons, your fate is sealed, death. Black Hawk, noticing the worry reflected in Lorn's gaze, erupted into laughter. It seemed the outcome of this war was already determined. The righteous Marines would emerge as the ultimate victors. Afraid? Have you mistaken the roles? Black Hawk, the ones who should be fearful are you Marines. With the Admiral having personally mobilized, the defensive forces at Marine headquarters in Marineford must be alarmingly depleted by now. If that is the case, how do you find the headline that reads, "The Rox Pirates successfully capture Marine headquarters Marineford"? For tomorrow's newspaper, Lorn's eyes brightened, and a bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. After all, based on Lorn's understanding, the Marines had mobilized almost all their forces, including Emperor-level powerhouses. Even Vice Admiral-level warriors were nearly all in action. The remaining forces at Marineford were likely shockingly weak. Marineford is the Marine headquarters. If it were to be captured by a pirate, what kind of panic would ensue among the global populace? How far would the Marines' reputation plummet? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Black Hawk seemed to catch on to the implications of Lorn's words, his tone shifting slightly. If Marineford were truly captured by pirates, the ramifications for the entire world would be terrifying. And the Marines' image in the eyes of the public would sink to unimaginable depths. Even Admiral Black Hawk was unaware of the magnitude of the impact such an event would have on the world. After all, the Marine headquarters had never been breached in history. If it were truly taken by pirates, how could the Marines maintain their face as the representatives of justice, if they couldn't even protect their own stronghold? How could the public trust the Marines to safeguard their safety? Don't you understand yet? The Marine Admiral has personally mobilized. Marineford must be alarmingly vulnerable right now. Any major pirate could invade and easily seize it. Just thinking about what the Marines would face then is quite amusing. A disdainful smile crept across Lorn's lips as he closely observed the expression on Admiral Black Hawk's face. In truth, Lorn couldn't guarantee that this suddenly conceived bold idea would succeed 100. After all, it did entail significant risks. This era was exceedingly peculiar, with decades still separating it from the original narrative. Lorn was uncertain whether the Marines still had other powerful warriors hidden away. If they had Admiral-level combatants guarding Marineford, his plan might very well fail. Thus, Lorn fixed his gaze on Admiral Black Hawk, hoping to glean some useful information from his facial expressions. Unfortunately, Black Hawk displayed little in the way of emotion. Do you think that by saying this, we will let you go? You should be more concerned about the fate of your Rox pirates. The affairs of Marine headquarters are not for a mere pirate like you to meddle in. Admiral Black Hawk let out a cold laugh, brandishing his sword, Demon Slayer, as he charged at Lorn. Bang! The clash between Heavenly Feather Slash and Demon Slayer erupted into a dazzling display of hockey and sword energy, creating a vacuum around them. It wasn't that Black Hawk was unconcerned about the possibility of the Marine headquarters being raided by pirates. In fact, the Marine headquarters was currently significantly under strength. If a major pirate set his sights on it, it would almost immediately fall. However, because of this, The Marines had deployed numerous forces to patrol the vicinity of Marineford. Should any pirates attempt an invasion, they would receive immediate alerts from Marine headquarters. Since he had not received any alerts from the pirate headquarters, Admiral Blackhawk felt no anxiety regarding a pirate raid on Marineford at this moment. Lorn was unaware of Admiral Blackhawk's thoughts. His mind was racing as he contemplated how to repel the Marines. After all, if the battle continued, the Rock's pirates would indeed be unable to endure much longer. Although Lorn, Rocks, and Newgate might not be in immediate danger, the Fishman warriors and other members of the Rock's pirates faced dire peril. Soon, Lorn devised a brilliant plan. Zila, Lorn transformed into lightning, instantly flashing several hundred meters away, withdrawing from his battle with Admiral Blackhawk. "You cowardly pirate! Are you so afraid of death?" Blackhawk exclaimed in exasperation. Lorn's thunder fruit boasted remarkable speed, and Blackhawk found himself struggling to keep up. Noisy, since the Marine headquarters forces are already so thin. This presents a splendid opportunity. No one among you Marines can match the speed of my thunder fruit. In that case, Lorn fixed his gaze on Admiral Blackhawk, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Lorn transformed into a streak of lightning, flickering rapidly, leaving a comet-like trail in the air as he sped away from the battlefield, racing toward Marine headquarters. Simultaneously, Lorn activated his foresight through his observation hockey, allowing him a brief glimpse into the future. Sure enough, within the realm of Lorn's observation hockey, he saw Admiral Blackhawk's expression change drastically as he realized Lorn was heading toward Marine headquarters. Immediately, Blackhawk spoke a few words to the Marine admiral on the battlefield before hastily pursuing Lorn. Beyond that fleeting future, Lorn could not see further. However, merely from this brief glimpse, Lorn could ascertain that Marine headquarters possessed no surplus forces. All their combat strength was concentrated in this sea area that if he were to launch a surprise attack on Marine headquarters now, the results would be beyond his expectations. Contemplating this, Lorn quickened his pace. The next moment, just as Lorn had foreseen with his observation hockey, as Admiral Blackhawk saw Lorn abandon the battle and charge toward Marine headquarters with lightning speed, his expression shifted dramatically, and his pupils constricted. Is this guy attempting a direct assault on Marine headquarters? A sense of dread washed over Blackhawk's mind. From his recent encounter with Lorn, it was evident that Lorn's strength was formidable. Already teetering on the threshold of Emperor-level power, coupled with the terrifying capabilities of the Thunder Fruit, if he were to successfully launch a surprise attack, the stationed forces at Marine headquarters would be utterly defenseless. At that point, just as Lorn had predicted, the next day's headline would not declare the destruction of the Rock's pirates, but rather send shockwaves throughout the world. Marine headquarters Marineford destroyed by pirates. The implications of such an event would be unfathomable, and Black Hawk could hardly fathom the terror it would unleash upon the world, especially Marineford, which stands at the very center of the world, has been overrun by pirates, and the Navy has since been unable to lift its head. Cursed scoundrels. In an instant, Admiral Black Hawk felt a jolt of realization regarding what would transpire next. He immediately surged towards the direction of Lorn, utilizing the moonwalk to hasten his pursuit. Simultaneously, Admiral Black Hawk did not forget to bellow at the battlefield with all his might. This is bad. Lorn intends to launch a direct assault on the Navy headquarters. Marineford, Nanny. What is happening? What on earth? In a moment, upon hearing Black Hawk's shout, the Navy's fleet admiral, Admiral Whitehorse, and Rear Admiral Golden Snake instantly withdrew from their fierce battle. They simultaneously turned their gazes towards Admiral Black Hawk. In their eyes, a profound concern was reflected as they beheld Lorn, who was now transforming into a rolling flash of lightning, departing the battlefield. His trajectory unmistakably led to the Navy headquarters, Marineford. At this very moment, in the waters of Wano country, the fleet admiral, Admiral Whitehorse, and Rear Admiral Golden Snake gazed skyward, their faces etched with shock at the sight of the lightning-like figure. Was Lorn planning a long-distance raid on the Navy headquarters, Marineford? What should we do, Fleet Admiral, at that moment? Both Admiral Whitehorse and Rear Admiral Golden Snake looked towards the Fleet Admiral. Lorn's sudden decision had thrown the Navy into a state of disarray. The reason was simple. Marineford's defensive forces were woefully inadequate at this moment. Should a pirate of Lorn's caliber invade Marineford, the remaining forces would be utterly incapable of mounting a defense. If he were not intercepted, Marineford would surely face destruction. It is, after all, the center of the world, the Navy headquarters. If it were to be demolished by a single pirate, the Navy would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire world, losing all face in the future. Yet, at this juncture, The Rocks pirates remained an enemy that must be eradicated. Particularly with the Navy mobilizing such extensive forces, it could be said that they had deployed their entire might. With even the fleet admiral taking to the field, the entire world was watching the outcome of this war. It could be said that this conflict would determine the fate of the world to come. If the Navy were to retreat now, the Five Elders and the world government would have a hard time justifying it, and the reputation of the Rocks pirates would soar. It was a situation where advancing was fraught with difficulty, and retreating posed its own challenges. In this dilemma, both Admiral Whitehorse and Rear Admiral Golden Snake found themselves without the authority to dictate the Navy's next course of action. Only the highest commander of the Navy, the Fleet Admiral, possessed the authority to make such a decision. Cursed pirates, damn them. The Fleet Admiral glared intently at Lorn, while Admiral Blackhawk was already straining to catch up, yet he would never succeed. Lorn was a user of the Thunderfruit, his speed rivaling that of lightning. The only ones who could possibly catch Lorn would be other natural type or mythical zone type users. The Fleet Admiral understood well that whether retreating or continuing the offensive, the Navy would incur significant costs. Men, charge, leave these Navy bastards no opportunity. Just as the Fleet Admiral hesitated, the unimpeded Rocks and Whitebeard launched a renewed assault on the Navy. During this moment of indecision, many more Navy personnel fell victim to the Rocks pirates. Damn it, the Fleet Admiral realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. This was wartime. Each additional second of indecision could lead to dire consequences. Retreat. If there are any repercussions from above, I will take full responsibility. Swiftly, the Fleet Admiral made a decisive determination to retreat and defend the Navy headquarters, Marineford. He understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Continuing the battle here might not guarantee the complete annihilation of the Rocks pirates in a timely manner. Should Lorn succeed in his stealth attack, the Navy might find itself losing not only to the Rocks pirates but also the Navy headquarters itself. Such an outcome would lead to scorn from the world government and the public alike. Given these circumstances, the most prudent choice was clearly to protect the Navy headquarters. As long as everyone retreated swiftly, it would be possible to safeguard Marineford. One path involved remaining to continue the fight, which might not guarantee the eradication of the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, retreating now would certainly protect Marineford. Even a fool would know which choice to make. Retreat. The Fleet Admiral's command reverberated across the battlefield. Were they truly retreating now? They had only just gained the upper hand. If they pressed on, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Carp, having knocked a fishman warrior to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and his eyes glazed, surveyed the battlefield. Upon hearing the retreat order, he was filled with confusion. Lorn intended to utilize the powers of the Thunderfruit to ambush the Navy headquarters. If they did not return, the headquarters would be lost. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, swiftly seized Carp by the collar and flew back to a naval vessel. Canceling his fruit ability, he then pointed at the lightning in the sky and said to Carp, "It's truly regrettable that with such a massive deployment, we could not annihilate the Rocks pirates." Zifa and Crane both returned to the ship simultaneously, letting out sighs. The failure to eliminate the Rocks pirates and the decision to retreat nearly signified a failure of this Navy operation. Both the world government and the global populace would undoubtedly question the Navy, and it was foreseeable that this would have profound implications. However, if the Navy headquarters were lost, the impact would be even greater. It could only be said that the Fleet Admiral had made the least unfavorable choice at this moment. The Navy had, in essence, suffered a complete defeat at the hands of Lorn. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would dare to launch a long-distance raid on the Navy headquarters? Forcing the Navy to retreat, it was foreseeable that the failure to eradicate the Rocks pirates would lead to a resurgence in their reputation worldwide, potentially expanding into an enormous terrorist organization that would become a headache for the world government. "Captain Rocks, the Navy is retreating. Should we pursue?" As the Navy continued their withdrawal, Neptune inquired of Rocks. Hearing this, Rocks scanned the fishmen below, without mid-level commanders to hold the line. The fishmen were using their numerical superiority to withstand the onslaught of the Navy's 16 elite vice admirals and numerous rear admirals. However, they had also suffered significant losses. Stand down. After a moment of contemplation, Rocks decided against pursuing. The fishmen were severely injured and needed time to recuperate. Further casualties could not be permitted. Conversely, Whitebeard unleashed the tremor of his fruit ability, unleashing a roaring tsunami that caused considerable trouble for the Navy. Gururururu. Return to your homes, Navy.